flat map and you're saying they're curving left or right, we're with you. We got you there. You got to prove they're curving down.
No, all I'm saying is on a flat map, you can just draw the line from where you're going to where you're ending up at. But when you're doing this as a navigational tool, you have to take into account your curvatures.
That's obviously not true because there's the map they're navigating with.
I don't know what this map is used for.
So
Okay,
you don't want to use it though.
Right above it is the video that this screenshot is taken from. You can watch it and find out what they're using it for because they tell you. This is their navigational map. Those numbers on there on the black line are waypoints. They have to fly through them.
Yeah, you know what navigational mean, right?
Yes, to navigate.
Yeah, what is navigation used for?
To
usually
move around the terrain.
Right.
To move to a destination around the terrain.
Right. So you usually have to be pretty accurate because it's practical navigation. It's not just drawing.
Okay.
Right. So that means that whatever's being drawn on there, if it's navigating using that drawing, it have to be pretty accurate and practical. So if it's drawing a straight line, it usually have to be flying straight.
I don't think they're using that map, but on a flat surface, on a map of flat surface, the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line. But on a sphere, it's usually called a great circle. The shortest path is a curve.
What makes you think they fly in great circles? Because they don't.
Yeah, you haven't presented that yet. Remember, you only presented this map that now you call it flat.
I didn't present the map. He said, look in the chat, and I have a map.
Yeah, but you the one that basically described the map before he even said that. That's why he told you to look at the map.
All I said was, I don't know what the map's for, but it looks like he's just pointing to one destination to another destination. It doesn't look like it's a usable map if he's flying.
Okay, so we don't use maps.
It's pilots in the cockpit that are flying in the fucking air. They're whipping out the map saying this is how we navigate, but you don't think that's what they're doing. They just brought some other fucking bum map into the cockpit to show the camera.
I don't know what the map is for. Why would you need a map?
Stop being ignorant, dude.
Yeah, you're starting to sound like a real clown, man. You should probably just shut up and listen. I don't know
what the map is for. I don't even know what these points on the map are for.
Why would you make claim about something you don't know nothing about, dude?
They're literally
he told me to look at it.
It's pilots in an airplane. It's pilots in an airplane, bro. Why? What else would they be using it for? Toilet paper?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the best thing to use if you actually talking about
it a currency? Like, what the fuck would they be using that piece of paper for? In the cockpit of an airplane.
This is just a map with a bunch of circles around stuff in a straight line with dots on things. I have no idea that they're going to.
Yeah, but you was using a presentation. I mean, we be assuming that you would be talking about a map. You're the one that was basically saying, "Wait a minute,
Listen. Indio called him out in the beginning because he was talking about projection. When this guy is sitting on his seat in the airplane, he's looking at the TV screen in front of him where he watches the movies and the cartoons, and he observed a projection and a depiction of an airplane in a globe, and he says, "Look, I'm going on a globe. I'm flying on the globe." He's not looking at the actual maps.
Because he was talking about a projection, and he was basically trying to describe that the projection is actually showing curvature, is actually showing the hump. Right.
Yeah, but he needs to know the difference between the projection and the mapping that is being used for navigation.
Okay, thank you. But now the map, has been, okay, hold on. Now have a map that we use for navigation is being presented to you. This is your chance to show how the map is actually showing curvature. You're saying that it's not.
Well, because what if you've seen another projection and it shows a zigzag path? Does that mean you went in zigzags?
One, this map is folded, so I don't even know if we're getting the full size of the map, and it could be curving along this path because it looks like a big map.
It's folded.
Two,
so they folded it in such a way that they made a curved line look straight. Can you show me how to do that? Show me how to do that origami, dude. I really want to know.
It curves up and down from horizontal.
Dude, you're starting to sound ridiculous. Watch the video.
Okay?
You don't know where it's from, and it literally in the thumbnail says Turkish Seattle.
Okay.
Turkey to Seattle. Okay, it's pretty fucking obvious.
Let me look at this.
You're doing invincible ignorance right now.
It's not real invincible ignorance. You gave me a random map and said, "Look at the straight line. This proves that they take."
You didn't even give us a map. You didn't even give us a map. No, what I said was the direction that the flight path, the way it appears on a map, is a consequence of the coordinate system used. So when you have coordinates of a certain type and you project them on a piece of paper, you only have a certain number of options of what a line will look like. So this is a polar projection, right? So because it's radial and it projects a quote-unquote curved line would project straight. But when you're in a Cartesian map, like a Mercator map, and you have a Cartesian projection, right, but with latitude and longitude coordinates on top of it, when you do the transformation from one coordinate system to the other, a straight line is going to look like a curved line.
This is a big-ass folded map.
What does it matter that it's folded, dude? You ain't, like, no Japanese fucking origami fucking wizard could fucking make a curved line into a straight line. No matter how we folded it.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, depending on the size of the map, if it's folded and you draw a path to another path, if it's big enough, it is going to look straight. Just like integrals and derivatives in calculus. It's a bunch of small little straight paths making the curve.
Dude, how big do you think the map is?
Those are infinitesimals.
A bunch of straight paths can't make a curve.
So check this out.
Draw that out.
You can look at the map, right? And you can see the longitude lines on it, right? And you can see how this line crosses those longitude lines and the latitude lines. So you can see what's going on. The circle that they drew on here is the ATS beacon. It's the range. So they're going to fly. They're going to be out of range of the ATS beacon. They're going to fly into it. And then they're going to fly into another one. But there's going to be a period of time where they're out of range of them. That's all the yellow circle is.
Doesn't do that.
You could just watch the video, man, and listen to them say it.
I mean, he could just watch. He could just watch.
Now he's just in cope mode. Now he's just gonna make noise and shit. So I just mute him.
Yeah, he could just watch the video, and I mean, he the one that, and now he's again, double speaking again because now he's saying that it do curve, and he can show that it curves.
It's not a fucking flame.
It's been one contradiction after the next with this guy.
You can draw horizontal or straight lines to make a sphere. Well, the sun gets you a little solar whatever and a solar lens, and then look at it through the sun and just trace the horizontals.
Even Helios wrecking him in the chat, dude. It's fuck, dude.
Do the Jews believe in a flat Earth?
I don't know. Go ask one.
Here we go.
Yeah, he's just basically saying
yes.
It's so big, it's going to look flat.
India is going to cook, man. So we're going to sit back and listen.
Talk about flat Earth Jews, dude. I don't know nothing about that.
Whoa, where did all these people come from, bro? What the heck?
Dude, we were over in Chill Chat waiting for you, man, but you didn't show up, so we had to come to you.
Bro, no way you guys were in Chill Chat.
Yeah, we were gonna watch a stream, but then the stream canceled for 5 days, and then we just chilled out, watched some videos, shot the shit.
Wow, bro.
Waiting for you for like 4 hours, dude. Where the hell were you?
Dude, we were literally in here. So I was talking to Polarity. We were literally putting the team on our back. I joined them like, there's no way all these guys are on. I didn't think to scroll down and go what's up. Like, what the heck? You guys all just came over here that quick?
Yeah. Wait, I saw you over here too.
Yeah, like what the heck? Why didn't we just stay over there?
We came here for fresh blood, man.
Oh, classic. So why did you guys leave Polarity?
Oh, because he started spiraling, dude.
He's spiral, bro?
Well, yeah, because now he's just like said, look, man, when I'm flying, the map shows the flight taking a curved path. And I said, look at this map. It shows them taking a straight path. And he was like, I didn't even bring up maps.
Bro, what? Not gonna lie, he seemed like he was new. Like we probably shouldn't, unless he spiraled out of control.
I mean, I'll unmute him, but we're changing.
Give him a second chance, man. Give him a second.
I am. But we're changing the subject because that one's it's making him emotional. He's freaking starting to be mental. You know how they are. They come away, they got you. Then when it doesn't work, they start going mental. Their brain starts fucking frying inside their skull because they can't.
I will say, he's quick to try to come up with excuses. Demok, I don't know if you're the best dance ball player. I don't experience.
Then that one dude. Does so and so believe in flat Earth? We don't care who believes in flat Earth. Like, get the fuck out of here. We're not glomby globetards.
Wait, who is
Glomby Boomer? Okay, Polari, I muted you because there was a lot of. Well, hold on, let me just tell Polari, I muted you because there's a lot of shit sound coming through your mic, and that wasn't your voice.
Oh, why you just
talking now, dude?
Also,
I did, dude.
I did not hear anyone say you're echoing or something.
No, it was like static or something, or fucking car noise, or I don't know what it was.
I was watching the video you sent.
Yeah, it was
really that probably explains it. The fucking sound of the engines.
His brain was turning flat.
There's a lot of people in here. I just want to say what's up, but go ahead, guys. There's a ton of people here.
It's okay. Let's just get this out of the way. Planes don't actually fly in gray circle routes. Planes fly in designated international and domestic flight corridors, and they fly in them. They don't just fly, hey, point the plane at fucking Amsterdam, let's fly that way. Not how it works. They have to fly into a flight corridor for wherever they are, fly across the Atlantic, enter fucking the European air traffic patterns, and that's how shit works. People just don't point planes and fly, dude. It's not fucking even remotely how it works. You can't just go where you want to go.
And you got to be directed the altitude and where to go because other planes are flying too and come in opposite directions, so you guys can't hit each other. So they have to pay attention and graph all that.
Plus, there's national security issues.
I just want to get flow into the conversation. Okay, but
how do you know? Like, if you just point your plane, how do you know you're not flying over an aircraft carrier or some naval vessel? Or how are you going to know? They're going to know you're there. They're like, fuck, there's an unidentified airplane. Why isn't he in the international flight corridor? Shoot him down.
I imagine it would be more fun to fly an airplane like that. Just step on the gas and go.
Yeah, this is a GTA, guys.
Amelia Earhart couldn't do it. She went past the fucking half tank and couldn't make it back.
Well, they should have had a guy do it.
Air traffic, so
definitely.
So let's look at water, right? The ocean.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the depth of the ocean. If you have an 8,000 or 12,000 mile deep drop or far drop of ocean, wouldn't that negate the 7 miles by a lot? You'd have clearly 12,000 miles from the bottom of your feet down to the other bottom portion of the ball of water. And if you're a microscopic little nanodot on this big ball, clearly through that 7 mile thick amount of water, you should be able to dive down or pop out the surface. Or, I mean, I'm just saying, like, how can you only have 7 miles of water if the earth can curve with water farther down than 7 miles? How does that math work?
Yeah, thanks. Just quickly, Flo, welcome to the channel. Is this your first time or you've been here before?
I've been here a bunch of times, yeah. I come back with my... Just whatever. I don't really care.
All right, 304 it is.
I come back when I figure out a new question.
All right, what's your question of the day?
And when there's new people, too, because I don't want the same people answering my question.
We are here.
Okay. Who was here last time and who is not allowed to answer the question? Let's get that out of the way. So you don't go you again.
I don't remember usernames, but your voices don't sound familiar.
Oh, perfect. You're in for a treat for today. I ain't gonna lie.
Was there a guy with this big booming voice saying, "Shut the fuck up"?
No, they've always been nice in here, but I'm nice, so maybe that's why.
But why would you want to ask random people the question, though? Why wouldn't you just want to ask the people that seem to know what they're talking about the question?
Well, I don't think I've come across people who they haven't been able to give me, answers that I personally can understand.
Does your answer have a verifiable? 1 second.
Hey,
can I ask? Does your answer have a verifiable, like, physical attribute to, like, be able to prove or substantiate, like, the point of the like if we give you an answer?
Does a what have that?
See what I told you?
Your question.
Denmark, you got to meet her where she's at.
No, listen.
I'll translate Denmark. Okay. What he's saying is, when they gave you an answer, can you actually verify the answer in the physical and natural world?
Yes.
He said translate DMOC.
Hey, it works.
Well, you gotta.
I speak fluent DMOC. Okay.
It worked great.
Okay, but I'm just here to ask questions. I'm not here to like challenge anybody.
Okay, so ask your question. Let's just cut to the chase. Ask your question. Lots of questions.
I've only ever come in here. Actually, your voice kind of sounds familiar.
Oh, here we go. Just hit us with the question, or we're gonna put
that was a different chat.
Okay, let me. Okay.
Indigo is pretty much the best person to ask.
Indigo.
Just ask.
No, anybody can answer it. I don't want to talk to just one person. I want you all to answer it.
All right, just spit it out.
Okay, I'm going.
Again, I will go to the random people again.
I will fucking spit it out if you guys would knock it off. If the Earth is flat, if it's a plane, why in the Arctic is it for 6 months it's dark, in 6 months there's light?
Here we go.
If the Earth does not rotate and it's flat.
Okay.
Indigo, you got it.
Well, I don't know what any of that has to do. How would it not work? That's what I don't understand.
Okay, well, let's go to the next person then, because I want to.
No, I don't understand your question. No, your question implies a whole bunch of things, right? So try to figure out, like, does your question have a false premise? Because you're asking a question like, "Oh, this can't work on a flat Earth." Why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth?
No, I'm not. I'm asking your genuine.
How does the sun work? Like, what do you exactly are you asking?
Okay,
why is it dark over here and light over there?
Does this? So just say that and say, does the sun move?
Yes, the sun moves. Okay, so you're asking why it's dark in some places and light in other places?
No, in the Arctic.
Why specifically the Arctic?
Because that's how it works. Alaska,
Yeah.
I don't think I need to explain that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, that it's 3 months of darkness, allegedly. And it is allegedly because it's been observed not to happen. And I can give you examples of when it's been observed not to happen. So it's supposed to be dark from the spring equinox, from the 66.6 fucking parallel to the North Pole. It's supposed to be dark from starting at the equinox, going from the September equinox going all the way to December, right?
Okay, so it's 3 months.
No, the other way, from the December equinox to December solstice to frickin' the equinox. That's when it's supposed to be dark. So it's supposed to be 3 months of darkness.
Okay, are you talking about a specific place, or is this
anywhere above the 66 point? Well, I mean, anywhere above the 66.6 north parallel is supposed to have 3 months of darkness.
Okay, can you give a location of that? Like, do you have a city?
No, I think Nome, Alaska. Nome, Alaska probably would fit the bill.
Okay.
I don't know if even Nome, Alaska's that. Yeah, Nome is. Yeah, because they did that from dusk till dawn with the vampires and shit.
I love vampires.
Have you ever seen Till Dusk? Not from dusk till dawn. What was it? 30 Days of Night.
That is the one.
No.
Well, because it's dark, right? And the vampires come out. Now they can come out for more than 24 hours. They can come out for 30 days because it's dark there the whole time. So it's a little twist on the vampire saga, right? Now, fucking, you're dealing with fucking vampires. Yeah, it's called 30 Days a Night.
Is that an older movie?
I think it was 90s, maybe.
Okay, I might watch it.
Yeah, 90s. It's a pretty good movie. You should check it out.
Yeah. If I get anything from this, I'll watch. I get a movie, so.
Okay, so it's alleged that this happens because of the tilt of the Earth. There's actually no evidence of that. I would say the flat Earth conception of how that works is that the sun goes too far south, right, too far away from that area to illuminate it. Right, so the sun doesn't stay like in one place; it moves around. You can see.
Okay,
this,
so
right?
but that's what I'm asking you.
Its path moves is more accurate to say. Its path moves coverage.
Okay, so not only is the Earth flat, the sun moves, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you see that. I know you would probably say in the kids' thing.
That answers my question plainly, though. Really.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much empiricists, right? The sun moves because that's what we see it do, right? It's not like, oh, I don't see the sun move. I see the sun move, therefore we're moving. We don't do that. We're just like, whatever it looks like, that's what it's actually doing. We're not adding extra shit.
Oh, I guess I never thought about it like that. So you guys think the sun moves?
Yeah, and the stars
you
move,
can see
and the
that.
moon moves. At least
That's what
visually,
we
they move.
observe.
That's what we observe.
Or
the Earth don't move.
rotating.
Yeah, that's why that's kind of why that's a wacky question. It's kind of like a begging a question, because you have to assume that the Earth is actually tilted and spinning on its axis to actually have a question about the South or North Pole.
No, I get that now. But that's why I'm asking the question, and you should never scare people away because you just answered my question.
Well, yeah, let me explain it to you, just really simple, like kind of like on a philosophical level, right? Right? We see the Earth as flat. That's how it looks. That's how it appears to be. Nobody thinks that they go outside and think the Earth looks like a globe. It doesn't look like a globe. It looks flat, right? We just assume that's what it is because that's what we observe. The sun looks like it moves. The moon looks like it moves. The star looks like they move. So
Wait,
yeah.
so you're saying if I go outside right now, I would not think the Earth is
you wouldn't
globe,
be able to
and I would think it was flat?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see. You would, in no way would your senses could you perceive the Earth to be a globe. Right? You ain't never
the drop of the horizon.
You've never climbed up on top of a mountain, flown in an airplane, or fucking parachuted, or hang glider, and looked around and been. Well, I'm just saying you never looked around and been like, man, that looks like one giant ball, right? That's never happened.
Spinning around 1,000 miles and flying around in space.
When you climb up on top of a mountain, though, things become visible to you that were not visible previously from the level of the ground.
Yeah, fantastic. If I climb on when my kid climbs on my shoulders.
That's just a fact, though, right?
Yeah, that's great, dude. Stop talking.
No. You're positing another reason to
stop talking and listen. When my son climbs on my shoulders, that same thing fucking happens. Big deal. Doesn't make the house of the floor of my house curved because my son climbed on my shoulders and he could see farther.
Well, that's
you said drop of the horizon there.
You said drop of the
horizon.
Yeah.
Really, tell us about that. That's capital.
Yeah. We're not gonna take the running interference shit though. So we're just taking this as like we're taking like what we see as face value without theory, right? Without extra steps.
Yeah,
right? So if you want to go with the extra steps, that's fine. You say, hey, it just looks flat, but it's actually a giant ball. Or sun, it just looks like the sun and moon and stars are moving, but that's just because you can't perceive that you're moving and it's an optical illusion. And if you want to run around and say everything's an optical illusion and that your senses are basically failing you and telling you all the wrong information of the situation of reality, that's fine. You can say that, but you need to prove that that's the case. Right, that's our position. We have person after person after person come in here and we go, now or any time in history, do you know if anybody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? The answer is always
okay. I totally get that, but you're saying the sun moves. You can't prove that. I can't prove that.
I see it.
You know.
Yes, we can. We see it move every single day. Even the clouds.
Okay,
move.
but okay.
I don't have to prove. Like that's what I see. So on first impression, right? Why should I think that is false?
Look, and I don't. With all due respect, I understand what you're saying, but why doesn't everybody see that then?
They flew.
No, they do. You'd have.
Are you saying it's based off indoctrination, or
you would have to prove that it actually
I'm gonna ask you,
Earth revolves around it.
Who doesn't see the sun move?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I see the sun move.
You're saying that we're all on a giant turtle because
pickle. Yeah, you're close.
Yeah, take that Jewish pickle and snap it up in your butt, dude.
Freaking dreidel spinner, bro.
Well, that was his name.
Oh my god.
And that was
dude, look, do you know why they're in here doing this? Well, I just want to give you the rundown. Do you know why they're in here doing this? Because
I can't even hear what they're saying, honestly.
It's for you because they do not want anybody to come here, ask questions, and get answers. They want to cause as much fucking chaos as possible so that your time in here sucks and you leave. That's really what they're here for.
Because I've come in here.
I know that's stupid. I agree.
Well, you guys I'm still not convinced, but I keep coming back here because I have questions.
They don't even want you to ask questions.
I don't know why everybody can't be like that.
I understand where you're coming from, but there's crazy globe zealots that don't even want this topic discussed.
And it's very annoying.
Well, is it
like these people are bottom of the barrel in real life?
Are you guys radicals? Are you out there protesting that the Earth is flat? And
no, not at all.
Yeah, we know.
We can't let them speak. They're flat Earth logic.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we go out there. Hey, level is a horizontal condition.
Okay.
You have to believe the level line is flat. Like, is that what you want me to have a sign and say?
This is turning into an audio nightmare. So,
I know it's like flat earthers can't even shut up.
Let's get back focused, right?
I'm trying to say something, but you do understand what he's saying.
You go.
Yeah, I was trying to say you do understand what he's saying, though, right? He's saying that what we see is basically based on we see the sun moving, so we're not going to come up with anything extra. We're not going to come up with a theory.
No, I get that. I asked a bunch of questions, and nobody ever told me they thought the sun was moving too.
Great. Now listen.
It didn't even cross my mind.
So okay, listen to what I'm.
Helpful.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. He said, "We see the sun moving. It appears to be moving. It appears to be moving around the ground that moving around on top in the sky around. So there's no reason for us to assume that the Earth is actually moving. We see the stars move. There's no reason for us to assume that the ground is actually moving, right? We don't see curvature. We go around asking people, hey, have you ever measured curvature? Have you took any type of account for curvature or anything? We don't see that. We just see that it's flat. We even hear globers coming in here telling us every day the Earth is so big, we basically have to do everything as far as navigation or measurement flat. So therefore, there is no reason for us to be convinced that the Earth is a globe spinning 1,000 miles, flying around in space around the sun. We see the sun moving. We don't basically feel or have any experience that the Earth is actually moving. So when you say that you're not convinced, you're the one that have the claim that the sun is doing something that nobody see the sun doing. You got to convince us. You have that burden of proof.
Yeah, so just think about this.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that. I'm just here to ask questions
Okay. So think about this for a second. You ever seen the sunset?
Of course.
Now you're watching a beautiful sunset on the ocean.
Okay,
you're sitting there with the frickin', you're fucking the love of your life. Sun setting, it's getting dark. Now, if you're a globalist, you have to think that the sun's not setting. You're falling backwards because the Earth is spinning away from the sun. Do you see how ridiculous that sounds? The sun's not setting. It's not moving. You're moving. You're falling backwards on a giant fucking ball away from the sun.
Yeah, but it's moving so slow.
Yeah, but you do see the sun moving.
Don't laugh.
Do it feel
I don't even know about any of this.
I know it's just like
backwards.
Not even trolling
That's
me.
what they tell you. That's true.
Who's they?
Now you gotta ask him
because I just think it's funny that
The Department of Education.
Oh God, don't appeal to them. Jesus Christ.
Didn't Trump get rid of them?
Hopefully they'll be dissolved soon enough.
Yeah, states' rights.
Education sucks in America.
Florida will be on
Let's get rid of the Department of Education. No. Yeah, where what you see is what you get. Dude, it's pretty fucking simple. What you see is what you get. We haven't made this fucking crazy mental fucking construct that we can't actually test or verify. So the globe is like something that exists only in the imagination. You've never experienced the Earth as a globe. You've never felt the Earth moving. You've never experienced any of these things in any way that you can sense. So what's left, right? So what is the globe then? It's just something that exists in the imagination.
And see, we can all agree on that. There's some things probably the people in this room probably disagree on, right? None of us actually sit here and claim stuff we can't back up and prove. So if you ask us a question about something, maybe some of us will just flat out tell you, I don't know yet.
Well, that's never happened. You guys have always had an answer to my questions, so maybe that's why I'm a little bit. Well, a lot of it is I see it. This is what I see with my eyes. I think I want a little bit more proof than that, but that's just my personal.
So, do you think you could put us like a round of sandwiches together? We're going to talk to Medulla.
Look, dude. No, hold on, dude. Let's not get to him yet. Okay, I got something for him to shut him up forever. Well, at least for 5 seconds. So, what would more evidence look like? Because the senses that you are saying aren't good enough, you're going to have to use, and to some degree, for the better evidence to evaluate that.
I think a lot of it. Oh, you're.
No, I'm just going to say,
continue.
Okay, so say, hey, this is just this is what you see, what you get. That just isn't good enough. I need a little more. But
I can give you an answer to that.
Well, I'm just saying, if we produce a little more, the things that you just rejected as being good enough, you're going to have to use to even evaluate that a little more. Right? So, you're always going to have to use your senses to some degree to even evaluate a claim. You're not going to do it purely on fucking mental thoughts, right? You have to have something else.
Right. Can I say something now?
Go ahead. Yeah.
For example, I think it was live. I'm not sure. I can double check, but the astronauts that are in space now for 8 months, supposedly. People are saying it was a green screen behind them.
There's all sorts of anomalies and videos that we could show you and post in the chat. There's actually a 6-hour video just of NASA fuck-ups. There's a 6-hour video of green screen seeing wires, shit disappearing into other shit.
Okay, can I ask you this? You're pretty honest. Do you think the moon landing is...
Hell no.
Yeah, it's cap, bro.
Hell no.
Is it real or is it fake?
No.
No what?
It's as phony as a $3 bill.
Okay, so do you think flat Earth and the moon landing go hand in hand?
Not really. There's Glovers that don't believe in the moon landing.
Okay, so that takes me back to my other one. Do you think that interview of those astronauts a couple days ago or yesterday or whenever it was, do you think that was fake?
No, it was a real interview. They just weren't in the place they said they were.
Okay. Well, I know they were real people. That's why I said green screen.
Hey,
I mean,
I have
no, what do you mean green screen? But they appear to be floating around. There's more than just green screen. There's all sorts of ways of digital compositing you can do.
But if it was live,
so I'll give you for instance, what's that fucking TV show? The Mandalorian. Hold on, dude. The Mandalorian. There's no green screen in any. There's no green screen in any of that.
That was pre-filmed, though. I don't know if it was live. I will look it up for you.
It doesn't matter. They could do a live Mandalorian. It wouldn't matter. So they're inside. They're inside. Yes, they can. Dude, they can. They've been doing real-time digital. Listen, they've been doing real-time digital compositing for 40 years. For 40 years, dude. It's not new. It's not a new technology. But some of that is green screen. Hold on a second. The Mandalorian, they film it inside of a room, and the walls are a projection of like a what do you call it? Like a screen in a cinema, but they're LCD screens, right? Curved LCD screens that go in a big freaking circle, and they just turn the TV on, have the image on each screen. There's no green screen. It's got all backgrounds, all that shit. None of that shit exists in reality, but there's no green screen. There's other ways to do it. They did, like in the 20s, they did.
Well, maybe you're being too literal. I just meant green screen as a relative term to, whatever they use, the shit they use these days.
Well, that's all I meant. Okay. So that's what we give you. There's all sorts of ways to fake imagery. The first fake photograph dates to 1841. 18. Not 1941, 1841.
Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah, they've been faking photographs since the camera was invented.
Hey, I have a question.
Are really good painters. Oh yeah,
back on the for that map you sent. Do you even know what type of map that is? Because I just did a deep dive on this.
It's a polar projection.
It's a what?
A polar projection.
That's the type of math you're claiming it is? Because when I looked into this, this looks like a nomadic projection. But I just did a deeper dive on all the map projections.
Hold on, you said nomadic, Nomadic? Nomadic?
Mnemonic, my bad. Mnemonic projection. GNOMONIC. Which
gnomic projection. Okay, yeah.
So you was wrong then.
Well, no, that type of map projection, and there looks to be a lot of them, will show curved surfaces because it's taken into account for the distortion as straight lines. And along with multiple other types of maps, we'll do that. You have Mercator.
That's not a gnomic projection. We can just dispense with that. It's not.
It looks like
a gnomic projection has straight lines. Gnomic projections have straight lines at the bottom. This one doesn't.
It also has distortions on the side. That one looks like it does. Also, we use cone projection in the U.S.
Like you don't know what distortions mean.
Cone projection.
I think it's the Lamberg. Was it the Lamberg projection or something?
Lambert conical projection.
Yeah, for the U.S., which will show in short distances, since it's a distorted map, the curvature is already taken into account.
How do you know it's distorted?
Why do they use the Lambert and say it's distorted as if that's helping them?
Yeah, like
the distortions for scaling. Do
you understand that the map was your argument, and now you're refuting your own argument?
It's not my argument. You pointed me to the map. I didn't know what type of map it was.
It was your argument. You said, "Hey,
I said only map."
You said I go get the map, and it shows the plane's flight path, and it's curved, because it's a globe. And now you're saying the map projection determines the flight path. And now you're saying the map projection determines what the path looks like.
Hold on. When I made the argument,
which was my argument in the first place.
When I made that argument, I was referring to the maps that they display in the passenger seat when you're flying, which is a digital map. They can adjust digital maps in all sorts of types of ways. When you showed me a paper map, specific maps have different types of projections designed for those maps. You have projections that will show, taking into account for distortions, the curvature, the great circle curvature already. So you can make straight lines from one point to another point.
No.
Yeah,
See, you don't understand. No, you don't understand how coordinate systems work.
You don't.
They're projecting a coordinate system. They're not projecting a fucking map. Technically, it's called projection of the graticule.
You want to make distortions for various types of reasons.
How do you know there's distortions?
Well, the map's design is designed like that. I mean, I don't. You'll show different sizes of scales.
Yeah, that's cool. But how do you know which map's distorted versus the one that's true?
The description of the type of map you're looking for will give you what type
because of the words. Yeah, great. There's words on there that say something. Who cares?
Well, no, if I'm looking
the map and its representation of the ground, right? In that representation, how do we know which one's distorted? When you tell me the map is distorted, you're saying, "Hey, here's the reference map. Here's the globe Here's a globe with latitude. It's not even really a globe. It's a celestial sphere with a latitude, longitude coordinate system. And when they take that coordinate system and they transform it into into a projection, there are going to be distortions because you're transforming the coordinate system, and it's not going to preserve the geometry. You can have different types of projections depending on what you preserve. One will preserve angles, another will preserve areas, another will preserve distances, another will preserve distances north and south. It depends on what you want, right?
Yeah.
So you can have the universal transverse indicator, which will preserve frickin' north-south distances, and to a degree it'll preserve east-west distances, and they'll get like quote-unquote more distorted as you go north and south. But what's being distorted is the coordinate system. It's not the fucking ground that's being distorted, because these maps, contrary to popular belief, are not maps of the ground, they're maps of the sky.
Well, that would just depend on the type of map. You do have terrainal maps.
All maps are maps of the sky. All of them. Other than like public land survey system.
I guess I'm not.
Okay, so latitude and longitude are based upon the sky. They're based upon celestial sphere. Because if I ask you, how do I find my latitude and longitude if I can't see the sky? What are you going to tell me? How do I do it? The technique.
Actually, that's a good question. I don't think you can.
Yeah, you can't. It's impossible, right? So that means I cannot use the ground to find anywhere on this coordinate system. That means the coordinate system itself does not reside on the ground. It resides in the sky. Now, when they take that celestial sphere to find ground coordinates, that itself is a projection. It's a projection of the sky onto land points, right? I go here, I see the star there. I say that star is at this frickin' right ascension because I use a frickin' reverse coordinate system in astronomy for some reason. So when I take that coordinate system and I say, hey, I'm going to map the ground to the sky, and then I'm going to take that map, and then I'm going to transform it into another coordinate system, you're going to get distortions just as distortions of the coordinate system, but it's not necessarily distortions of the actual terrain, right? So when you take a flight path and then you project it into this coordinate system, it's going to have certain features. If I have a curved coordinate system, a curved path is going to look like a straight line, and a straight line coordinate system, a curved path is going to straight line is going to look like a curved line. So they end up being reversed.
Well, my question would, what would you need to really make the distortions for, though, if you're not taking into account the curvature that's coming? What would you need to make distortions?
If there was curvature, you could even have a flat map.
I don't think any. Well, yeah, I don't. From my understanding, no flat map.
Every flat map you've seen, right, has a linear scale where they have 1 inch per kilometer or something.
Yeah, in some sense.
How would that work on a curved surface?
Okay.
Hold on. That's taking into account if the flat maps are being accurate. But from my understanding, almost all flat maps designed are some types of different projections. I don't think they
maps are inaccurate.
Yeah, all maps are projections. They either distort.
They're not all projections. Not all maps are projections.
I don't know which maps could be not a projected map, but
public land survey system. Plane surveying.
Is that a map? I've never heard of that map.
Yeah, it's like when you want to sell your house and they have to find the boundary to when you want to sell it. That system that they use, the coordinates, is the state plane survey system, which is a derivative, which is the fucking ancestor of what's called the public land survey system, and all that land was surveyed in squares, right? And those squares couldn't possibly be projected onto a curved surface because they would all end up getting distorted, right? But they don't get distorted because we use it. And we wouldn't know the boundaries of the United States or Arizona or California or Colorado or fucking any place.
So, but this is like a map that divides like land by grids, right?
Yeah, it's a square grid system called the Public Land Survey System, or now it's called the State Plane Survey System. See, like there's plane surveying and then there's geodetic surveying. Plane surveying is just like you survey and you don't assume fucking anything. Geodetic surveying is when you survey and then you take that survey and then you project it into onto what's called a reference ellipsoid, which is an abstract mathematical idealized fucking oblate spheroid. So you're not measuring the spheroid, you're taking measurements and then projecting them onto the spheroid.
When I look at this for the PLSF map, there is distortions. Because on a flat surface, they will appear, the north-south lines will appear parallel, but as you get closer to the north, they make adjustments. I think it looks like the adjustments are every 24 miles with correction lines to account for the curvature. So they even apply this.
Yeah, what are they correcting to?
Well, as you get closer to the North Pole, all lines are converging in. So if the map is parallel.
Lines of what? Do you not understand what I'm telling you? Lines of what?
What do you mean? What do you mean lines of what?
You said all the lines are converging. Lines of what?
The coordination lines? Those what are they called? Meridian convergence?
The longitude lines?
It depends on if you're using for that. It just
what do you mean depends?
That depends on the projection you're using, if that's what those lines are for.
No, longitude, the whole coordinate system is based upon latitude and longitude. Longitude is based upon the position of the sun relative to Greenwich Mean Time in Greenwich, Britain, right? So that's the 0. And depending on how many, every hour the sun travels is 15 degrees of longitude. That's the coordinate system. But latitude is how far away you are, like what's the angle of the celestial equator above your horizon? Yeah. Right? So that's the latitude system. When you went from the state plane survey system and says it's being corrected, it's not being corrected. It's being transformed into the latitude longitude coordinate system.
But why would they need to do that if it's essentially
They don't need to do that. They don't need to do that.
So they do it for no reason, or they just do it for what's the reason of doing it?
They do it because they think the Earth is a ball.
But you're saying they don't. That doesn't need to happen.
What would happen if they didn't do that? Think about it. Nothing.
Eventually, as you're getting more north, you're gonna. My assumption would be you're gonna not be on a correct path if you're following it. If it remains parallel,
how would you be lost, dude? Where would you get lost at?
Because without the corrections, where you're navigating to wouldn't be accurate.
They're asking you specifics. Where wouldn't it be accurate?
I mean, that all depends on where you're going and how.
I'm going north on the state plane survey system. I don't do any corrections. Where do I end up?
That's a thing I'd have to look into. I don't know specifics of where you'd end up at. You wouldn't end up in the North Pole, or you wouldn't end up where you're going. That's for certain.
So what am I going to end up in fucking the Yucatan? Am I going to end up in Vancouver? Like, you're just guessing, man.
I mean, this all depends on where you're needing to get to based off of the map that you're following, the path that you're following on a parallel map, not adjust.
You're not increasing in elevation going straight that away. You're not going that away to stars. You're not going that away to space. The horizontal reference doesn't change. That should tell you all you need to know, man. Why is it so hard for you guys?
It's hard because you're telling me they're doing an adjustment for no reason, which just seems
No. I didn't.
What I told you is there are two separate systems of surveying, and the adjustment into the other coordinate system is not necessary for anything. Because those points in that coordinate system have nothing to do with the ground. They only have to do with where the stars appear in the sky. And we navigate using that system. Right? But that is different. Navigating from point A to point B isn't the same as measuring 100 square mile chunk of fucking ground and determining what its shape is. So you're conflating two ideas. Moving through space and measuring what that space is.
So when I'm looking into it, it looks like if you didn't make those gradual adjustments, you'd have gradually shrinking in width your township size. So the townships in Texas would appear different in width than the townships in Montana or Canada as you continue to move up.
Yeah, that's a cool story. But that would only be transformation of the coordinates, dude. That's it. Say all the fucking entire north, we drew towns and they're 10 miles fucking wide and we just go north. You think they're not going to be 10 miles wide anymore? Because we adjusted the coordinate system?
If you're using the coordination, if you're using a mismatched coordinate system, well then yeah, they wouldn't.
They're going to stop being 10 miles wide.
Like if you're making the coordinate,
and we measured them 10 miles wide. If you change the coordinate system, they got skinnier, dude.
No, if you're making the coordinates, if you're making the coordinate, hold on, my bad. If you're making the coordinate system without making those adjustments, your scale of difference that you're measuring isn't going to be correct.
Yeah. What's the scale of the coordinate system, dude? This is what you're not understanding. The coordinate system is just angles. They're not distances. They don't mean anything. They're just angles. I want to find my latitude. I want to find my latitude, right?
Degree.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, you know that because of the little symbol on the end that says degrees, right?
Yeah, you're conflating units.
Hold on. Degrees are taking into account rotation curvature.
No, they're not.
What do you think radials are? A radial is taking into account the degree of the curvature degree of a circle.
No. A completely different concept. One has to do with math. One has to do with the Earth, or somewhat of the Earth.
Why do you think when you're doing mathematics or when you're doing trigonometry, you see the degree sign at the bottom?
Okay, you just gave it away. You just refuted yourself when you said trigonometry.
What are you talking about? Why?
Trigonometry is done with triangles, and there ain't no curvature in triangles, and there ain't no circle.
Oh my god! When you're
making a wild comment right there.
That's not a wild comment. When you have an angle and you're trying to find the degree of the angle, that's the curvature between that angle to the
angry, bro.
that side to another side.
I was agreeing with you.
Is that true? Yeah. Is that true for a triangle?
What do you mean is that true for a triangle? You have degrees in triangles as well. With two sides, the middle part.
What you just said about it being only in a situation of a circle, that's not correct.
You still have degrees in circle. That's what your radial is.
Your evidence was, hey, it's in degrees. That proves that's the curvature. And I said, hey, a triangle also uses degrees. Why isn't that curvature?
Triangle. No, the curvature part applies to the two sides. You're finding the degree between the two sides.
Degree of
what? Which isn't going to be the ground. The ground's
it's going to be the curve between that side to the next side.
The curve of what?
Curve.
The curve of the angle that one side's at and the angle that the other side's meeting it at.
Not a curve.
Hold on. What angles are we measuring? Let's just get back to that. What are we actually measuring? What angles are we measuring? Okay, I'm standing somewhere. I have a sextant. I measure Polaris at 45 degrees above the horizon. Where am I?
I don't know.
God, why are we having a conversation about maps? You don't even know that.
No, because that's a random question. We're talking about like adjacent and hypotenuse angles.
A random question. It is very basic.
Yeah.
So, do you not believe in sine, cosine? Do you not believe in arrows?
Dude, what fucking crazy sophistry! You don't even know what you're measuring on the Earth to even decipher what an angle even means, and you're asking me if I agree with sine and cosine. That's crazy, dude.
Maybe you should just post an image in the chat that'll show what he's trying to describe.
Bro,
someone post the triangles.
Yeah, don't.
Get the triangles out, guys.
Let's let him do it. Let's let him do it.
I've been trying really hard not to ridicule you.
I know.
You're trying. I see what you did there. India.
Yeah, I got you. Oh. You want to see an angle?
Oh, here it comes.
Can I post in these chats?
Shit, can he?
He should be able to. I mean, I don't know if
He already has commented in here. Why would you ask that question?
The posting stuff.
But posting a link. Okay, so I got you. Maybe depends how long you've been in the.
Oh my God!
server.
Shut down this chat. Stackle posted NASA Scientific Visualization Studio. I'm fucking convinced, dude. CGI for all of us.
It's not the most dedicated in here.
I work for NASA's CGI department. Ask me anything.
Do you know Rob Simmons?
Yeah, he's my boy, dude.
It's cat, bro.
Whoa, he made the little.
Do you have lunch with Matthew Powerland?
I love Matthew Powerland, dude. Powerful man.
That's cat, bro. That's cat.
Yeah, when you toss salad, do you prefer jelly or peanut butter?
I prefer peanut butter, dude. That's great.
I mean, just muting him, dude.
Because it's your dog, right?
You spent too much time at Rikers Island, this guy. Anyway, it's very basic.
Anyway.
That wherever you measure Polaris above the horizon, except when it's not visible, is the latitude you're on. So if you see the Polaris at 45 degrees above the horizon, we call that 45 latitude. If you look at your clock and it's +2 GMT, then you're at freaking 30 degrees west longitude. Sky's not the ground, dude. It's really simple. I don't know why you guys don't get this fucking thing. Not only do you think the sky is the ground, you think the ground is in the sky.
That's crazy. Imagine thinking that.
Yeah. Let's take the middle arc between the two lines and apply it to the ground when that's not what we did in the first place. Yeah, that makes sense.
I feel like we need to turn the grills up right now. We need to get the grills super hot because we're about to cook. But Dulo's still here talking trash in the chat. I feel like we need to cook him.
Oh, hold on. Let me grab my little thing.
What did I say?
You still don't understand that going higher lets you see farther, and that's not exclusive to a ball. You still don't understand that simple thing.
So when I was responding to somebody in the chat, I was just
saying, you when you learned how to walk?
Can't interrupt me. Hold on. I was just saying that as like you could use that as empirical evidence. There are things that are visible from high above that aren't visible from ground level. I know that's not strong evidence. That's not what I'm positing here. All I'm saying is that with the naked human eye, you can observe that. So it's not strong evidence of flat Earth, right?
It's not evidence of anything.
Exactly.
So listen. When did you? Let me ask you a question. When were you old enough to walk? When did you learn how to walk?
What?
I want to know when you learned how to walk.
Objection, relevancy?
You'll find out.
I have no idea.
It's relevant. Don't worry about it. It's relevant. It's not an insult. This isn't a gotcha.
I have no clue. I would say, I don't know.
Let's 14? 14?
I don't know.
Bro? Hey, what?
I had polio, dude. Chill.
Yeah, bullshit.
Bro,
And that isn't funny because I actually know people with polio.
I don't know.
So
2. When do you walk? 2, 3, 1,
2.
6 months?
How did you get around before that? Like
Crawled,
right? Crawled on your stomach. Mm-hmm. You know what motivates kids to learn how to walk? Because when they stand up, they can see farther. And they can see that they can get into more shit. Right?
Yeah.
So your house isn't a ball, dude.
When you're seeing things, though, from your level, I'm not talking about seeing things like...
Yeah, you get up higher, you'll see farther. That's not exclusive to a globe.
True. You're able to see things past the object in the middle blocking it, right?
That's not exclusive to a globe.
No. What you're saying is, in your example, when you're a kid, you can stand up and look over the dresser at the end of your bed.
It's not exclusive to a globe.
What you're saying is, you just wait for me to talk.
I'm saying it's not exclusive evidence for a globe that when you go higher, you see farther.
Sure, yeah. And what I was saying in the chat, I actually agree with you. What I was saying in the chat, I was responding to somebody positing that flat Earth evidence is obvious because you can go around, look around you at the horizon.
No one said that. You're lying.
That's what I was responding to in the chat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I was responding to what you said in VC that we can climb the fucking Burj Khalifa and see farther or some bullshit. So what? It's not exclusive evidence of a globe. It doesn't mean anything.
I agree. It's not the strongest evidence of the globe. Sure, but
it's
I mean,
evidence in any way.
It's empirical evidence. Sure, it's empirical evidence.
So what? But it's not. What's it evidence?
You're debating the strength of the evidence. It is by far evidence. It is empirical evidence.
I'm debating whether the evidence tends to prove the proposition, and if there's an alternative, or if there's a alternative, you're saying, hey, this is evidence for the globe. Okay, how is it evidence for the globe? If that means you have to exclude a flat Earth, which it doesn't, because the same optical phenomenon of you going higher and seeing farther, that would happen on a flat Earth. So how does that observation, that empirical observation, indicate it's a globe or a flat Earth when it's the same thing either way?
Do you know why that happens on a flat Earth? It's because what you're accounting for is that when you go higher on a flat Earth, you can see things further away because there are no longer things at your height level blocking you from seeing them. Right?
Yeah, amazing.
If there's a 5-foot wall in front of you and you're 10 feet, you can see in front of you.
On a flat Earth, how far should you be able to see?
On a flat Earth, how far should you be able to see? I couldn't tell you. It's fantasy land anyway, so...
Okay, you can just be muted, dude, since you actually don't want to engage it. No, you don't want to engage it.
You're asking me to come up with a random number. There's no evidence for that. I'm not going to just speak hypotheticals.
Then
so you don't know. So
I don't know.
Then how would you know that going higher supports a globe versus flat Earth when you don't even know the distance that you would be able to see a flat Earth in the first place? What if it's identical to a globe?
That was never my point. My point is...
What if it's identical to a globe? What is that observation evidence of? Nothing.
It's proof you can see further if you get higher. But
yes, that's what's evidence of.
Your reason,
but
your
you
reason
understand
for
that. Sorry.
You can't prove.
And this is talking light theorem, this is not the hardest evidence of the globe Earth, but if you posit that you live on a globe Earth, let me finish my point. If you suggest that you're living on a globe, if you suggest that you're living on a globe Earth, okay, you climb up a really tall building, you can now see things that you couldn't see from ground level.
Yeah,
it implies
so those
that you
distances should be consistent, are they?
Okay.
What do you mean consistent? They are.
Let me ask you, what surface could you be on would that not be true?
What surface could you be on planet-wise? What do you mean?
No. Planet-wise. What shaped surface? What shaped surface can you go up higher off of where you can't see farther?
Right.
Which one? Pretzel, pineapple, fucking jellyfish. Like, they got any shape you want. What shape that when you go higher you won't see farther?
That's not the point. It's about being able to see farther where there aren't things blocking your view. No, that's not the point. It's the point of being the globe Earth is that you can see things further that have no other objects.
There is no globe blocking your view because the horizon is not the physical edge of a ball. And we can demonstrate this 7 ways of Sunday.
Well, sure, but in my theory, that's what I'm presenting it as. So, right?
If your reason is correct, then the distances you see further every time should be consistent every time. And it's not.
And that's the whole point, that you can see further. There's no globe blocking your view. There's no physical Earth curve.
Why is it you can build a building 10 miles away from an observer that can see the building, and it's negligible about how far the buildings are tilting away? You understand a 66-foot drop with a level building? That would make the fucking building look sideways, guys. Come on. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
But let's stay on this distance and how far you can see shit, because we could show you an observation where you're going to backtrack and you'll say, oh, well, to get lower, you'll see further too.
Well, no, why did I say that?
Yeah,
you will.
You watch. We'll fucking show you something and you'll say, oh, yeah, that happens when you get lower as well, yeah. You can see further.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of why. Oh, my bad.
When you get higher, can you explain that?
Hold on, but that's the whole point of why it's. That's the whole point of why it's not exclusive. Your claim is basically, because we on the globe, there should be a physical edge, so therefore we have to go up higher. And the question that was put to you was, okay, well, what surface or what shape of the ground or what ground can you stand on where you cannot see further when you go higher up?
All right, I got you. And I'm going to put this in nice, simple terms for you. Go ahead and take a look at the photo I sent in chat. This is MS Paint. This is about as simple as I could get.
No, can you answer the question directly?
As you can see, I'll explain it. Sure, I'll explain it. On your flat plane, you can see farther when you gain height, right? Okay, I'm answering. So on a flat plane, when you increase your elevation, you can see further because there's varying heights of different objects around you that are going to block your view at some certain point, right? At some point, there's going to be a mountain too tall, building too high, whatever, that you can't see past that. So, of course, raising your elevation on a flat plane allows you to see further. Not only that, it also increases like the optical density of what you can see, just because you're higher up and you have a better angle, and therefore the image is wider. So it's not necessarily that you can always see further; it's just that you can see more of what's far away instead of appearing as a thin line because your angle to it is so acute. It's much greater because of your height. So.
Okay,
really? So that means that it's non-exclusive. Then you just basically put in more.
No, what I'm saying is in my example, there's an example. On top of the Burj Khalifa, you can see the skyline of Abu Dhabi. There's no height.
One sec, Reg. You've invoked surface geometry with your little diagram. Right, so as I was saying, the distances that you should be seeing based on your observer height should be consistent. You're saying it's a geometric consequence of the physicality of the and the nature of the surface that you're on, right? Mm-hmm. And now look at the image that was posted by Platter.
Let me get. Is it the oil rig one? Let me guess. Is it the? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Earth shadow.
2 oil rigs.
Yeah, it's the oil rig image. Okay.
Right. You see the information written on there?
No one even knows about it, and he still made the claim the horizon's physical. That's crazy, dude.
Oh, you know about this?
I know it. Yeah, I'm very familiar with it. Yes.
Okay. Right. So what's the go there then?
Well, go ahead and send me the source so I can verify the cameraman who actually took this, and to make sure it's not a shitty YouTube video in 280p. Second thing,
it's already in the chat. It's already in the chat. It's right under it. The video source.
Yeah, somebody throw the black swan up.
Second thing, go ahead and explain to me the wavy crane. Never heard a good explanation for the wavy crane.
Who cares? Who cares?
What do you mean? Who cares? I care. It's an integral part of the argument.
The wavy crane, you moron. You abject moron. What's the argument?
You can also see the distance, the height of these platforms.
What's the argument? What's the argument?
My argument. I'm not making an argument.
No, not your argument. The Black Swan argument. You fucking retard. It's right there. It's written for you. What is the Black Swan argument, retard?
Sorry?
Oh, if it's your argument,
you go ahead and explain it to me.
He doesn't do good under pressure, man.
What is the Black Swan argument?
I don't know. Explain it to me. That's your theory.
I'll tell you what, it ain't about the wavy fucking crane, you abject moron.
This guy's amazing. He didn't even need to know the argument to debunk it.
Right, that don't make no sense.
Sorry, the Black Swan is talking about the oil rigs? Is that what that is?
No.
Then how the fuck does anything I say even refute that?
How the fuck is anything I say
You're sitting
wrong?
there, you can't explain.
Because you're a fucking moron.
There's oil rigs.
What's the black swan argument?
First of all, your source is shit. It's a
Fucking
random
time.
fucking
You got
YouTuber.
diarrhea of the mouth because you're fucking retarded.
I'm waiting for
that. What's the black swan argument for the 6th time? Sixth time. I'm not. What?
I'm talking about the oil rigs. I don't know the black swan argument. I don't know it.
I'm talking about the oil rigs. I don't know what the fucking argument is, so I try to debunk the argument by saying that there's a wavy crane, but I don't know the argument. You're a fucking retard, dude.
Is there a better colloquial name for?
You're a fucking retard.
Light refraction.
You're just a retard. Pretended clown, fraud. That's who you are.
How would refraction of any type debunk an argument that you don't even know what it is?
He doesn't even know.
The argument is the.
You don't even know how it even applies to this.
The argument is the curvature of the Earth. The platform should not be visible from the first.
No, that's not the argument. That is not the argument. Not.
Go ahead and explain it to me. Then we'll do a little.
Well, if you read it,
you the one trying to. Hold on.
I never presented the black swan theory. I'm talking about the.
Hold on.
I'm talking about.
Listen. I want to test something. Now, in light of what we were just talking about before this, where you drew that little diagram where you couldn't see far enough, and our refutation of your little diagram that you said you can't see far because there's a ball in the way, this has something to do with that.
Okay.
What's blocking you from seeing farther?
What's blocking you from seeing farther in the
on a globe? On a globe.
The horizon.
Okay.
Right?
There's your clue. That's what this is about. Not the oil rigs. The horizon. Why is it 10 times too far?
Why does this photo taken at a different time by a different observer show a completely different height?
Oh, really? I got something for that.
Doesn't matter.
Listen, if we're just going to send
listen to me. Listen. That also.
Listen to that.
That also refutes your argument because that also tells you that the horizon's not physical. Your claim is that the horizon's the physical edge of a ball. If the horizon's moving around, it can't be that, right?
Somebody just sent that to him. I got the antidote. I just posted. I got the antidote to what somebody just sent you. This was the first day the Black Swan came out, January 1st, 2020. There's
these fucking Glovers crack me up. Sorry.
That's the photo you just sent? Okay, hold on.
There's the antidote.
And the argument here is that the horizon has moved.
Really? Does your globe inflate and deflate?
I don't understand. How did the horizon
I don't understand because you're a fucking retard.
I know you don't understand the horizon move because you think the horizon's physical.
Yep.
We don't understand how your physical horizon moves either.
Okay.
Can you please tell us?
The horizon, what I'm positing is that the horizon didn't move in that photo. How does the...
It didn't move in the photo.
How does it visually
what
look
the
like
fuck?
it moved? How does it visually look like it had...
How does it visually move? How does it visually move? Well, when you look at it, it moved. Fucking clown.
Okay, so another question.
Okay, you're a fucking retard.
Just let me finish. So
we're not letting you finish. You're a fucking retard.
Yeah, how about you just read it instead of just trying to answer something?
Yeah, so I just read the whole thing.
Just read it.
Your physical sphere edge horizon that blocks building and boats.
You'll try to answer it anyway.
So they're measuring the movement of that horizon relative to where the boat should have been, essentially.
The boat?
Oh, God.
Boat?
The horizon boat and building has moved.
They're not in a boat.
All right, I don't understand how
that should be the title to your autobiography.
The same place, identical boat.
That should be the title to your autobiography. I don't understand. Fucking moron.
Is that not both the same distance from the oil rig?
It's not both the same distance. Yeah, it is. Where's the horizon in B photo? How far?
In B photo?
Yeah, in the B photo.
The horizon is right where the sky meets the water.
How far is the horizon away in the B photo that I posted?
In the B photo that you posted, how far away is the horizon?
How far away is it?
Wherever the distance of the...
I'll give you a clue. 6.21 miles. That's another black swan.
Uh-oh.
Because your horizon should be 1.22 miles away. You just train wrecked yourself. Now, if you'd have watched the original Black Swan presentation 5 fucking years ago, you'd have probably known this. But somebody sent you this fuckwit photo, Professor Phil Bellin, no doubt, to say, there's my fucking answer. Well, your fucking answer just train wrecked your dumbass into the incoherent oblivion.
You understand that your claim is you only can see farther on a ball, like versus a flat Earth, because on a flat Earth there'd be shit in the way. Even on a smooth ass flat Earth, you would still see farther if you went up higher. So just imagine like a checkerboard with a bunch of squares. If you went up higher, you'd see more squares. And it isn't because there was shit in the way, it's because your angle changed. It's nothing to do with being on a ball. But you claim that the Earth's a ball with a fucking ball edge horizon that you can't see beyond is saying that the horizon's a physical edge of a ball, which this debunks because it moves around. And as Huey said, the Earth doesn't inflate and deflate.
Wait, Huey's here? Oh, shit.
Do you think there inflates and deflates?
Perfectly flat, smooth Earth, you could see infinitely far. Your human eye cannot perceive this.
You're
no. Yeah, 100% mathematically proven.
Mathematically, show the mathematics.
Yeah, go ahead.
Show the mathematics. Dumb fuck. Show the mathematics right now.
Go ahead on
definitely far. Right fucking now. Show the mathematics. Right fucking now. Shut your fucking mouth.
No,
show the mathematics. You made the claim. Shut the fuck up. Put him on mute. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Up, bro. We need the equation right now, dude. The fuck are you talking about?
You can see infinitely far on a flat plane. We need that equation. The math, you said the math showed that we can see infinitely far. Put it in the fucking text chat right now. Yeah. You lying piece of shit.
Put it in the chat or you're not coming off mute. We need to see it in the chat and
that's
then you can come off mute.
About.
And it's the horizon infinitely far.
Ooh.
Look, how are you going to calculate infinity? Like,
right.
Hey, actually, calculate infinity and come back when you're done.
He's coached.
Infinitely.
You medulla oblongata, dumb fuck.
Bro.
Like what you say, the perspective doesn't exist with globers, does it?
Air don't exist either.
He was saying this in the chat. He's like, "Oh, if it was flat, you could see infinitely." Bro, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Look, angular resolution doesn't exist. Nothing exists. It's fucking.
He's a pretender clown, numpty dipshit, fucking idiot, baltard moron, pulling shit out of his ass with his maths. Put your maths in here. Medulla oblongata.
Medulla, find your math, and we're gonna unmute. What the hell's his name? Whatever his name is.
P.O.
Yeah.
Oh, he's already on mute.
Yeah, I muted him because we were like, I tried to focus on one person. These guys try to like dogpile, and I'm not with that.
Yep. Atmospheric POI, you fucking moron. Point of interest. Atmospheric refraction, that doesn't exist. You don't know.
Already, you're unmuted. So pause Roblox and get in here.
Pause Roblox.
Fucking refraction.
My guy.
Refraction doesn't exist, and atmospheric, that's a contradiction in terms. It's a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, you would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
Wait, what?
You would literally fail when you say atmosphere. That's a paradox. Because second time, atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
Right.
If you think they do, I'm not done yet. If you think they do, you would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Done.
Okay, atmospheric refers to a lot more than just gas. Temperature, humidity,
does it?
gradients. You have pressure. You have pressure gradients. You have temperature, humidity.
Pressure gradients. You got pressure gradients.
Here we go again with the Gwambies.
What does atmo mean?
So you just said it's more than a gas, and then listed out properties of a gas. You're fucking.
No, I said atmospheric refers to more than just the gas. The pressure of the gas, humidity, temperature, all these aspects are taken into account.
All gas.
Are you disputing whether atmos means air?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's
is.
what
it
it means,
should be,
though.
you dumb fuck.
Okay, but
Atmo. What does Atmo mean?
I mean, these guys just got scripts.
Atmos that's air, but when we're talking about the atmospheric, we're referring to the aspect of the air, the temperature, the density.
Put temperature in a jar and paint it red.
Mean Atmo. What do that mean?
What does Atmo mean?
I don't know specifically what Atmo means. I'm assuming it means air. I'm assuming that just means air.
He's assuming.
That really has nothing to do with me talking about atmosphere.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
It doesn't have anything to do with what you're talking about.
When you're talking about the atmosphere and you're just referring to air and gases,
no, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. You are.
You literally said that, though.
Yeah, I literally said it because you wrote it, you fucking retard.
You know, saying retard doesn't make you less of one.
No, but saying Atmo means air debunks your dumbass.
What he's telling you is atmosphere can't actually exist.
I didn't bring up anything about Atmo.
Yes, you did. You fucking wrote it, you abject moron. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut up.
No wonder you guys are zero.
Shut the fuck up.
Mute anyone that has a viewpoint.
You don't know what refraction is.
You're confused,
Define refraction. Define refraction with citation right now.
Just bending. Bending of an
It's
object.
just bending. That's not the fucking definition of refraction, you moron. My
it's when
God.
a glass bends.
Just bends. Bending isn't fucking refraction.
It just bends,
Bending of a pathway.
Fucking clown.
I'm on a current path and it bends. It's been refracted.
Hey, clown, dumb fuck. We want the citation for refraction. What is it?
What's the purpose of that? What are you trying to?
You said atmosphere refraction, so you have to define the terms that you fucking promulgate, you dumb fuck.
Or you can just agree with the term.
No, we don't agree with shit. Shut the fuck up.
We agree with something when we don't even know what it is you're talking about.
If you Google atmosphere refraction, it will say
Google.
what it is. If you don't
Sorry,
know what it is,
I forgot to Google. Shit, man.
We're not Googling your shit.
I'll never get an education. No, I don't know how to Google.
Hey,
you know what the atmosphere is, you know what refraction of light is.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. It's your evidence, counselor. You provide it.
I need to provide evidence for atmospheric refraction.
Your Honor, I demand the other party produce my evidence.
No, we move past that.
That's what you're doing. You're demanding us to produce your evidence. We're not
I'm not
doing
demanding you to do anything. You're flat earthers. You guys should have come across.
Honestly, you threw away. I want you to define your term.
Well, honestly, you threw away atmosphere because you don't even know what atmo mean, number one, and you don't even understand how it's an oxymoron. So now we just ask you what refraction means to see if you even know what that means.
He doesn't.
Bending of lights, bending.
Bending of light.
Bending,
bro. That's not what it means.
That's not refraction, son.
Okay, someone please enlighten me on refraction.
Why? You're making the claim. You're making the claim, you moron. Why should we provide your evidence?
Because the definition of what I'm saying is true. It's
true. How is it true? You would have to post the definition. Shut the fuck up. To say that it's true, shut the fuck up. To say that your fucking moron definition is true, you would have to post the citation of the definition to compare it to what you said, you abject moron.
No, you guys should. You guys know what refraction is, right? You know what atmosphere is, right?
Atmosphere, it's a paradox. Yeah, it's a fucking paradox.
In the atmosphere.
Yes, it's a paradox. We already went over that. So the half of your train wreck is atmosphere or atmo, which is a paradox. So let's get to refraction. Define.
Wait, hold on. Why is atmo a paradox? Someone said why.
Oh my God! Just put him on mute. Fuck off. Piss off. Go back to your cake decorating forums. Fucktard. They'll probably laugh you out of there.
Well, what was this question? Why is it a contradiction?
Yeah, we already went over it like fucking for the past 10 minutes.
It just said mute me, and
Shut
that's pretty much it.
up. Shut up.
Atmo, gas, sphere, shape. Gases
don't do it again. Don't do it again.
So air, like I said.
Shut the fuck up.
We told you it was air.
I said air first. And then you
Shut
guys
the fuck up. Shut him up. Shut him up.
You guys are looking for like smoke or gas or something.
Just shut up. You're fucking Mae West is in the corner blushing. You can't recover. Shut the fuck up.
Because I didn't know.
Shut the fuck up.
But atmospheric
What the fuck did I tell you?
Why do you keep yapping, bro? Just relax. If you want to stay off mute, just relax. Or we'll have to mute you, bro. Just chill.
I'm the unchill one?
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Yes. We'll come back to you later. Just relax.
See,
no one else is talking, though.
How about you just Google refraction to come back?
How about just Google atmospheric refraction?
Bro,
shut him up. Shut him up right now. Shut him the fuck up.
Yeah,
Mods,
go
I'm not on my
Google
phone
your
right
name,
now.
buddy.
Atmospheric reflurter shit.
Flappy, you're a mod. Just
fucking Glovers.
Just put him on fucking mute for now because he can't control himself.
Fucking retard.
We'll come back to him later. Probably not.
What do you mean atmosphere is a paradox? Yeah, we just got done showing you the past 10 minutes. What's refraction? Well, I don't fucking know. You tell me. Just go on. Get the fuck back to your cake decorating threads, okay? You pretender clown fraud.
Cake decorating forums. That's funny.
They'll laugh him out of there.
Hey, did you guys see my picture I drew in chat? I just had to ask that again. Not everybody got a chance to see it last night.
What do you mean it's a gas? What is Atmo? It's air. Gas?
Red Joe cooking tonight.
Preach it.
Get him, Joe. Yeah, man. We are cooking, chat. Like, who's next? Is that 304 still here? I don't think Kiwi got to cook that 304 that was here. I think her name was Flo or some shit.
There are sandwiches to be made. Milk ones.
I think she's probably making sandwiches. She's probably making sandwiches. Like
Shilly comes in when she's in high flow.
Ew, dude, that's disgusting.
Well, that's the only time we see her.
I only come in when I have questions. Bitch, we'll be asking the questions.
I beg
He's a real see you next Tuesday.
Hey, Creation Bear. I begged you some. Look in the chat. I begged you some. Shut the fuck up, cakes.
Let me take a look at this shit, man. Oh, that's great. Shut the fuck up, cakes. I'm saving that, bro. That's good.
Oh, yeah, that's being saved. Yes. Right now, as we speak.
Flatsy, I'm sure she's in the kitchen doing something similar. The Polarity says, is this a meme channel? Just an echo chamber? Bro, you were here.
I
How
have
was
my
it an
own
echo
meme
chamber?
for that same thing, by the way.
Oh,
I
yeah?
just posted it.
Well, Polarity, you want that smoke, bro? We got you. Is he muted?
Yeah. Duh.
Polarity. Pop him off mute, dude.
Why?
We're going to cook him again.
No, we don't. No.
No, he wants the smoke, Huey.
No.
He wants the smoke. He's in the chat talking shit.
No. Then fucking ban him from chat.
No, I think we should just cook him again. Show him.
No, we're not doing it again. No, 3 times a charm.
What happened the last time? I missed it.
3rd time's a charm, dude.
Did you cook him 3 times?
Yeah, he was cooked 3 fucking times.
God damn, Polarity, bro. That's crazy. I was his what do you call it? I welcomed him. That was his first conversation.
I thought you were going to say you were a thesis advisor.
I mean, does he need an advisor? I can help him with that. Because he was the first person Well, this chat was dead. I guess you guys were all in chill chat or something somewhere else. And me and him started the VC in here. It was the first conversation from dead air.
Yeah, there was only 2 people in here, and I went to watch the F-14 Tomcat, history of the F-14 Tomcat. I came back, there's 48 people in this son of a bitch.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I was like, wait a minute, what the heck? Like,
it fills up quick. It seems like it's later in the day for me when it starts just piling on people.
Yeah, dude, that was wild, bro. I came back to the same thing. I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of people here. And I had left.
I just got home myself, so.
Who just played the soundboard? Someone just hit a soundboard.
It wasn't a soundboard. I was saying, I just got home, guys. What's up, guys?
Nah, there
Your
was something
sister's
else.
ankles.
Oh, shit. Damn.
Savage.
Misogyny.
That's not a piece of wood, dude.
Your sister's ankles?
Yeah, you didn't get that, bro? Come on, bro.
What?
Well, he's never. Hey, I guess he doesn't get down like that.
I'm upside
Doggy
down,
style,
so-
kangaroo guy.
Yeah.
Upside down.
Kangaroo style.
You're upside down, bro.
That's a good one. We're a little bit slow down here.
Yeah, I mean, accent makes up for it.
How do kangaroos do it, man? Don't the tail get in the way?
Yeah, they just push that shit aside, man. Fucking get in there.
That's how because that dinosaur, like, figuring out how they did it. Like, I was like wondering if the kangaroos had the same problem.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say the same thing.
imagine a T-Rex with his little arms trying to do a reach around.
They do it like they do it in Discovery Channel.
Some song, by the way.
Why do cavemen drag their women by the hair?
Oh, misogyny.
Anyone?
No idea.
So they don't fill up with dirt.
Oh shit!
Wait a minute, I didn't even get that. Holy shit! What?
Why do cavemen?
There's the soundboard.
Why do cavemen drag their women by the hair?
But so they didn't get dirt.
So they don't fill up with dirt.
Drag them by the feet, dude. They'll fill up with dirt. CB.
What, CP? I thought I was slow before, mate.
Wait, I don't get it though. Wait,
come on,
The misogynist doesn't
Funny I laughed, but I didn't get it. I can get it now.
Someone
there
post
holes
a female
getting filled up?
anatomy in fucking the channel.
How about angles?
I can't think.
Angles. CB, come on.
I gotta draw this in paint, dude.
It's a visual. It's a visual for him. Yeah.
I love Microsoft Paint. It gets the point across so easily.
Dude, someone's playing a soundboard, bro. Who is that?
Some desperate globetard.
They're playing it through their mic. On some old school
But
shit.
I'm affirming, yes, absolutely. There's a clown.
Someone's pressing the fart button. It's probably Normie Rat.
Someone getting dragged by the hair.
Hey, CB, have you talked to Matrix about how he kind of does it now? He has all the
Yes, I heard that, bro. I heard that, dude.
You need to get on that, bro, so you could do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always on the phone though, dude. So it's like I can do it from my computer. There it is again.
So many.
Dude, I think it's coming from your mic.
It's
somebody
not-
like planted the meme thing in
dude.
like right behind you, dude.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Did you see Medulla's
Yeah,
drawing?
man, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Did everyone catch Medulla's drawing? You want me to post it again?
Yeah, let's see it.
Dude said, "How come water in space forms a circle?"
What? Barely fixed.
There it is.
Microsoft Paint engineer.
Yeah, man. Hey, sometimes you have to break out the kitty toys to explain things to retards. Okay. Yeah, I had to do an MS Paint drawing.
Yeah, nice cope.
I get it. We'll get to shapes and colors next.
You're a fucking retard, dude. What the fuck do you do? You look down at the horizon. What do you look down at the horizon like a 50 or 60-degree angle? Is that how we see the horizon? You fucking retard. Of a dumb fuck with diarrhea, projectile diarrhea of the mouth. You dumb fuck. My God.
Get it, man. Yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
If you think that drawing is retarded, imagine
you're
retarded.
Not getting the point behind we don't think the drawing's retarded. We know you're retarded.
We're gonna interrogate you now, Madua. This is your interrogation. What is the horizon? You need to find it for us.
I think they're a fucking cell phone company.
No,
horizon, geometrically, horizon, horizontal. From understanding the horizontal,
what is it, though?
Horizon in mathematics is y equals 0, slope of 0 on a flat plane.
Oh shit!
And then the older definition of horizon.
We got a problem.
Linguistically, literal definition.
We got a problem, dumb fuck. You said the rate of change of slope of 0. Shut the fuck up. Shut him up.
The origin of the word horizon.
He's got diarrhea of the mouth. Let's shut him up on his last claim. You said that the horizon has a rate of change of slope of 0. That's a fucking problem. Because according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how do we see horizons in actual reality everywhere we fucking go? But yet we're told by the fairy tale fuckwit heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that we have curvature along a tangent from our feet in every single direction. That is a rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how do we have horizons which have a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told we have a rate of change of slope of non-zero everywhere we go? Reconcile that, monkey.
Your entire argument's retarded because horizon linguistically talking about it's different than a geometric. These are literally wrong.
No, it's not retarded, dumb fuck.
I'll send it in the chat. All right, I'll get my proof.
You said it, dumb fuck.
I'll give my proof.
So reconcile the rate of change of slope of non-zero and the rate of change of slope of 0. Reconcile that right now.
Hold on, dude.
Dude,
for you, I'm doing a favor for you retards. This is my Make-A-Wish contribution.
Nah, you're fucking just mute him. He's a dumb fuck.
You can't even define horizon, dude.
That's what I'm trying to do. I've already defined horizon mathematically.
Mathematically, what is it?
Horizon linguistically is a different thing.
What is that? What are we? Well, when we talking about we're observing the world, what are we talking about?
Observing the world. I'm talking about the origin of the word horizon.
Yeah, I'm talking about the thing you think is blocking things. That thing. What's that?
That's why you changed the topics. We were talking about the definition.
No, we're not. This is still the original topic of going higher and seeing farther.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. What's your question then?
How much of a dumb fuck are you? True or false?
Jesus.
You just brought it. You didn't ask me a question.
Okay. So what's the definition of horizon in the context we're talking about it in?
Okay. The definition of horizon in the context we're talking about, what I believe, is the optical appearance of where the sky meets the ground.
What I accept without evidence, the apparent junction.
I don't think we're talking about
the sky meeting the ground, you dumb fuck. Does the sky ever meet the ground?
That is the definition of the word horizon.
No, it's not. You fucked it up.
It is the apparent.
You didn't use the word apparent. You're a fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Does apparent mean physical?
He's not going to help.
Sorry, one more time.
Does apparent mean physical?
Apparent means appears to be.
Apparent means not actually, you abject moron.
You just defined the word with the same word.
That's right.
That's what apparent means.
Fuck.
You defined the word with the same word, dude. You define the word you defined it with?
This is like shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
What's your definition of
this is like shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
Wait, Quantum, what's your definition
of hippos in a fishbowl?
You got it. What's your definition of apparent?
Actual. He told you, not actual. I told you 5 times now.
Yeah, that's right. That's what apparent means. Yes, in this context, that's what it means.
Can I ask him 2 questions only? I just want to ask the first question.
Oh, really? You're going to try to reason with him?
Well, I'm going to point it out how stupid he is. Okay, the first question is this. Is there horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere? Yes or no?
Oh god.
Is there horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere?
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked.
Depending on the.
I don't even have to go to question 2 because we already established.
Are you talking? When you're talking about optically, yes, that's what you're talking about when you say apparent. Apparently, there's apparent horizon.
No, in the dark.
Horizontal lines.
Okay. Before we get too
with your
far.
eyes closed.
So, okay, if you're going to use the definition of apparent as like apparent horizon being not the actual horizon, then the apparent lines you see on a sphere are not actual horizontal lines; they are the apparent lines in the definition of the context we were just having. So
Dude, slow down, man, slow down. Let's get to the meat of the matter. You think an apparent thing blocks things from view? How does that work?
Are you talking about apparent horizon?
Yeah, the apparent horizon. You think on the other side, there's another side to that apparent horizon. That
Isn't that
slopes
redundant?
down, right? And that blocks things, and that you can only see beyond it if you go higher.
Yep.
No,
What's the ontology of
it's
apparent?
only the apparent edge of a ball that blocks things.
What's the ontology of apparent?
You're fucking make me break out Merriam-Webster's. Holy shit! Hold on 1 second.
You just sounded a little redundant when you said apparent horizon. That's redundant.
Okay, so apparent horizon is where the horizon appears to be optically. Yes. Cool.
Actually. So what's blocking things? Something being blocked optically or actually?
It's being actually and optically blocked from you by the curvature. Of the
Well, then I mean it's not physical.
Hey, APOC, I just sent you another picture. I want you to see a sense of what I'm trying to describe there. Sorry to chime in.
Okay, so the point is, we've demonstrated conclusively that the horizon moves around and it's apparent. Therefore, it can't be the edge of a ball blocking things.
You claiming that it's in a physical location. That's what you defended. As soon as you admit that it's apparent and it's moving around, you basically throwing away the claim of that it's in a physical location. That has a radius value. So are you throwing that away or are you not?
No, there could be both a physical horizon and an optical difference in where the horizon appears.
How do you tell the difference? How do you tell the difference?
How do you tell the difference? Okay.
Yeah.
I notice it seems to be like this effect of optical density changing, like the refraction. That's the word I was looking for. The refraction, explaining the oil rig photos, happens majority over oceans where there's heavy thermal currents.
Type in ChatGPT, give me 50 random words.
That's less of a problem though on land, from what I understand, is that you don't have those extreme varying densities.
You haven't told me how I tell the difference between an apparent horizon and an actual horizon.
I'm saying...
What's the visual difference?
Sure. What I'm saying is, you can't tell the visual difference.
Okay.
You cannot tell the visual difference between where the horizon appears to be and where it's supposed to be. That of course you can do that. That's a logical fallacy.
So the geometric horizon that you think exists. So the geometric horizon that you're claiming exists, you have no evidence that it exists.
Okay.
Oh, you don't have no physical location of it.
The only one you know of is the apparent one. The geometric one is just a construction in your mind.
And you claim to know where it's supposed to be? Can you elaborate on that? Where is it supposed to be?
Okay, let me restate. Visually, you cannot tell
just a belief.
Where the physical horizon is. Visually, you can only tell where the apparent horizon is. Yes, that's true.
So
Which one blocks things?
So it's the one you can't see.
Which one blocks things?
It's okay.
It's a trap, dude. It's been a trap since the beginning. It's taking you to get you into it. Yeah, dude, it was a maze, but it's been a trap the whole time.
I feel like I'm huffing radon out of my fridge talking to you guys.
Well, no, it's a trap. You're stuck in a contradiction and you can't get out.
There is only a certain perceivable distance that the horizon can even vary.
Certain.
You can never find a great enough distance in the variance of the height of the horizon.
What do you mean by certain?
To explain being able to see things from the top of incredibly tall buildings.
I already did. You can say I didn't, but I did. So if you haven't, listen. Say you're on an infinite checkerboard. There's nothing on it. There's no kings. There's no queens. There's no rooks. There's no knights. There's no pawns. So going up higher doesn't let you see over them. There's nothing on the board, and you see squares. And the squares get smaller and smaller and get more and more tilted away, and eventually you're looking at those squares basically edge on.
Vanishing point.
And that is the vanishing point, and that would be the horizon. Now, if I go higher, am I going to see more squares?
Yep.
You're going to have a better angle to see those squares. That point will always be reachable, assuming your y equals 0.
So okay, so in your original conjecture was going higher just lets you see over shit. No, going higher lets you see farther. Period. Doesn't matter what surface you're on.
Mic drop.
It could be a fucking goddamn tuna fish can. It doesn't matter what it is. When you go higher, you see farther. Period. It's not exclusive to a globe. It's not evidence of a globe. It's not evidence of anything other than you go higher, you see farther.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you've been beating this dead horse. No one's made this argument in fucking goddamn 5 years.
I understand the argument you're making. I agree. That's how that works. What I'm saying is that level of difference is not nearly enough to explain why you can see. And again, I'll go back to my example. You can see the skyline of Abu Dhabi from the top of the Burj Khalifa.
You don't even
have from the bottom. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Great, but the burden will be right back on you that you're claiming that there's a physical horizon that you basically cannot demonstrate right now.
And I told you, and you agreed, that when you go from the bottom of the Burj Khalifa to the top on a flat checkerboard plane, that you would see more of the fucking board.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, but
okay,
you see,
so just that's not exclusive evidence for a globe that you can see more of the board.
The angle at which you're able to perceive things changes. The pivot point is where you are peering over the horizon, past the horizon, onto that point.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know why they use this Burj Khalifa thing.
These paint drugs are hilarious.
When you're at the Burj Khalifa and you're facing west, you're facing Riyadh, and there's a mountain range there, right? So that's almost the same height as the Burj Khalifa. So if you go to the top of the Burj Khalifa, you're going to see past that mountain range, yeah? So whatever's behind that, not behind it, but past it, you're going to have more of an angular view from the top of the Burj Khalifa than you are from the bottom of the Burj Khalifa. It's a fucking stupid argument.
So I don't understand how that refutes that at all. You couldn't see past that. Anything beyond the mountain. If you're at the top of the Burj Khalifa and you're towering over this mountain, you wouldn't be able to see anything behind that.
About what I just said.
It's non-exclusive. It's not proving a globe. And it's not supporting the claim that you're making that there's a physical horizon that you're observing that's physically blocking things, which means that it has a location.
I don't know why this guy's talking about mountains. Okay.
Listen, dude, you can't even say, hey, when I do this, it more closely matches a globe than a flat Earth because you don't have a position for the horizon to even make that prediction. Because you don't know where the horizon is. You don't know where it's supposed to start or stop, how far you should see or how far you shouldn't see. You have no idea. You can't even compare the two.
Yeah, and then you have a claim with math with a radius. You have a claim with math with a radius value.
Yeah,
but then you have something what we just presented, which is the black swan that debunks that.
That you can't give us the apparent horizon prediction distance.
Yeah. Okay, I agree. You have the black swan video. You have a single again.
Give us the globe apparent horizon
in the image
distance.
That's
we want the distance of the apparent
horizon. Height was not 1 foot off the ground. So
we want the apparent horizon distance. How far away is that? How do we calculate that?
If you're 6 feet off the ground, the distance to horizon is about
the apparent one. The apparent one.
The apparent one will vary based on multiple factors about how
so you can't predict it
before it reaches your eyes. You cannot predict the apparent horizon. You can predict the physical one. And that gives you a metric to measure how far the apparent horizon is off from the physical one.
So you are deaf. That is what I said. You can't. You don't even have a horizon how far you should see which would be demarcated by the horizon. You can't predict where that would be visually, so you have no idea if it more closely matches a globe than a flat surface.
You cannot predict
because you have no prediction.
No, you can't predict the real physical distance of the horizon just visually because there's factors that interfere with that. That was my point.
Physical, not the visual.
So the actual distance of the horizon would be.
How do you know that?
With calculators to find this out, okay? And then from there you can see the variance of how the apparent horizon.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
We're not on the same page, dude. You're double speaking.
You can't determine the physical horizon visually.
You don't understand.
That's what Al Barun did.
And how are we determining whether it matches one versus the other? Telekinesis? ESP?
The physical horizon. The curvature of the Earth is measured with what you're talking about earlier. It's those geodetic surveys.
Oh, Jesus.
They measure the curvature of the Earth.
Don't bring up shit you don't know nothing about. So, look, you're at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa. You take the freaking rocket elevator to the top. You look out and you're like, hey, which one does this match? Globe or flat Earth? Hey, let's get my piece of paper and my pen out. I'm going to make the globe prediction for the parent horizon. Oh, fucking butt kiss. How do you know which one matches? You can't even compare it because you don't even know where yours is supposed to be.
I feel like he would be kicked off the premise of the Burj Khalifa.
You already know the distance of the
they'd make you
horizon.
Fucking put your burqa on. That's what they would do.
So you already know the distance of the physical horizon. These numbers are established. Like I just stated. Okay, you said you don't want to dig into it.
Look,
you don't know it.
Dude, you're going up to the top of the Burj Khalifa and looking.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And what you know is
absolutely
how far can I see in this scenario? A, globe. Scenario B, flat Earth. Okay, which one does it more closely match? Globe or flat Earth? Okay, how far should you see on the globe? It should be to the parent horizon, right? How far is that? You said you can't tell. So, how can you even tell if what that even looks like it should on the globe?
Okay, from the top of the Burj Khalifa, you can see the skyline of Abu Dhabi. You cannot in any way explain that with any current evidence we have of the varying differences of the apparent horizon.
Apparent horizon.
It is a difference, mathematically, of hundreds or thousands of feet off.
The apparent horizon.
So it doesn't matter if the apparent horizon is
what you're saying. You
multiple
saying
feet off. It doesn't matter if the apparent horizon is multiple feet off from the physical.
Apparent horizon. Say it again.
Still doesn't line up. You can't be able to see it.
So you can or cannot see it. Which one?
You can see it. Yes, you can see the top of it from the top, and you cannot see it from the bottom.
Yeah.
You can't see a horizon.
You just heard dude say that there's mountains in the way, right?
Say apparent horizon again.
Saying apparent horizon is
these mountains in the way. Hey, Vicky, you're the one who
Timbo was just saying there's mountains in the way.
What do you think the maximum possible variance is between a physical horizon?
What do you think your sister said?
What do you think the maximum possible variance is between the physical horizon and the
shut the fuck up. Physical horizon and the apparent horizon. Are there two horizons?
Listen, according to Globe Earthers, there is none. There is no max. They say you can, if under the right conditions and a telescope, you can see your own ass. So you can see the horizon behind you.
What
dude, it's worse. They say that we're seeing stars from fucking 10 million years ago just entering our eyesight. I mean, give me a fucking break.
Million? That's billions, bro.
It's true. Billions and billions.
He said true.
Yeah, see, they just love this shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
He's retarded.
They are retarded.
Yeah.
Very retarded.
It's not his fault.
Mindlessly parroting Leaky and Discovery Channel. He's a dumb fuck.
It's like Quantum. Don't insult the word retarded. You should call them globe-tarded because, I mean, retarded is so much of a higher standard.
It's pretty bad, dude. Go on mute. Let's have mercy on him. Just go on mute.
This is what's frustrating. Hold on.
What's frustrating is your lack of evidence. Yeah, that is frustrating. Your conjecture, your mind, your fucking mental construct.
There's no such thing as flat Earth evidence. Only globe Earth denial. So when you say that light doesn't come from stars billions of years
up, apparent.
you have nothing to say what stars.
Just shut up.
Okay.
So, globe Earth, Big Bang Theory.
Shut up. Globe Earth is
nobody believes the Big Bang Theory anymore. What are you talking about?
Nobody believes the Big Bang Theory anymore?
No, the lambda-medium
moron.
No, dude, David Bain did that. They threw that overboard like 5 years ago.
I fucking did not. Just completely false. No.
Really?
Oh, completely false. Look around.
What's a scientific theory? Let's get into that. What's a scientific theory, dumb fuck?
Yeah, first of all, it's retarded to say you can even
First of all, you're retarded.
There's always going to be theories.
You're retarded.
Okay?
Yeah, you're retarded.
So is the Big Bang Theory bad because not a lot of people believe it in anymore?
What's the scientific theory? So a lot of people accept without evidence.
Because it doesn't match the data.
Because believe means accept without evidence. So a lot of people accept without evidence Big Bang fucking scientific theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, You just go on mute.
Yeah, but you can measure the
redshift
of light throughout the universe, which always leads you to believe that there was an origin, an origin point of the universe.
What's
the distance from light travel?
Origin story. Hey, I hear him preach. Tell us your origins.
Fucking diarrhea motor mouth.
Yeah, I want to hear.
I get it. You can't fucking listen. It's hard.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Listen,
Shut the fuck up.
Come on, Kiwi. I want to hear.
Shut the fuck up.
I want to hear his heliocentric.
what?
His heliocentric cult origin story. He's just about to tell us. He's about to tell us his creation story.
He doesn't know what a horizon is.
I know, but maybe he knows his dogma better.
We'll explain what an apparent horizon and a physical horizon
Apparent horizon. There he goes again, Flatsy.
The word you brought up. I agree.
No, we just said horizon.
You brought up.
Apparent is in the definition. It's not an apparent horizon.
No. An apparent horizon is a different thing from the apparent meeting of the sky and the ground.
Let's define apparent horizon then. Horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. So it's the apparent place the sky apparently appears to meet the ground.
The apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Bro, this is too funny.
Too funny.
There's no apparent horizon, buddy.
So when you say the apparent horizon, you're actually saying the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Apparently.
You're just stuttering.
That's two cousins removed from a direct fucking.
Apparently, it's
from a geometric horizon.
Okay, let's move on. Who's next?
You got anything better than take the elevator to the Burj Khalifa?
Oh God!
I mean, he's the only one here. Either him or Matt.
It's funny how we just destroyed him with the star argument, though. That's just, oh man, that's a win. Just an easy win.
What was the star argument? Is that the shit where I started talking about the Big Bang Theory and you guys went, that doesn't exist anymore? It's fucking.
Big Bang Theory never existed to begin with.
Yeah, cry.
Stop blocking me. Shut the fuck up, Batman. Shut the fuck up.
Absolutely did exist.
What is a scientific? Shut up. What is a scientific?
A flat earther.
Oh God, dude. What is a scientific theory? Medulla oblongata.
A scientific theory is a built-up explanation of something used on multiple experiments, observations.
No, it's not.
Go ahead, tell me what it is. If that's not a
explanation.
Yes, it is. Theories are built upon facts, observations.
Citation, please.
Explain to me.
Citation, please.
Citation given.
Citation.
I'm muting. Listen, a scientific theory is not a built-up explanation of something. Okay.
Built up with what?
Apparent horizon.
It rigorously defines its terms. You know, explanation of something is not a very rigorous definition. That can mean anything.
So it's plaster
Jesus
of Paris.
Christ.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, you finally got frustrated with him after 3 hours.
That would mean like why you shaved your fucking poodle. A scientific fucking theory, dude. It's an explanation of something, right?
It's
like a Just Soul story.
Fuck. Just have mercy on him. Just fucking mute him and then let's move on. Listen, I'm getting old, right? There's only so many minutes that I have left. Can we fucking move on?
Who doesn't that apply to? Come on, man. We all got minutes left. Some have more minutes than others.
Sorry.
So, who are we at? Dude, there's nobody in here muted. How about, no, Patman's fucking beat.
I told Patman that QE doesn't care if he's a flat earther or not. His hands are rated E for everyone.
Yeah, dude. Like, no offense, Patman. Dude, you're fucking ruining the flow. You did have some timely comments. But it's
Matt?
either him or Matt.
Who's Matt?
Yeah, Matthew Lawrence.
Oh,
Matthew
for
Lawrence.
fuck's sake. That's
Yeah, you're one. Now you're like polarity.
We got Greater World. We got.
Yeah. Anybody else want to pipe up? What will be nice to you initially?
Real.
And then we'll be. Work, or how latitude works, or how longitude works. You
Well,
think
that's what I'm asking. Is this channel just a channel for flat earthers to get together? You guys don't want to have discussions with oppositional views?
Objective.
Yeah, I don't adjust what I said. That's really cool.
Don't know the difference between objective and subjective, you glue sniffer. Subjective is agree and disagree. Objective is not agree, disagree. What does subjective mean, dumb fuck?
It's a idea.
Are.
No.
Just because you don't know what they are and you think every flat earther's fucking ignorant and stupid doesn't mean it's a difference of opinion. You're objectively wrong. I am objectively correct. Doesn't make me better than you. It doesn't mean your mom likes me more than she likes you. Doesn't mean anything. You just have a mistaken idea of what it means, how maps work. We're trying to tell you that the things you think. Let me give you an example. How do you think eclipses are predicted?
No, I mean, this is tracking the celestial bodies over time. And when they line up, they track how often they line up and what causes them to line up, and then.
So you think they use a globe heliocentric model and they model planets and shit, and then when they line up, that's when an eclipse happens, and then NASA tells us. That's how you think it works.
They're taking the differences, and
where did you get that idea?
There's not really a place I got it from.
He just made it up.
No, someone made it up, and well, he kind of did make it up. So you made that idea up in your head.
Well, I'm assuming that's just how they would track these things.
You're
yes,
assuming,
exactly.
so
But that's
you're accepting
actually
without evidence. That's what assuming means.
Bingo. It's like, because that's not how they do it. Not how they do it at all. They look for the coincidence of 3 fucking events, and when those events coincide on a regular interval time period, that's when eclipse happens.
Well, if they happen on a regular interval time period, isn't that just the tracking of the celestial bodies?
They don't have to track anything because they've been doing it since 2300 BC.
Well, they would be tracking it. They keep in account whatever.
BC. But they didn't have a heliocentric model in 2300 BC. They're not tracking positions. They are taking the coincidence of time and data fitting. Right? They're just data fitting a cyclical event.
Yeah. Okay.
They don't need to know anything about any dynamic model of planets, dude. They don't need to know anything.
No, they just need to understand orbital bodies. I mean, and how they orbit and keep that in count.
I can give you an analogy. I'm locked in my house. I've never been outside before. I just have a peephole in the door, but I could see the street. I got a clock on the wall. And I look at 7 o'clock. Fucking look outside, a bus goes by. 7:30, bus goes by. 8 o'clock, bus goes by. 8:30, bus goes by. 9 o'clock, bus goes by. I can predict when the next bus goes by. I don't need to know anything about bus drivers, the internal combustion engine, what a road is, what tires are, what gasoline is, what diesel fuel is, wherever they power the bus with. I don't need to know any of that shit to predict when the bus goes by again, do I?
No, just every hour goes by.
That's right, and that's how they predict eclipses. It's a coincidence of 3 fucking timings. When they happen all at the same time to cycle, and that's when they happen. You don't even need that. You can actually predict them with pi.
Yeah,
nothing but pi.
Okay, but what's the point of that specifically when it comes to
the whole point of what I'm telling you is that you have ideas about the way it is, and those ideas are wrong. Okay? And it's not your fault. You kind of were told or nudged into the direction. They show you a diagram of a moon and a sun, and they say, this is how it is. But that's not like how it really is. And you filled in the blanks, right, for yourself that, hey, they have some 3D model where they're doing orbits and they're predicting where these little balls go dynamically using Newtonian gravity and yada, yada, yada. But that part you made up in your head because they showed you the diagram.
I don't think they use Newtonian gravity.
The mathematics they use is just your occurrence of a cyclical event. And if they actually try to predict eclipses using the heliocentric model, it don't work. Yeah, it don't work, period. And what they say is, well, there's other small bodies we can't see, and there's perturbations of the fucking orbit, so we can't actually predict it. This method is easier. Somehow that cyclical event don't care about perturbations of the orbit and fucking lumpy gravity and all sorts of other bullshit, and it just keeps working over and over again. You figured maybe that little timing would get a little bit off if there was like perturbations of orbits, right? But it doesn't get off. It's the same. It's been the same for thousands of years. And it'll continue to be the same for another thousands of years. They've got eclipse tables which predict eclipses out to like the year 4000. Okay, so
yeah, tonight's eclipse is happening right now. Was predicted pretty well.
Yeah, where? Was it at my house?
1 hour for me.
No, yeah.
Really, it was predicted. What's the hypothesis?
Oh, that there would be a lunar eclipse tonight, and
that's not a hypothesis, you fucking glue sniffer.
The point is that you believe it. You filled in the blanks on shit, right? And like just like your map conjecture that it's curved on a map, so the plane must be flying in a curved line, right? So like you have these ideas, you're kind of like filling in the blanks. Now, don't take it personal. All you guys do this shit. You just fill in the blanks, and it's probably natural as a human.
Why haven't we ever seen the coin shape in photos of a lunar eclipse?
Oh God! Because
you're saying we're filling the blank.
Because hold on, I want to answer this question. Because eclipses aren't shadows.
What do you think they are if they're not shadows?
Your mom.
Well, how does he know that they're not coins? Because coins are round.
I don't need an alternative hypothesis when you have no evidence of yours.
You can see them from all over. They've happened all over.
Yeah. So what's the evidence it's a shadow?
And then you always see the same thing.
What's the evidence it's a shadow?
But you
Well, it looks like a shadow, and it's in the position. The orbits are in the position.
What does the shadow look like?
If you watch what happens in the sky, you can tell you're on the opposite side of them.
What does the shadow look like?
So it's curved, and it makes the moon turn red.
Red shadows.
Yeah.
You seen a red shadow before?
Did you just like blow your foot off right there, dude?
Why are sunsets red?
Shadows are red.
Do you know why sunsets are red?
Because your sister said so.
Well, one of the theories is it's absorption, another theory is it's scattering.
Because red light scatters less.
Shadows are red.
Red light scatters less than blue light.
Get the fuck
so
out of here! Shut the fuck up.
Well, the other hypothesis is it's
scatters
absorption.
off what?
Look up Rayleigh scattering.
Rayleigh scattering.
Yeah, that's why sunsets are red. It's just the way that light works.
It's just the way that light works.
Evidence of that is what?
It is. You're a dumb fuck.
It's how wavelengths work. Like
it's
red
wavelengths. How do you get wavelengths?
Oh God damn!
Oh, you can hand me a wave, and now
like photons travel at a wavelength.
It's Snackle's story
color. It's Snackle. Just
it's Snackle's story time. Yeah, we've heard all these stories before. And if we ask you for evidence, you won't be able to give any evidence that Rayleigh scattering causes red fucking sunsets. Not a fucking shred of evidence.
Do we agree that red scatters less?
No, we won't. You're going to give me one piece of evidence.
Why do we have a blue sky?
Bye. Asking me a question is not evidence. What's your evidence of shadows? Moon turns red.
What's the ontology of wavelength?
Dude, do you think should we ask him? Does he think waves are particles? Or
no, please God, no.
Okay, who are we dealing with now? I'm gonna unmute you, Pac-Man.
Oh, God.
Please. Okay.
Maybe we should ask him, can he hand us a wave?
Before that, just ask him if there's divergent sun ray rays.
Sun ray rays? Really?
No, he won't answer any questions, honestly, man. What are you talking about? Snackle is never going to give you a direct answer.
Because he's a dumb fuck.
No, because he's a propagandist.
Teams that I can't support, period.
He's a dumb fuck, dude.
So are you, Quantum.
If I'm a dumb fuck, you're Helen Keller.
Yeah, that's a claim you can't support, son.
So, Polari, the point is
I wish I could.
Hey, you come in the channel, and you wonder why the channel's here, and, we're too contentious. Well, like I said, you guys say something, we try to correct you, you guys resist, and then we get freaking more assertive, and then you resist some more because you think that you're right and that we got to be wrong because we're flat earthers, so we have to be fucking wrong. That's also a fucking, I don't even know what you call it, a social rule or something that applies. Dude, we don't not believe in the globe because we don't understand it. We don't believe in it because we do. You understand that?
Yeah, but
we understand the globe model perfectly.
You have a different viewpoint, but it's either I accept what you said or I just
a different viewpoint than you.
That's fine.
And whose viewpoint is my viewpoint different than?
It would be ours. Anyone that's coming here that's not a flat earther.
Okay, that's.
I would have
What specifically the things that I've said. I am saying the shit that they say. When I say latitude is this, I didn't make up the definition of latitude. I didn't make up the definition of longitude. I didn't make up the method of finding either one of those. I didn't make up what map projections are. I didn't make up the mathematics. I didn't make up coordinate transformations. I didn't make up any of that shit. These aren't my ideas.
Is that every time a response comes, you guys you either mute them or you say retard and don't respond to the
mute them? No, because they have diarrhea of the mouth and they can't calm down. They just consistently overtalk with their wiki and Discovery Channel parroting moron.
Yeah, you earthers have diarrhea of the mouth. Like even
shut
when
the fuck up. Shut up.
You're the fucking mute. Jesus
Shut
fucking Christ, dude. Okay, hold on. This is the end of this shit.
They don't even know what a fucking apparent horizons, really?
Bad enough he's
You got
drunk.
Mr. Magoo blushing in the corner. You're dumb fucks. Every single last one of you.
Look,
I have never met a coherent globetard in 10 fucking years. Not one.
Because you guys are muting people when they speak because they don't know what
You're a dumb
Atmo
fuck.
is. You're not allowing
You're a dumb fuck.
instead of focusing on weird
You're a
semantical
dumb fuck.
things.
You're just a
focus
dumb
on the
fuck.
argument being made.
Argument? You don't have any arguments.
If I ask you a question about
Atmospheric refraction again, this
refraction,
fucking
and I want to know what
moron.
you think about it.
What
After
is it?
20 minutes, we
Do you know
told
what
you,
Atmo
you
is? And you
fucking
can-
shut
that's so
the fuck
retarded.
up. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly, you're doing it now.
Atmospheric, shut the fuck up. Atmospheric, shut the fuck up. Atmospheric, we went over with you for 10 whole minutes. You
We did not.
fucking glue sniffer. Shut
asked
your
me,
fucking
what is
mouth.
Atmo?
What does Atmo mean,
I
dumb
said
fuck?
air.
What does
You
Atmo
muted
mean?
me 'cause you
What
didn't-
does
because I
Atmo
didn't
mean?
know what it was.
What does
You didn't
Atmo
even
mean?
answer the question.
What the fuck does Atmo? This is what I'm talking about.
Well,
You're
this
a
is what I'm
fucking
talking
glue
about.
sniffing moron, dude.
No, like you're right. He is. But polarity.
It's
What
not
you're
a
not
moron thing.
understanding
You're a dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
polarity. Shut up and listen, polarity.
Atmo doesn't matter.
Shut the fuck up.
Jesus Christ.
Polarity. Shut the fuck
I
up,
fuck your
dude.
mother.
She's not. She wasn't slumming it, dude. She'd never touch you. Anyway, polarity. What you're not missing is when you start something with a false premise, you're not going any further. So when you say atmospheric refraction, there's no such thing as an atmosphere because an atmosphere can't exist. There is no spherical fucking air, bro.
If you don't believe in the atmosphere,
spherical air refraction when there can be no spherical fucking air.
but look, if you don't believe in the atmosphere, you can just say, I don't believe an atmosphere is a thing, so I don't believe atmospheric
it isn't.
refraction can be a thing.
It can't be. Is that a matter of opinion too?
Well, I mean, I believe so. I think gravity holds
You
the.
think
So
there's
you
spherical
accept that evidence. That's
So
what
you
just said.
so you think there's spherical air?
I think there's gases being retained by gravity and by the movement of the atoms.
In the shape of a sphere.
Oh, let me tell you, I'm retaining
Well,
some.
shape,
gas right
what
now.
a shape of a sphere. It's around the Earth.
Sphere.
Yes, the Earth is a sphere.
It matters.
Atmo is
Yeah,
Atmo means air.
the gases in the Earth.
shape, you glue sniffer.
Gases have infinite degrees of freedom. They can go in any direction without a problem. Yeah, the kinetic theory. Yeah, gases can go in any direction without a problem until they hit a boundary, a barrier. That's the only thing that stops them.
It's starting.
Okay. This will just have to do with the density. This will just have to do more with the density and the type of gas that's being retained. I think like nitrogen.
Can you give us that in the kinetic theory of gases? Can you?
Yes, give it kinetic theory right now.
Can I give you what theory?
Kinetic theory of gases, you moron.
We want the support for the nonsense you're sputtering using the kinetic theory of gases.
I don't know how much of a theory it is. It just has to do with gravity.
What are you
retaining
telling us?
gases in it.
Polarity. So this idea that you're telling us about what the gases would or wouldn't do, where is this coming from?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That different atmospheric pressures would more so
Atmosphere,
align.
he keeps
with
on
that.
saying atmosphere.
So let me ask you, your ideas of what the gases would and would not do, where is it coming from?
What do you mean? Where is it coming from? My knowledge of basic chemistry, fundamental chemistry.
Basic chemistry. You wouldn't know what chemistry was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs, wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. You're a fucking clown. You're a dumb fuck.
How is gas modeled in basic chemistry?
That means nothing. I don't know what that.
That means nothing.
What do you mean by modeled?
Basic
Modeled
chemistry. You don't know what fucking chemistry is. Shut your fucking mouth.
Okay, when you do basic chemistry and you're working with a gas, is G in the formulation?
Is gravity in the formulation?
Yeah, G.
No, not necessarily. Yeah, that depends on.
No, said no.
That totally depends on what you're working with.
Then, look, there is no model of fucking gases with G in it. There's no gravity in the kinetic theory of gases. Everything you're saying is just shit you made up in your head.
Yeah. Okay. I guess where I'm misunderstanding is you're saying there's no model where G's in it. Models.
No. It's not what he said. No, that's not what he said. He didn't say anything about models. You don't know what fucking models are. He said show in the kinetic molecular theory of gases where G is. Dumb fuck.
I'm looking this up. There is a gas.
Yeah, you're looking it up because you're a pretender clown fraud. Dumb fuck.
It's not a pretender clown thing.
Shut the fuck up. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're a dumb fuck. Pretender clown. Fraud.
Hey, remember, you're doing right now the thing I told you why we fucking treat y'all like fucking ass. Because you're being resistant, even though you're fucking wrong. You're going to search now to try and figure out why I'm wrong. And at the end of this, you're going to figure out that you're wrong. And you're wondering why we get frustrated doing that shit. Well, you might never figure out that you're wrong. You're right.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
He'll come back and hold your
Shut the model with gases in it. Taking gravity. I provided to give a response to the provided thing.
I'll tell you what, mute his dumb ass. We got to cordon him off so we don't lose IQ points. I got to read a page out of the Encyclopedia Britannica to get back to 20 points I lost. So I'm down at fucking 220 right now. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
The only thing you know?
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking moron.
Am I?
Yeah, honestly, you are. You just demonstrated it for the past 2 hours.
Because I had to look up a thing I've never.
Because you had to look up a thing. Before. Yeah, a thingy.
Yeah, you had to look up a thingy that you argued that we were wrong, but you don't even know what it is that you think we're wrong about.
Yeah, right.
You just know
gave me an aspect saying there's no models that take into account gravity.
No models. No one said models. All your dumbass.
Theory of gases.
No one said that.
Well, the chemical models.
No, it is chemical models.
There's literally a model for it.
Fuck out of here.
Look, I deal with gas laws. I'm not going with models, bro.
He doesn't know. What's a scientific model, dumb fuck?
You're the one who said it.
What's a scientific model, dumb fuck?
A model that explains some fundamental aspect or character makeup of a specific scientific anomaly or phenomena.
Incorrect.
Or something.
Citation, please.
Say anything.
The definition of
citation, please.
Scientific model.
Citation, please. Scientific model, right now. That matches your dumb fuckery. That matches your dumb fuckery that you just made up.
What field of science? This would be a branch of science to be modeled for.
A scientific model is a scientific model. It doesn't depend. It's not dependent on a fucking field. The scientific field, dumb fuck.
There are branches of science.
Scientific
you mean the scientific method?
There are branches. There's branches in your brain coming from the walnut-sized piece of horse shit you got between your ears. Scientific model definition, dumb fuck.
I feel like you're meaning scientific
model right now.
For what branch?
You stuttering fool. Scientific model right now in text chat.
All the branches of science, dude.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut him up until he provides the definition. Shut him up. Shut him up. Shut him up.
He's never going to provide it.
Yeah, that's right. If he does.
Oh, hold on. Wasn't he supposed to be calculating infinity? Wasn't he supposed to be calculating infinity? Do you think he finished?
Not yet.
I sure as heck hope you're not holding your breath for that.
That's definitely not happening. Still waiting. He's asking, can someone explain what the scientific model is? You're done. You're staying on mute. Next.
I'm going to capture the moon eclipse tonight and the blood moon. Post it outside with my P950. And I'll have some video for you guys tomorrow for sure.
Wait, when does it start?
Already started. It's already eclipsing on the bottom part of it. It's already eclipsing. There's already a shadow. But my fucking battery died on my P950, so I'm recharging all three of them real quickly. Hopefully, I can before it starts turning to blood. Hopefully, I could get
plug them into an apparent horizon.
That fucking dumbass with his redundancies. He's an idiot. Yeah, but it's already eclipsing. It's already started. If you guys look up, I don't know if you guys have access to that, but if it's cloudy or whatnot. But luckily it's clear tonight. There's a huge storm coming in from the east, but it's clear right now. Hopefully the clouds don't catch up. But it's probably like I want to say maybe not a quarter. Oh, maybe a quarter of it already covered up with the shadow.
Shadow from what?
Who knows? The Globers are going to tell you the Earth. We can see the globe shape on the Earth.
That looks like a well-defined shadow right there, amigo Wigo.
Let me see if I can capture it on my iPhone since I'm waiting for my fucking P950 to charge up. Let me see.
You know, if you're standing on the horizon and you had a powerful enough telescope, you could see your shadow on the moon.
They would say some stuff like that.
Of course they would. I should bait them into saying it.
Well, with enough refraction.
Later, guys.
All right, guys. All right, Kiwi.
Peace.
Good night.
Catch you on the flip side, man.
All right.
Take care.
Cool.
All right. W's in the chat. I'm sure it can be a lot for new people, but I like the QE experience.
Dude, Snackle, dude. Why would I unmute you, man? I can think of no good reason. You're going to sit here and try to fucking do your pseudo-intellectual nonsense, pretending you know fucking more than us about this subject. We can fucking say everything you're saying. I can just sit here and parrot back the whole fucking dogma, just like you. Just like reading the Bible, right? Fucking two fucking pious Christians can fucking repeat the Bible back. The problem isn't you being civil, dude. The problem is you're a fucking dumbass. You think claims are evidence. That's your problem.
Ooh, that's rough. That's rough.
I mean, anybody else want to deal with a fucking claim stacker? Watch a freaking stack claims higher than the Burj Khalifa, climb on top, and it says he can see farther.
He's bad enough in chat. Like, he can't even maintain a coherent, like, argument in chat. And it's like, I can just see your text and then quote it and be like, here's where you're wrong.
Yeah, your sources are people making the same claim that you claim. That's not a source. Sources are data. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh my God, the textbook says what I says. Here's my source. Textbook. That's like me fucking. It's like anybody can say anything anywhere, and then I can cite them.
Hey, what is their explanation to why a shadow turns colors? What is their actual fucking what is their position?
Yeah, peer-reviewed papers whose data don't fucking support your conclusion.
Klingon scattering.
How far across is the moon supposed to be? And they think that the Earth is curving that much in that many miles, yet we can disprove that when we take long distance observations. So that's kind of weird.
It's glad people are here. Then, in case they forgot about the eclipse, they can go watch.
Like, when did it just become like, I see a thing, so now, sticks and shadows, and we're orbiting the great attractor, and,
Do what?
Oh, it's just you just say you see a thing. I see a door that opens, and it's like when you go to another side, that's a whole other vibration of consciousness on the other side of it. Like when did it just become you just start saying shit and then it's like, oh, this is scientific. Let's write this down.
Yeah, probably when they started to try to control people, maybe. I don't know. Victor writes the history type of thing.
Yeah, well, the people would have fallen for it before that, so it's written because it's known to happen. It's a occurrence. The civilization itself, right? Structure of society, the different levels and echelons. Did you climb on the ladder that is the life?
Going deep, bro.
And you find the justice. I mean, well, these terminologies are referent to a very coherent and rational universe. which is just Earth, right? What is universe? What is Earth? What is sky? Right? And it's like you can hide behind ambiguity of language, but you know exactly what it all means because you have a reference to it and our objective reality that we share. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Hungry. I'm hungry right now. I'm eating. I'm eating and I'm still hungry. Type shit.
Just besides the question type shit.
What are you talking about? You're talking about psyche? Talking about perception?
Going deep, dude.
What are you talking about?
I don't know if he knows what he's talking about.
Oh shit, we getting called out. So having that's the risk of going too deep, bro.
I'm a hypnotist. That's what I do for work.
You didn't have to eat the cookie.
Really? Wait, is that
Yeah.
for real?
Can you do it over the phone?
Can you? Yes.
Yeah,
I was gonna
sure.
say.
Sure. Yep.
Oh,
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to go? All right. Ready? Who's doing it?
You can't just cast a spell over the whole chat, like.
No. I'll just do one on you. All right. You ready? All right. So just imagine. Just concentrate.
Well, somebody mute him. Somebody mute him. Mute him. Mute the snake oil salesman. Yeah, just mute this. Mute the snake oil salesman. He thinks he's a witch. Gonna put a spell. He's gonna say he's.
I'll do it then. I'll do it.
Yeah, and I put a spell out to anti-cast against his spell right now before he put his spell out. So you're all immune.
When I count to three. When I count to three,
you're all gonna be rich.
When I count to three, you will not be gay. Man. You've never been gay. 1, 2, 3. You're not gay.
There's a couple flippers. I can already see them.
I've never been gay from the beginning. What the hell, dude?
What's up? What's your response?
Well, it worked then, didn't it?
My response is I was never gay from the beginning, so.
There you go.
And I think everyone was never gay.
I literally said that.
So.
I said, on the count of three, you are not gay and you've never been gay. Fucking perfect, man. It's effective. Work.
You're born not gay, though, dude. It's a fact.
My shit works.
Did you just find this out like yesterday? Is this like a new concept for you?
Literally insists that he's not gay straight away, man. Fucking powerful.
I'm not convinced by you. I'm not convinced this is your position. You seem to be like
it's a natural law. When you're born,
marionetting it.
You have to convince. You have to convince yourself that you're gay. It's you're not born ever gay. It's always when you get old enough, you convince yourself. That's all it is.
That's a base red pill take. I fuck with that.
Spoken like a true gay man.
Spoken like a flat earther.
What?
I'm just feeding the troll. I know.
Sounds like
that's a great.
All right. Well, clearly being gay is just case in point.
Makes you robot.
I'll tell you who's gay. The Globers are gay for the globe.
They love their balls.
How much more likely do you think it is that you have a psychiatric diagnosis if you also identify as a flat earther? I'd say that's probably like 55% higher.
Yeah, good thing you're not qualified to make psychiatric evaluations.
Actually, and qualified today.
So where in the diagnostic and statistical manual of psychiatric disorders is belief in flat Earth?
I didn't say there was. What was the question?
Yeah, that's not. You're just making up shit.
What was the question I asked?
Well, if you believe in
what is the probability?
then you would need
Zero because
to the numbers.
The probability is zero because flat Earth is not a psychiatric disorder.
But what was the question I asked?
That's not what he said, though.
Yeah, you said what is the probability of someone identifying a flat earther has a mental disorder?
Well, he said the chances are high.
So why would the DSM need to list flat Earth?
Because if the diagnostic and statistical manual mental disorders in flat Earth would be a correlation between those mental disorders.
Yeah, right. So why did you ask me?
Yeah, I'm asking where it is in there.
The DSM doesn't classify.
Yeah, because it's not in there. It's not correlated to mental disorders. Yeah, so why are you talking?
The question I asked, right? The question I asked is, what do you guys think, right? The probability of having a diagnosis,
Zero,
right? That is in the DSM is associated with flat Earth. Now that has nothing to do, or it doesn't.
You just say zero.
Necessitate.
Zero.
That doesn't necessitate.
Zero is just ridiculous an answer.
Zero.
Yeah. That obviously doesn't necessitate or even imply that flat Earth would be listed in the DSM.
Instead of using the word correlate, you said associate, as if somehow your semantic game is going to make that distinction without a difference.
It doesn't matter. Look,
yeah, that's right. There's no correlation because if there was, it would be in the diagnostic and statistical manual of psychiatric disorders. The probability is fucking zero. It's zero.
Okay,
do you realize how ridiculous you sound by saying zero?
Do you think there's a correlation between people that dress up as furries and mental illness?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay. Do you think that there's association between? What do you think is what is a red flag for mental illness? Do you think every red flag? Or,
this line of questioning.
Paranoia is one of them.
Get the fuck out.
I got a good one. This is a technical one, too. Claiming that you cannot trust your own eyes without having a logical reason to do so.
Here's one. The Earth looking flat is not evidence of it being flat.
Yeah, just because the Earth is flat doesn't mean that your argument is correct.
So, I was about to unmute him.
Ooh. Wouldn't it look flat?
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be stupid to say the Earth looks flat and that's evidence of it being curved?
Well, if it looks flat, then yeah, if it's evidence of it being curved. But I'm saying if it's
if it looks flat, that's evidence of it being curved. Really?
I didn't say that's evidence of it being curved.
Oh, okay.
I said that wouldn't be evidence of it being curved. I'm saying if it's as big as they say it is, correct, then it would look flat. That's my point.
Yes, looking flat on its own is not evidence of it being curved, and it is evidence of it being flat.
No, it's not.
It's not evidence of it being flat. What's it evidence of?
Neither.
So listen, I'm going to post the video. What would it be evidence of then?
Because evidence would be what's expected, and since it's expected on both.
So listen, when you look at the moon, it looks like a circle. Is that evidence of it looking like a circle?
That's evidence of it looking like a circle, yeah.
Yeah, looking like.
But it's not evidence that it is a circular form.
Well, it can't be like a very small part of evidence, I guess.
Small, but
yeah,
it is a piece of evidence, right?
I guess.
I'm not saying proof. I'm just saying evidence, right?
Well, yeah.
So looking flat is evidence that it is flat, because if it was flat, what else would it fucking look like?
Well, yeah, but if it was a sphere and it was that big, it would also look flat.
Yes, cool.
It's so big, it looks flat.
But there's no two-dimensional. There's no size of flatness where it would look like a sphere.
Well,
right?
Well, no shit.
Blue.
Okay, then. So looking flat is only evidence of it being flat. And it could also be a sphere, but it's not evidence and can never be evidence of it being curved.
No, it can't be. It is no evidence of it being a sphere. It would drop off. It wouldn't rise to eye level like it does. That wouldn't happen if it were a sphere of any size. That would never happen.
What do you mean by rise to eye level? Does it make any sense?
Oh shit! And I fell all the way down.
If we bring down the scale and I was like 2 inches tall on the basketball and I raised up on the basketball, I would see the curve of the basketball, right? But if I was
when you went up
tiny and on the top of the basketball, it would seem flat.
Wow.
That doesn't happen in reality. It rises to eye level in reality. So there's no drop off, no curve drop off. That doesn't happen. We don't see that in reality.
Yeah. I mean, you can say you've never seen it happen, but like that doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
It goes back.
Well, how do you know it? No one has.
It goes back to there's no horizontal lines on a sphere. That's what it comes down to.
See, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire
life. You're retarded then, because you're fucking stupid and you can't understand.
Okay, look up. Do me a favor. Just real quick. Do me a favor. Look up triangular geometry, spherical geometry.
How about you look up? How about you look up? Is there horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere? You dumb shit.
Yeah, shit.
And then when you come
can
to
you measure angles on a sphere?
And when you come to the conclusion,
spherical trigonometry.
You're a fucking idiot. So now we're back to
just
fucking
saying random fucking words you don't understand, dude. You don't know shit about spherical trigonometry. You don't know shit about spherical trigonometry. You're a poser, dude. Don't even try it.
Does spherical trigonometry put a straight line on the surface of a sphere, you dumb shit?
No, it measures angles on the surface of a sphere.
So hold on. No, that's not what I asked.
No, it doesn't. It measures angles from the center of a sphere.
You can measure angles on the surface of a sphere. You
measure from the center of the sphere. You measure. The angles are calculated using the law. Using the spherical law of sines from the center of the sphere, dude. It's not done on the surface. It's done in the center. And projected onto the surface.
That's how stupid he is. He doesn't understand that.
So tell me. So tell me.
As big as it is. Well, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so tell us this.
Okay, go ahead.
Pokerpine asked you. How do you have a horizontal line on the sphere? How do you even express a straight line in spherical geometry?
Line on a sphere?
How do you even express
a sphere is large enough? You can draw a straight line on it. It's not that hard.
Oh, really?
Elbow, you're hot micing.
Oh yeah, elbow. I thought he was talking. Fuck, I didn't realize he was talking.
He's hot micing.
So if a sphere it means it's equidistant from the center in the Fieldsig equation, x squared plus y squared plus z squared, how can you have a line on the surface of a sphere? Because a straight line can't possibly have that property.
Okay. I feel, if you have a big enough sphere, you're telling me you can't place a triangle on it and it would lay flat on the sphere.
I said a line, straight line. It's not expressible.
Yes, a triangle has a flat, straight line on the bottom of it. So if I take a small enough triangle and put it on a big enough sphere, you're telling me it won't be level.
What? You're just mixing and matching words, dude. Like, where did level come from?
You're trying to say you can't have a straight line on a sphere.
You can never have that on a sphere, you dumb shit.
It's literally an axiom of spherical geometry. There's no straight lines.
If you zoom in far enough into a sphere, you might have like an angle that's like
that'll become a dot. That would become a dot. That would.
You mean you can approximate? Is that what you mean to say? You can approximate a straight line?
Well, on a sphere, it would never be, I guess, truly straight, but it would be so straight that you might as well just call it.
You're a fucking idiot, dude. You're stupid. If you took, I don't care what fucking size level you want to put in a big ass sphere, it's still not going to be horizontal to the sphere because let's say 1/8 inch away from the center where the level touches the fucking sphere, it's already no longer horizontal. It's no longer straight because the sphere is dropping away from its position.
Like I said earlier, if you raise that level up, it would immediately drop away from you like the horizon doesn't do. It rises.
It does
to
do
eye
that.
level.
You just don't understand scale. You're not going up high enough.
Yeah.
You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. He's so dumb.
You're not going up high enough. You want to see a drop, you got to go up way higher.
You're an
than wherever
idiot,
you're
bro.
trying to go up.
Are there horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere? Yes or no?
Well, yeah.
You're fucking stupid.
Can you tell us how high? Can you tell us how high we have to go?
How high you have to go?
Yeah, to see this drop.
I don't fucking know. Let's probably like.
What do you think the drop is? What do you think the drop is at 128,000 feet?
What do I think the drop is? I don't know. You go ahead and tell me.
6 degrees.
Shit,
From
I thought
eye
we were
level.
talking about. I thought we were talking about math.
You could fit 12 suns in there.
You can fit 12 suns.
Yeah, that's right. Because the sun is half a degree, and the drop in the horizon dip on the 3,959 mile ball radius from 120,000 feet is 6 degrees. So that means you can fit 12 suns in that in the space between the horizon and your eye level. That's how much it should drop. A lot.
Okay.
And Felix Baumgartner did his balloon jump. And you know what didn't happen? There was no horizon drop.
Well, I need to what balloon drop are you talking
Well, he did a 128,000 foot skydive.
Well, you see, I would trust the math, but I don't know if from you I would directly trust the math.
Oh, you couldn't check my math?
I'll say I will check your math. I'm just like at work, so I'm probably not going to be able to do it right now, but I can check your math.
I mean, what math are you going to check?
I mean, you didn't know about properties of spheres. You didn't know about spherical trigonometry.
Confirm if he's saying it should.
Well, I just think it's funny. Well, I just think it's funny that you don't trust my math when you don't even know anything. Like, you didn't know how spherical trigonometry works. You didn't know that fucking that straight lines are impossible on a sphere. You didn't know it was actually in spherical geometry. Okay. You tried to wax poetic about how we're stupid, and now you're questioning my math ability. That's ironic.
Well, I'm going to confirm the numbers. You don't? Isn't that what you guys are about?
That's fine. I'll post it in the chat, dude. It's not a problem. They with all the formulas and all the shit, dude.
Well, that would actually be remarkable if he actually does have some kind of formula.
He won't.
Do something.
No, Indio's going to post it. Evolved will not post shit.
This would be a simple question. So wouldn't it be simple for like a flat earther to try to be like, I don't know, like an astronaut or something?
Yeah, I'm in space and time right now.
For a job that don't exist. Yeah, okay.
You know what? Gravity, my guy.
Try to be an astronaut, and then
let's try to clear this up as fast as we can. Hey, buddy, do you believe that we believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space?
No.
Well, then why would you ask that silly ass question?
I don't even know if you believe it, because if you become an astronaut and go into space, that proves that and you see the Earth as a sphere. Boom, that answers the question.
Okay, so does everyone that applies to be an astronaut go to space?
Not everyone.
Okay, so how many people have been to space? How many people have been to space and seen Earth as a sphere?
I'm actually not sure.
28.
I can Google it real quick. How many?
It's 28. 28.
28?
Only 28 have been far enough away from the Earth to even claim they saw the Earth as a sphere. People that go to the ISS only see
I find it funny that none of you
zero. He always says that shit.
You don't even try to go to space.
So from the ISS, you would listen real closely. From the ISS, you would only see 3% of the Earth. So you're not going to see the Earth as a sphere from there. So 28 people. So you think you're going to be one of the people that goes back to the moon? Some flat earther. And we're still flying NASA.
You look out.
It's not high enough. I just told you that. Are you deaf?
Well, you're in space. You can see around you the vacuum of space. Look down. There's Earth. You're going to be orbiting it.
250 miles, dude.
Well, you're going to be orbiting it, going around, so you can figure. You can figure out that.
How could you tell that? How could you tell that?
You can look. What do you mean? How could you tell that?
Yeah, how could you tell that? You're not going to see a ball from the ISS.
You can see the whole thing.
Are you dense, dude? You're not going to see a ball from the ISS. It's not high enough. I know they show pictures of it looking like a ball. That's how we
So
know they're fake.
go to the 20
Because we can
okay.
listen. We can do the math and say, hey, from the altitude they say it is, as the Earth is big as they say it is, would it look like this? The answer is no. It wouldn't look like that. There'd be no curved horizon. It wouldn't look like a ball because they would only see 3% of the Earth. Okay, it's really simple.
24/7 live stream footage. There's no curvature there.
It doesn't matter. It's impossible. Are you deaf, dude? Are you like seriously deaf? It's impossible because we can do the math and make a. Listen, we can model what you would see. We can, dude. We can model what you would see, dude. So it's very simple. They claim the Earth is a 3,959 mile radius. Get the surface area of a sphere. Okay, now get the formula for what's the size of the fucking. What's the distance to the horizon? Okay, now you have another line. That's the circle you're going to see. You can calculate the area of that circle. Your distance to the horizon is your radius. Calculate the area of that circle. Subtract one from the other, and then you, or not subtract, get a percentage of what one is from the other. It's 3%. You're not going to see the Earth as a ball seeing only 3% of its surface. Yeah, I know they show. I know it's hard to believe. They show pictures of a curved Earth. How is it impossible?
Well, I'm saying
I saw the pictures.
Wait a second. Plus, your cameras only have a 180 by 240 kilometer view.
I know it's even worse. I know it only gets worse, dude. They show pictures of hurricanes taking up fucking a whole fucking hemisphere, dude. When if you actually look at like the weather photo, the weather radar, they're only fucking like 200 miles across. I'm sorry, dude, to bust your bubble. That shit's fake. And you're asking us if we want to be astronauts. What? I don't. Sorry, I don't want to go take scuba diving.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying you got to at least. I don't know why no flat earther has like tried and like go through the process.
Why would we?
You're still
show like it's a scam.
Line of bullshit.
We.
You got to show it's a scam. You know.
They were just
certified.
How would we show it's a scam? They're going to hire a flat earther and bring them into NASA so that they can show it's a scam. Are you dumb, dude? Like, I'm wondering right now about your fucking level of discernment. Okay, look, you're not going to get hired for a job that don't exist.
I mean,
and they're going to say, "Look, we're not hiring right now," and you're going to go, "God damn." It's a scam. They wouldn't hire me into NASA and make me a fucking astronaut. I'm telling everybody, I'm a flat earther and NASA wouldn't hire me. And everyone's going to go, yeah, why are you surprised? What do you think, they're going to publish it in the New York Times? The fuck you even talking about, dude?
Well, no, you just like not trying to go through the process.
The process
I feel
of
like
what?
just seeing it with your own two eyes would be like, I would at least want to try to do that.
I don't believe that could happen. Why would I waste my time?
Well, you shouldn't believe it can't happen.
Why should I believe it? Why should I believe it can happen?
What do you mean? Why should
I believe that I can go to NASA, apply for a job, they're going to stick me on a Roman candle, and then I'm going to see a ball Earth? Why should I believe that?
Why should you? The same reason you would believe that other jobs exist?
No, this isn't like other jobs. This is 600 people over. This is 600 people over a period of 80 years. It isn't like other jobs.
What do you mean it's not like that other jobs exist?
600 people
you know that
over a period of 80 years. How many astronauts do you know?
In my life? Like probably like none?
Yeah, none. How about people you know? Do they know any astronauts?
I'm not sure. I never really asked.
Yeah. The answer is no. And then people that they know either. We can probably go 6 degrees of separation. 600 people over a period of 80 years. That is a vanishingly small amount of the human population, right?
Well, yeah, of course.
And you're
6
saying,
billion
why
people.
do I believe the job exists? Because I have no evidence it exists. Other than someone got on TV and said, "Hi, I'm an astronaut. Believe my words."
Well, I mean, okay. If you don't think that's good,
Why should I? Give me one good reason.
Well, is there any better criterion for any other job besides like the amount of people who work for it? Like,
what does that mean? They're not astronauts.
No, you're saying like I'm trying to like. Well, you're saying it doesn't exist.
No, the job of astronaut doesn't exist.
I'm saying, how do you know it exists? Doesn't exist.
I have no evidence it does exist. You understand? Because they claim to go to a place that's impossible. Because they claim to go to a place that can't exist, dude. What are you not understanding?
If I
They
may,
show pictures of what can't. They show images of things that can't exist. Yeah, outer space vacuum can't exist, man. Outer space vacuum. Because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Why is it a thermodynamics violation?
Because we have gas pressure here, and there's supposed to be a near infinite vacuum there. And that's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Why?
Because high pressure goes to low pressure, always.
Sorry, I think what India was trying to communicate to you as far as space travel as well is, at this point, with 8 billion people on the planet, there should be a few million people that have gone to space, not a handful, like he was stating.
Well, here's what I gotta say about that. Don't you think it's a little dangerous to take a rocket and put it around the planet, and then like something goes wrong?
You're the one telling us. Now you say go apply to NASA and go do something that might get you killed. Like, dude, shut up, dude.
I'm saying, those are trained professionals. You're talking about just taking people and putting them in space. You can see why that's dangerous to just take random people and put them in space.
Why? Why is that dangerous?
What? Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, space is dangerous.
They have to cancel rockets because they might blow up midair.
Linda, calm down. They put people on tubes that fly through the air every day as well. That's dangerous too, right? So
yeah, rockets are more dangerous.
Let's try a different approach here to help him understand the absurdity of this. How would you feel? What would your response be if I said to you, "Hey, buddy, why don't you try taking a spaceship to Narnia? Like, why don't you go there?"
Because Narnia? Well, here's the thing. We kind of have like a consensus that like Narnia doesn't exist. And like most people would be pretty irrational to suggest such a place.
You messed up. You just revealed how you determine what the truth is. You just revealed how you determine what the truth is. What is the consensus belief? I believe what everybody else is believing. Congratulations, you're a fucking intellectual. Yeah, when you said consensus is why we don't believe in Narnia.
First, he was appealing to math, and he got all fucked up, and then he got wrecked, and he tried.
You said it's a consensus belief that Narnia doesn't exist.
Yeah. Of human verbatim. Rational of what we've determined to be real.
What does consensus belief do? Nothing.
What does consensus belief do?
Nothing. Does not determine the truth of a matter.
Yeah, I didn't say that's the only thing that determines the truth of the matter.
It has no bearing on the truth of the matter. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Not even one iota.
Like ever? Under any circumstance?
Ever. Well, if your claim is about whether there's a consensus or not.
So, like, how about like a consensus of doctors?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't determine the truth of the matter.
You want to
claim is this drug fucking stops cancer. Doesn't matter how many fucking doctors say it. Doesn't matter how many people say it. That does not determine the truth of the matter. We don't sum the amount of people that believe something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not how we determine what the truth is.
To give an example,
I'm not saying the amount of people matter. I never said the amount of people matter.
To give an example, once upon
That's what a consensus is. It's a summation of amount of people, dude. Consensus is a statement about human belief. It is not a statement about the subject.
To give an example, once upon a time, all the doctors thought if you suck the blood out of a person, it will heal them from their disease. And that was a consensus. And then we learned they're fucking idiots. And now we learned that you're an idiot. Congrats.
I mean, all right.
You see with the Narnia example, like, since you don't believe in Narnia, you can understand how that's it sounds like a silly question for me to ask you that. But just like how that sounds like a silly question for me to ask you, it's equally silly for you to ask us, why don't you go to the back of space? In real life, would you agree that
we don't really have like a large sum of people saying they went to Narnia? Like, here's the picture of Narnia.
It doesn't have anything to do with the point. Wait, buddy, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Like, it's the same concept. Like, you're asking us why we don't go to a place that we don't believe exists. Do you see how that's absurd?
And 600 people out of 9 billion is not a large sum of people. It's literally statistically insignificant. While I said that, 600 people slipped and died in the bathtub. Okay?
Like every month.
I was talking worldwide.
Yeah, like probably every month.
Probably every fucking second, dude. Like 9 billion
Perhaps.
people. A lot of shit's going on.
AKA insignificant.
Does high pressure move to low pressure every time developed?
Does high pressure? Well, yeah, unless you have like some sort of force keeping it contained. Yes.
Can you show us where that's in the physics textbook?
But that's into a physics
The
textbook?
molecular kinetic theory of gases. Can you show us where that is? Where they have a force as a container?
Well, container and I'm not really like in physics. I'm pretty sure the definition of container isn't like a literal physical barrier.
Can you get us the
So like
physics
gravity, you
definition of
could count that
container
as a
then?
container.
Yeah, can you get us the physics definition of container then?
Sure. Hold on.
The force, like in Star Wars, does physics say that?
He's better off giving a definition of gas pressure. That'd be more direct.
Yeah, but he's going to invoke container with that, and he's going to say, well, there's a physicsy definition of container that's special, and it doesn't mean container.
Yeah, but if he gets the definition of gas container, he's gonna gas pressure, he's gonna get container, right?
It's not a container, but you can think of it as a container.
Would you accept Wiki?
Well, Wiki will just be deferring to something else. So who are they?
Base is so dangerous, they put all the critical infrastructure on the ISS on the outside.
Hey guys, go outside right now. Go look at the moon.
The only thing they put on the inside are the cables that can strangle you.
Okay.
Well, what I've got is more about volume, but it sure does mention containers a lot.
That guy ran away.
Being a closed surface.
Oh, hold on, I'm at work.
Oh no, the guy who yelled, "Look at the moon." The moon's red, therefore the Earth is curved. Really?
Yeah, kind of. You know, that's kind of not a very good argument.
Yeah, I got a really good picture with just my iPhone. Caught the red tint.
He
I
didn't
got some
run
detail
away.
in it. Look at it. It's crazy.
The Hoopy Fruit guy who said that, he's still here.
Oh, okay. They were doing that earlier. They were bombing in like, lunar eclipse and then disconnecting.
Well, they said a word. I guess we have to shut it all down.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. You're like, okay, now what? What's step 2?
I guess that's all free.
They're not coming in clear on the camera, but it looks good. It's almost fully covered.
So we're currently waiting for a physics definition of container.
Yeah, I was told there's a physical Earth is physical. So I was told that there was an obstruction of light that was casted on the shadow, and I'm just seeing the moon. It's just red tinted. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Containers are physical, but apparently in physics, if something is to be physically contained, you have something other than a container for a container.
Forces that contain something is not a container. I guess. They contain without containing.
Use the force. That's what physics says.
Well, like I posted there, it would have to be
Like
defining
gravity
a
would be a container.
volume, right? It'd have to be defining a volume.
Which
Well,
I
the
think would
globe.
be defined by the walls and the containment of the volume.
I was going to say that this religion of the globe is pointing to this apparition that's in the sky as some sort of faithful doctrine of its predictable capabilities. And I think that's diabolical. And it's like you don't need to, believe in sort of what the internet like atheists believe in to like accept that like, hey, the moon is red tonight. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's the same crap. It's the same
It's called
crap
predictions. I don't really know why that's irrational.
Christopher Columbus did when he was like going to get kicked out, and he's like, "Oh, there's an eclipse happening. I'll tell all the natives that if the sun will turn red if your god wants me to to be here or something." I don't remember the exact story. Yeah, it's really diabolical. It's like trying to smoke and mirrors, deflection. Look at the sky and then tell you.
That's how the scientific process is done through prediction.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, you look at it and you declare something.
That's the scientific process. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're fucking doomed.
Yes, hypothesis, prediction, result. That's you have a hypothesis, you make a prediction. You confirm.
What was the hypothesis?
I'm just saying hypothetically, as the method, you make a hypothesis.
Hypothetically, there was a hypothesis.
Phenomenon.
Hypothetically, scientific method.
I'm just explaining the process. I'm explaining I'm just the process of science. The hypothesis.
No, you're not.
Prediction.
Okay, well, what are you
You're
going to be making a
describing
prediction about, though? What are you going to predict?
Experiment. No experiment.
Well, what's he going to predict? What's the hypothesis? What sort of prediction?
For what? Can you give me like a
hypothesis? What kind of thing are you predicting? Making a prediction about?
Well, a hypothesis can be you just like observe a phenomenon and you make up an explanation for the phenomenon.
No.
And then you make predictions based on the phenomenon.
No, you suppose a cause for the phenomenon.
Yeah, same. I mean, isn't that what I just said?
Yeah, but then you're going to have to vary and manipulate the cause you supposed. So how do you apply that to an eclipse?
You don't need to directly manipulate
the
cause. It's called indirect observation. You know what that is?
No, it's not just looking at something. You actually have to intervene and manipulate. You have to control for confounding variables and manipulate the one that you're supposed to be the cause. Now, how do you do that with the sky or an eclipse?
Well, you would make predictions that you would expect if the hypothesis is true.
Okay, well, give me a coherent scientific hypothesis for an eclipse, then.
For an eclipse?
Wasn't that what you just said is science?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Let me think.
Yeah.
If the heliocentrism is true and the orbits are as they say they are,
no,
then we should get a shadow on the moon when the sun, the moon, and the Earth are in between.
No. What's your dependent independent variable?
What's the what?
All right, never mind.
I didn't hear what you said.
What are the dependent independent variables? Let's just break this down because we're getting lost in the sauce.
I guess the dependent variable would be the movement of the celestial bodies.
Okay, so now we're not really using the eclipse as the phenomenon anymore.
Well, the eclipse is caused by the movement of the celestial bodies.
Oh, so movement of celestial bodies will be independent variable.
And then, all right, there you go.
So you're going to vary and manipulate the movement of celestial bodies to test whether that's caused.
I never heard where you have to actually manipulate it. You just have to predict the effects, and that's probabilistic evidence for your hypothesis.
Got to vary and manipulate what you're supposed to be the cause, or else how are you supposed to know what the cause is?
Well, you don't. I don't think even in science they never claim to know what 100% can't be wrong what the cause is. That's why it's probabilistic, not exact.
So it's just a cool story with the label science stamped on it.
I missed did you cut out? I missed kind of some of that.
Because you're basically just telling me, well, it's probably this, and then just calling that a
That's
scientific.
literally for example, that's literally all of science. Since you can't
No, it's not,
prove
dude.
with 100, you can't prove
it's
with
not.
a million, 1,000% that, for example, that it's not just secret fairies that are invisible that you can't see.
Well, you can vary and manipulate what you're supposed to be the cause and demonstrate whether or not it does have a causal effect.
Even if you do that, you still can't debunk the fact that you can be just being deranged by aliens messing with you. Therefore, it's not 100%.
Okay, all right. So you're telling me that you can't know it all, basically. So you're just basically spitballing and saying, I think it's probably this, and so you just have a story.
I don't define knowledge as 100%. I define knowledge as probabilistic knowledge.
You just have a story that you're calling science, dude.
No, it's called probabilistic knowledge.
Yeah, no, it's a fancy word salad that you made up for.
You know what fallibilism is?
Probable improbabilism. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You're just telling me it's probably this.
Yeah, it's probably
that's it. To do so.
Well, I mean, if you want to call it word salad, it's probably this. Is kind of like the best humans got.
You're dressing it up, dude. You're just telling me it's probably this. Why is it probably this?
Well, it's probably this. Well, if we use the probably this, and then we use the probably this to make technology and stuff, then I'd say we're pretty good.
He thinks putting more jelly beans in guessing the number of jelly bean jar, putting more numbers in makes for a more probable outcome for he to guess the right.
So what celestial cycles were used to make technologies? Why are you conflating those together?
Well, maybe not the celestial cycles, but you could argue that
somebody has a story about eclipses. What?
No, I'm saying that in that example, it would just be space. The research within space would be our technological advancements.
Oh my God. Research within space. So a vacuum in the sky next to a ball of gas that you're breathing.
Make it direct. Gravity holds the gas there. I don't really know what that's.
Wasn't that what this was supposed to be about anyway? Is you demonstrating something to do with gas being contained by something other than a physical container?
Well, I mean, if you define gravity, which contains the gas on the planet, as a container, then
really,
there you go.
That's a cause and effect, right? So is there a scientific experiment for that?
Is there a scientific experiment for that?
Well, you just made a cause and effect claim, so that
I don't know. You mean you can
method apply there?
Look it up. I'm not sure.
It's your claim. It's your claim. Why would I do that?
Crazy. Sorry to interrupt.
I was muted.
So you want the experiment that proves that gravity is holding the atmosphere?
Oh, you said it. Yeah. So why not? Yeah.
So you need an experiment that proves gravity?
No, dude. That proves that gravity, whatever that is, it contains gas.
Contains gas.
Well, that's what you said. Just wondering if you can validate your claim. That's all.
Yeah, it creates a volume.
What was that?
It creates a volume. Gravity.
Create a volume.
Yeah, you don't need a container or the walls thereof. You can just use gravity to make a volume that's going to limit the expansion of gas. It's only going to go so far because gravity's containing it. It's going to stop and turn around because gravity.
It's not stopping and turning around. It's based on mass, but not stopping and turning around.
Gravity's not actually changing the vector of gas at any point.
It's not it's like telling it depends on the mass of the gas.
Well, does it change the vector of gas or not, dude?
I don't think so.
Just the gas. Okay, well then gravity's not doing shit to contain it.
Oh, all it's doing is keeping it basic on the surface of the Earth, technically, or the orbit of the
it's
Earth.
going to expand so far and then turn around because gravity is containing it, right?
It's just like the resting position based on its mass.
Okay, well, the gas is always going to be expanding until it collides with something.
So the less mass the gas has, the further up away from the surface it will rest.
And why won't it keep going?
It's not resting, dude. It's
Some of it
constantly in
does keep
motion.
going.
It's just going to
Not
keep
all of
going
it
until
would
it collides with something, then it's going to turn around, change vector.
It doesn't keep going because it still has mass and it's still close enough to the Earth. So it's still
So
going.
it's changing direction then, because gas particles are constantly in motion, right?
I guess. If you want to call that.
Yeah, that's what's going on. The gas is going to expand until it collides with other gas or the walls of a container or some sort of surface. But you're saying that you could substitute the walls of the container with gravity. So then gravity would have to be affecting the direction of the gas.
Well, it's fighting against like the force the gas would be pushing up. So that would be where your pressure would come from. Kind of.
Fighting against the force of what? Sorry?
It sounds like you've never thought about this.
So you have the force of the gas trying to push up away from the Earth, and then you have the force of gravity pushing it down.
Okay, so the gravity is yeah, right. So you're telling me that gravity is changing its vector.
I guess, yeah.
All right. All right. Well, is there an experiment that shows it?
I mean, specifically, I'm not really aware.
So it's just a claim.
Well, for now, yes.
Okay.
I will admit that right now, as of right now, yes, it is just a claim.
Just a claim. Okay.
As of right now, yes.
Got it.
What's the claim?
Well, he said that gravity, he didn't define gravity, but he said whatever it is.
Gravity is basically just what happens when mass bends space-time, and then it causes mass.
Okay, where can I see this? Can you just show it to me? Can you show me where I'm supposed to be measuring? I can probably measure it if you can show me what you're talking about.
Measure? Like what? Like what do you mean?
Whatever it is you're talking about, I have no idea.
Gravity?
Yeah, start there.
You want like the acceleration?
I start wherever you want. This is your question of your skill issue.
I don't know what you're asking.
This is your thing that you're saying. I'm not asking much of anything. I'm asking you to just tell me more about what you're talking about.
Oh well, he was saying like how can gas pressure be next to the vacuum?
No, about the gravity thing. We were on the train of thought. We already left there. We left that station. Okay. Already on the train. Yeah. So where can I see this gravity?
Where can you? You're not going to be able to see it with the naked eye. You're probably not going to see it.
Okay. Well, what can I see?
What I mean, the measurement of the acceleration, the 9.8 meters per second. Like,
okay, let's go from there. All right, this is your story that you're trying to paint for me.
Well, if you want to do, you can like look up how they like measure the bending of space time and like go through those experiments.
Oh, they bend
what basically be gravity.
These are your claims.
You think they bend space time?
Like I'm at work. I don't have time to sort through my phone for sources for you.
Right? So it wouldn't be up to us to support them, obviously.
Well, yeah, but I just find it funny that you can probably find the answer in like 10 minutes.
Well, have you done that before?
Have I done it?
Have you gone and found the answer before in 10 minutes?
In 10 minutes?
Yeah,
in certain
probably.
yeah,
what are you doing here? You could have already known your own question.
Yeah, so, have you done that before? I mean, you've been in here longer than 10 minutes. Why can't you just do it then if that's the case?
Are any of you guys
Well, I'm not the one. You're the one asking the question, not me.
Yeah, we're asking you if you can support your own claim, and you're trying to send us on a wild goose chase to do it for you.
Well, it's not a wild goose chase. It's just like,
how do you know that? Have you looked this up before? Do you know that the evidence that he's asking for is even there?
Yes, I know it's there.
Okay, well, why don't you just grab it then? I don't know it's there.
I mean, if you want
know where it is, then go get it.
I'm telling you. I'm currently in a work situation on my phone.
Well, it should just be something you look at. Like, hey, look at this butterfly. It's like flying in the sky. Oh, look at this balloon. It's just floating. Like, I mean, there should be something. They're all like, "Oh, look at this magnet! It's sticking to my refrigerator."
How do you know magnetism is causing the magnet to stick?
Yeah, but you're kind of making
it's labeled a
kind of
magnet.
making your burden ours right now by trying to send us to do your homework, right?
Well, you asked how can I measure it? You didn't ask for like show me right now how to measure it. And like here's how you can figure it out.
Was your claim you can measure the distortion of space time to see what effect that has? So we're just asking, where's that been done? And then you're like, I don't know, go find it.
I mean, right? I mean, you can find it on the. I don't know the exact thing.
You have the internet on your phone that you're talking on right now. You don't. It's not like a little computer that has a search engine that you.
I mean, you want me to look it up right now?
Yeah, and then you tell us it's really easy to find, but it's too hard for you to find it, even though you're the guy who said it.
I mean,
this is your whole belief system, and you need to go find a little linky on the internet to like convey this message to me. That is a weak, worldview that you have.
Like, we could
I
probably
find
point
it
you in
pathetic.
the right direction for what is claimed to be such, but we'll shoot it down in a heartbeat.
Super, super easy to find. If you're anybody but him.
Wait, hold on. Let's say I find the experiment. Aren't you just going to say, "Well, how do you know the experiment happened?" And
Well, now we're going to a second excuse.
No, I'm not asking you excuse. Let's say I come and
getting ahead of yourself, man.
How do you know they did the
Yeah, you're
experiment?
preemptively excusing yourself. You didn't provide any experiment.
All right, I'll look for it for you. No worries.
All right, thanks.
What experiments are you looking for?
The one where they measure the distortion on space-time to see like what that does to contain gas or something.
Yeah, so the water seeks flat.
I've never heard of such a thing.
It's a new one on me too. He said it was real easy to find though, but not for him. Impossible for him, but real easy for any of us to find.
It's so easy he couldn't just convey it to us like right then. It's his whole belief system, but hey, why should he know that?
Because they never look into it.
Why should he have to? That's really his real conundrum is like, why should I have to look into this foundation for my worldview? And it's like, huh?
It already has. It has to be. So why even look any further?
You can just tell us to look.
You think it's flat. You look for evidence of the globe.
Yeah, it's up to you. I don't have any evidence for this thing I believe. You don't believe it, so you should go find it.
The globe evidence was the friends that we made along the way. Which was none.
But only the real ones. Only the real ones. The other ones were just passerbys.
One like standing on a number.
It's ironic that what he's going to come back with is by a person who also stated that if your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, then he gives it no hope but to fall in the deepest pits of humiliation. Right?
Is that Popper? Did Popper say
No,
that?
I don't want to say it, and I don't want to give him the clue.
Okay. Right? You're giving him the search method.
Well, you think he's gonna find something and come present it?
I put in the chat just the name of the experiment.
Can you explain it?
Sick. All right, let's take a look.
I didn't really take it. I just read it.
He showed me up. He went with something else. Okay, cool.
Well, what time?
Well,
what chat did you post it in?
Said the Pound Replicas experiment.
Yeah, there it is.
Experiment, eh?
Do you know anything about it? Or do you just trust that
It was
whatever you said?
It was made to test the forming, or like Einstein's predictions. About it.
By doing what?
I can't hear you. Say that again.
By doing what?
By doing what?
Yeah.
Yeah, walk us through it, dude. Walk us through.
Well, I'm not. I don't know if I can really explain it in grave detail as much as you can just read it.
What was the dependent variable?
Yeah.
The dependent, bro. Just read the study.
That'll be, dude. Did you?
You can just read the experiment. No, I gave you the experiment. Why are you complaining? Just read the experiment.
Why didn't you read it?
You read it.
This is your argument, dude.
You asked for it. You said you would look at it.
Well, I mean,
I gave it to you to
why
look at
didn't
it.
you look at it?
Go look at it.
So how do you know this supports your case, even though you haven't looked at it?
How do I know I didn't look? What do you mean?
Well, you obviously didn't look at it.
I looked it up for a long time ago.
I want us to look at it, and I'm just wondering why I should waste my time.
You asked to look at something, so I gave you something to
I
look
don't
at.
see how you can know this supports your case because you obviously haven't looked at it.
Oh my god.
Well, it's a true story, isn't it? Can't tell us anything about it. Don't know anything about it. So how do you know it supports what you said earlier? Just elephant hurling? Just out here throwing shit at the wall?
Yeah, it's round, and then you just post an article and let everyone else read it. See, the article said it's round. I don't know why.
No, there would be like data in the experiment that like shows the whole process of it. You know.
Okay, is there?
It's not going to say it's round, and then there you go.
Okay, is there?
Is there what?
Is there data? And what does that data explain?
What does what does the data explain? I can't. I don't know if I really can do the full data for you.
Yourself, it makes you correct too.
Guy's hilarious.
My 15-year-old son does that when he's lying. He goes, what? It gives him time to think more about a retarded answer he's going to give me. And then I know what retarded shit's going to come out of his mouth.
I mean, there's no retarded shit. You can just read the experiment and come back.
But do you know what's in the experiment? Because you're the one posting the experiment. For all I know, it could just be just crap.
Well, yeah, so far, as much as I know about it, studies how gravity affects the frequency of light and its measurements.
In what way?
I'm not 100% sure.
Light have mass?
Does light have mass?
Yeah, because earlier you were saying, well, it has mass, therefore gravity, blah, blah, blah. And now you give us an example using something massless?
Something massless? I'm pretty sure light has a form of mass because it's energy.
Oh, dear.
Have, let's say.
Now I think I understand. I'm driving, so I couldn't work out.
Your planes, dude, or what? I'd give up if I were you at this point.
Okay, is he talking about the observation of like a planet or a star being in a different position, a suspected different position due to it like going past something? Like, is that what he's talking about? I'm driving. I can't like look at the experiment. But is that what you're talking about, dude? Like the perceived position of a star or something?
Not the perceived position. That would be like Einstein. Are you talking about like the prediction of the light bending around the sun, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I don't think
there's a term. It's pretty easy. It starts with a P.
Yeah, parallax, but it's more of
parallax.
It's more of it not being in the position that it's supposed to be in.
Yeah, it's not. It is where it is, but it's like, oh, it's not supposed to be here
Yeah.
due to some inaccuracies in the maps or
Well,
something. They were like, you always question what map do you use?
but
How
they say
accurate
that
is
they
it?
go, oh, gravity's affecting the light. But what if it's just distortion? There's light there, and it's kind of distorting the light that's smaller than it. And it's just distorting it from a little bit of a position. Because I think the maximum distortion was like 2 arc seconds or something like that. Something silly. If I'm correct.
Yeah, we got refraction
usually.
included. The maximum distance of the horizon would be 1.46. Another AI said 1.36.
Yeah,
So there's a variance of like 2.5, and it's like here we have
why are we
documentation of well exceeding this limitation.
I might have missed something. Did we need to go to the horizon?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I thought we were talking about other stuff.
He's talking about relativity and whatever, the effect of gravity on light.
Well, that is the event horizon, is it not? Like, I mean, this is the bending of time and space. Can you define the sky? Can you define Earth? And here we're looking at an ocean, right? So now we're having to get into this sort of like, pedantic maps. But ultimately, we just fly the airplane flat.
I was going to compliment you before on how sober you sounded, and now I'm not.
Well, I got put in a corner, so I'm sorry.
No, you're all right.
Yeah, and he took the chance to escape out the side door too. He's like, oh, okay, this guy's rambling crazy stuff. This is my exit.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I crushed him.
With the right.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
It is ultimately. I have statistics and data to back it up.
And an experiment.
That's true. Great, there goes our fun. Let's see what else is there. I guess we just have to wait.
Into the break, he ruined it.
There was one in the chat. He was going off, and he left with him too. These people are like in tandem, like riding tandem bikes. Just here, let's go. I'll back you up, and you troll here.
Well, we got the
Freak weirdos.
Bennett guy. We could maybe see if he's going to mic up.
Yeah. Let's see what his wife has to say through his voice vicariously. Like he's like a little sock puppet.
They got a joint account because someone cheated.
Come on, Ben. Tell us what Jen has to say. Yeah, am I supposed to look directly at the light from the blood red moon? Am I supposed to do that? Will that like hurt my eyes?
Yeah, that's funny.
So I had like some blood red moon like glasses to put on before I like looked at this sunlight that was like gleaming off of a mirror right into my eyeballs. Oh, the wavelength. I forgot.
Yeah, I'm getting
I didn't even think about
Observing the phenomenon of a red moon. Let's see. Supposed cause. Shadow planets.
It's a giant satellite, basically.
That's no moon. That's a space station.
Yeah, supposed cause. Space station. It's probably that. I'm going to say it's probabilistically that. I won't say probably. I'll use the variant probabilistically. Sounds more sciencey and smart like that. And then I can say that that's science, and that's all of science, and therefore I'm right.
Well, it's not always settled science. You know, that's the point of science is that it's never settled, right?
Whatever
Science
you
doesn't
say,
prove anything.
Most syllables possible. It will sound as intellectual and sciencey as possible. Probabilistically, dimmers on a space station turning it red. Because that's what the last science guy did, right? He just said it's probabilistically whatever he claimed it was. Didn't give us any reason why.
Well, if China could do it, they would put Huawei logo. Or if Apple could do it, if Steve Jobs, wherever you are, bro, get to the moon projectors technology and change the world. I won't be happy with another Apple product until the moon has a Apple logo eclipse, and we're going to call it the Eclipse Apple logo. So you won't need a phone anymore because we'll just put your information on the moon. And then that'll. Have you ever been to those things where they know where you're?
Come in and talk to Into the Break.
Matthew, how are you, Matt?
Hey, I'm doing well. I just came in from out in the cold, sat there watching the moon for the last half an hour or so.
Well, how are your eyes feeling?
Oh, they feel fine. I looked through a telescope.
That was a pretty. Oh wow, even like more pointed. You're not worried about like that like affecting your eyesight every time looking at these pointed lights, like because I mean it's sunlight refracting through a mirror. Reflecting, I mean, like a mirror.
Yeah, but if I look at my car
and it's red tinted, I don't know. What do you think the effect is? The red tint having is probably less harsh on your eyes than just looking at a full moon.
Well, it's a lot dimmer than a full.
It's way dimmer. Have you seen it yet? Have you gone out and looked?
Yeah, I posted pictures. You didn't see them?
Okay.
Beautiful.
No, I just got.
Yeah, I see the moon. I see the moon, and it's red tinted, and that's really cool.
Was it a Selenelian eclipse, or is that only happening in Australia?
Well, wherever the sun right now, wherever the moon is rising and the sun is setting, wherever that's happening, the Selenelian might be happening.
That will be here. Well, maybe in 2 hours.
Impossible.
It'll be over in like 45 minutes or so. The total eclipse.
Oh, we're not going to see it.
The partial will keep going for another hour, about.
Okay, maybe then. The porch at the front of my house faces east. The moon comes up over a mountain, so it might be the mountain might block the moonrise. Mountain? You guys might call it a hill. Here in Australia, we call it a mountain. This is fuck all of them.
The dirt mountain, you call it a mountain?
Yeah, it's like a dome. You might call it a pasture. We call them mountains. You know, we say pastor, like food pastor, and then the guy that runs a church is also a pastor.
Yeah, same thing in Australian. Same word.
Yeah, pastor. Yes. We don't bother changing the letters.
That's smart.
Lazy language.
Yeah, just keep it simple.
Car park. Everything's a car park. Wherever you park the car is a car park. The spot that you park in, that's a car park. Like a multi-level, what would you guys call it? A parking garage. We call that a car park too. So everything is a car park.
I just love that term, car park.
Yep. You park the car?
That's funny.
Yeah, we've got it backwards here. Parkways are where cars drive, and driveways are where you park your car.
What is a parkway? What's a parkway? Like a highway or something?
Yeah, well, it's just another word for, roadway, parkway, highway.
Oh, but it's like the name of something, like avenue or something, like right. John's Avenue. So it'd be like John's Parkway.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So it's all right.
I think maybe originally because it went by a park. I don't know.
Park. Yeah, that would make sense. You're in LA, aren't you, Matt?
Right, yeah, and it was rainy this morning, but then it cleared up enough for us to see the moon, so I'm happy.
Yeah, we got a bit of cloud cover. It's sunny, but there's a bit of cloud cover in the east. See what happens. Did you get affected by the fires at all?
No, they're like 20 miles from me, but I do have a colleague whose house burned down.
Sad. I know there wasn't a lot of insurance going around, was there?
Well, insurance was getting more and more expensive, so some people just didn't have it. But now you know why it's expensive.
It's like over 50% or something.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Can't afford to insure your biggest asset. Makes you almost go, fuck the car insurance, just put it all on the house insurance. A lot of places here won't get, depending on what area you live in, you won't be able to get fire insurance or flood insurance. A lot of places too. It's same places too. Where they have fires, they have floods. So get that.
Well, the bad thing is if there's fire that burns up a whole bunch of brush on a hillside, and then later the rains come and soak the hillside, and it just comes.
Get landslides.
Landslides, right?
Yeah. Lahars, really, that's crazy. You see those like you see in the Philippines and stuff like that. There's like rains for weeks, or there or Indonesia, and then just the side of this hill just turns into mud all of a sudden.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's crazy.
The thing about places where it rains all the time, like Seattle, is that they actually build the infrastructure to design for that, so they can handle it because they're just used to it, and all of the drains and everything just works. So the problem with LA is that it rains so infrequently that when we do get a big rain, then we discover all these drains are clogged.
Hey Matthew, you a flat earther yet?
I'm not.
Almost one day.
Well, I mean, I'm looking for good explanations for observations. So if you come up with a good explanation, I'm open to it.
Well, do you agree that like you can make a table flat?
Yes, you can make a table flat.
Okay, so you agree to locally flat.
Right.
Horizontal, like the context of the geometry. Horizontal is parallel to the horizon. Like you're okay with that locally.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Last night on McToon's show, he showed that one guy that always goes on TikTok. He's a surveyor, and he played the video of the guy setting up his total station, and he gets a measurement. But the thing that he doesn't tell you, this is where I fucking like cringe, is because in that total station, that number that pops up on their screen it has the baked in formula. So where if you look at a target, there's it's already baked in, and he even says how he had to add his correction. He even says it.
Yeah, you've got there's a button there's an actual button you can press on those total stations. You can actually turn it off. You can turn it on and off.
Right. So let's say.
So when you're building, when you're surveying land, you turn it on. But when you're building, in construction, you turn it off. Now, how does that make sense?
Right. So let's say in his video, he had it turned off and he got his angle, but on his paper, that's where he pencil whips the curvature and then comes back to the fucking, the stream of his recording and says, here's my findings. But the thing that I fucking laughed at is like these dumb fuck Globers can't grasp is that he pencil whipped the answer. And he literally says himself, here's where I shot and here's my corrections. And when he says corrections, that means he's formulated the angle to the radius, and then that's his conclusion, and that's how he gets a reciprocal zenith angle to be greater than 180. He even says it's like 1.8 or something like that you add to it purposely. And I'm just like, what the fuck? What's wrong with these people? And that's why
how else would they be able to? Right? Because any other time we look out through the Atmo, we're told that refraction is causing it to appear flat. So why would that be the case if we're also simultaneously seeing it curved and seeing everything tilt because of that curve? Which one is it? Can't be looking at a refracted globe appearing flat, but yet at the same time still seeing the curve make everything tilt. Like, fuck. Got to be sleight of hand.
Bob, you're in. Oh, sorry, mate.
Oh, nothing. I was just, rambling. Go ahead.
APOC, you're in construction, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was my career. Yeah, before I got injured.
The last 2 weeks, I've been setting up this. You know what a stormwater retention system is, right? With big barrel drains and then pits, so it retains the water before it goes into the like the mains, into the council kind of authorities water, so it doesn't back up so much during rains.
Yeah.
Now, this thing that we were setting up was over 2 kilometers long. So what's a mile? 1.7 kilometers or 1.6 kilometers? I think it's 1.6. So we were it was over a mile, right? And we had this fucking sick laser set up at one point at the top end. Now this drain had to fall 1 in 300, so 1 in 300 mils. So 1 millimeter in 300 mils. So over 30 meters was 100 millimeters to fall. It's fuck all, right? So by the time we get to the end of it, we've got this laser set up, and what you do, you set it on grade, and you keep how you do when you're digging with the machine. You just put the stick in the same position, and it gives you the same reading because it's already set on grade. So all you need to do, you just set it on 1 meter, and you just go for a mile. You just go 1 meter, and it's already on grade. Now over that mile, we should have been. It's not going to be 1 in 300 anymore because you got to add an extra 8 inches. You got to add an extra almost 30 centimeters, like 300 mil. Okay, that's a lot. So what they're giving us, I mean, we got these datum points down the road. So we measured from one to the other, and it's got height above sea level. Now we had this laser all the way down, and in between the points, there was no difference in measurement from the datum points. So like the laser just shot. We ended up leveling it out, and we shot it across these datum points and measured the difference between the datum points, and there was no. There was no correction for curvature. There was nothing. There was nothing there. It was just the actual readings that they were giving us, because this road was straight. It was straight. So the laser was just set up, and we leveled it back out after we finished and took these readings off these data points, and there was no nothing off the readings from sea level.
Yeah,
no change.
Yeah, and the only time that you're going to get that is when you pencil whip it, and you add that in, and that makes it curving from your position mathematically. But that's only because you're using a map that has a radius. But that's not the way it fucking works.
You got to put it on a geoid. Yeah.
That's why when I saw that he was at the Utah Salt Flats, I was like, that's exactly what I want to fucking do. But I want to show these fucking idiots. Yeah, if you look to a total station and you hit a mark, okay, don't fucking pencil whip it. Just let it be that fucking mark. And then he should have set up targets in between, because he shot over 1,000 feet away. He should have set up targets, and this is what I want to do. He should have set up targets in between to show how they will keep a horizontal line, but the only time that starts to curve is when he fucking pencil whips it. And that's the fucking point. So that's what I want to do. And later on this year, I want to fucking go over there and set up and go the whole 12 miles and fucking do it and show fucking people, like, and do a video of it and show them how, okay, you shoot from 1,000 feet away and you claim this fucking position. Well, what happens when you transfer that line, every fucking 250 feet? I guarantee you, it's not going to be the same fucking calculation that he calculated to be, and that's the whole point. And a lot of fucking Globers, they don't listen, bro. They don't fucking grasp that.
Yeah. What do you mean by targets, though? You're not going to set up a physical target. You're going to set up like a because it's going to show different, like through the lens.
No,
it's going to actually yeah.
You set up a reflector. That's the target, and then you measure the height of the target that it's at, and then you go back to your position and you shoot it, and then you're saying, okay, then I am aligned with my horizontal position from level, and then this dumb fuck on the fucking stream, he pencil whips it. He says, after my 5 shots, and then here's and he literally says it with my corrections. I want to say, like, what the fuck do you mean by corrections? Is that where you fucking added a fucking curve, you idiot? And that's what.
Why do you have to change what you actually measured?
well, yeah, exactly.
Fuck.
Like, why the fuck would you change it? That's what you fucking measured. That's what it's at. But this is why they get away with it, because they say, because I pencil whipped it, then it matches the curvature of the earth. No, you dumb fuck. You're matching a fucking calculated position when you fucking pencil whipped it. Now, he didn't get that at the beginning. That's not what he got. His end result is not what he got. His end result was when he made his corrections. And that's where I fucking throw in the fucking towel. I say, fucking, I'm done with these motherfuckers. They're too stupid to understand what they're talking about. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah. Sometimes I just go, sometimes I just go, when I listen, because I listen a lot on YouTube. Like I've been listening a lot, especially over the last few months, because I've been off Discord. And like I listen and I just go, oh my God, sometimes it's not even worth arguing. Like you just go, you don't even realize what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking nuts. And then when these dumb fuck Globers come in and they're like, it proves a globe because the numbers match. It's like, okay, what numbers?
Of course the numbers match. You made them match.
Exactly, because you fucking pencil whipped it. When you pencil whip it to the fucking a curve that isn't there, because he fucking physically measures something. Okay, that's where it's at. Guess what? That doesn't match to a curve. But when he fucking adds his fucking formula, it does match a curve. So what's reality? What you're actually looking at, or what you calculated on a formula to make it that? That's the fucking point, dude. And these fucking idiots cannot fucking understand that. And it pisses me off with all fucking the highest degree, bro. I get so frustrated. Like my blood fucking pressure raises how fucking moronic these guys are. And they don't get it. They're bullshit reciprocal zenith angles. Get the fuck out of here. That only exists when you fucking add a calculation to it. Get the fuck out of here. All these dumb fucks need to fucking understand that. Pissing me off, dude. That's why I told you about my buddy / boss. He fucking transferred a line fucking over 4,000 feet and it didn't match up to the NGS disc. Yes, because it's not fucking curving. And then the fucking surveyor that came out, oh, my bad, I forgot to account for curvature. And then he fucking made it work. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot to press the button. The curve button.
Exactly. Oopsies. My bad. Fucking morons.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says, "You're fired."
They can't grasp horizontal lines will never fucking curve. They cannot fucking grasp that. And they're stupid at that fucking point. It's like talking to a fucking retard.
I don't know if they're stupid. Look, it's like it's if you've never actually heard of it, it's a very niche subject, right? So if you've never heard this subject, I'm talking about the new people that come in, not those regulars. Yeah, I know you're talking about the regulars when they say this stupid, but like these, like I think new people have to be treated a little bit differently. Like if they're just coming into this conversation, I'm not sure about all this yelling and screaming at them does any good. It's kind of counterintuitive. It's not. I don't think it's the way to do it. But if they get a chance to go away and look at things and still come back and still say stupid shit, then it's a time to go. Okay, well you're not listening, so obviously you've got some, cognitive kind of impairment.
I just feel sometimes it's like you're telling them you're calling it a car, but it's a tree. And they're like, no, but it is a tree. And you're like, no, dumb fuck, it's a car. And then like, how do you argue with that? If they're fucking if they have a staunch position and they believe that fucking car is a tree, how do you argue with that? It's just fucking pure stupidity. You can't fucking change their mind because that's what they believe. But everybody else around can take a look and be like, no, you're wrong. But not the Globers. They're like, yeah, that's a tree because that's what we've been told. Like, no, you don't fuck, it's a car. Get the fuck out of here. It's that simple of how retarded they are. It's sad, to be honest, how fucking idiotic these people are.
I mean, they try to conceptualize the sunrise and sunset, the most glorious things that you can see, and a red moon. You can see the moon and it's tinted red. Like, these are marvelous and magnificent things. And imagine that you had an answer, and then me on the internet could just be like, I can see through it. Why is it red? And it's over.
You know what's interesting? When I hit record on my P950, it doesn't look red. And I'm like, why is it doing that? But I guess it's maybe my settings. But then when I take a photo, it looks red. It's capturing that reddish tint. And then with your eyes, you can see, oh shit, it does look red in the sky.
What setting have you got it on?
I don't even know.
Is it on auto? Are you just using auto?
No, I just put it on manual, and then I was just trying to focus it. And when I put on manual and I zoomed in, and I hit focus. I'll post the videos later that I captured and the photos as well. But I'll show you how when you just look at the moon zoomed in with just manually, it doesn't show a reddish tint. So I was kind of disappointed. Like, what the fuck? I know I'm fucking up. I don't know cameras. I'm not a photographer.
Yeah, there might be a color correction on it.
Yeah.
But,
you gotta have the right aperture.
I know when like like you're looking at the moon and it looks really big, and then you get your phone out to take a photo and you go, what the fuck? Is that what I'm looking at? It's a little white dot. You go, what the fuck, man?
It never does it justice ever. Yeah,
No.
you're right.
Like we went away camping on the weekend, right? We had some wicked sunsets. It was orange and purple and stuff like that. And my missus takes out her phone and goes, "Oh," she starts taking photos. I said, "Now look at the photos."
Yeah, they look nuts.
Photos, and she goes, "Oh my God, is that it?" I said, "Yeah, let's just turn off the phone. Let's enjoy this, you know."
Yeah, enjoy with your own eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit happens. The funny thing was earlier, my buddy, he was like, "Hey, I can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon." I said, "Oh, so so how big is the moon? Like, how is it so angled like that on the moon then? Because that's a tiny Earth. That looks like a really small
Yeah.
Earth. If
and
it's angled,
then the curve changes too.
yeah,
As it goes up higher, the curve gets bigger, and if it's on the middle of the moon, it's not curved at all. It's straight.
Exactly.
It's almost like projecting a straight line onto a curved surface. Exactly the same way it works.
Yeah. So he's like, "Why does it turn red though?" I was like, "Dude."
Matthew said it's because of sunsets.
Okay, I guess. I don't know.
Yep.
Like, why are you trying to be the mind of God, bro? Like, he said that he put the stars and the moon and the sun and the sky in the firmament to give us the time, seasons, and the signs. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, why is he showing us a sign right now of a blood moon? I don't know. What does that mean? What does that represent? We don't have that knowledge. I'm sure somebody does. A stargazer, just like the three wise men that knew the stars in the sky, and it pointed them to travel to go see the birth. But I don't know, bro. Like,
Well, airplanes are in the sky, and they fly flat.
Facts.
It may appear that they are converging orthogonally,
Yeah,
and at some angle away from you, but actually they're not. But actually, they are where you see them to be at.
The other day, a plane was flying over, and it had it's what do you call it? The exhaust. The contrail. There's a contrail.
The contrail.
And then all of a sudden, so I'm like, okay, so that plane's flying towards us. It looks like it's going upwards, but we know that they fly lateral. It's not fucking going up. It's just the way we fucking perceive things. And I literally told my friend, like, dude, have you ever taken a fucking art class? A straight line that's way at the horizon of your vanishing point that you drew is going to look like it's going up until it's over you and goes away. Then it looks like it's going down. But that plane was fucking horizontally flying across you. Like, what do you not fucking get about that? And then he was like, "Oh yeah, huh? Fucking idiot." Like,
Yeah, we use this geometric principle, and I think there's some other context. Oh yeah, they'll concede locally it's flat. Well, you just saw Matthew; he just did it. Locally it's flat. He conceded. They all concede locally it's flat to your horizon, right?
Right.
You're parallel to that horizon, so you'd be having to slope in some direction if you turned around at any point in your voyage, and there's a different. Now you're sloping forward or sloping backwards, depending on which way you turn.
Right.
When it's level, when it's supposed to be flat. So it's flat when it'll appear to be flat, but it's actually sloped. This is just insanity. This is the epitome, textbook definition of lunatic and crazy.
It reminds me of diverging sun rays, like how they're spreading apart when you look one direction, and then you turn around and now they're joining, and you're like, how the fuck is that possible?
Have you also Have you ever seen them spreading apart again, though?
I personally haven't. No.
Yeah, when you turn around, you can. I've seen like the sun setting, and then you see the rays, and then you turn around, and they converge, and then they spread out again.
Yeah, it's just like, bro, they can't grasp how optically, yeah, shit looks fucking weird, but it doesn't mean it's a fucking globe, you morons. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god, I can't even fucking, I can't. Right? That's what they say now. I can't with these fuckers. They're too stupid to understand the concept.
Well, at best, you've debunked the R radius.
Right.
Simon Dan made that concession a long time ago.
Imagine this: you're seeing a plains contrail.
That was the other egghead guy. Wasn't Simon Dan?
Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, Sensi, my bad.
Think about this. Think about this. You're seeing a contrail line that's perfectly fucking straight in the sky. If it was a globe, it would be arcing over the way you view it, as as far as you can see from the horizon. It would be arcing, not fucking straight. And these dumb fucks can't grasp that, bro. Like, if it was a globe, if I was to take a fucking plane with the fucking and put a little smoke bomb on the back and flew over a ball, and if it was to actually travel along the ball to keep an equal distance from it, right? Like, let's say it's 5 miles up, and then when it away from me, and then when it's 5 miles above me, you would physically, like, literally see an arc from your position, because it would have to be if it was a globe. But the fact that we see a straight fucking line, where's the fucking curve in that? You dumb fucking globers. There's no fucking curve. It's fallacious.
Chemtrails are flat.
Just like a plumb line, you point that out to them, and they can't see it. They just can't see it. The plumb line is obvious facts that that shit's hanging straight down, mate, anywhere.
And it's exactly vertical to the horizon.
Perpendicular? Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Wait, so if a contrail is 10 miles long...
Right, go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, if a contrail is 10 miles long, let's say a plane has been flying across, a big part of
Yeah, you wouldn't notice that. Yeah,
that would be
66 feet of
67 feet.
Matt, I'm not talking about a 10-mile contrail. I'm talking about a contrail that started in San Diego all the way to LA, and it's fucking completely fucking straight, going upwards to where you can literally see, like, it's disappearing to the horizon, because that's the way perspective works, straight lines. And then it goes over you, and then it goes all the way up north, okay? Like, let's say, like, over Ventura County, even farther, like, towards San Francisco. That's going to be two straight lines. It's going to look like a tent, okay? There's going to be two straight lines. Nowhere in that is curved. But you and others want to say that from San Diego to San Francisco, it's curving, because it's a ball. Well, if it was curving, the plane, the contrail of it, or the chemtrail at this point, it would show a curve. But you don't see that, Matt. It's perfectly fucking straight.
How many miles worth are you seeing, like, total?
Well, San Diego to Los Angeles is what, 150 miles around? How much curvature is 150 miles, Matt? And then go further away. Let's go from LA over to fucking, let's say, Santa Barbara. That's another fucking X amount of miles.
Facts, mate. You don't even need measurements or maps to see it. Like, you observe the clouds. If they think those clouds off in a distance are going around the curve and not due to limitations of our optical,
exactly
vision, then you think they're going down because of a curve, then why isn't that contrail, that chemtrail, doing the same thing? Come on.
Exactly. Come on, man. You gotta wake up. Oh, did he leave? He left. He fucking dipped out. He's like, oh fuck, I'm got. He's like, I'm got. I gotta get out. I can't explain that. You got wrecked.
Hey Shaggy. Where are you from, dude?
Australia, mate.
Yeah, I know that.
Putting it on there.
Yeah. South, north?
West? New South Wales, like in the rural area, not far from Matrix.
Oh, okay. Yeah, up Dubbo way,
Yeah. Like 3 hours from Dubbo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say you didn't sound like you were from Western Australia. So.
Nah. Different kind of breed down there.
Yeah. I was going to say that.
Stay away from that.
How long have you been in the conversation for?
I'm a newbie. I still feel like a newbie, but a bit over a year.
Okay, in this one?
How long have I been listening to you guys?
Yeah, I've seen you're a member of the home server.
Yeah. When you guys were big on that, that's when I basically joined. Say a bit over 6 months ago. But yeah, I had to figure it out on my own. Like it would be good if I did, come to you guys first, because you would have friggin' hit me with like a friggin' ton of bricks. That would have been
I did the same, man. I did a fair few years by myself because I'm not very computer illiterate, and then I found clips on one of the I think it was Apple podcasts. There was some, I think there was some clips up there, and then I thought, how the fuck do I get onto these guys? And then I found them.
Right.
And I joined straight away and got a 2-hour conversation with Miggy. Oh, with Alpha. He was Miggy back then, but.
Yeah, Alpha. Yeah, I highly respect Alpha. I love the way he words.
Went straight to mod after that.
Sorry.
What's that?
And then he went straight to mod. Timpo.
It was a few years. I did my hard yards.
So think of this. So San Diego to Los Angeles is about 120 miles. And then Los Angeles to Santa Barbara is another 94 miles. So they want to say that in 200 miles or more than 200 miles, you see zero curve based upon the plane's trail that is shot out. And it's two straight lines. The way our perspective, it looks like it's coming up from the horizon and then down to the horizon. And that's enough fucking, like, if you can't think of this logically, bro, like, you are bricked.
What is it? 200 miles?
Yeah. What's the curvature of 200 miles?
I just got to change it from kilometers to miles. 1 sec. 200 miles.
I don't think they can give things in the head. Sorry, bro.
No, you're right. 26,669 feet.
Okay. Can we not see
26,000? So 27,000 feet.
So how many thousands of feet it's going to take for us to see curve in the sky? Get the fuck out of here. God damn, these guys are brick.
It's flat for so long and then it curves dramatically.
It's got to make up. It's got to make up for it somewhere.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous, bro.
It looks flat because it's a globe.
Exactly.
Spinning, spiraling, vibrating, whirling. Can't feel it. Just it's happening, but
yeah, but that's proof that it is moving.
Yeah, that we can't feel it. Yeah, obvious.
And their argument is, well, why would you feel it? That's it. That's their proof. Well, it's moving and spinning and twirling and stuff like that, but why would you feel it? Like that. My argument is you wouldn't feel it. That's why you don't feel it.
Yeah,
that's proof.
After that sentence, they start ducking behind the bloody couch.
Was that me or was he roboting?
He roboted pretty bad at the end there.
He skipped.
All right, we got Hayoka in the house. Oh no, I don't think we want to talk to him. He's one of those bev tards that just goes around in circles.
Yeah, it's not flat because of topography. Get the fuck out of here.
Wait, he doesn't think horizontal is flat?
I don't know. Ask him. Hayoka.
Hey,
Into the break
hey,
wants to talk to
guy,
you.
horizontal is flat. Are you okay with me saying that? Like, are you triggered or something? Horizontal is flat. Calm down. Are you okay? Was it just that I said that? Horizontal is flat. Is that just? Is that true?
I think he wants to talk to you, mate.
You better not mention a triangle.
I didn't know he was from Bev. I thought he was just some random dude who didn't like flat earthers.
Yeah, I don't know, because he has these weird kind of, you know how those Bev guys talk, like they don't answer anything and they don't actually say anything. They just go, yeah, I can measure an elevation angle from the side of a hill. So yeah, so what? And then they don't say whether they think it's flat or round or spherical or what it is. They just, what do they say? So yeah, so horizontal reference plane. Okay, yeah, good, great. So that means the reference plane is flat, correct? I think they have a problem with the word flat. That's it.
Yeah.
It's just a problem with terms. Maybe that's it. Because some of Bev's arguments I agree with is the way he actually conducts himself and actually has the conversation is what annoys me.
Assholes with a personal beef that just want to jam us up.
Yeah. Come into a circular argument. They just want to argue in circles. Never get anywhere.
Gears. That's all they are. They're just a wrench in the gears.
Yeah, it's like, because you ask them, like, so if flat has no meaning, that word doesn't exist, then what's something that's not curved? What would you call that? It's like, well, just not curved. So not that. It's not something.
Yeah, imagine them. Imagine them on a production line where you're making something flat, like glass. Yeah, like you know how they make glass? They have these like molds that rest in water, and they pour the molten glass into the molds on the water. That's how they make them flat. And then a flat is an engineering measurement of over a certain distance, how much positive and negative from a baseline does it have, and that's your measurement of flat. So these guys would be throwing out every single fucking manufacturing piece of glass because it's not quite flat enough. It's not flat. They just throw it all out.
Well, I have McToon clipped where he said that if you take a curve Earth and a flat Earth, that you will never get curve. I literally have a fucking video of him saying that, because it's taking a deviation on a ball. You have a differential of height, and then on a flat plane you have a differential height. And he himself said you will not have curve. And I'm like, then why the fuck do you have a channel telling everybody that it's fucking curved if you yourself are saying you can't even fucking come to that point? He's a fucking moron, dude. Here, I'll post it. Let me find it real quick. It's on my X account. This fucking moron.
Because you can't prove anything. Yeah. No one can ever prove anything. So therefore, nothing is ever provable. So how we come to this conclusion on anything? They might as well not argue about anything.
Well, listen to this. I asked McToon, where is perspective taken into account in celestial navigation? And he said, I guess triangles, triangulation, perspective. And then he thought that was a good enough articulation.
I posted the video where he fucking says it.
And oh wait, I might have posted the wrong fucking video. My bad. Let me get the right video. Fuck me, Ronnie. Hold up. He's a moron.
Are we allowed to watch this accidental video you posted, or what?
What is this, McToon?
Yeah, McToon. He fucking says how you will not get curvature. But hold on, let me get the right video though. Oh, maybe this is it.
Well, were you
Oh, yeah,
were in
this
the
is it.
chill
Yeah,
lounge earlier? We like these people are there as cannon to the fodder, so that it protects the higher echelons of their priesthood, which is the Michio Kaku, the Neil
Well,
deGrasse Tyson.
he's a theoretical physicist, so he's not right. He doesn't actually do anything.
Well, the subject matter experts, like let's say the astrology guys, like let's kind of pull them in here, right? But here, no, they just present cannon to the fodder.
Earth's a
That's
globe.
just supposed to wear you down.
Oh, someone saying the Earth is a globe. Who's that?
Yeah, it sounded like Miggy, man. Sounded like Miggy.
Yeah, let's. Oh, was it?
Was that Miggy?
Yeah, it was.
What's up, Miggy?
Finally, all right. Yeah, shut up into the break. Let's go. We got Glower. That's just Miggy.
This is Miggy.
You can never mistake that voice.
Yeah, so why Alpha? Why is it? How is the Earth a globe? Just because Michio Kaku says so? That seems like appeal to authority there.
No, Michio Kaku, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not a real scientist.
Oh, he's throwing him under the bus, mate.
Yeah, he is. Fuck him, right?
Yeah.
I thought, but you said all we gotta do is get degrees in education and we'll understand this stuff. Doesn't he have all the degrees that you're talking about?
No, he's an actor on TV. He's not a real scientist.
So you know.
That's pretty good for me.
There we go. Hey, Aka,
Oh,
what?
Miggy,
So we know
wait,
what?
Miggy, your mate's here. Wait, everyone be quiet.
So you know, if you're working in the factory where they're making things, like you were talking about earlier.
Oh, the glass?
And
like that? Yeah?
Yeah, yeah. And the
Yeah,
supervisor, he says to you, now
Nice
this
accents,
is what I
bro.
want you to do. He said, I want you to reject this, but not this, okay? And so that's what you do. That's all you do.
Okay,
Yeah, you have a standard.
He told you.
Yeah, but if your hold on, if your supervisor comes up to you,
yeah?
if your supervisor comes up to you and says, "I want you," that's a bit harsh, man. Like you got to deal with like harassment issues.
That's HR issues, bro. That's HR issues.
Hey, Yoko's like, if your supervisor comes up to you and says, "I want you," and then he like paused for a second and then
sounds like a lawsuit.
But like, hey, okay, in your terms, if he said, I want the glass to be flat, and you go, okay, what is flat? Because nothing's flat. Then you're going to throw out all the glass, aren't you?
You're going to get fired.
He knows what he wants for the job. You know, I just
I'm
do
talking
what he
about
asks
you, mate. I just asked you a question. You're going to do this again, aren't you? You're not going to answer the question.
Oh, I am answering. I would do what is required of me.
If he said
Which is
to
to make
you,
it flat, right?
yeah, I want all
that's
this
what he
glass
wants.
to be
Yep.
flat,
You
and
can
you
do
say,
that. Yeah.
no, that's impossible because it can't be flat.
Oh, yay. No, he just said he'll do it. So you're going to give him a pane of glass that has absolutely no indentations, no undulations, no slope, no curve. It's going to be perfectly flat and smooth.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Is that what he asked for?
There we go.
Yeah, according to you guys. Yeah, according to you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, the same goes. Yeah, you got to think about it,
Well, if he
Heyoka.
didn't like
Even if you went out,
if he
be quiet.
didn't like
dude.
my-
Hey,
if
yeah,
he didn't
yeah.
like my
You think about
job-
it like this. Shut up, dude. All right, so if you're gonna do a job like surveying, or if you're gonna work at a glass factory, it doesn't matter what, right? If somebody's telling you, "I need this flat," or "measure this flat," because we're gonna build on it. So if they're gonna ask you for that, do you think it's possible that they can do that?
Oh, well, you know, if you measure.
No, it's not a well. That's a yes or a no. It's a closed-ended question. You can answer yes or no. You can have one of those two, yes or no. Go ahead.
Not a yes or no question.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is because they're asking you to do something, right? It's a request. The supervisor says, "Hey, I need you to do this. That glass that you're about to make, I need it flat." Or, so in surveying, I need you to measure this flat because we're going to build upon it. Do you think you can do it? Yes or no?
Well, you can measure it up.
Do you think you can do it? Yes or no?
Oh, yes, you could measure.
Yeah, I know you could measure. Can you measure it flat?
Oh, only if it is flat.
No. Answer the question. Can you measure it flat?
Well, if it's not flat, how can
Can you measure it flat?
God.
Yeah, I told you. You can measure it right. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you can measure it.
That's a problem.
He's leaving out the flat bit.
Yeah.
So your standards for employers would be different as your standards for flat earthers. We get it.
Can you imagine if he was doing this rigmarole with the supervisor?
Oh my God, he'd be fired. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, can you do the job or not? Like we need to get this fucking job done today, Junior.
Hey Alpha, he doesn't even get two. Hey Alpha, he doesn't even get 2 checks because he'd be fired the first day.
Yeah, he wouldn't make it past the fucking interview, man. I don't think.
What do you mean by part of my job?
Where's Heyoka? He's gonna give us his rigmarole. Dude, you know that in practical reality.
No, you're on a rigmarole too.
Oh, I'm not on a rigmarole. You see, because I'm not doing what you're doing. Yeah. Anyway, back in reality,
work out that accent.
It's just like meanwhile back at the ranch, right, where people are living on the earth, they're doing things in the real world where they're measuring flat, where they're testing and doing observations, and everything seems to work out on a flat topographical plane. Meanwhile, you live on Fantasyland, where people are looking over curved horizons. Yeah.
I found out yesterday that
What?
they only measured a little bit of it flat.
Really? Where?
Oh yeah.
Where?
Well, the claim is that they measured.
Yeah, where, dude? You don't hear so well, do you? There's like I don't know, some type of comprehension issue. Where? Can you tell me where?
I think there's a control issue. You got.
Yeah, but you're not giving me the answer, see? Now I gotta go all 1920s gangster, see?
Yeah, you see?
Well, the answer is
Yeah, where?
that, and this is just a claim, that they measure it up to the equator, and that's it.
Where?
Riddle me this.
Fucking where, dude? Like, he never answered the where part. Like, that was the best non-answer you've ever. Huh?
It's on the top of the antipodal flat Earth.
Okay, more non-answers. More non-answers. More non-answers, dude.
He told me.
So are you saying that we don't take those type of same measurements in the northern hemisphere?
No. We haven't gotten to where he's actually saying.
He said the equator. He said the equator.
Yeah, but what specific geographic location? If you had a map, right? Where would you put your finger on? Where would it land?
You don't have a map for it, though.
Yeah, you had him by the balls, Alpha. You had him while he was explaining level water. You had him at 70% of the earth is water, and water lays level and flat. There you go.
Where do you get that statistic from?
Hold on.
No, wait. Where do you get this?
Hold on. I know, but I don't want to divert from.
Hang on a minute. Do you know?
No, we ain't fucking hanging on, dude. This fucking train is run. The engineers are in this room right now. All of us who have curated this platform. You are just a passenger, sir. Therefore, geographically, where does this occur to be measured flat?
Oh, between the North Pole.
No, bullshit, dude. Give me a specific location, right? A coordinate system. Where are you standing on the Earth?
Oh, well, it's in relation to Polaris.
Where the fuck are you located? If you're like, hey, I'm over here. Where's over here? Where specific?
Well, I didn't do it.
Okay. You didn't fucking do it. whoever did it, where the fuck were they?
I don't know. You'd have to ask.
I don't know. You're fucking so stupid, dude.
Were they?
You made a
He's like
claim
a-
that they did
like
something
he's-
somewhere. Now, hold on, dude. You made a claim they did something somewhere, yet you don't know where the fuck they were. Nor where you can't even, well, I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Does that
Were
make
they
any
in
sense?
London? Were they in Russia? Were they in California? Like, where were they, bro?
Oh, Mr. Oakley said the latitude is.
Nah, Mr. Oakley said.
Holy
Oh
fuck.
my god, man.
Mr. Oakley said, fucking, dude, if you don't have a place where they actually measured it flat, then you don't have a claim, right?
You need to take that up with Mr. Oakley then.
Mr. Oakley. So you don't have a claim right now. You're making up bullshit.
I thought you all said you measured the Earth flat.
Yeah, but you're not telling me where you know that it's been measured flat. I want to hold you down to your claim. I'm not hitting a moving target. Yeah? You're going to tell me where it's happened.
I've already told you.
Where?
Yeah, and
Where?
use your
Mr.
own
Oakley
claims,
told me.
mate.
He thought
Don't you put don't put mouth, mate. Seriously, use your own words.
Where did it
Oh,
happen?
well, I didn't.
Shut up, dude. Where did they measure the Earth flat? Specifically.
Well, he said he never did it, but his sister did so.
Okay, then he never did it. Then why did you mention it?
Oh, because he said it was the proof.
Okay, so where's your evidence then? You're saying they measured it flat, right?
Well, I don't have evidence. It's what his claim is.
You don't have evidence. So then what evidence do you have? What evidence?
What evidence do you have? You
Yeah,
said
I'm
you measured
asking
it.
the questions. You either answer them or just sit down.
Paul, you want a cracker?
Yeah, sit down.
Paul, you want a cracker?
Yeah, he sounds like a parrot, doesn't he?
I never did it. You guys did it.
No, you
Why'd
were
he say
telling us.
ooh?
You were telling us they
Why'd he say
measured it
ooh
flat
before
at the
every word?
equator, and I'm like, where at the equator are they measuring it flat? Yeah, so all you got to do is answer geographic positions, right? In Ecuador, fucking Chile, where? Africa.
Well, it could only be in the north. In the north somewhere.
Where?
Well, I don't know. It depends where he measured.
You
the
don't
angle.
know. Okay, what do you know? Do you know much about anything, or are you just in here to just ramble on like a doofus?
Let me interject, Alpha. It would be the latter
Yeah, go
because basically he's trying to explain the process of celestial navigation, and he doesn't understand where it happens. So he's quoting Nathan Oakley saying that it's he asked him, but he
heard
doesn't
it in
understand
here.
the process of
Said it in
celestial
here
navigation,
yesterday.
and that's where the disconnect is.
Well,
Yeah, he's also saying. Shut up, dude. He's also talking like he's like taking a long way of saying elevation.
These pint-sized humans were just.
Shut up, DJ.
Just a long time to say elevation angles. That's it.
Well, he didn't even say that. I feel like we're so anxious for him to fucking say the answer. It's like he's an edgelord, dude.
He's never going to say anything, man. Like, yeah,
Fucking
he's
hell.
a rim boy.
Yeah, he's getting everybody to the edge and just like not providing and just not letting you get there. So you're like, fuck this. I'll say it.
Yeah.
You don't want to say it, I'll say it. But that's the reason.
Claim. Oh,
Yeah.
claim.
No, but the problem is, I don't think you understand what I'm saying here. And that's the issue.
Is he like a? He sound like. Is he? Are you an American Indian, or are you just putting on that accent?
I think he's doing the accent because I can do it too. If I really wanted to, I could concentrate like him. And maybe if you guys see my position, I can answer you without answering you. See, that's what I do. I don't provide answers.
I did answer you.
Not really.
You heard me.
I'm
Yeah, I
you,
did.
actually. And when you talk to me, I do the same thing you do and not provide any answers. Is that okay? Okay.
Okay,
I think we get
that's
along
what
just
you
fine.
do, though. You know, you don't give answers either.
No, I think that's you.
Oh, yeah.
No, you.
That's you. That's definitely
you.
Yeah, you want
How
everybody
can-
else to say something.
How can you give an
fall into
answer
a
when
big
you?
hole?
How can you
But
give an
you're in a
answer
hole
when
now.
you've never asked a question?
Oh, what
Oh,
about the antipodal?
but I
flat
don't know if
Earth
you know what you're
that
talking
is
about.
sandwiched together. Tell me
Sandwich,
about it.
yes. Peanut butter and jelly.
Sandwich.
I like it.
Sandwiches. There's no girls in here, mate. They're the ones that make
Oakley
sandwiches.
said that's what it is, the flat Earth.
Why does everything have to be about Oakley?
Oh,
was
I
talking
don't
to him
know.
here yesterday.
He's
with you
scared of
guys.
Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, but maybe you should just go
I think he
into
is.
maybe you should just go into FED and talk to Nathan
did.
about what you have
I
questions about.
did
Why are you
that.
here then? If you're not going to
I spoke
answer
to-
anything that we're talking about,
Well,
then just go over there.
I spoke to him yesterday here in this place.
Really?
That's what he
No, you
said.
didn't. He wasn't in here yesterday. No,
Yeah,
he
yes,
wasn't
he
in
was.
here yesterday. No.
Yeah, I asked him.
Hanji,
and I
Hanji,
wondered what
Cap. That's cap.
I wondered what you guys think. What do
Oh,
you
No,
I
he's
think
been
I,
sick.
I think I know you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah?
Yeah,
I know
you're
what I heard.
delusional as
I
well,
know what
man.
I know what I heard. All right.
Really?
You're
So
delusional,
you're a
man.
big fan of
Wait,
Nathan
oh.
Oakley, I take it.
What was Nathan in here yesterday? Did he come in?
Oh yeah.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yesterday.
Doesn't he get you like when he speaks, like you feel like you want to talk like him sometimes? Like it just like
Yeah. Yeah.
when people talk with
Oh.
a funny. Oh,
That's a bit like racism.
no racism.
No, it's an accent, and an accent can't be racism, you idiot.
It's parody.
Okay.
I beg to differ.
Okay. Well, you tell me
Okay.
about the antipodal flat Earth.
Antipodal.
He said
Yes.
it's sandwiched together.
A sandwich,
Two
peanut
different
butter and
planes.
jelly again. Yes.
What sandwich?
Flat plane.
Wait,
Sandwiched together.
Hey, stop, dude. What's sandwiched together? What are you talking about?
I'm trying to tell
Oh.
you, but you don't want to listen.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm listening.
okay.
What's
Okay.
sandwiched
Now, wait,
together?
just
What are you
wait.
talking about?
Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Mr.
Oh,
Oakley,
I
He
don't think
makes
we want to wait.
sandwiches flat, not smooth.
just wait a minute. Just
Oh,
wait.
I don't
You're
wanna
so
wait.
busy trying to hide everything that you don't want to talk about.
Oh yeah, we like to hide everything. Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't I say
Yeah.
Hanji? Didn't I say Hanji before? That means fuck off in your language. Hanji.
Now
Oh,
listen. Are you going to listen?
oh, I don't know. Maybe.
I don't think he's red
No.
dot Indian. I think he's Native
got-
American, my blood
You
Indian.
got
Oh,
2
I
ears.
think you're
You
incorrect.
got 2 ears and 1 mouth.
And you got 1 mouth and 2 ears. Yes, we understand.
So listen. Just listen for one
Oh,
moment.
I don't think so.
Then we know you're not scared.
Oh, I think you are scared.
What, man? A sandwich?
Hey Oka, what tribe are you from? Hey Oka, what tribe are you from?
Oh, I'm from the
Nathan
Slapaho
Oakley.
tribe.
I haven't heard that in so long, dude. Holy fuck, that's comedy. Hey Oka, what tribe are you from?
How now?
Wingte Washoshun.
Oh,
Okay.
you just said gibberish.
No, he's Washushu. Okay. No, yeah, he's Native American, not Indian.
Washushu. Oh yeah, I recognize that dialect.
Isn't that, dude? That's from what's it called, man? Isn't that from that movie with Jim Carrey? Wachutus?
Coming to America, yeah.
Oh,
No.
No. He's talking about
are you listening now, big guys?
detective.
Pet detective.
I'm
yeah.
listening.
Detective, yes.
I want to know what the sandwich is, man. Goes.
Okay, now Mr. Oakley, I asked him. He said he always knew.
The Oakley special?
Rotate.
What's
Shut
that?
up.
I want
2
to.
points
I
of
want to
rotation.
listen. I want to hear what the sandwich
Listen.
is.
Okay, I asked him. You said that you always knew there were 2 points of rotation on the flat Earth, and I asked
we
him
see
what
them.
they were.
That's on the Earth. What do you mean on the
said,
Earth?
He said one was Polaris, and one was Sigma Octantis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, these are things that never happened. So first,
No,
set aside your delusion.
Hang on. We do see these things. We do see them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But they're in the sky, though. That's what's
No,
on the Earth,
Nathan never
not on
said
the
these things. That
That
he
shit's in the sky.
Nathan
It doesn't
never
matter.
said the words that he's uttering.
Yeah, he did. Nathan did say that, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
And there are 2 right points. What are we at?
He never said that. He said about Polaris, but he never said the word.
Yes, he did,
Guy
Migo.
just said he did.
Yeah, he
Never did it. Come on.
Yes, he did.
I
You want me to
was
go
there,
back
I
and get the
listened to
clip?
you.
Oh my god.
Okay, well he said it. So what?
Hey,
Well, because it's true. Why wouldn't he? Why the fuck wouldn't he?
Okay,
It's true.
I mean, well, what's the point? Okay.
Well, if you're not gonna let him,
I'll let him go with it. No,
just let him go on into the break. Fucking
I'm just
hell,
trying to
dude.
wait.
Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just trying to hear the sandwich, man. I'm just trying to hear the sandwich.
Just go ahead, Heyoka.
Okay.
Finish what you're saying. Hurry up.
So he didn't like me asking that question. So you guys muted me.
Well, I'm about
Okay?
to fucking mute you again if you don't give us the
Then,
damn like
I'm
punchline to
telling
what
you
you're
a
saying.
story. It's okay. Just wait a minute. So I was talking to the guys in the chat, and while I was talking to the guys in the chat, Nathan Oakley said that the flat Earth was antipodal. Okay, and I asked in the
Nah,
chat,
okay. I would go along with
what
those
is
guys
pole?
with that one. I don't think he said
Hold
that.
on,
I
heretic.
asked
Hold
him.
on. What
I
did?
asked.
Hey, Oka, shut up. What did he say exactly, heretic? Like, cause this guy, he's just like an edgelord, dude. He'll never let you get to the end.
Well, what Nathan said was that there are two apparent points of rotation in the sky. That's what he said. That's all he said. None of this antipodal Earth.
and there are. Yeah, we can't argue with that. There are.
That's like the obvious truth.
But points of
what's this guy
rotation,
saying?
you're kind of saying it's rotating. Yeah, okay, the sky looks like, well, in the south you see an arc because there's only 8 hours of darkness at the moment, 9 hours of darkness at the moment. So if you look south, you see an arc. You don't see any circular motion like these. So it's kind of, it's like a weird thing. Yeah,
I forgot the guy. There's a dude on YouTube. It's actually really a fucking cool video. I wish I fucking saved it. There's this one dude that he proved that even though that we see an arc like in the sky of something like, let's say, going from one way to another, but technically it's not arced. It's just going straight across. And I was like,
Yeah,
that's
but
that's really cool.
I don't know about that because in these, like, I don't know whether it's camera trickery or not, but whether they put it into a, because when you take these slow motion shots, what are they called? Like
the time lapse
footage.
Time lapse, yeah. Like it tracks the star and then it creates this line from each star.
Yeah,
and makes
that's what he
it
was
look
talking about.
like
He was
it's
talking about the
spinning
time
in a
lapse.
circle, right? But it's not actually doing that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he was. That's what he was getting at. He was saying that even though when you time lapse it, it creates a circle, but in reality, it's not even a circle. It's just the way we see it, the way we perceive it. Kind of like going back to when QE was talking about how if somebody's throwing a ball back and forth straight, but the person, that's
Coriolis effect.
It's above.
Yeah,
It's above them. Yeah.
But this is something that's seen as a if you can depict it like Native Americans. I don't know if he is one or not, but they've been doing this a long time ago. They use like a diorama to show what it looks like, and they have like an arc path over their heads, and the arc is tilted at an angle, right? So the arc path, what it seems like from our vantage point, looks like it's making a curved path over the sky over our heads, but it's doing it from a vantage point of any particular person. So if you're seeing the sun, you're seeing it arc over your head. Basically you're the center of that specific arc.
Right?
Does that make sense? It's not it's not arc like if your friend was like 40 miles or 50 miles away from you, their arc would be basically to their perspective. So imagine
it's a different arc.
You're seeing an arc. They're seeing an arc, but you can't both be seeing the same arc. It's not the same arc.
It's a personal arc.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. That's what that guy was talking about.
Yes.
He's like, our eyes make the arc, but technically,
dude.
it's just going straight across.
Yeah, perspective, right? We've gone over this, and so it's basically it's based on you. So you can't say that the sun's making an arc path for real. It looks like it is because how your vision puts everything to the horizon,
right?
And then it's converging, there's convergence and divergence from your specific vantage point, right?
Right. It's kind of like if you were to put like lights on a building, right? And you and then the buildings, the roof is turning, like they're not necessarily curving, they're just moving themselves, but we make an arc. Like our eyes make an arc.
Here's the problem, right? Walter Bislin did like a model like that. If you've seen the like the personal dome,
right?
But he's did it to an area, right? So the area where his personal dome is over like a vantage point of one person. But imagine if you have many different personal domes, you would have many different domes like colliding with like I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Like the arcs would be different for every single person on every geographic location on the Earth. So there would never be a consistent dome over a specific geographic location. I think that's where people are messing up the whole.
I'm tracking Alpha, but I'd like to interject really quick.
When you do the time lapse, you see as like a disc, but when you're looking, it's like an umbrella.
Well, hold on. Go ahead, Ranger.
Yeah, you guys might have to unmute Hey, because I think it clicked in my head what he was talking about. I think he's referring to when Nathan was explaining the guys during the final experiment traveling south and assuming antipodal positioning, and he said that a lot. So then that popped up in my head. So maybe you have to give him the out.
What that he has that Nathan Oakley claimed there was no antipodal position?
No, about how his wording. He was explaining how the guys traveling during the final experiment would be assuming antipodal positioning once they travel south. So maybe that'll clear it up and help him out a little bit.
Hopefully he doesn't do his regular.
I think so, man. I think you're right, man.
Let me tell you. You think that's what he's saying?
Yeah.
Huh. All right. Let's see.
I think he was listening to him, and I think what Flat Earth Ranger's right.
Well, that's
He's
fine. If
probably
you can land the plane,
talking about
You
it.
don't want to hear
if he can-
anybody.
No, if he can land the plane within a short amount of time, I'll go with it. But if he's gonna neander, like, oh fuck, dude, I can't. I hate the neander. Just fucking drive the point home. Land the fucking plane.
Yeah, and why is just before you unmute? Oh, you already did. Just why is Nathan the like the arbiter of like what's going on?
I was explaining to you, but you shut me up.
Yeah, I see. Here he goes with the fucking neandering.
Yeah, I know. It's
Just
beta,
fucking like spit it out, dude. Get it out. Stop being an edgelord.
I was, but you could.
No, shut up, dude. Go with the answer.
Just get to the point, man. You know when your mum says, "Just tell me the truth." Just tell us, mate. Like,
well, I would
fucking
tell
hell.
you the
Just
truth,
wait.
but
Just
let me
wait.
tell
You're
you
gonna have
about
to-
the
you're
fucking
gonna have to
plight of the
listen.
Native American. Fucking hell.
You're gonna have to listen.
Okay,
No,
go.
we're not gonna fucking have to listen. Shut your bitch ass up, dude. You're either gonna spill it or not.
You need to finish in 20 seconds, man. 20
All right.
seconds.
When
Go.
I unmute you, if you say I was, but if you keep unmuted, like, just fucking spill it. If not, I'll just fucking kick you out. We'll talk amongst ourselves. It's more productive that way.
Nathan Oakley described the flat Earth as being antipodal, sandwiched together.
I doubt that. Man.
Two planes sandwiched together.
That doesn't make sense.
Okay, hold on. He said he made a statement. Now, does anybody? Because we're gonna go back and forth on this. Did
Well, he needs
Nathan
to back
Oakley
it up.
say that? That anybody who was here that heard him, did he say what he just said right now?
That doesn't make sense to me. But
Yeah, I can't
I know.
second that.
Everybody
I don't know
kept saying that he giving him an out. That did Nathan Oakley say what he just said?
I think he said they were sandwiched together, but he was talking. It's a flat plane they are measured from.
Okay, but did
you
Nathan Oakley say what he said? Did the words,
rotation.
the same words that Heyoka said? Is that what Nathan said?
Well, I will say this. It sounds like he's taking him out of context because he probably furthered that conversation and then explained. He might have been like,
That's great. But did he say that?
I don't know. Let's
That's,
get
all, that's all I'm asking. Did he say that and maybe furthered the understanding? Did he say what he just said?
They were sandwiched together. Yes.
Okay. Let me let Heyoka go.
You like to deal with a lot of probably, but he was on here, and you can go and get the recording.
I don't need to do no such thing. We got people in here that were listening. So
maybe someone will find it.
Yeah, but everybody who heard it, they're not going to be lying. Like flat earthers.
Sounds like a weird. Yeah, it sounds like a weird comment to me.
It might be taken out of context. Like like sometimes we quote the globe's paradigm, and then they could just take us out of context. You know what I mean?
Well,
that happens, but from that segment, I'm not sure he understands the conversation at all.
Exactly.
Well, he doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench, but I mean, if he was quoting him exactly what he said, that's very different. I mean, I will let that go.
I dug through his statement, and I tried to give him another out. Maybe he was saying that he was explaining the horizontal plane in the sky and how it's parallel, and he said something like that. But I don't know.
You mean with the earth, like with the earth and the sky sandwiched? Yeah, is that what you mean?
I mean, I tried. I don't know. That's the best I can do. I don't know if he understands what's happening. I don't know.
No, I know that he doesn't, which is why it's like if Nathan was saying what he said and you guys were here listening and he's like, yeah, well, fucking Nathan did say that, so okay. I mean,
it just sounds like there's more to it. Like the context of it is out of place because we all know that Nathan, at the end of that conversation, he would have said, but both positions are taken from an elevation and the elevations are two straight lines.
Yeah, but let's not. Here's the thing.
Yeah, but that's not what he said, though.
Let's not finish what he said. I'd rather just let. If somebody has the recording, I mean, you could post it in the text. I don't care either way because it's something that was said. But the only thing that matters is what can be proven, right? That's it. End of the day, what you can observe. That's all that matters. I don't care what Heoka says, and Nathan, he can say what he wants, and the only thing that we can go off of is observation. Anything outside of that would be, us referencing something that we're speculating on what they said. So, and I know Heoka probably doesn't understand. More likely, he doesn't. So,
because to me, sandwich just means two horizontal reference planes. That's it.
It's funny. It's funny that you don't understand it either.
Understand what?
Oh, you don't though.
I don't even know the context of your conversation. What's the context of your? Let's put it this way. Tell me what the context of what you're talking about. Tell me the context.
Well, I'm asking.
No, don't be asking. I'm asking for you to tell me the context of what you're speaking of. Now, tell me the context. What is it? What is it you're saying?
Oh, I just asked a question.
Answer my question, you fucking sophist bitch. Answer my question, you sophist bitch.
Elaborate. All you have to do is elaborate.
Just answer my question, you sophist bitch. What is the context of what you're saying?
Okay, well, you're going to have to wait and let me talk.
Nah, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. You're going to have to wait. This is our fucking forum. You wait on us like you're doing now with your fucking red mic.
Yeah, he doesn't know the context. There's no context. No one's got any context. None of us or him. He doesn't have anything. Issue. We don't have anything. So we're not talking about anything.
If he had something to bring or his conversation actually meant something, what he's driving home, it's a nothing burger, dude. Why the fuck are we going to be spinning our wheels listening to him
it's a nothing sandwich.
Philosophical?
That's what it is.
A nothing sandwich. Here you go. Or are you going to have to wait? Man, fuck you. Go to your own forum and tell people to wait. Sorry, into the break. I had to, man, because I wanted to see if this guy actually had any fucking sauce with what he was bringing. So he didn't. Anyway, I mean, if somebody got what Nathan Oakley said specifically, I think that's worth something. But since everybody's like, well, I don't really know if he said that or not, or maybe this is what he meant. It's not good, you know? And of course, he's not here to speak for himself, so it's just going to make it even worse, you know?
I was listening on YouTube yesterday. I didn't even hear Nathan come in, but, you know.
He hasn't been around for like a week. He's sick, so there's that was a lie that he was here the other day.
So he was here the other day, but apparently it was his apparition that was speaking.
Right.
He was here for a little bit. I think, was it yesterday?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, he was? Oh, then I stand corrected.
Okay, so basically Crit's a standard here. So if anybody was here, Crit would know.
Right?
We got a man on the job. He's manning the post.
Crit is the fucking 24/7 watchdog. What happened, Crit?
I'm telling you, man. If you want the 4-1, is it 411? Yeah. If you want the 411, you guys Crit. Was somebody here? Because
I know Neil came in. No? Neil came in and said, "Oh, he's not going to be doing his show. He's sick and stuff." But Nathan must have come in after that at some stage. I must have been asleep.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he broadcast, if it was live, but I think because something's been going on. I don't know.
Oh, okay. He just dropped in, just casually, just like, "G'day, fellas." You know?
Yeah, I think so.
It's today's show, but I don't know how to clip it. It's from today's show, and it starts from 34 minutes and 13 seconds.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
You
right,
got it,
cool.
Migo.
Yeah, I'm with
I don't know how to clip and then put it in.
yeah.
I don't.
I'm with. I think Jemsy posted 24-hour time lapse from Antarctica during winter, allegedly. That's
Yeah.
fine. I don't know. It's not like a. I don't know why it's such a big debate. This is to me is really not that much of a.
What's it say? It like what we were talking about
Why
before
is this?
they
Is
went
this an
on
argument
that.
for you guys? Sorry, Timbo.
Yeah, before they went. No, you're all right. Before they went on that so-called final experiment, we were already saying even if there is, their argument was on a flat Earth there's going to be a 24-hour sun, and then they went up and they proved 24-hour sun. And did they prove the flat Earth as well? Like, it's retarded. Their argument's retarded.
That's why they haven't
because-
been able. No, that's why they haven't been able to move on. This is supposed to be their final experiment, not ours. Theirs.
Yeah,
But it seems to be. It's crippling some of the FE. I don't know, isn't it? Like, it sounds like some people are getting shellacked by it. It's like, dude, are you denying an observation? Because that would take it a step farther than. Do you get what I mean? Like, everybody sees something happening. Like, is that not happening anymore? Or
Well, you have to use all the observations. Nathan, 10 years ago, interviewed the guy who said there wasn't a 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
So that's out now?
Exactly.
Like, how many data points are you supposed to use? Just a 1 off, a 2 off, a 3 off? Like, how many
I'm with you
times
right there, Crit.
I've never said, I've never agreed with there's not a 24-hour sun in the south. I've never agreed with that because there's so many we have expeditions down south from here all the time. Like there's a lot of people that have seen it.
Well, can't we just say with the solar analemma that's the greatest indication of some type of rotational, point? The solar analemma. You guys know what I'm talking about? The figure of 8 in the sky?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Why isn't that an indication? Because if we have it in the north and we know that it's there, why isn't that the same for the south? Can somebody
What's even more interesting is using the analemma. The southern part of the analemma is much larger than the northern part.
It's much larger, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
You guys know that?
Why isn't it all even? I'm
That's
confused.
what I'm talking about. Like, there's okay. So the difference between the northern and the southern rotational, the sun when it's in this. What is the difference between the two? Can anybody tell me the difference between when the sun's in the north, spending as much time as it does, versus the south? And let's just say the sky. Where is the sun
from the globe? From the globe?
No, just from observations.
Just
like
observations.
So if you're standing in the north, if you're standing in the north, I'm going to put it to you this way: if you're standing in the north, how high is the sun up in the sky in degrees from its specific 24-hour rotation? So if you say, I don't know what Greenland or what's the farthest point north that you can make this observation that people have recorded? Does anybody know?
Maybe Norway.
Slavsbard or whatever the hell that place is called.
Yeah, where they go up and see the Northern Lights up around there.
Anyway, it's recorded the sun to be at a specific angle of degree in the sky. So if it's higher than the angle of degree in the sky that the sun is in the south, that would be something worth looking into. Because if you're saying I'm at Union Glacier in Antarctica and I see the sun at let's just put it at 40 degrees in the sky. It's like it's making its rotation around us, at 40 degrees. But when you go to the north and this specific point puts it at 65 degrees, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot higher in degrees. That's something to consider. Not that it's really a big talking point, but it would just be the difference is from this specific observation to this one would be this. The sun is at a. You guys get what I mean?
Yes, because if it was a globe, then you should have an equal. It should be exactly. I totally get what you're saying. You should not have a wider like Crit said, that Amelina, because it's wider on one side. How the fuck does that happen? It should be
that is
equal.
what I'm saying. Hold on. Here's the part where they would kind of get an out on because of what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. It's pear shaped. Well, pear-shaped is not oblate, right? When you make an oblate spheroid, it's kind of chubbier in the middle, so in the center. But a pear shape is a bit more like the top is is smaller than the bottom, right?
Right. Right.
It's like a beer belly. So if you have, you get what I mean? Like,
yeah. But what that does though, but Alpha, what that does though,
yeah, sorry, mate. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. What that does though, Alpha, is that think about this: all their math and telemetry and all that shit wasn't based off of a pear. It was based off of a sphere that doesn't have this fucking weird ass pear shape. So that means, dude, if you fucking trajected this fucking vessel into fucking the deep space that they believe Narnia bullshit, but if you were calculating it as a sphere, you would be off. And then if you fucking are off by one fucking small nth of a fucking degree, you wouldn't fucking hit the target because you were basing it off of a fucking perfect sphere.
And all
that's what we were talking about with. Yeah, what we were talking about with Quantum Eraser when it comes to this topic. You can't say the Earth is an oblate spheroid. You can't say the Earth is pear-shaped. The shape of the Earth it has to be, according to the globe paradigm, and for lack of better words, a perfect sphere.
Yeah,
mathematically. A blue marble.
Exactly.
Right. When they talk about longitude and latitude, it has to be a perfect sphere.
Right.
So
because all their math is that.
If you're making it anything other than a perfect sphere, then you're going to have to show, right? Like, how is it an oblate spheroid when NASA's taking these images of a blue marble? You're going to have to redact those images and then correct for what it should be. You get what I mean? You can't say that, well, it's a triangle when it's a circle. It's either one thing or it's not that one thing.
Yeah, you're set. You're set.
Yep.
They kind of fuck themselves.
You've got one thing, and you can't argue outside of that thing.
No.
All their fucking geometry and mathematical equations and trigonometry are based upon a fucking perfect sphere because that's the way the math equates. So the second you say that the Earth is anything other than that, then you just fucked off all your math.
Done. Yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
So, has anybody looked into the reason why? Like, well, for you, I think APOC, this would be pertaining to your argument for surveying, because we were always making the distinction between planar surveying and then geodetic surveying. The geodetic surveying, when it came around to have like the what's the formula or the quoted formula? It's a Haversine formula, right? Is that what it's using?
Yeah, the cosine times it. Yeah.
When you employ that, are you using what model is it? The perfect spheroid, the WGS84 oblate spheroid, or which one?
Yeah, it is the GS84. Yeah, that's it.
So it's an oblate, and they showed an image, and it looks like a smushed like ball.
Yeah, potato.
Like smushed.
Yeah, it's a potato.
But the problem with that is, how is that useful when you're measuring in the macro? When we see blue marbles from like NASA, that doesn't.
Right.
It's not the same. You get what I mean?
They changed it. Yeah, they changed
Information's colliding. It either is one thing, because a Haversine formula would then dictate what reality is based on surveying. And then, of course, if geodetic surveying is the perfect way to map the Earth, then aren't we talking about something that's visually, equal?
Yeah,
you'd be seeing an oblate spheroid, right?
Conversation before about because I was doing a job for the last 2 weeks about we were running some stormwater pits and we had all these pinpoints down this straight road, and at the end of the job we had to set this on grade. So at the end of the job we set the laser up straight. It was 2 kilometers, so it was over a mile, and then all the datum points along there give you the height above sea level, so you adjust the stuff to work it out. And then over that, it was 2 kilometers, so it's about 1.7, 1.8 miles.
You worked out
something
the distance,
like that. Right? Well, there was no change in elevation from the laser from the datum points, plus and minus along the road. So, and there should have been because the laser was in one position the whole time. So there should have been a drop of, I think, about 12 or 13 inches. So and we didn't detect any over there because we were working out how much fall we had over the whole barrel drain. There's these big concrete barrel drains, and and it was a straight line based on a flat, like
Measurement?
flat baseline. Yeah,
So-
because all the data points are in the road. They put pins in the road, and they give you the elevation above sea level, and then you just change your staff based on, okay, if it's a fixed 560 millimeter difference in the road height, right? It'll tell you that in the road, so you adjust your staff 560 mils, and you can get the same measurement. But there should have also been a drop in curvature as well over that distance.
It must
And
have
it
all
wasn't
been
there.
curved. It must have all been curved. Like
I posted
wasn't there.
I posted the formula that they use, and that formula using cosine, that's based upon a spherical a spherical shape, meaning perfect to 360 degrees and having the same radius from the center to the edges. So think about it.
Yeah,
if that was what they're going by mathematically, they'd be fucking off on everything they
Yeah,
ever
I know,
fucking told
which
us.
is why I was saying before, Crit. That's the formula, but isn't it corrected for the WJS84? So it's the Haversine formula was.
there is a correction. There's a
That's
correction.
what I'm talking.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like this is
So you
interesting,
take
right?
your measurements and then you add in the correction. It's called what is it? It's a geodesic correction or something like that.
Yeah, correction.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's not
so
a
if
dip
you look-
correction. That's
if
for
you-
yeah.
If you looked into this and you're actually trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe based on this, what APOC is putting up is a problem for the Glober, right? Because he's trying
Yes.
to figure out, well, it's a perfect sphere according to the Haversine. But then you're going to be going into whether or not it's visually represented as specifically what the Haversine is saying, because they're actually representing it as a blue marble in every image that you've ever seen about the Earth and such. Because do you think that the moon's an oblate spheroid? Because they're always saying, well, it's like the moon and it's like the sun. Well, they don't look like fucking oblate spheroids, do they?
Because the moon's still spinning.
Well, the issue that they say when they come in here, they're like, it's like the moon. What are you saying? Everything else is not a sphere? And you're like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
The Earth is different. They say it's an oblate spheroid, yeah? So it's not a sphere like. Well, and then they go, well, it is it is an oblate spheroid by 1 pixel, and they say this shit, right? But it's not true, because when you look at the images represented for what an oblate spheroid looks like, the WJS84 one, I mean, it's pretty fucking oblate, dude. I mean, it's smushed. So
Right.
it looks nothing like a sphere, like a
And just real quick, it's interesting that you said that the moon's still spinning, because in reality, they claim it's tidally locked. So technically, it's not spinning because we're always seeing the same face. But,
but it is spinning.
If you look at the recent photos of them saying of this moon that's going around, I think it was Jupiter, and they're saying, oh no, not Jupiter, I think it was Uranus. But they're saying that this rock or whatever, they call it a moon, but they show it spinning like big time. Like you clearly see one side to the other, and it's spinning. And then my question was like, well, hold up.
From where?
If we think moons are tidally locked, they should never spin the way NASA showed it. This was literally like 3 days ago. They just showed it like it's like spinning like a lot, and you're gonna see two sides of it. And they had the
when
CGI.
they show it, but when they show it spinning, like spinning from what reference point? Like,
Well,
you know what I
obviously
mean?
it's CGI. Yeah, I get you. But obviously it was CGI, and they had a they had a position from like God, but it was a computer graphic. But they showed the rock spinning completely, and I'm like, that never fucking happens with the moon ever. That's not the way we fucking see it.
The issue is like there's a lot of double speak going on with the Glober, because they're going to talk about how they worked out that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, or in surveying, geodetic surveying, what they're using to actually predict what the Earth is at a larger scale. But how they do that, or how they get the end result of how it isn't, the Earth being an oblate spheroid, has nothing to do with an actual measurement. It has more to do with corrections and to a specific model. I think that's the problem that people aren't understanding. So there's a conundrum, right? And it's happening right there with the Haversine formula, where you need a perfect sphere. in order to work that out. But then there's a correction done because the math doesn't check out.
Exactly, and that's what they fucking do. They do like the bait and switch.
And this is the thing that people really and often don't speak of when we're talking about, the specific case for geodetic surveying, because they're trying to superimpose how that's the case, before planar, because planar surveying is the actual people on the ground measuring.
Yeah,
that's the raw data. That's raw
the
data.
reading. That's the actual reading you get before the corrections. Yeah.
So, and a lot of people don't know that because APOC sometimes he spins around here because the guys didn't come in here and just say bullshit, and he's correcting them. They're like, nah, it's not like that, homie. And he's like, dude, I did this, in my job, so I know what I'm talking about. But what we have is we got a problem for the Glober to present to them. If you're talking about their measuring with geodetic surveying, then you're going to have to show us exactly the method. Walk us through the actual method of the Earth being measured, like the person taking the raw data and and applying it to the Earth. Because what Timbo was mentioning was planar surveying in a practical use, because he needed that information, which was important, right? So you have to think of the Earth as a globe in order for you to figure out,
No, flat. You had to think of it as flat, and it was set as flat because it needs a certain amount of fall for the water not to flow quickly. It's got to flow slowly. So you're doing it from one position, and you're basing it off a flat baseline, like a horizontal baseline. So you're not even thinking about it as a sphere. It's flat.
Well, Alpha, you missed it earlier. Earlier, I was talking about how McToon yesterday on his show showed this one fucking dumb TikTok dumb fuck surveyor. He's a licensed surveyor, and he went to the Utah Flats, and he showed on his total station that it had a certain measurement with the arcs and seconds. But then he himself, in his own fucking video, talks about then he added the corrections.
Yep.
And then that's when it became curved. And I was trying to tell these dumb fucks, like, dude, do you not even understand? Like, he made it curved, but he was proclaiming, because when he added the fucking formula in, that it is curved. It's like, whoa, bro. Like, they don't grasp that, though. They don't understand that you could only pencil whip a curve. Because he himself, when he took his fucking shots, he didn't fucking have a curve. But once he pencil whipped it, then it was fucking curved. And they don't fucking get that. But they use that as proof. And McToon literally fucking posted that video as if it's proof for a curved Earth. I'm like, wow, McToon's such a fucking retard. He doesn't understand how you could only get that once you pencil whip it. There you go.
We always point this out to them, but they kind of whistle past the graveyard in this specific argument. So it's always on our, like, I guess, on our behalf to point this out. We have to.
Right.
I would say damn near a duty to make sure that everybody understands what they're doing. Because it's like you're telling the people what the magician's doing, right? You see the hand doing the the fingers are twiddling around. Yeah, you're looking at that hand, but the other one, that's where the magic happens. Because you don't see the misdirection. The misdirection is you're thinking that you're measuring something and you're not measuring. There's measuring and there's calculating. Measuring and calculating. There's two very different, distinct things.
There's actually a button. There's just there's a button for it as well. You can press it. You can turn it on and off.
It's called atmosphere correction / Earth correction. Earth curve correction.
Yeah.
Literally a button you can turn on and off.
Exactly, yeah. So you can turn it off and do planar surveying, and you can turn it on and do geodesic surveying or whatever. Yeah.
How do you transfer horizontal lines when you have to correct for a curvature?
Exactly,
no, they don't,
bro.
They don't. So there's a difference. They don't use it in, say, that you don't use it in construction. You only use it in surveying. So land surveying.
Well,
right. So when you're using construction, you use planar surveying. You have to.
Well, yeah,
it doesn't translate, which is a contradiction in terms. Yeah, like so when you're building something and it has to be level and plumb, you don't use it. But when you're doing land surveying, you use it.
Yeah, so but the only reason, the only reason why they do that is because they have to make sure that they are accurate to the baked-in model of something curving away. That's it.
The
That's all it is.
GS84. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Do you remember the guy that used to come in here? He had the Albert Einstein little baby avatar. I think his name is like something genius
He was
or some
in.
shit.
Oh, okay. Did he change his name? He was a surveyor. Yeah.
No, his friend was. Or maybe he did it too. He did it too, I think, at some point. But his friend was a 30-year surveyor, but he was he didn't do construction. I was just going to tell you, Timbo. He was doing surveying for like plots of land because he was in real estate.
Yeah.
So they would go to areas and do some surveying because they had to know. What's really important about when you're doing this is you have to understand about like what flow is in concerns to the land you're going to be building on top. So when you're doing just plain art surveying, it's important like you establish that, right?
Because you need to know where the water's going to run to. You
Yes.
have to at all times.
And it's like you can transfer the line from land to land, like those certain swaths of land that you measure. So what he was saying was like, in no way did this guy in all of his years ever think about, correcting for curvature, that he never had to, even if he had to do it over plots of land. Like he would have to transfer lines a couple of times because the land that people would want to purchase was covering, quite a bit of distance. So he's like, this guy, he would laugh at me if I would tell him that he had to count for curvature, and that he'd never done that.
Yeah.
So he's like, man, I should record him, because it's like people wouldn't believe me if I told him myself, because I think he did it a couple of times, but this other guy was a professional for many years. It's like they don't, in construction, I think, and just regular land surveying, they don't account for that. I think the only way they do it is to kind of appease, the globalist gods. Like that's when you want to take the whole world in your hands and just like say, okay, now we have to think about it like a globe. No, you don't. Why?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what they actually are accounting for is the fact that an object, a target that's a certain distance away from you, they do understand how the light's refracting or whatever you want to call it, and then they will account for that. but the point is that that's why they're always off. If you were to take it one shot from a far distance, you're going to be off. So here we are, the builders, we get on the fucking job site and we're like, hey, it doesn't fucking add up. And it must have been a little hot that day when the surveyor was here because he was fucking off by a 1/4 inch. Okay, well, we'll correct it. Don't worry. As long as we maintain fucking
level,
horizontal, and fucking vertical, and we're good.
Yeah. Otherwise, as you go up, your roof span's going to be too different. It's going to be different. So I know they say it's not by much, but if you're in steel, yeah. So if you're setting up your steel structure, and say these huge Amazon buildings, right?
Right. Yeah. I built one in Anaheim. I built the Amazon building. Yeah.
Yeah. So they've got their concrete slab, which is perfectly flat because the robots work on it. And then as you put up your steel, as you put up your steel structure, if you're a 2 mile factory, then your perpendiculars are going to be off, which means your steel rafters for the roof are going to be different lengths.
Right. The as you go up levels, that means that one would have to be longer than the other.
3 centimeters, 4 centimeters, they're still going to be off. But all this stuff's pre-ordered.
But that's not the way we built it. Exactly. That's not the way we built it.
APOC, how much money do you think they put into that building that you were working on? Like
millions.
So let's just say you're somebody who wants to get this building put up in that specific, the company is going to invest in this much amount of money. Do you think they're going to be like, just get as close as you can to the Earth curve as you can possibly?
No,
we never do that. Everything about
your quotes will be off, man.
Everything about the blueprints is plumb, level, square. I don't care if you're on the first floor. I don't care if you're on the fucking 50th floor. It's plumb, level, square.
So you wouldn't send Heyoka in there to kind of get the conversation going of how you're going to build this shit, right? Because
I'll get him to make my glass.
No, he'll be fired.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, oh, but yo, it's not really flat.
Oh,
It's not really flat. Oh, yeah.
Gotta throw out this piece of glass. It's not flat.
What do you need the building to be on a flat surface? No, it's on a globe.
Alpha, that reminds me of the fucking dumb shit that said that casino floors are built with the curve of the earth.
Yeah, no, he was serious, bro. I think that's the part
He
that really threw us off.
He
He's like,
was.
yeah,
dude.
the casino floors are built with the curve in mind. I was like, really? Fucking what?
Yeah.
Or aircraft carrier decks are built with the curve.
Yeah.
Who says that, Crit?
That was,
Seriously?
Yeah, it just goes. It just
one of
goes
those
with the water,
debunkers.
Crit. You know, just follows the water. They bend with the water.
The important thing is, you know, thankfully, none of these guys are actually in the construction business. Because
Exactly,
we'd be in a
dude.
world of
Thank God for
trouble.
that.
I mean, pun intended, right?
You know what's funny, dude, is that I swear to God, I've joked about that so many times, dude. When I was on a job site, I swear to God, I'd be like, "Hey, Chewy," the one of the foremen was Chewy. I was like, "Hey, Chewy, did we account for curvature of the Earth?" He'll be like, "Shut the fuck up." he'll fucking get mad at me.
Did he look like Chewbacca?
No. His name, because in Spanish, when someone's name's Jesus, it's like a nickname, Chewy, for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
okay.
Yeah, but I'm like, hey, Chewy. I'm like, did we account for curvature of the Earth? Because he knew I was a flat earther. He'd be like, shut the fuck up and just fucking give me a measurement.
Yeah, when it
was a
comes
good
right
time.
down to it, I mean, when we're just okay, you think you have a winning hand, I know I have one. I'm gonna lay my flush down. What do you got? And they're just like, dude, I won this game. I have the winning hand. I know that I won. And you're like, okay, put your hand down so we can see it. I'm telling you, dude, it's a winning hand. I got you guys all where I want. And you're like, dude, just fucking show your cards already. Like, get this shit over with, right? Like, shit or get off the pot. Like, why are you stalling? And they never do.
This all comes back to you know how we always say the Earth is practically used as flat. So in practice, always, you know that's a true statement. Practically used, measured. So that goes with it. Measured, practically used as flat.
When we
No
were
way
building the people, when we were building the people mover at LAX, I fucking used to joke about that so much, dude. I used to fucking tell my boss all the time. He used to fucking get mad at me because he'd be like, "Shut the fuck up," because it's literally like disproving his fucking belief. I'm like,
Yeah,
"Hey,
did you allow for curvature on that, mate?
yeah." I was like, we're like a mile in, like from like the original fucking point was next to the parking structure. That's the starting point, okay? That's where the tram starts at the parking structure. We're about a mile in to fucking LAX.
Did he cut out?
Oh shit! What the fuck? That was weird. I was like, "Hey, Sandra, do we count for the curvature of the Earth?" He's like, "Shut the fuck up! Just give me my fucking point." I was like, "All right, making sure, bro. Just making sure."
Oh, I don't think you're right.
Oh, you can measure elevation angles from the side of a hill.
Oh, yeah. He kind of sounds Canadian, though, huh? As a Native American.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia. Yeah. Yeah, brother. So at end of the day, when you're asking them for evidence, they just meander and never get to the point. That guy's an edgelord. I don't know about you guys. He's an edgelord.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Like you're right at the pinnacle of like where the information's coming. It's there. It's almost there. You're like never gets there. Like fucking. That's why everybody's just like, I'll fucking tell you. You don't want to say it. I'll say it.
I just can't grasp how Globers that come in here can't fucking grasp how things are plumb level square. And how far does that fucking extend itself to make a curve? And then once they fucking finally maybe realize, like, oh, right, yeah, you're right. A straight line is fucking straight. And if it was curved, then it would no longer be straight if we fucking angled it to fucking make the same elevation. So if we're fucking doing this for fucking a mile and a half way away from the original position, then and it's still not fucking curving because it's still horizontal, it's still straight, then what the fuck?
Like, dude, this is why I'm like so adamant with these fucking dumb shits, dude. I ain't gonna lie, dude. It raises my blood pressure. I ain't gonna lie.
let's tap into a roll call and see if there's anybody in here maybe that believes that the Earth is a globe. We'll go down the list. We
Who's
got
Archer?
We got Archer joining the group. We got Ben and Jen. I'm gonna go down. So anybody that I called your name and you heard us speaking right now, so you can jump in and give us any evidence that you believe the Earth's a globe. That's fine. We got Tenaz, we got Wire at the bottom, and everybody else I know. So I'm only calling the people that are in here that I don't know. So you guys are welcome to present your evidence that the Earth is a globe, and we'll hear you out because I think it's interesting that people in 2025 actually believe that there's evidence for the Earth being a globe. I mean, if you got anything that you can present, that'd be great.
Radio silence.
Please, gentlemen, ladies. Information about the Earth's curvature will do in the text chat. All you have to do, because you've been listening to us kind of talk amongst ourselves, but now's the time, right? Pony up with the information, put it in the text chat and say, okay, here you go. This is what we're talking about. No need to hide behind, I don't have a mic. In 2025, a microphone is easy to purchase. Dollar store mics are available. I mean, you can use your phone, which always has a mic.
You got a mic on your iPhone, yeah.
So
yeah, I have just come here, so I do not know what is really going on here.
I'll tell you. I'm the tour guide to this adventure you're on right now. So let's get to it. So where you're at right now is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. And in this channel, we always ask the new people if they have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. Now, it's up to you to actually present some information and show how you know that the Earth is a globe by said information. Now, if you don't have any information, say, you know what, I just believe the Earth is a globe and I do not have information. Is that you today, sir?
I only read some old stories, like in the Bible, the Satan, he takes Jesus like in the forest and sees him on the high mountains to see all the glories of the world. So that would tell us that if you can just sit.
Would that be a flat plane?
Yeah, because you can see the whole world just by like standing on the high mountain.
Because I don't think America can see Australia on a globe.
Well, yeah, let's put this into perspective, Archer. Are you saying that you're advocating for the flat Earth right now?
I think I'm on the fence.
Excellent.
Yeah,
no, that's fine.
I'm not religious. I'm just I'm just want to listen to some different ideas.
Welcome to the group, Archer. And in here, we're going to ask for very specifically how you know what you know. But now that you mentioned what you said, where your position is, that's fine. You believe biblically that it's not possible to have a globe Earth. I mean, everybody here is probably in tandem with what you're saying. There's no qualms about the Bible being a globe Earth book. It's not. And people who are real to themselves will understand that. Those people in biblical circles.
when God drew the circle in the deep. I mean, how does that make sense on the globe? Because if the circle is just a circle, then wake up. That should be enough evidence right there. If you're a biblical guy, you should realize that that can't be curved because you wouldn't be able to draw that circle on the face of the deep.
Okay, so anybody else in here that I called, whose name I called, that you believe that the Earth is a globe, you can present your evidence. So once again, Archer, thank you for chiming in. Ben and Jen, looking down the list to see if anybody else popped in here. Tenaz and Wire. Welcome to the group once again, guys. Every conversation is different, so we're not going to be.
Yeah, if you heard us say that.
Check this out.
This is
kind of a disclaimer for you guys. You've heard our interactions with every individual in here will be very different than the one we have with you. So I would say this: come with your best evidence and/or say I don't know, and just be genuine. Just be real. That's all we're asking. You don't got to play a part. You don't got to fake shit. Just be real. Yeah.
I'd like to ask Archer a question.
Yeah, Archer, are you there?
Okay, go on.
Archer, when you say I'm on the fence, that would indicate that you've either got some evidence one way or the other way, and you're not sure which is true or not. Have you seen any evidence either way?
What evidence? Like the Earth is flat?
Both. So I'm, at this moment, I'm saying, okay, one way would be, okay, I'm on the fence. It could be a sphere. I'm on the fence. It could be flat. So what's tipping you in the middle, where you can say I'm not sure? So you'd have an argument for a globe, and you'd have an argument for flat, because otherwise you wouldn't be in the middle. Yeah.
I'm not saying that this kind of argument. I'm just saying that something like I'm open-minded, because it is very difficult to tell whether something is a fact or not. It's hard
Yeah, but
to prove that.
is it difficult to tell you whether it's a globe or not?
I mean, at this moment, people they are saying the Earth is like the round.
Yeah, but don't worry about other people. I'm just asking you about you. Yeah.
I've told you I'm like on the fence. I'm okay with
I know.
ideas. Yeah.
And I'm trying to determine what's keeping you on the fence.
What I said. Let me.
My line. Go for it, man.
If you don't mind, Tumbo. Hold on,
Yeah,
Archer.
go, man.
Would you say that the reason you're on the fence is because you've never looked into this specific topic? So you haven't discovered whether or not you know more about the globe or more about flat Earth. Is that what you would say? Like you haven't looked into it, so you just want to keep an open mind? Is that true?
Yeah. Because this is the first time I joined in this group. You know, I just bumped into this group.
Yeah, so you don't really have a dog in the fight per se, because you never really looked into if the Earth is an actual globe or if it's really flat. Because to you've never really invested time to look into this. Either way, is that true?
Yeah. I heard something about that, and also I think that in the past, it's not just only in the Western countries, in the Eastern countries, people they also believe that the Earth was flat.
Yeah, well, let me ask you, sir, because it sounds like you have a accent pertaining to the area or the region of like Asia. Are you from Asia?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm from Asia.
Yeah, is this topic I'm sorry, Archer. Is this topic taboo for you speaking of such things over there where you're at?
No, not. No.
So what I mean is you couldn't mention this to people because, maybe it's not like you have to comply with,
Yeah, but I think he's Asian living in a Western country though.
Oh, is that true?
Is that right, Archer?
No. I've always been staying in my country. No.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm wrong. Yeah.
But the thing is, I think that in my country, most people they are not very religious, so you can talk about any kind of shit, and even if they consider
what country is that? Are you in China?
Yeah, exactly. People
it
that
sounds
don't
like you have
care
a Mandarin
about
accent. That's why I asked.
Yeah, they don't care about the religious like stuff. So yeah.
Well,
that is what I mean. Like I'm open with all kinds of ideas.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, based on the information as far as the Earth being measured as a globe, we would put it to you, Archer, because it seems like you're a guy who's, to me, in my estimation, it sounds like you're genuine. You just want to know what we're talking about in here, and you don't know really much about both sides. So if we could lay something out for you, that'd be great. Yeah? What do you think?
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I want to hear like something different. Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm gonna give you 3 questions. You can answer them honestly. They're how we disproved in a very concise manner.
I haven't heard these for a while.
Yeah, I know. I haven't been because people don't often come in like Archer. So, if we're going to talk about the disproving of the Earth as a globe, I'm going to give you 3 questions. These 3 questions are going to disprove the Earth as a globe, and then afterwards, we're going to affirm and actually give you our position on the Earth being flat. It's opposite of this. All right, so the Earth, any time in history, has it ever been measured to have any curvature? And by curvature, I mean from where you're standing to a target distance, any drop over that distance. Has that ever been measured any time in history that you know of?
Never heard about that.
Okay, so because if they say that the Earth is curving from point A to point B, point A would be where you're standing. Point B would be a target distance. And, we can say 10 miles, 20 miles, anything that you could see off into the distance where you say, hey, I see that thing way over there. And if somebody said they measured that curvature, then I'm asking for if you've heard of any time in history that that's been measured. Now, that's never been done, of course, from our position. So I'm asking you, have you heard of that ever been done from anything that you've ever heard?
I am transgender.
That's great. This is the wrong. You're in the wrong room, sir. This is the flat Earth room. So that other room, transgender room or whatever, might be a different one. So it's not this one. Anyway, back to you, Archer. Has anybody ever measured the drop over distance that you know of?
I haven't heard about that personally. So
okay. Have you been to? I don't know what the education system is like over there where you're from, but do they teach that the Earth is measured as a globe?
Of course, like in the school, it is round. Yeah, in the textbook, it would tell us something like that. Yeah.
Excellent.
I think that,
have they shown how it's measured as a globe, or are they just telling you it is one?
Well, no, they just tell you the one.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, what were you
Yeah.
going to say? Go ahead.
I mean that well, back then we did not even have a globe in the classroom.
Right. Well, all of us that has been through some type of education system, we know what you're talking about, right? So they
Yeah.
point to a globe, they tell you live on one, they got pictures and all that kind of stuff. But the most important thing that I think they do not give you is a way to understand how it has been measured as a globe, which is why I'm bringing this up, right? The first question on the 3 questions that I'm going to ask you is, how in history has it ever been measured as a globe? And who has done it, right? Because we're looking for the guy or the people or the woman or whoever has measured the surface to be curving. Now, this has never been done. And I'm asking, not only am I saying it, but I'm asking you, based on any form of education that you've had that you know of, anybody ever measuring the Earth as a curve?
So, are you saying that in the Western countries you have never done these kind of things before?
Not the teaching, or should I say, the way that it's told to us that the Earth is a globe. It's never one that we can understand how it's been measured. It's only said to us over here in the Western countries that the Earth is a globe. It's like essentially like it's already a globe. Yeah, people have measured it, but we never have like this understanding of how, except for the idea of this guy named Eratosthenes, right? Back in the day. I won't get too much into that because that's not really conclusive. So because it's inconclusive in the position that they tell us that he measured something, it's not really a measurement. So I can't go into that because it doesn't fall in the basket of measurement, right? It falls in the basket of inconclusion. So it doesn't give us a conclusion that the Earth has been measured. Therefore, I can't put it in the realm of, yes, this is a measurement that has been done. That's why I'm telling you, the only answer they give us is basically a non-answer to the question, right?
Yeah.
So, based on your education system, they haven't shown you either, right? In the Eastern countries, in Asia. They just tell you
Yeah,
it's a
of
globe, but they don't show you, okay, this is how you measure the surface to have some curvature.
Well, you have to know in the Chinese education, the teacher just tell you something and you just believe that.
Mm.
This is how our educational system would usually be like.
Okay. Would they entertain people asking questions? Like maybe you say, okay, teacher, thank you for telling me that, but I want to know how it's been measured. Or would they not allow for that? Because maybe the teaching system is you don't ask the questions, you just listen to the studies and you memorize and you do the best you can for your test, but don't ask them questions.
Yeah, like the teacher tells us the Earth is round, and then during the exam, you have to answer it in that way. There is no questions, no challenges. Otherwise, you would be in trouble.
Right.
But
well, yeah, go ahead, sir.
The thing is, a lot of kind of shit I learned from a textbook later turned out to be like
not true.
Not true. Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
So,
now you have a critical thinking mind. Yeah. Go ahead.
So these days, I do not really believe in those kind of like what I have learned in the classroom or in the textbooks. Yeah.
Good stuff. So we're actually right now. You're basically your mind is ready to think. Right? It's ready to think. And the thing is, we're going to give you some information to think about. We're not going to tell you what to think in this room. We're going to tell you how to think. So how can you think about something like what we're saying? So 3 questions. We've gone over the curvature. First of all, just the point where the globe would say, it's a globe. Well, we're asking the question, how was it measured, right? So far from me and you and I, we've been told that it's a globe, but never been measured as one. So you can concur with my answer that I've never been told or even shown that it's been measured as a globe. You probably as well, correct?
Yeah, actually, it did not really occur to me before, like
this conversation.
I came to this. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's walk through the second question, shall we? Moving forward. So the second one, it has to deal with axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Now, this is important, right? Because there's a specific number to the rotation of the Earth. Now, I'm going to ask you the question, same as the first. Anytime in history, do you know if the Earth's rotation ever been measured? Axial rotation, and by what method? That you know of.
I don't think they ring any bell, but maybe it's like too far away.
Okay, do you know what the axial rotation is, right? They're telling us that the Earth is a globe and it's spinning.
Yeah, it is like you are saying it rotates about like 24 hours per day.
That's correct. So, by what method can we measure the Earth's rotation that you know of? Or at least been told?
I know nothing. It is just some kind of a knowledge that our teacher tells us.
Okay. Exactly. Same with us, right? We're being told such a story, and there's no evidence that somebody can tell us that they can see the Earth rotating. Because what would have to happen, Archer, is that if you make a claim about the Earth's rotation and the speed it's rotating, there has to be an observation of such phenomena. The Earth is doing something. It's rotating. So an observation would be essential for this specific claim. Now, that has never been shown to us that an observation has been seen that the Earth is rotating because it's doing something. So nobody has ever visually seen the Earth as an observation rotating. So therefore, this question, just like me and you, we cannot answer this because that phenomena has never been witnessed. So thank you for that. We're going to concur and also move on. So second question done. Third question. Now they're telling us that we live on a globe, right? And this globe is an open system. Now I'm going to give it to you like this. There are 3 types of systems. There's an isolated system, there's a closed system, and there's an open system. Isolated, closed, and open. Now with an isolated system, matter and energy cannot leave the system. Matter being something physical, energy being something like the sun, the energy from the sun, or any type of other heat, that sort of thing, that energy that can be transferred. In an isolated system, there is no transfer from the system outside of the system. There is no transfer. So on an open system, you can have matter and energy move forward, back and forth from the system, and and outside of the system. Now, a closed system, you can only have energy transfer, but not matter. Matter cannot leave the system, only energy. Now, we can give you a visual for your mind to think about, right? So on a practical level, I can show you what an isolated system is, a closed system, and an open system. Now, for the isolated system, I'm going to give you a very simple way to think about it. Now, think about it, a thermos. You know what a thermos is? Like where you put hot beverage and it stays hot inside the container.
Bottle?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a thermos, or a bottle, and it stays warm, or like a soup or something. You can put it inside of this bottle, and the outside of the bottle doesn't transfer any heat. You don't feel the heat outside of the bottle because it's inside of like a thermos. It's like insulated. So basically, that would be an isolated system. It keeps the energy and the matter within that system. But when you hold the thermos from the outside, you don't feel any of the heat inside because it's holding it within the system. Do you know what type of bottle I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
this
called
is
a thermos in the Western world. I don't know what you guys call it over there, but
So this is an isolated system.
correct.
Right.
Matter and energy cannot transfer back and forth in the system. Therefore, the beverage inside of that container remains, roughly about the same temperature like a few hours later. It doesn't lose energy. It keeps warm in there, right?
So why does it have anything to do with the Earth being like round or flat?
Well, this is the third question. The third question, I'll get to it. I'm actually laying a foundation for you to think about. So first I have to talk about the systems, therefore you can understand the systems, and then you can apply it to the system of the Earth. So with the closed system, you could think about it like a soda can. Have you ever drank a soda?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
a soda,
Also,
the soda has, the carbonated drink inside. So when you get a soda from the refrigerator, you put it on your countertop, you can hold on to that soda. Well, what happens is, because it's a closed system, the heat from your hand and the heat on the temperature of the room will make the energy in that soda get warmer when it's outside of the refrigerator, right?
yeah.
So it being cold will start getting, the drink inside will start getting warm. Now, the carbonation inside doesn't leave because it's inside and it's closed, but the energy can transfer back and forth through that soda can. So that's a closed system. Now, an open system would be the same soda can, and when you open the soda can with the lid open, the carbonation rushes out. Rushes out, right? You seen that happen before?
Yeah.
It rushes out of the can. It doesn't just leak out. When you pop that tab open, the carbonation explodes out of that system, rushing out. So the open system means that now you have energy and matter that can exit the system. So you have an understanding of isolated, closed, and open. I'm laying the foundation for you to think about, right? This third question. So now they're telling us that the Earth is an open system. You follow me now?
So it is an open system?
Yeah, as a globe. They're telling you and me that the Earth, being a globe, is an open system. That means that we have gas pressure where we're breathing right now on the surface, and then we have a vacuum of space,
Adjacent.
far past the Kármán line, adjacent to the pressure air, where the Earth is. Now, is it possible to have an open system, like you have as the Earth as a globe, with the gas pressure that we have on the surface, with nothing to prevent the gas from expanding outward? So the question would be, how can you have gas pressure without a container? There's nothing to contain the gas. It's an open system.
Still do not get it. Well, personally, I feel that the energy, like the energy from the Earth, they always stay
One
the
sec,
same.
Archer. So they claim to have gone to the moon, yeah? So they left the Earth. So that means
can
it's
you
an
prove
open
that?
system. So no. I
How
know.
can you prove that it really
Yeah.
goes to the moon?
Oh, okay. Don't worry about it then.
So, okay, remember I talked about matter and energy transfer under the open system?
Yeah.
So do you think the molecules of gas pressure are matter?
Well, personally, maybe I'm wrong, but I always believe that all the energies, like on the Earth, they always stay the same.
Yeah, that's not the argument. I guess what I'm saying is gas pressure, being something that you and I breathe, do you think that it could expand to fill the available space?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's preventing the air that you and I are breathing right now from just leaving the system and the pressure equalizing with the void of the vacuum of space? Why doesn't it just rush out into space and we not have any air anymore to breathe on Earth? What's preventing that?
You're not talking about the gravity?
You're getting there. So I'm asking the question, has it been told to you what's preventing the air from escaping into the open space of the vacuum of space? What's preventing that air from rushing out?
Maybe it's a gravity.
That seems like the answer, right?
There seems to be a container like to circle around the Earth.
Well, right now I'm just saying. Yeah, right now what I'm saying is the Earth as a globe has a problem. Well, many problems, but this one particular one that I'm speaking about is the gas pressure in the open system would rush out into the available volume. So I'm asking you, is it possible that we have an open system? Like they tell you that you're living on a globe, right? With a vacuum of space out there, and you're living on the system down here where you're breathing gas pressure. But how is it possible that there's gas pressure when it's an open system? The air can rush out to the vacuum and then you don't have no more air to breathe. What's holding the gas pressure?
Yeah, I think it's mainly about the gravity. But
right.
maybe you are also right. There's something circling around the Earth.
Well, I wouldn't think about it like that. What I will say is we are in a contained system, a closed system. Out of the three systems that I mentioned to you, an isolated system is nowhere found in nature. Isolated. But what we do notice, it's either a closed or an open system. Now, we would say it's a closed system, being that we understand that gas pressure on the surface is at about 14 psi. Now, we can't say that it's an open system because if it was, then the gas that we're breathing would expand to fill the available volume, meaning we wouldn't have any gas to breathe, no air to breathe, and it would just keep expanding. Nothing would stop it. It would just keep going and going, and no more gas.
Yeah, of course.
So what is
I
preventing?
don't believe that it's open.
So, yeah, what's that, Archer?
I do not believe that is an open one. Like
right,
all the energies they would leave the Earth.
Correct. Now, this is only speaking about the problem or the issue. The globe.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you basically answered all the questions like with flying colors because I gave it to you and you thought about it, and it's the same problem or the same issue that people with the mindset that they think the Earth's a globe, they would have to answer. But this is the issue, right? Now, in the practical reality that you and I live in, we understand gas pressure needs to be contained. Why do we say that? Well, there's a definition for gas pressure, and it definitely speaks of that gas pressure is force over unit area, and it's held in with the container, the walls of its containment. So the gas pressure that exerts on the walls, it's what causes the pressure. So like, take for instance a tire. A tire, when you inflate it with air, well, the tire walls keep the gas pressure within. And the more air you put into that tire, the walls of that containment is going to make the pressure even greater. Because the tire is keeping the air inside. Until you reach a maximum force point where you put enough exertion on those walls, and then the walls will not be able to contain that air anymore because there'll be so much pressure in that tire and it will explode. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Earth, if it was an open system, the air would rush out into the vacuum of space. That's not what we have here. So they're telling us something, yet we can demonstrate the opposite. So now I'm going to tell you this: the Earth as a having curvature on the surface, spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a belief that people have. Now they only have this belief, and they can only defend it from a belief position. But when it comes down to demonstration, observation, they're bankrupt. There is no observation of the Earth as a globe, basically from a person's, personal vantage point. Like if you say, I'm going to go outside and notice and, observe the Earth as a globe, you cannot do such a thing. No observation of the Earth as a globe. No demonstration that it is one in any testable way.
You count photos as observation?
So it's a belief. It's a belief that they have, Archer. And you being in an Eastern country, and you have a critical thinking mind like you do, that's great. And it's good that you're here too, because other people in this specific country, in the Western world, they're indoctrinated. They believe with all their heart and soul that the Earth is a globe, based on a belief system. So let's go to affirming the flat Earth. Now that we've covered the Earth as a globe, not being real, we'll go to affirm that it's flat. How's that?
So
pretty good.
So if the Earth is a flat, so what it is like? Like it is just floating in the universe?
Good question. Good question. Yeah, I think the question there needs to be looked at a perspective from a vantage point of being on the Earth. Now, if we're saying we're on the Earth, is it any way possible that we can be outside of the Earth that you can think of?
What does that mean? Outside of the Earth?
So we're on the Earth right now, right? You're standing on top of the Earth.
Yeah.
What you're asking for is a perspective that nobody's ever taken. Do you think anybody can leave this Earth and look back?
I mean, leave the Earth?
Yeah, and then look back and say, "Hey, I see, we're a globe, or I see we're whatever."
No.
And that's the issue, is because we're in a closed system, that's not possible. Because remember, you'd have to leave the Earth system, look back, and then see the Earth as whatever people might claim it is, floating around in a vacuum of space or whatever. But if nobody can ever see the Earth that way, then how can anybody ever make a claim that it is? So what we would say is nobody can see that vantage point. It would be a perspective that nobody can tell you about. What we can say, however, with assurance, is that we're standing on the floor of all that there is. So everything that you know in reality, you're on the cosmology that I'm speaking of with flat Earth is that you're on the floor of everything. There's no more than the thing that you're on right now. Like everything that there is like all around you. There's no more. There's no other planets. There's no other galaxies. We're not inside of a system of solar system floating around. All of these concepts are given to you to think about they model them, they try to work them out with math, but there's nothing they can do to show you in the practical reality that that's what it is. Like I'm telling you, so you can only, like somebody can tell you, yeah, but we have rockets that leave the Earth, and we have rovers on Mars, we got moon landings, we got all this stuff. They can tell you to think about something, and you can choose to believe that if you want to. But as far as you go, you're only going to believe what they tell you. You can never present any empirical information that's true. There's nothing you can do except for believe. Do you get what I'm going with this now?
Yeah, personally, I do not really believe in the moon landing thing.
Excellent.
Because it happened just before this kind of conflict between the Soviet Union and the US back then.
Yeah. Do you know, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but the Chinese government, they actually produced information like from a space station that shows the Earth from that vantage point as flat. Did you know this?
No, I never heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, we got some people that might put some images for you to look at in the text channel. I'm pretty sure somebody's got the Chinese space station showing that the Earth is flat. Not only that, But the Chinese have been very helpful in demonstrating that the Earth is flat.
Well, this is the first time I heard about that. I would check it.
Definitely. I guess if somebody has a video, you can put it up for Archer. Maybe you can look at it.
Yeah,
And some
I would
images
like
taken
to.
from that too. That's good stuff, man. But so if we want to affirm that the Earth is flat and stationary, and we're going to go from just basic observation. Now I'm going to show you an observation, right? So basically from your vantage point, I'm going to tell you the Earth as a claim that we make in here. It's a topographical horizontal plane. Topographical means we have mountains, valleys, all that kind of good stuff. Horizontal meaning that it's the way its orientation is straight across horizontally. So there's no like tilted to the side. It's just straight, flat, horizontal. That's the orientation. Horizontal, it's a topographical horizontal, and it's a plane. So we consider it being a plane that extends outward in every direction. Topographical horizontal plane. Now the observation of this, oh, thank you, Kangaroo. That Kangaroo guy, he just posted in the text channel, but that's from the Chinese space station. Archer.
So
yeah.
That's 250 miles up as well. So
how can you just tell that the Earth is flat just through this picture?
No, it's not. It's not that it's told that it's flat from this picture. It's just the information.
It's contradictory. Yeah.
The information coming from this space station is contradictory from the International Space Station.
How?
Because the International Space Station is showing a curved Earth. Like at that altitude, it would be supremely curved from the International Space Station.
Okay. Yeah. I went to check that before. So that you mean that before they would always be the curved ones?
Yeah, well, there's people that can show you what the International Space Station, like when they show images, it looks like a curved Earth. It could be shown to you, and then you could see it, and you'll be like, oh, I see the difference now. It looks really curved over here, and this one doesn't. So hopefully that's kind of putting some perspective as to the contradictions that appear when we're looking through all the information, right? So there's just one contradiction. And they wanted to point that out because, you know, your country has been doing a lot of favors for flat Earth. So anyway, moving aside from that, going back to affirming the observation, right? So when you go to the beach, you can see the watery parts of the Earth, right? You can see the ocean. But when you look across the horizon, does it look flat or does it look curved? Observation only.
Yeah, of course it's flat. Yeah.
Excellent. And would you... Exactly.
Actually,
would you say... Go ahead.
You know that where somehow, you know, have you heard of the Taoism, like the Chinese Tao? About 2,000 years ago, like our local beliefs, we believe that the Earth it was flat, and in one of the ancient classic books, it says something like this, like even though it rains heavily all the time, the sea level would always be like that. That is because, you know, it is something like this. It is something like your bathtub. You can pour a lot of water inside, but there would also, you know, you can always the water they can always
flat.
Like leaves the bathtub from below, because there is something like how to describe that. It's just something like your washing basin. There would be something below that would release the water. So even though there would be the running water on the top of it, you can always get rid of the water from the bottom.
Oh,
so that
I
is
see what you
why
mean. I see what you mean.
The water has always been like that.
It's called siphonage. It's nothing to do with flatness, though.
Yeah, no, but we're talking about the surface of the water. And so would you say that in the ancient texts that you know of, would they say that the Earth is a globe or a sphere on the surface or flat, based on just the text that you mentioned?
The Earth is flat. Yeah, just based on the ancient Chinese. Yeah, Chinese like this book. This book actually it is very famous. Like most Chinese people, I think that our nationality has been based something on that. Yeah.
Right. I think it's important because if Indio was here, he actually knows more about historical context. But he will tell you that up until recently, Chinese were always thinking that the Earth is flat. They didn't have any notion of globe, of curving Earth.
Yeah,
because it's
they did the
practical.
same Eratosthenes observations as well, and determined the Earth was flat at the same
Right.
time that Eratosthenes was doing it.
It's important because we're covering a lot of context. We're covering history. We're covering, current events, times of, like now, people's belief systems, and that sort of thing. But also, what we can observe, what we can test. I think that's the most important part of it. So we're moving into now observation. Of course, ancient people, they observed the Earth that way. So can we, right? But now we're going to move into from observation. I think you can concur that it looks flat from your position, right? Horizontal plane, that's pretty much checks out on observation. Archer, are you there?
Sorry, you are talking to me. Okay,
Yeah.
of
You
course.
think it's a horizontal plane? You just observation, right? Okay.
Yeah. Of course, it's
All right.
horizontal.
So we're going to move into measurement. Now, the Earth is measured as a horizontal plane as well. Do you know this?
How to measure that?
Okay, so do you know that? Yeah, go ahead. What'd you say?
I'm not really clear about like how to use some kind of a like scientific evidence to prove that, such as some kind of a measurement.
Okay, we'd say the category would not be science. Well, measurements are not science. It's a different category. So it's basically, it's a what is question. What is questions are what is the Earth are not science. Science deals with the how, why questions, right? A naturally observed phenomena, something occurring. So this isn't something occurring. You're trying to measure whether or not the Earth, is a flat surface. Now, if we're talking about flat, how do we understand? Where do we gain a perspective on the beginning point to measure something? Well, it is where they take the measurement from the mean sea level of the rise and fall of tides. Now, as you mentioned before, when you see water, like on the ocean, there's a rise and a fall, right, from the tides.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the beginning vertical point that they're going to get that measurement from is the median from that. So as the tides rise and fall, the median point from that is going to be the point where they start to say, okay, we create a vertical point here, and from this point outward, we're going to measure horizontally. I don't know, Jemsy, are you there? I think you want to chime in or something.
No, you know, right now.
All right. Archer, do you understand like what I'm saying? So when you start to think about measurement, especially if you're in any type of field where you actually need this information, like surveying. So do you know anything about land surveying? People that go and measure the surface, when they're going to build any type of building, or they're going to make roads or canals or anything, that they need this information is very important.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so when they use their equipment, they're going to measure small portions of the land, right? Now, small portions don't equal the entire Earth. I understand that. But from the vantage point of measuring these small portions of land, they're going to need to understand whether or not there's any curvature within that portion that they're measuring, right? So it could span anywhere from between a mile to, I think I'll be generous, to about maybe 6 miles. There's some theodolites or total stations that can measure that great of a distance. Now, the accuracy is going to be something else to discuss, but as far as like what they can tell from a specific range, right? Between 1 to, I think, 6 miles, I think is a maximum. I don't know if it goes farther, it gets any less accurate, but within that ballpark, you can safely say you can measure a horizontal plane. So from mean sea level, let's take a look at this. From mean sea level to anywhere on land, you're going to know elevation, right? You're going to say, okay, well, I measured the vertical point, and then off into the distance, we got, a hill, or, maybe 20 miles inland, there's going to be a elevation change. Well, in order for you to understand that elevation change, you're going to have a horizontal plane that extends from that vertical point. That vertical point from mean sea level to that elevation point, wherever you are, you say, okay, I'm standing over here on this hill, but I measured from that vertical point, the mean sea level, off to where I'm at is a elevation change. That change in elevation is going to be, you could be 20 meters above sea level or whatever. You can put whatever you want, any number there. But in order for you to know that, there needs to be a horizontal plane that's gotten from the place that you got mean sea level from. So mean sea level to that place you're standing on, which there's the elevation change going to be, you're going to have to know what the elevation change would be based on a horizontal plane. So you get a 90 degree where you're standing down to the horizontal plane, off back to the place where you got the mean sea level at. So it creates a 90 degree. Do you understand?
Well, I think it's quite complicated for me. Sorry.
No, let's see. So when you measure, from mean sea level to any place on land, there's going to be an elevation change. So think about it like this. You know what a ruler is, Archer?
Sorry.
A ruler.
What did you say?
You know what a ruler is? Like
ruler,
yeah. Okay, so imagine you place a ruler, and you want to know from the beginning of that ruler to the end, and you put it up against like, let's say on a table, you have a book or something that's right where the ruler is. Well, that ruler is a straight line, right, going straight across the table. Now the book that's right near the ruler, it's going to have it's going to rise up above the ruler, right? Because it's got a different elevation than the ruler. You get what I'm saying? So from the ruler up to the top of that book is going to be a specific elevation.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So what you're doing on the earth, what you're doing on the earth essentially is the same idea. You have like an invisible ruler that goes from mean sea level all the way to where you stand on like a mountain or a hill. And then you can say, I know that I'm standing above sea level at, like I said, 20 meters, whatever, put a elevation, whatever you want on there. But that's essentially what's happening. You got a straight line going from mean sea level all the way to where you're standing. And so when you have the elevation point where you're standing at, that point, and then you're going to go further out inland, you're going to go more inland, or wherever you're at, you're going to either be above or below mean sea level. That ruler is going to be the standard. That's your standard. And any deviation from that standard is going to be what you say it's either above or below that standard. So when you say, well, this place over here is like a basin, it's when it rains, it collects water and water holds here. So it's like a flood zone or whatever. That's how people know what's above or below. So it just depends, right? So it's important. It's important for people who are measuring the surface to know where that mean sea level is, to know what elevation they are standing on land. So where you're at right now, Archer, it's either above or below mean sea level. You get what I'm saying? Now?
Yeah.
Right. So that can only be taken from the vertical point at where mean sea level was taken from at your nearest location. So now at least there's a horizontal plane that's extending from mean sea level all the way straight across the land, like an invisible ruler that goes straight across. And like your book, you're standing either above, or like an indentation on your table, you're below mean sea level.
Yeah.
Do you get it? Hello?
So this can prove like the sea level is horizontal?
Yes. Because if we're going to go off and do celestial navigation, Okay, so we were just talking about going inland and finding elevation from the horizontal plane. That's great because then you'll know elevation. But if you want to go the opposite direction and you want to go into the ocean, that's a great way to establish, the horizontal plane where water is. So let's say you want to take a boat trip, right, on the ocean. Well, you're going to know that you're traveling over a horizontal surface with celestial navigation, because in order for you to do angle measurements to stars, you're going to need to have a flat baseline. That flat baseline is the horizontal plane that you're traveling over. And in order to have an angle measurement, you need to have two straight lines. The one line is going to be on the surface to the GP, right? That's the ground position of the star. That's the horizontal line that it's taken from where you're at on the water to the ground position of the star. That's the horizontal line on the bottom. And then the line that's going from you to the star is it's the angle, right? So then you can say, just like a protractor, right? Like a protractor, you have an angle of degrees to the star. The angle of degrees would be like just like a protractor would point, the angle at which you see the star. So now you have two straight lines, the horizontal line of the Earth going to the GP, and the horizontal line and the line going from your eyes to the star, giving that straight line the angle measurement. So now you have two straight lines which create the angle to say that star is at 45 degrees in the sky. Perfect for celestial navigation. Works great on a flat Earth. Now think about it conversely, saying that the Earth is curving. Well, it just wouldn't work. You can't get an angle measurement from a curved surface. That's the issue. That horizontal line that should be on the ground from you to the ground position of the star would be curving. That doesn't work.
So are you saying that in the past, when people they were sailing, they also use this way to navigate?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's how you actually sail the oceans. So, measurement. We pretty much covered on land and on water. Measured a horizontal plane. Now, this horizontal plane that I've been talking about, Archer, that's flat Earth. Not the actual dirt that you're standing on. That has topographical changes, elevation changes. Flat Earth is the horizontal plane that we reference, all of nature. So we've actually covered a little bit about practical use because that was the third topic. First one was observation. Second was measurement, which we're covering right now. We can get into the minutia of what they've done, but you understand with surveying, the Earth is being measured as a horizontal plane every day. Every day. Every professional that surveys the Earth uses planar surveying to acquire the raw data for the flat Earth. This is true. And then afterwards, it's then turned into geodetic, which superimposes the globe information on top of the flat Earth in the macro sense. Let's say in the bigger picture. They just use calculations to superimport that information on top. Okay, so we might move ahead if you want to. If you have any questions so far with measurement and observation.
I do not have any questions. Yeah. So sorry, I'm not really good at like the math, the
No,
the
yeah.
geometry. Yeah.
But you do understand so far, right? Nothing's escaping you as far as like
yeah.
it being too complicated. Because I'm trying to break it down as much as I can without getting into too much with information. It's gonna be an
I understand
overload.
your point. Like you have to find a horizontal line so that you can have this kind of a elevation, right? Elevation, yeah, of course.
Exactly. I'm glad you understand because it takes us so much time for people to actually get that understanding. But now that I've actually made it clear, then it does make sense, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. I'm just saying that, even back at school, I was very bad at this kind of like geography things.
But the concept is clear, right? If you want to measure elevation, you need to establish a horizontal plane.
Yeah. That is a simple idea. Yeah.
Right. Let's say let's take for example the opposite. Imagine if the Earth was curved, and you were standing at point A, and 15 miles away, your target distance was a hill. How would you measure elevation change if you're standing on a curved surface?
Yeah, that's quite difficult and also
Very
inaccurate.
Exactly.
So why did you just say that it has nothing to do with science? I think this kind of like measurement is some kind of a foundation or even the base for the scientific observation. What is it?
Because yeah, it's the category that it's in. It's not having to deal with science. Like once again, well, I'm gonna show you that when you deal with science, you're looking into nature to see any phenomena that's occurring. And a naturally occurring phenomena is going to give you some questions. What is happening in nature? I want to know how and why this is occurring. These are the questions that science is concerned with. Now, math is concerned with what is questions. Well, what is the Earth? We don't know. Let's measure it, right? Let's figure it out. Maybe it's a geoid, maybe it's an oblate spheroid, maybe it's flat. Who knows? Let's measure. It's a math question. Not science.
Yeah, I guess here in China we always say that the science is the math is the base of the science. So the first step in science.
It's simply a conflation issue. It's a category error, but nobody's been corrected because the I guess you could say academia usually likes to use things colloquially, and they start to kind of put things together and try to make it sound like this is what science is. But no, I'll give it to you this way. Can you use math in science? The answer is yes. You can use math in science, but math is not science.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yes, you can use math in science. I'm not saying that you cannot use it in science, but what it is math, and what it's not is not science.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just has to deal with how people are articulating a talking point on what they're saying about what science is. And then you can ask them, it's fine, you can use math in science, but it's in and of itself is not science. Okay. I think did we cover that? Or?
Does it mean that the math it would always be something like the law that it is always based on the fact you cannot?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, math doesn't lie. Is it basically what you're saying?
Okay.
Is that what you're trying to say? Math doesn't lie. It's like a law. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you got to remember, if it's a law, if it's something that's true, you can test it. So if they're saying that the math for the Earth being a globe is true, guess what? You can test it, or maybe you can't test it.
So, but they have they used math to prove that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Oh,
he just went through it.
I just went through it.
Sorry.
Remember when you're measuring elevation change, you need a horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So the deviation excuse me, the horizontal plane is measured at 0. It's 0, right? Elevation. That's where you start. There is no deviation from that unless, if there was if the Earth was curving, then the standard would be a curved surface. But it's not curving. The standard is a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
It's fine. You can ask the question, and I don't mind. So yeah, that's the measurement is dealt with. You can everything that we've been talking about, Archer, because we're recording this on YouTube. You can go back in the live stream and listen to it, and maybe go over what I've talked about with you a little bit more in depth. I'm kind of keeping it to the topic, a little bit on the surface, because we can't get too in depth.
Is it on the YouTube? At what channel?
Can somebody put the channel up, please?
Yeah.
If you don't mind. Por favor. Please and thank you. All right. I want to move with the practical use case, Archer, for the Earth being a flat and stationary.
Sí, claro que sí.
Muchas gracias, hermano.
De nada, de nada.
So we're gonna talk about the practical use, which means how are people every day using the Earth practically? So traveling on the surface, doing measurements like we were talking about surveying. Well, it's used as a horizontal plane. Now, is that true? Well, let's ask some questions, right? Pilots that are flying planes, do you think that they're in the cockpit trying to figure out how they're negotiating over any type of curvature, like being a globe? They would have to think about the Earth as a globe and then negotiate over any specific amount of curvature. Do you think that's ever happening, Archer? He's flying a plane. He's like, man, I got to negotiate over 500 miles of curvature. It's going to have to be factored into my flight plan because it's a pretty difficult task. Do you think he's saying those things?
No.
Does he think about the Earth's curvature as he's traveling over his plane flight, do you think? I'm asking you because based on maybe some information you might think they are, or...
Anyway, I'm a bit curious. Like, is everything that we have just talked about would be recorded and put on the YouTube?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's better that way, Archer, because for reference sake, you can go back to the live stream and then listen to what we've discussed, and perhaps you had a question, you can come back and ask us, hey, wait a minute, I know I said this and this one thing, but I want to change my mind or whatever. I think it's good. We leave it open. So people can look at what we're saying and then maybe...
I feel that's what I have just said. It is a bit idiotic. Some questions.
No, don't, dude. Like, don't even worry about that. Because I guarantee you, and I'll tell you this much: people have said some pretty crazy stuff in here, like off the wall crazy. You won't even believe it if I told you. Seriously,
okay.
Like, you didn't say anything crazy.
Yeah. As an outsider, man, the only thing I've heard you do is have a discussion. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you were listen back to the recording of this, like other times that people have been in here, you'd be laughing. Like of all the stuff we have to listen to when they come in here trying to tell us that the Earth is a globe, I guarantee you, you'd be laughing for hours. I mean, if you want a good laugh, listen to some of these guys tell us how the Earth is a globe. It is one of the most amazing things. You really like it.
Yeah, I'm interested. So, have you sent a link? Like,
yeah, I think it was. I think somebody put it. Oh, Helioskeptic is typing. Yeah, he's gonna put the link in. That's the link.
Okay.
Now check this out. I'm gonna say it this way. Props to Helioskeptic. So do me a favor, Archer. When you go there, can you subscribe to that? Because it's Helioskeptic's channel. Let me tell you this, right? Helioskeptic has been running this live channel for about 6 years. I mean, quote me if I'm wrong, Helio. If it's something else other than 6. It might be 7 or 8. I'm not really sure, but I know it was 6 at least.
Yeah,
it might be longer.
Already subscribed it.
Thank you, Archer. Appreciate you, sir.
It's already 6 or 7 years.
Maybe. I might be wrong on the timeline. Don't hate me on that, please.
How about this group? Like,
well, we've been up and running for maybe around that time. Up and running for maybe around that time.
Wow.
I've been knowing about Flat Earth for a bit longer than that, though, because we had a couple of Discords. Helioskeptic said since 2018 he's been running the live, and pretty much nonstop. And there's been some gaps where he's been down, but for the most part, it's definitely 2018 solid. I mean, and I'm telling you, Archer, thousands of hours of conversations like this one and crazier ones. Okay. Remember we're talking about the airplane. I'll use your information, Viking, because I know you're talking to Ben and Jen. But there's some information that was recorded from a black box of a plane that crashed, Archer, and the Viking was actually pointing at some information that shows some data that the plane was actually flying horizontal for a number of many miles before it actually crashed, and they retrieved the information from the black box. But that shows, it actually flying level for quite some time. No negotiating over any curvature. You can see where the plane actually ascended to cruising altitude, and then at cruising altitude it flew horizontal, and then of course it just got interrupted because it crash landed. But I'm not sure. I don't think there was any people that were hurt from there, but that data that he put up there to Ben and Jen was also pointing to the practical reality in which pilots never negotiate over any specific amount of curvature ever. I've talked to many pilots, and even them thinking that it's a globe, they never account for the curvature when they're flying their plane. They're not like, okay, I have to fly over about 800 miles of curvature, so that means I have to negotiate. They don't do that. There's none of that. They're treating the Earth as if it were flat and stationary. That's how the pilots treat the Earth.
That is quite interesting. I mean, if the Earth is really round, it is really difficult to fly in a horizontal line, right?
That's correct. Because if you think about remember the ruler that we're talking about? Now, if you were putting a ruler on a basketball, think about where you would be at if you flew in a straight line, horizontally. If you put a ruler on top of a basketball.
It's really difficult, right?
Yeah, you'd go straight off into space, wouldn't you? Because if you maintain a dead reckoning horizontal line, well, that means that you're flying off the curve, my friend. Anyway, so for practical purpose, and we could talk about boat trips because we have already covered that. Celestial navigation covered that, but they're on a horizontal plane. They practically use the Earth that way. Just everything else, man. All of nature and the way we travel on the surface is practically used as a horizontal plane. Topographical, of course, on the surface. All right, so we've covered observation, measurement, practical use. So we've affirmed the flat Earth. We've disproven the globe in our simple conversation. Like I said, you can go into these points and yourself kind of dive more into it. I'd rather you do that. I'm giving you something to think about. Remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always good to know something new.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the good thing about this is that it's maybe new in the sense that you've never really engaged with this conversation. But the most awesome part about it is that nature itself will describe itself to you that way. Like when you go outside, there is no way that you're going to be like, okay, it's a globe. There's nothing you can do to bring back that information. It's always going to be a horizontal plane. Always. And it tends to get a little bit boring and long in the tooth when I'm yammering on because, for most of us in here, it's a well duh, right? Like the flat earthers in here, like, yeah, tell me something else that's obvious. Like you see the sun outside or, we're standing on solid ground or like, you know what I mean? Like I know it's a well duh, but for you, it's probably like something.
Is it like every time like we are required to provide some kind of evidence to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it gets like that. It'd be like that sometimes. But it's for us. We got demonstrations for days, man. We got whatever you want. You pick a category, we'll go there, and it's easily a flat Earth. Easily. There's no. We don't have to fight information. We don't have to say, well, if you think about it like this, and if you calculate the distance, and we don't have to do any of that. It's just like, dude, from here to there, it's measured this way. You know. When you say the Earth is a globe, now that's a tall tale. That's a fairy tale. You're seeing globes everywhere, but there is no globe to be seen, like as we demonstrated. Observation, measurement, practical use.
Yeah, just like what you said, the observation is more about the math thing. It's more like the law.
Yeah. And when you say math is showing that the Earth is curved, well, you better have demonstration to follow that up. Because if you say math is law and you're showing me that the Earth is curving, well, we're going to have to test that claim. We're going to test it to see if it's curving. Yep, you got the math. I get it. The math is right here, but now let's go test it. Let's go see if that math checks out with nature. And
So
if it
I have
doesn't
a
check out, it's not a globe. Go ahead.
If we believe that the Earth is flat, does it mean that like the theory of the gravity is not well grounded?
Interesting.
Because there is no need like for the gravity, the law of the gravity anymore.
Specific gravity deals with buoyancy and density. It's going to talk about how things are heavier than the air that's within it, right? So denser things will fall. But why do they fall? That's the question that people want to answer, right? So you have Newton and Einstein, backing up some ideas. But the idea of the cause, because you got to put it in two categories, Archer. There's a cause and effect. Do you understand what I mean? Cause and effect. Something that you see is the effect. Something that causes that effect would be described as a cause. Now, we see an effect, right? If you have a rock in your hand, you let it go, it falls through the air and it drops onto the ground. That's an effect. You see something happening. Now, what is causing that rock to move in that vector? What's causing it? And if you say, like, not you, but everybody, if you say it's gravity, that would be circular. You're giving me an answer that's same as the conclusion. What is making that rock fall down, causing it to fall? You see it falling, that's the effect. You can measure the effect. The effect is that the rock falls and it falls at a specific rate. That's good. You can measure it, that's great. No one's saying that that's not occurring. That is occurring. That's happening. But now, what is causing that to happen? That's the big why. Or, how.
And why does it not fall up or left or right?
Oh, we can get into that later. But
as dense and that around it, it's the same. So it should fall up as much as down, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about specifically the cause for an effect. Now, what caused that rock to fall, Archer?
Because the rock is heavy than the air.
But that statement is profound, right? Because what you just said, does it deal with something else other than that, or just specifically that?
I think that's just the law of the gravity. It usually
not a law.
With
Gravity's not a law.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The gravity, it usually involves that it is round. It is some theory that would prove the Earth is round.
Yeah, the idea that the word gravity has a special connotation to it, right? Because of the fact that it's used in the Glober arguments. But I mean, if we're talking about, there's what they call the law of gravity is essentially just
down.
Yeah, it's just down. It's not necessarily the idea of how the glober. Okay, when somebody says gravity is loaded, it's a loaded word. They think that means the Earth is a globe. No, that's not what it means. So
it also means orbit as well. So it's
means
like
there's quite a few things
too. So up, down, orbit, like whatever you want it to be.
So the reason why we have to break it down, Archer, is because that word means to a glober mentality a lot of things. It means a lot of things, but doesn't mean all those things. Because I would say this: if you say that it means all those things you're saying it does, I need some citations put into the text chat of all the terms it's defined by, and not only those citations, but something to demonstrate to back it up. That means if you say gravity is orbits or it going up as well, then you're going to have to demonstrate how that not only shows a vector of down, but up and sideways and every way. You know what I mean? Like, so gravity has to be kind of broken down and explained as to like, what do you mean by that? It's
so
not
without
as
the
easy.
gravity,
Say, go
how
ahead.
to explain something like you have just mentioned that the rock would still falls down?
Cause and effect. So remember, you got to put them in those two camps. You got to have, okay, explain the cause, explain the effect. Now we could quantify the effect, something to the tune of an average rate, right? There's an average rate of why something falling through the medium of air. That's fine. It works out as an equation. It's applicable to some things in certain industries that they use it. That's okay. That's not really nothing out of the ordinary. What is out of the ordinary is why they're saying that it's falling. That's out of the ordinary. Now they're saying, now I don't know if you know this or not because it sounded like maybe you probably don't know, but the reason why, the cause of why it's falling is because time and space are bending around the planet Earth, and because of that, we have a phenomena where it's warping and distorting that time and space, and it's causing things to be pushed down into the Earth. It's being pushed into the Earth. There's a pushing happening. That pushing is gravitational well. It's a gravity well, essentially. This is the explanation of the cause for the phenomena of the effect of something falling.
But and this also ties back to what he was saying before about gravity keeping the gas close to the ball. Like, so you'd have to demonstrate that gravity has an effect on gas too, because that's the claim, that gravity keeps gas on the ball. Now, if the direction is down on the ball, then there's no demonstration of gravity affecting gas. So not pulling gas down to the ball because the gas is produced at the Earth's surface and goes up.
Did you understand, Archer, what he said? It's okay if you don't, man. Like, I mean, just I got to hear your response to know if we need to work on something.
Yeah, I think it is.
What's your take, man?
I'm sorry. Maybe it's because of my English.
Okay.
I'm not really understanding everything because you have mentioned that something like pushing down.
Yeah.
So, what kind of force like pushing down?
Well, like I said, I don't know, Timbo. Did you want to go over your point, or do you want me to cover the?
Yeah, I was just kind of looping it back to what your third question is about the open system and stuff like that. So that was I was just kind of looping it back to what he'd already learnt or talked about.
He was mentioning the gravity explanation in the case of like the third question I asked to disprove that the remember the three systems that we talked about: open, closed, and isolated.
Yeah.
So he was looping it back to that conversation where we were talking about the open system.
Okay. So it is still something like it is some kind of container that the Earth has been encircled by some kind of force.
Remember you said, well, what's keeping the gas on the Earth is gravity. He was basically coming back and talking about that again, like so you can understand that the glober is saying that. So somebody who believes the Earth is a globe is saying that it's there is no container. Gravity is containing the gas.
Now I
get me?
understand. Yeah, what you're talking about. You are like connecting the dots together now.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. That's what he was doing. That's
Alright.
exactly what he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
doing. Because
Yeah,
we're talking about gravity, so he's connecting it back to our previous conversation.
yeah. Sorry, I'm
That's
not
fine.
really like familiar with this.
Nah,
Yeah.
man, don't worry about it. Like,
Yeah.
so what we're
But
doing, we're
think about it. It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
exactly. And not only that, but there's no demonstration, Archer, of this occurring in the way that they needed to happen. So here's the case. The case is they're going to have to tell you that gravity is caused by the time and space being distorted because the mass of the Earth is so huge that it's bending and warping space-time. And because of that, it's causing a gravity well to occur, which means that things are being pushed into the Earth. By that, the gas molecules are being pushed down into the Earth by gravity. Which is what Timbo was saying, or the kangaroo guy. That's what he looped back
Okay.
and was. Anyway, yeah, it doesn't make any sense because I think we covered that.
Yeah,
But
that's what helped. Yeah.
all right, so you do understand when they say, or when the word gravity comes up, it has to be parsed out in two categories: cause and effect. Because it's easy to say gravity. Well, gravity is a cause. Gravity does this. Gravity does that. That's great. But do you know you have to separate cause and effect?
Shut up, you're an idiot.
We see something happening, and then we know that there's an explanation behind it, right? Or not. It just depends. So we know that the cause for the effect of what we see, as far as our position goes, is not explained or any way explained. We only notice the effect. The cause of why things fall to the ground, like the actual, I mean, you could say, well, the wind was blowing and it pushed the thing off and it made the thing fall. That's the cause of it. No, what we're saying is it has to deal with the propensity of the vector, right? What gives things the propensity to move in the direction that they do when you see it doing when it's falling? What gives things that propensity to move in that direction? That's the question. And the answer is nobody knows.
So we're just questioning whether the Earth is round or not, but there is no where except that measurement. There is no concrete like evidence to support it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. As a globe,
and
there
there's
isn't.
no way, like this kind of container theory, something is encircling the Earth. There is also no way to tell it.
Well, the idea that the Earth is a globe is actually, there is no container. It's an open system. So there is not a container in the globe. The globe explanation will not give you a container that holds the gas in, because they use gravity as a container.
Yeah, and it's not a theory either, because in order to have gas pressure, you need a container. That's the definition of gas pressure.
Yep.
And it can be shown. It can be demonstrated. You can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, but you can demonstrate gas pressure with a container. So it's antecedent. Antecedent to gas pressure is a container, and it can't be demonstrated any other way.
What do you think about that? Did we lose him?
So, yeah, I think it is possible. Yeah, but
yeah, I gotta put out a disclaimer, Archer. At some point, it gets overwhelming when we keep talking. So, I would say at some point you have to put a stop so you can digest what's. It's like this.
Yeah.
Imagine going to eat at a restaurant, and I give you like 1,000 plates to eat. You're not going to be able to eat all those plates. You can only eat 1 or 2 plates at a time. So I say we've already given you like 20 plates, dude. Like let's kind of put a pause on this conversation, maybe for another time, and I'll let somebody else jump in. I think there's enough to digest here for you.
Yeah, and I think that I need to check some of your former videos, like
yes,
to figure out what it is really about. And also, I'm curious about this forum. Like, is it okay, like for some people to challenge it?
Yes.
Like the Earth is flat theory.
Yes.
If they can provide some kind of evidences.
Absolutely.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, we welcome it. This the whole point of this room.
Yeah.
Archer.
Yeah.
But I want you to
also like it this way.
Yeah, you just be a listener, listen to what happens with the reactions to people who thoroughly believe I would put it this way, okay? This is just from my perspective, doing this for about 10 years. From my perspective, it looks like a religious belief, nothing more. You'll see. I can show you. I don't want you to I don't want to say that that's what it is. I want you to see for yourself. So just stick around, and many of the other guys in here are really well articulated to actually drive points home to where you're going to see it for yourself. So it's not just me telling you that. I want you to witness.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay. Yeah, sorry guys, I have to leave now. Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us, Archer.
Yeah, good on you, man. Thanks for the conversation. I think everyone appreciates it, man.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I appreciate what you have just said. Like, yeah, it is really something new for me. Yeah. Okay.
Come back anytime, man.
Yeah. Bye.
See ya.
What a champ.
I haven't had one of it's refreshing, dude, I gotta say. It's like drinking a tall glass of orange juice, Okay.
That's how a conversation should go, yeah?
Now that was our one-off, dude. We're gonna get like maybe from now until the end of the week, like straight globe bus. All right, I guess we're ready for the globe bus.
Yeah, that was way too civil.
Polarity.
Everybody ready for the globe bus? You guys?
Polarity, some questions. He's in the side chat.
All right, go ahead, Polarity.
I totally was out of it when you were saying stuff. What's up? What do you want?
Do you have any position to say that the Earth is a globe? And if you do, go ahead and present your evidence. We'll listen to it. At least.
No, I asked a question in the sidetrack about how would one if the Earth was flat? How would gravity work, just in general?
Are you talking about the cause or the effect?
Well, the effect of gravity. You don't necessarily know the cause of it. We believe it's We believe it's curvature, but of space-time. But I mean, it's still up in the.
See, this is silly though, because you can have a mass underneath you either way, whether it's a flat surface or a round surface, and still have a force that you call gravity pulling it down. But it's not demonstratable. So whether it's a flat surface or a sphere, why can you not have gravity? Like it's a ridiculous question.
Well, my assumption would be if gravity is gravitating toward the curvature object, any massive body, you'd assume that every new massive body, since it's attracting other pieces of bodies,
Can you demonstrate? Can you demonstrate that though?
In which way? Like, can it be demonstrated, or could I demonstrate it?
Proven.
Yeah,
like you were able to prove that to be true.
Yeah. You said bodies, mass attracts mass, or bodies attract bodies. Can you? Where have you seen this happen?
Galaxies, you see, like we have right now, we orbit the sun. I mean, you see massive bodies orbit other massive, or attracted to other massive.
So they're
bodies.
attracting or making them orbit? Which one?
Well, they're attracting, and then due to their own gravitational pulls and stuff, they orbit. They find.
Right, so there's been a few terms. There's been a few terms already put in here. I think you got to actually go through what you said so that we can understand your position a little bit more clear. Now, any of these terms, right? So gravity's we got to break that down. We got to look into orbits. We got to break that down. So we don't know any of the, like, from your position, you're saying words. It sounds like to us,
Well, you don't
buzzwords.
really need to focus much on the orbits. You need to more focus on, from my opinion, why are massive bodies attracting to each other at all?
Right. Which is the reason why I said we got to break it down. So what is your understanding of gravity?
Just like the curvature of space-time, pulling objects closer to each other.
It's similar to what Einstein, what you would think Einstein's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Did he or do you know any way that could be shown to be proven? I think that was a question that was asked for you in the first place, but you actually said that you can prove it, so I'm answering it right now as I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Space-time is curved in light.
Yeah, let the guy get on the mic. Whoever's saying on the background, polarity.
Okay, man.
I'm just confused because of gravity. So if we have gravitational lensing, which is showing that that their space-time is curved and light travels only in straight lines. If light travels only in straight lines and space-time is curved, then that would explain the concept of gravitational lensing, where photons will go around a massive body in space, and it'll essentially curve that light. And then sometimes if you have black holes, you'll have lensing that causes multiples of the same object because the light
You've got a contradiction. Wait, I have to stop you. You've got a contradiction. You're saying light goes in straight lines, but we see further than we should, and the claim from the globe is that light bends.
Well, no, I'm talking about you're saying in the concept of the proving of gravity as a concept. I was saying if gravity as a concept is proven in the scale of the universe, gravitational lensing is going to be an indication that the space-time is curved. You're saying it's a puzzle
around it. You're saying it's a puzzle piece to put together. That it's a leading preponderance of evidence as to the reason why people are saying that space-time is being distorted because of the fact of gravitational lensing. Is that of your argument to back up?
Here's my question then. So what would in your theory, what would explain gravitational lensing?
Well, no, but I'm asking you. Hold on. I'm asking you just one thing. Are you saying that this is a reason to think that gravity, as proposed by Einstein, has been considered to be a warping of space and time because of what you're talking about with gravitational lensing? Is it like a preemptive understanding as to like why we're considering space-time to be distorted because of gravitational lensing?
Well, I'm saying in the terms of like Occam's razor, it's the most reasonable understanding, because if you're trying,
it's not Occam's razor.
Hang on, let me finish. If space-time is curved, then light would go around a massissive body and curve around it.
We'll deal with that.
In the flat Earth model, and with gravity not being in the same regards of rules,
polarity. We'll deal with that.
What would cause? Well, I just need this question answered.
Yeah, I got it. I think we all got it. You're just repeating the same question. I do want to kick it to somebody that might give you some insight. Rayleigh.
Yeah, I just want to know an answer.
He's gonna. No, if Rayleigh, if you're here, because I know you like talking about this specific subject. So, Rayleigh Criterion, if you're in the room, I think I saw you lighting up.
in the room.
Are you? Did you want to answer that question?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying close attention.
Well, hold on. I'm more curious. What is your understanding of that question, though? Because you do have
I will, but we work as a team here, so I do want to. Ask if
that's fair. I want to hear his understanding, but before we go there, can I have your understanding of that effect?
Well, I'm gonna have to break it down, dude, and it's gonna take me a minute. So I actually wanted him to go through it.
We'll break it down. That's fine.
It's his forte.
We break our viewpoints down for you guys. It's fair for me to ask you to break it down since you hold the viewpoint of flat Earth.
I will comply. I just want him to be aware of the question. He wasn't listening. Is that cool? Okay. Jeez. So he's basically saying, Rayleigh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So he's basically saying that gravitational lensing being the phenomena that occurs, this is him, not me. According to him, he's saying that the gravitational lensing that occurs is happening due to the fact that it's giving us a reason to believe that, Einstein's general relativity, the space-time is being distorted and warped and causing a gravity well due to the fact that we have this phenomenon of gravitational lensing. So
one of the phenomena.
Well, it's like I'll put it this way: it's a preponderance, so it's like a puzzle piece to believe that indication of space-time is being distorted. I don't know. Do you want to dive into it? Because you like this topic a bit, so that's why I'm kicking it to you.
Oh wait, I wanted to know yours before. I thought you were just explaining it to him before we went to him.
No, man, but I do want him to speak because he doesn't often get on the mic. I am always on the freaking mic, dude. Trust me. I was on here a long time before you were. I'm hogging the mic essentially, dude. So if you don't allow me to let
you don't hog the mic. Come on, Alpha.
go bullshit, dude. Go ahead, really.
Yeah. Whenever I hear the word Einstein, I just start to snore. I mean, is there really any proof for space-time distortions? Really?
We see effects that I would say more so align with understandings that we've worked out, or that have been worked out. So with the worked out math and the worked out effects we believe we would see, we do end up showing that these effects happen. So full understanding, maybe not, but a decent understanding to what we see mathematically, yes.
Well, you can't have an understanding of that.
You can't have an understanding of that, you fucking crack cunt. You're fucking dumbass.
Well, that's why I said it's a degree of our understanding. It lines up with what we worked out.
What, gravitational lensing?
To hopefully see or expected to see in the math. Yes, based on Einstein's equations of gravity. Or relativity, specifically.
Okay, and? Go ahead.
Well, it aligns with the viewpoint of gravity that we currently hold today and utilize for a multitude of different things. So my question would wrap into how could that viewpoint and understanding of gravity even create a flat Earth? One, but
What do you mean create? What do you mean create a flat Earth?
Well, I mean, if bodies of mass are being
it makes logical sense
to each other, you'd be spherical.
Wait, where is this? Where have bodies of masses been observed to attract each other?
Well, the point is, look, even if you don't believe that the Earth,
hey, dude,
well, hang on, let a nigga spit. Let a nigga spit.
Okay,
no, by even answering the question, he compromised himself.
Let one of your countrymen show how wrong you are hanging out. Just listen up.
He's an idiot.
Next chat, it's not a force. There's no attraction. So you're already compromised, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I didn't just say force. I just said that bodies of masses are attracting to each other. I didn't even say
where.
With galaxies coming near more other galaxies towards black holes.
Have you seen that?
I mean, what do you mean? Have I seen that?
Who's seen that happen?
Telescopes, observational data, our own solar system. I don't know. What do you mean? Where?
Space telescope. The Hubble.
Where, man? Show it.
How long would this take? Okay, well, I suppose my question.
No, but
what do you mean by show
asking,
it? Do you want me to go and do this myself?
No, dude, you're asking a question that you don't understand.
Well, no,
you're saying your whole premise is that these massive bodies are attracting each other, but no one's ever observed that.
You can see the Andromeda Galaxy sometimes out in the distance. They have multiple images that you can take of the Andromeda Galaxy, multiple documentations of it.
Of being attracted to each other?
Well, okay. Do you want observations of long distance mass objects attracting toward each other, or do you want?
That was your claim.
Yes, my claim is based off of the fact that you have galaxies, unless you don't believe in them, which would be.
Yeah, but where are they attracting each other?
It's your story, bro. They're attracted towards each other. They've been.
Brothers, raise your hands and say, "I believe." Say it with me.
You're saying where, but what do you mean in where? The Andromeda Galaxy is coming closer to the Milky Way galaxy.
How do you know that?
We are attracting towards each other. We can tell this by how much we see light.
Redshift and blue shift.
Yeah, redshift and blue shifting towards each other.
Redshift, blue shift's not that.
I guess
I think Big Daddy Flurf can chime in on this one. I don't know if he's there.
Well, I'm just saying, don't we live in the Milky Way supposedly?
We do.
Yeah, we live up there.
Oh my God, it's gonna be very impossible. But I don't like the chittering when I'm talking. No offense, you already know that, right? So we live in the Milky Way galaxy. How do you know that there's some object or grouping of objects like a galaxy? How do you know it's coming toward us or moving away from us because of the bending and warping of space time?
Well,
Not enough.
observational differences show observation shows differences over time built out in math. So projections are aligning with attraction. So you apply a gravitational equation to it, see how often or movement is occurring, and is this continuous? Is this predictable? And through those predictions, we agree that this is a phenomenon that is occurring.
What I was looking for was how you knew it was getting closer or further away from us. And I know you're saying that because of some mathematics or something like that, it is the case. Again, I mean, in any other regular scenario, if I ask someone how something is occurring, like they give some sort of observation or some sort of proof other than saying, well, there's equations or, such
Well, I mean,
like
that's
that.
the observation. You make an observation, if it moves a certain percentage and amount, you track that down in data, you write it down,
That's
you
what I'm
test it.
saying. How do you know that? That's the question I'm asking. How do you know that? Can you cite that?
You want me to cite the orbital of planets or of galaxies? That's what you want me to cite?
Why would I be asking you that? You said that something was moving closer to the galaxy we live in. My only question was, how would you know that?
Reports, articles.
We live in the Milky Way galaxy, right? And you're saying that there's another galaxy that's gravitationally attracted to our galaxy, the one we live in, the Milky Way galaxy. So I'm like, well, how do you know it would be getting closer? We live inside of the galaxy. So we would be from the inside of this galaxy seeing something appear to move closer. Now, what is the epistemology for that knowledge? What is the methodology behind that?
No. Sorry, hold on. I was trying to get this for you. Can you say that one more time while I'm saying this? If I can even send these things.
Just go ahead and send it, bro. Maybe it'll answer my question. Maybe it won't. That was all I wanted to say. You guys can have it. I'm not that interested.
You just get it. Have you had your coffee yet?
No.
Ah. Polarity. Well, I think there's him and his friend. His friend gave him the mic, and whoever's we're speaking to is I don't know. You guys are working on a collab together to see if you can muster up the.
But, well, I was listening, and I had a question. I posted the question, and he called out to here, but he's listening too.
Yep.
And
okay.
Super curious questions on some of these effects.
Yeah, but your epistemology is built on a belief system. You do know that, right? Both of you. I'm saying it to both of you. Polarity. Whoever is there with you, both of you have a belief system. There's nothing that you can do. Basically, from what everybody's been telling you, is to produce the evidence of how we know this is true. You're coming up with, well, this is just the way it is. Like, it's not. We have to lead back to some way we know we can test the thing you're saying.
Yes.
So let's put some actual work to this, right? What can we do to test this? What you're saying. Lay it out for us. I mean, give us the method,
You want me to
whatever
tell
I don't
you
know
how
what
you
you
could
have
test
in mind,
gravity,
but
or do you want me to tell you how we could test how?
Well, what's the claim? Right? You're breaking up, by the way.
We probably couldn't test to see if I'm breaking up. Can you hear me?
Well, a little bit. Yeah, you were cutting out a little bit, but go ahead. We can't test what?
I'm sorry, we probably can't test to see the Andromeda galaxies coming through. We just probably follow the tests that were done for it in the math.
So you think? Let me put it this way.
Lines up. That's what you follow.
Shit. I'm sorry, I cut in because it sounded you were cutting out. So say again.
No, that was all I said.
So you're telling us? I heard most of the. Let me give the context. Is it because of math? The reason why we know you say galaxies are getting closer together?
Well, it's not just math. It lines up with the math is just used to collect data, or the data is used to build out math based off of observations. So that's all. So I'm not saying it's because of the math. I'm saying we utilize the logic of math with our observations we see and see the consistency over it. And that consistency.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm asking. Where are the, because I think it's been twice that it's been said already, where are these observations being made? Now, who's made these observations, you or someone else? Where are the observations being made?
I posted a link to the Andromeda Galaxy moving towards the Milky Way.
Okay.
When these things are being done.
Let me click on that link.
Based on what effects that we know of. And you can just effectively move it down to just we see Doppler shifting of its light, and we know the Doppler effect as we move away for an object. We see distortions in the wavelengths.
Let me put this in perspective for the chat, because I don't think you're. If I asked you to read this, you'd probably be like, well, "I don't have to read it. Go read it." So I'm going to do it for the room. I don't want to put that on you.
I just summarized the effect for.
Well, let's just go to the article, right? Because it's an article. What you're saying, you're referencing an article. Now, this is from astronomy.com, yeah?
Yeah.
The question is, the Andromeda Galaxy is moving towards the Milky Way from 2.5 million light years away. Today, we see it as it was 2.5 million years ago. Wouldn't its actual position be 2.5 million light years closer? And shouldn't it be colliding with our galaxy now? That's a question, right? And here's the answer. Ever since we could measure the movement of Andromeda, measure the movement is the key words here. Ever since we could measure the movement of Andromeda, we've known it was on a collision course with the Milky Way. Fortunately, a galaxy is much heftier than a photon, and it is not flying towards us at the speed of light. So we have a little more than 2.5 million years to prepare. To figure out how soon this collision will occur, first we have to figure out how fast Andromeda is moving. We do this by observing the galaxy and comparing what we expect to see from a galaxy at rest to what we can actually see from Andromeda. Things moving away from us have light that is Doppler shifted toward the red end of the spectrum. Things moving towards us have a light shifted towards blue. Based on Doppler shifting of its light, Andromeda is speeding towards us at 68 miles per second, 110 kilometers per second. Compare this to light from Andromeda, which is moving toward us at 186,000 miles per second. I'm going to stop there because it's quite long on this thing.
Well, yeah, that's fine. And that's pretty much all you need to go to. We just see it through redshifting of the Doppler effect.
Sure. But, okay, so there's a lot of things that are outlined within this article that I think are worth mentioning, right? So if we're talking about things that are measured, as in the answer to the question, even farther than that, the question itself, it's so convoluted, maybe if I could put it in words, because of the fact that the question is answered and it's something that is not possible for a human to even ascertain, which is 2.5 million light years. That whole thing, how did they get that, right? Because it's almost like a regression to where did they derive the baseline for this information as a question to be proposed as an answer. So there's so much to digest, right? It's like, where do we begin? But we have to figure out why your answer would be thus. So the answer right here, what we have is ever since we could measure the movement of Andromeda. So there seems to be a beginning point when measurement was occurring, right? So when was that? So that's the question that I would like to ask. I'm actually going to put this in segments for you, Polarity. So if you will, maybe take some notes. You can answer them in bullet points, right? So ever since we could measure, we need to establish when the first time Andromeda has been measured to be moving, right? We've known it was on a collision course. How did they figure it out was on a collision course? Second question I'm going to ask. With the Milky Way, of course. Fortunately, a galaxy is much heftier. How did they know it's more heftier? That's another question that needs to be asked than a photon. flying towards us at the speed of light. How do they know it's flying towards us at the speed of light? So we have a little more than 2.5 million years to prepare. How do they know we have more than 2.5 million years to prepare? To figure out how soon this collision will occur, first we have to figure out how fast Andromeda is moving. Well, that's kind of asking a question there that we'd want to ask. Why we do this by observing the galaxy and comparing that we expect to see. Okay, they're expecting to see something. Why would they expect to see that? From a galaxy at rest, how do they know galaxies are at rest? To what we actually see from Andromeda. So they're comparing something that would be a dichotomy. How did they figure out that that's a specific dichotomy? Things moving away from us have a light that is Doppler shifted. What is Doppler shifted? Toward the red end of the spectrum, things moving towards us have light shifted towards the blue. What is the distinction between red and blue shift? How do we know that that's been established as a true method of science? Moving forward. Based on Doppler shifting as of light, they've already proposed a supposition or a kind of a preamble as to like what Doppler shift is. And based on that Doppler shift, so we're starting with a foundation of somebody reading this article not knowing what Doppler shift is to moving forward to saying based on Doppler shift, based on something that you don't have any understanding on, based on Doppler shift of its light, Andromeda is speeding towards us at a specific rate, which they said here at 68 miles per second, 110 kilometers per second. And it says compared this to the light from Andromeda. So they're comparing the light. You get what I'm saying? So I'm outlining questions that would need to be asked by somebody that's critically thinking about what's being said here. And this is important. And I don't know if you were taking down what I was saying as I was questioning these things, but I didn't go further into the article because we're riddled with too many questions. We have to suss them all out. It's important for the critical thinking mind to investigate the issue, whether someone knows something or not. Now, taking this at face value for somebody who believes in the Earth as a globe will completely overlook all the questions that I've just given you. Now, it's noteworthy for you to investigate these claims individually as I was proposing it to you, because I'm not just going to tell you something and just say, well, yeah, just don't believe in that. No, I'm giving you a reason to think about what's being laid out here in this article, especially for you who consider the Earth as a globe. So at least from the reasoning standpoint, Polarity, could you see why we would look into these things? Just from the reasoning, I'm not saying anything's disproven. I'm just saying from the reasoning standpoint why we would say, wait a minute, let's look into this.
No, I mean, look, that's a curious mind is a good mind. All right.
Okay. And therefore, I'm not at this point. I'd rather you have questions than me go through explanations, because I think what's better for both of us is that we can leave the table with at least a reasoning mind.
I completely agree.
Okay. Well, that being said, I think perhaps it was. Thanks for getting on the mic. Anyway, I'm gonna kind of leave it at this. So, for anybody else that wants to chime in, other than Polarity, maybe someone new. If you don't mind, Polarity. I mean, we got a lot of people in here, so I want to keep the.
That's fine. Burning. I guess I want to leave it on the note. My original question was gravity's effects. I wanted at least an understanding of how gravity would work with the flat Earth. That was my original.
Well, we can get into that perhaps if somebody wants to entertain that question. So, I've been over this a lot. I can do it, but I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in because, like I said, I hog the mic. I tend to. So, does anybody else want to answer that question?
That's a no.
But we got to wait because people are probably off and doing something. Okay, so I guess I'm going to go into another long-winded. So essentially, if you're thinking about gravity, you have to think about it as a cause and effect relationship, right? I mean, would you?
As a cause and effect?
Yeah. So we see an effect, right? According to like maybe your mindset and what we understand, right?
Yes.
Gravity.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
I'm not saying something that's going to contradict anything at the moment. I just want you to think about it in a specific way. So you have to think about gravity as being a cause and effect. Like there's an effect that we would see, and then there's a cause for that effect.
Yeah, I agree.
So with the effect, we're going to say, well, it looks to be that something's falling through the medium of air at a specific rate or an average rate, let's say, and we can quantify that effect, right? We're gonna put it into a category of like a type of quantification. Well, the rock falls at a specific rate. The block of wood falls at a specific rate to the medium of air, and so we're kind of varying the different objects that we're using here, elements and such, and we're seeing how they react to the density of air, whether it's either lighter or more heavier, and different things are going to react differently to the medium of air. Like a helium balloon, helium is going to react differently in the medium of air. It's going to rise. Water vapor. Just you get what I'm saying. So if you want to pin it down to a specific vector, like down, then we're going to have to identify, the average rate of fall, that kind of good stuff. But you and I can. Yeah, that's the if you're thinking about it in a practical sense, if you're going to say, well, we can put an equation to kind of say at 9.8 meters per second squared, or, an average, because you can't really say, well, you might think that everything's a constant rate, but what is truly known is that there's an average rate at which elements are going to fall through the medium of air, because you do have wind resistance and just things to equate, right? So you're going to have to kind of use an average as a kind of a baseline. But even if you're doing that, it's still kind of measuring an effect that you see. You're dropping things, you're measuring, yada yada, and so this equation works, I guess, best for different industries that use it for why they're going to say things tend towards to depends on what element you're talking about, fall at the specific rate that they do. It's very useful, right? So I don't think we're not going to see any reason to argue about that. However, when we're starting to talk about in the realm of causation, that is a bit of a contentious point. So if we're going to say, okay, something is falling, we see it, we quantify it, we know it's falling, everybody agrees all across the board, we're going to now talk about the effect, or the cause. So now I'm going to kick it over to you. The cause, of course, you've already exclaimed. It's a gravitational theory of Einstein's general relativity, special relativity, that it's going to be the Earth, the size of the Earth is so big that it's causing a distortion in space-time because of the mass of the object. Anything I'm saying you disagree with, just let me know. So the mass of the object...
It's the best understanding.
Right, so it's distorting space-time, and because of the distortion of space-time, different types of outcomes of other things, it's like a rippling effect. It's going to cause other things to happen, right? Gravitational lensing, the reason why we see things happening on Earth, happening the way they do, and so forth, right? So what we're establishing, though, for the cause, and I think you will agree with this, is that it's very difficult or damn near impossible to even prove that we can test that theory. However, the effect stands alone. It's like two categories, cause and effect. The effect we're not going to mention, but it is kind of thought of as a way to explain the theory, but at the same time, there's no merit to lay a foundation for the theory. It'd be preposterous for us to say that the gravitational theory is in any way proven, because as you said, what it does give us is a kind of like a mathematical and/or foundation to work with as far as like what we would describe other phenomena happening. It's like a theoretical basis. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
so good for you. Is that what you're saying?
Theoretical wouldn't be I don't think theoretical would be a good term for it.
Well, what would you categorize it as?
What do you think a theory is, other than like a explanation for the data?
Yeah, let the gentleman answer. Cool guy.
Well, I would say the only reason I would say it's theoretical is just because we see a constant effect continually happening. So there isn't a theory to it's the theory. If any theory allied, the theory is allied to what would be the cause of it directly, but the effect isn't theoretical. The effect is well known.
Yes.
Well, you're describing the law. The law is just the observation over and over again. The theory is like explain.
Yeah, you go ahead and tell me, Polarity. It's your talking point. So I want you to.
Well, that's pretty much what I would say. I wouldn't necessarily call it a theory. At least I wouldn't call it. I wouldn't say the effects of the theory.
Yeah, but is it called a theory, or is it called what you're describing it being called? Like, what is it? We have to go back to what academia says, because the baseline is not what you're saying in this call right now.
I think it's the theory of general relativity.
Yeah, that's right. It's what academic sources are saying. So it's not. It's okay. So the conversation is like, for you anyway, it's far beyond your I think it's this. It's not you. You can only abide by what's been spoken of. So I'm only giving you kind of like the understanding of what the baseline is. If you say I disagree, it's not that, then you're actually going against academic understanding. So now what you're doing is you're making up what gravity is. Do you want to do that?
Well, no, hold on. My bad. I'm not. The theory of general relativity encompasses more than gravity. There is the law that, or the aspect that it is a fundamental effect or fundamental force, isn't a theory. There is a force that aligns with these measurements and calculations and acts in these ways.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself, dude. You're putting a cart before the horse. Just go ahead, Cyclone.
I just want to quickly clarify, because polarity, that's exactly what AV was telling you, that the theory is the cause, right? The effect of an object falling when it falls isn't a theory. Obviously, we agree with that. Mm-hmm. Certain things fall, certain things rise, depending on their density relative to the medium that they're in. But the theory would be Einstein's bending and warping of space-time, and that's purely conceptual mathematics, essentially. And you need to just generally separate and think clearly about this gravity question, because there's a bit of mess in how they've taught it to us, where you're linking the word gravity to a nature or shape of the Earth. Right? The only reason we link the observation of an object falling to the ground or the movement of the celestial bodies with this word gravity and then with the shape of the Earth is because we were taught that. But really, those are totally separate things. One doesn't imply the other. Right?
Well, that's
you need
fine.
to treat them differently.
That's why I was keeping them separated, polarity.
That's fine. All I'm focusing on is the effect that we see from whatever.
Right. So when that, so let me just finish off with this. Let me just finish off with that. So, and this, you might disagree with this, you might not like it. When it comes specifically to the cause of why an object falls to the ground, it's unknown. Right? You can't really vary, test, or manipulate it to a great degree. There's a bunch of speculation, has been for all time. What we can observe, what we can say is that things will order themselves vertically, up or down, based on their density relative to the medium that they're in. If they're more dense than the medium, they go down. If they're less dense, they go up. Then if you ask, okay, but what's the thing that's directing that mechanism? It's unknown. And that's why we have all these mad theories.
To a certain extent. Do you agree with that, polarity?
I don't know. I don't know if a less dense goes up. I mean, all things will be attracted. The degree of attraction and its effects on less and higher density would.
He talks about the effects, though. Cyclone. He's not really. And I think
this is where he's getting confused, though, because he's got this idea of an attraction to the ground when that's not actually founded. You don't actually have the evidence for that. Again, this is just what we have been taught. So you've got this idea in your head, and you're trying to work things around this idea. But very strictly speaking, that idea is not proven at all.
Well,
so a helium balloon that's going up is not being attracted to the ground. Gas that's rising is not being attracted to the ground.
Hold on.
You understand?
Yeah, I understand that, but like I feel like there's a lot of effects that are at play with those molecules and atoms that aren't being taken into account. Like they move.
Did you describe it?
You're right.
Cyclone's new to the what you were saying before. You didn't hear what he said before, Cyclone. So I would. Another thing he would say as an effect, the category of effect. I'll let him tell you that way you can understand what he was saying. Did you want to tell him like the other effect that you said prior to this? But Cyclone didn't. He came in a little later, so he didn't know what you said prior.
I mean, the effect is still the same. The effect that he seems to understand about gravity, it's the same effect. How it influences different size mass bodies and how those mass bodies operate, I would at least calculate that there are differences in how they operate. Me as a big person versus a small particle that does things when light hits it are dramatically two different types of things that are going to have different effects from gravity or influences from.
It sounds like you're very broadly speaking. about. I mean, again, this is where you need to get hyper specific about what effect you're actually observing in reality, what you're talking about. Because the moment you're talking about atoms and molecules and stuff, you're not observing.
I'll give it to
any
you,
of that.
Cyclone. I think he was kind of moving around what he really wanted to say. It was gravitational lensing as an occurrence, or other.
Well, that was one of the occurrences to prove it.
I'm going to tell him other phenomena such as galaxies coming closer together within the article that he posted that I went over just a while ago. So I don't know if you were here for that, but couple of things.
I mean, that's wildly speculative to extrapolate the idea that you have for an object falling on the ground on Earth to celestial phenomena and how they behave. To try and connect those two at all is fallacious.
Well, no, I mean the whole argument, the whole discussion we had about the objects in space and orbital bodies and stuff was me explaining why we believe in gravity because of me bringing up gravity. I didn't really care to go
reason
too
people
much into
believe in
that.
an idea, the modern idea of gravity, is because they're forced to believe it. Because if you believe you live on a spinning ball, you have to believe in a mechanism that keeps you stuck to the spinning ball. It's only in the belief system out of a necessity for the world view.
Why is the ball a ball?
It's not a ball. That's the whole point. The only reason it's a ball in your head is because you've been told so.
Well, yeah.
In reality, we don't need gravity. We don't need gravity because everything's just ordering itself relative to this one level plane, up and down. You need gravity because you think you're stuck to the side of a spinning object, but you don't actually need it. You've just been taught that you do.
What were you saying about the ball polarity?
I guess I would say, are you saying you don't believe in the effects that have been shown about gravity?
Which effect? Which effect are you asking if I believe?
Well,
do I believe if I drop a rock it will go down? Yes. Do I believe that there's some undefined, unobserved, unmeasured, undetected force that's pulled everything into a ball in a vacuum? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so you're trying to describe things in the category of what you think an effect is, polarity. And what Cyclone is saying is there's things that we can test and verify. The things that you cannot test and verify are the things that are outside of that realm of an effect to say it is this is an effect, right? You're saying Andromeda, according to the article, is going to collide with the Milky Way. This is something you say as an effect. Now, Cyclone would disagree because of what the article even says, right? There's a time that is put in between, like when things are going to happen. So look at I mean, if you have a critical thinking mind, if you're going to say that's an effect, I would challenge you actually to actually look at what the information says and then say, how is this an effect? If we cannot witness the thing, we can only formulate the idea within a calculation, right? Because that's what towards the end they were using these numbers of speed of light and so on. But you can't witness the thing occurring as an effect. Now, it has to be a naturally occurring phenomena. Now, if you can't witness it, something happening, then how can you say it's happening other than using a mathematical form? You get what I'm saying? So you're saying that the math is kind of being it's kind of convoluted. You're using math as a demonstration of an effect, and what Cyclone's saying is it's something happening. You're doing something. You see something.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's other witnesses of gravity that align with what the math has been built out. Measurements of the math that have been built out.
Name one thing.
Gravitational lensing is one of those things.
Okay, gravitational lensing.
I think gravitational waves from orbital
Well, hold on. Let's not. Yeah, polarity. Let's just do one at a time. Let's do one at a time because I think it'll get too confusing if we're tackling like 5 things at once. So the first thing you said is gravitational lensing. What phenomena or effect can we see from gravitational lensing? You state the effect so that we can all either agree or disagree.
We just see light. We just see light bend around mass or bodies.
Like what? What? Name one specific example.
Like a sun or something.
Yeah, no. Name one example of what we can see where gravitational lensing is occurring.
What do you mean where? We can see it from...
Well, when you say, I look up at the sky and I see gravitational lensing occurring, where do we see this?
From observations on distant stars. I don't know the specific stars.
So it needs to... Okay, here's the problem.
I can look up a specific instance of...
Hold on, polarity. Here's what I'm saying. if the claim is this is occurring, and we're asking you for that occurrence, and you say I don't know, that sounds like you're making it up to us. To us,
Well, no,
it sounds like you're making it up.
It's not even that you're making it up, but that you've just heard it in passing generally, and you've accepted it to be true. That's what's occurring here. You've heard this claim, and you've just adopted it as true without really looking into it. Is what it sounds like.
So now the challenge is.
No, that's not a fair viewpoint. I could learn a thing. I could watch a video, or read articles, and not remember.
But you haven't. That's the point. So currently, that is what's occurring. You're assuming that if you go and look into it, you'll find out that it's true, and therefore you're presenting it to us as if it's true.
Yeah, even if you heard it in passing.
Not true.
Even if you heard it in passing, polarity. That's the problem. Even if you heard it in passing and you think it's true, we're going to challenge you and to prove how it is true. So that means whatever article you read it from, we're going to ask, what was the actual observation being done here? So even if you pull the article up, we're going to still ask the question, how were they observing the gravitational lensing occurring?
Okay. Would you trust the article, though? That would be the better question.
Remember, it has to go through a validation method or a testing method. How did they test this to be true? Were they witnessing something occurring? Because that's the standard, right? Something needs to be happening. Gravitational lensing is occurring. It's happening. Okay. How did they see that?
Okay,
Did you answer his question yet? Because his question was, what is your take on why things fall down? You turned it round onto his point of view, but he came back to you and asked you what your take was.
This is explanation of gravitational lensing, dude. I think you're jumping into the conversation. The point is, he says these are effects that are happening. We're asking for the effect, how it's been happening. Like, go ahead.
And I clearly did explain to him what our take was, or at least what my take was.
Yeah, you didn't answer his question.
You weren't listening.
You just got turned around on him.
No, you didn't listen then, because I did.
Well, hold on. Did you explain to me what's causing you explain to me why we have the effect, or what your best explanation for the effect is?
You haven't given us an instance where it's occurring.
No, what did I say?
Well, hold on. That's not fair. I've listed out instances.
It is, dude. What do you mean it's not fair? It's fair because you didn't give us an instance where it's occurring. It's not happening.
You asked me, what are the proofs of these effects that we call gravity? I listed out.
Where is gravitational lensing happening, polarity? Where?
We can confirm it from light bending around the sun.
What? Bending around the sun? What do you mean? The sun's a light source. How is it bending around itself?
Light that we expect to be from a distant star, so the wavelength that we expect to see is being, once it comes to our telescopes or our observational machines, we can see that it has been bent around the sun.
How do you know that?
Through the gravitational lensing.
No, that's circular. You're going back to the answer is not the conclusion. You can't start with the premise and say the premise is the conclusion.
My bad.
The premise is not the conclusion.
Through redshifting and blueshifting, through the differences in the wavelengths of the light that's coming towards us.
Okay, so now we're going back to redshift and blueshift before. So you're saying that because of redshift and blueshift. Now, give me an instance how redshift and blueshift show gravitational lensing, because you're actually you're stacking claims right now.
What do you mean I'm stacking?
Yeah, so now we got to
ask you a million questions, mate, and they won't answer any
Hold on a second, dude. Wait. So now we got to get to how redshift and blueshift has been attained as an effect. How is redshift and blueshift an effect to know? Basically, I guess a presupposition to gravitational lensing.
Hold on. Can you just reframe that one last time for me so I can?
So we're trying to figure out now, because you went back to redshift and blueshift being the actual way we understand gravitational lensing. Okay, gravitational lensing as an effect, according to you, it can be understood that redshift and blueshift is another effect that occurs. Because of that, we know that there's gravitational lensing. So redshift and blueshift, something that you see, right? That's occurring. Now, how is that understood to be supporting gravitational lensing?
It's the degrees of, I would say, brightness or the wavelengths that we see the lights coming through. So we expect from this distant star or whatever, you'd see a degree of wavelength, you can call it some type of Doppler effect, wavelength difference from it coming around whatever mass body to us or to our detectors. You'd see a distortion.
So
Around
what distortion are you seeing?
Why y'all be asking questions like millions of like follow up questions? Like, can't y'all hear that that's affirming a consequence?
Like, do you want me to explain why that's happening, or do you want me to like? I don't know exactly what you need. It's
What
just
they
the fact
failed
that
to
we
tell you
expect
that
to
that
see.
sounds like an affirming the consequent fallacy. You know what that is?
Affirming the consequence fallacy.
Yeah.
You're affirming it.
So
Not really now.
it goes if A then B, B therefore A. So we would expect to see this. We see this, therefore what we're saying is true. That's the problem with reification though, another fallacy. It's fallacy stacking, unfortunately. Because also you're using something abstract to say
What's
that something real is happening.
What's the abstract thing that's being used? You're talking about the math?
Well, you're talking about mass and equations, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but we also use logic. I mean, that's abstract, and
Maths
that's what math
isn't
is.
necessarily
You just
abstract.
used
It's a
illogic.
description of it. The maths
No,
is a
it was
description of a thing.
explained to you how you've used fallacious reasoning, not
the only
logic.
reason let me just explain myself. The only reason why I kept it going is because I wanted him to bury. Hold on, Polarity. I wanted him to bury himself in rhetoric. Eli, I know it sounded frustrating for the listener, but that's what I wanted him to do. I'm letting him bury himself in rhetoric. But continue.
Well, I mean, you said we're using reasoning. It's just logic. Math is built out on foundational logic or principles of logic. I mean, and you just use those logical steps to build out frameworks of either models or science or math or measurements.
Deducing to reason, right?
I mean, yeah, we just reduced it to reason.
Was it an affirmative?
Reason
Was it an affirmative?
If affirmative in what sense? I mean, you could say I see measurements of this
needs to be tested to become actual science, not theoretical science.
Are you saying
he's
it
not
is
using
most?
logic, so he wouldn't understand the reason
Are you
why
saying
it's not?
it's most definitely the case?
Well, I'm saying with the effects that we believe that we see and the measurements that we believe these effects have, we should then see this, and then we look for that, and then we see it.
And then you don't, and then you make something up.
Yeah, that's affirming the consequence. When you said we use logic, that's illogic. Like
not illogical.
No, dude.
Well, you didn't know what affirming the consequent was, so it's like it's weird to push back
don't
and
hold him
say,
to
"Well,
fucking
it's not
unrealistic
illogical,"
expectations.
but that's
It
what
seems like he
affirming
didn't
the
know what it
consequent.
was. He was just saying it wasn't a fallacy.
No, he just specifically gave a perfect.
There's too many people talking right now. I'm about to mute everybody.
Textbook example
No.
of it.
On. No help. No help.
Yeah. I can say that he just gave a textbook example of
This is the type of shit that the server is like. So it's weird behavior going on. Like, there's one very concise answer.
Well, you're saying I'm affirming the. I mean, all I'm saying is, you sure call it whatever you want to, I suppose. But we do this all the
fucking
time.
mute me again, fuckwit.
We do this all the time.
You're not the all in any.
People always affirm the assumptions or measurements by testing them. I mean, that's what empirical evidence essentially is. We come up with a degree of premises and either a hypothetical conclusion, and then we test to see if that conclusion is true based on these premises, and then boom, that those premises are true and the conclusion was true. The premises being
bottom line is you affirm the consequent though. That's the thing. Like, you're saying it, and that's the form of the fallacy you're using. So
why are you calling it a fallacy?
I told you what it was because I asked you what it was. You said, you wanted me to tell you. I told you. What's the point in telling me you're not doing it when you are?
I guess you're calling it a fallacy. Why is it a fallacy specifically then? If that's what is just happening.
The formulation of your words in the argument.
My formulation of my words are making it a fallacy. So you're saying
That's what a fallacy is. It's a fallacious statement or it's
you're saying
fallacious reasoning.
well,
Wait,
you're
hold on.
saying
You
I'm
asked the
doing the
question. You
fallacy.
said so. It's a what? Yes.
You're saying
The
I'm doing the
form of the way
fallacy. I'm
that you're
asking you,
saying what
why
you're
is this a
saying.
fallacy?
It's a fallacy. I just told you, if A, then B. B, therefore A. That's what you're doing.
Not what he's doing. He's saying B is therefore true.
Yeah.
He's not saying B is therefore A.
Yeah, I'm more so saying if A is true and
Hold on.
B
Who is
is
that?
true, you'll get
We don't
C.
want any interruptions from that dude either.
I'm saying if A is true and B is true, you should get C. That's pretty much all I'm saying. We expect a C based off of A and B are true. And then we test A and B in observation, and we do get C, which is what we expected to get.
Observing something is not testing something, number one. But again, that's the whole point. That's the
Observation is
fallacy
part of the
you're
test,
committing.
though.
Observation is a part of testing, isn't it?
Hold on. Observation is the first step of the scientific method, if that's what you're claiming is happening. Okay. But that's not what's happening. You're not using science because you're not using the scientific method. You're talking about observing. You're talking about observing something. But again, you're affirming the consequent based on what you're saying.
I'm trying to understand.
Well, it sucks because if you listen back to the
based on what
live
you're
stream
saying.
or if you listen to what you're saying, you are affirming the consequent. All you got to do is think about what you're saying and then think about the fallacy, and boom shakalaka, there it is. It's not that hard.
Well, I guess all I'm saying is there have been premises built out, and based on
The
the
premise
premises built out, we
has
expect
to be
see a
true.
C.
Like that's the thing you're trying to prove. Like
Yeah, we can only confirm if it's true. We can only confirm if it's true if we see if what we think would happen happens. That would be how you
What
confirm.
affirming the consequent fallacy is. You're not listening. What you're saying right now, literally, that even without detailing the premises, that form of logic right there is invalid. I don't know why I don't know why you fighting so hard against it.
How is that? Can you explain to me how it's invalid? Because it seems like how
Well,
reasoning.
you got. Why don't you just listen? I can't keep explaining it to you. Just pull up, affirming the consequent in your Google, and then when you talk, look at the Google at the same time, and there it is. Like I can't convince you that what you're saying, in like there should be no convincing. You're doing the fallacy.
Well, this one, the affirming the consequence fallacy says where someone incorrectly concludes that the conditional statement, the then part is true. That's where
you're incorrectly concluding that there's this gravitational lensing because of what you're seeing. That's the point.
Well, it would only be incorrect if the effect didn't happen. That would be what makes it an incorrect.
Well, it's not an effect. You're observing something and saying that is the proof of your premise in the first place.
Well, no, the premise goes like this. It goes like this. Premise 1, if it's raining, then the ground is wet. Premise 2, the ground is wet. Fallacy's conclusion, therefore it must be raining. That's an inconclusive fallacy. That is affirming.
Okay, now you say your statement about gravitational lensing.
My statement is premise 1. We saw these observations. Premise 2, we build out measurements and calculations based off of these. These observations.
No. Premise 1, wrong. Premise 1 is there's gravitational lensing. That's premise 1.
No, that's not where I was going. No, that is not what I was meaning by any of that.
What do you mean?
I stated that based off of the observations and measurements that have been done, we expect to see certain types of outcomes. That would be something like gravitational lensing. That's what I said.
It's the same thing.
Well, no, it's not. I said premise one is the observations. Based off of those observations, we built premise two.
Premise one is not the observation. You're not observing gravity. You just said, based on what you think, gravitational lensing will happen. Exactly.
Exactly what? Yes, gravitational lensing is happening based off of these things that we've observed.
So I observe gravitational lensing, therefore gravitational lensing?
No, I observed gravitational lensing based off of these aspects, measurements, and observations. Therefore, those measurements and observations are true. Gravitational lensing confirms that the measurements.
It sounds like what you're trying. Listen, without the first half of the gravity, because first of all, the first premise would be gravitational lensing, but you're cutting that off. You're saying no, based on these observational. Based on these observations, there's gravitational lensing. Number one, you don't have any observations; you just have abstract data. Number two,
that's observations.
Well, that's a problem because you're calling that observations. That's reification.
That's data. That is the observations.
No, that's reification.
Sure. Okay.
Second of all, though, because I said earlier you were fallacy stacking. Second of all, though, with saying that, because how I can't even fix my mouth to say that you're seeing something, therefore gravitational lensing, because you're not even seeing anything.
Gravitational lensing is just an effect based off of the measurements and observations we've done and concluded based on that we should see. When tested, we see it. So it concludes.
There's no testing. You're saying, look, I'm observing something, but that's an axiom. A real axiom is we use the Earth as a horizontal frame of reference. That's an axiom. But you're treating observation as some sort of, you're not even observing anything though. Like, this is the problem. You're saying we're using observation and measurements. What are you observing?
Your observations, the original observations, are just used to build out what you then measure.
What are you observing?
You measure based off of those observations. You come up to some conclusions.
What are you observing though?
You're observing if the conclusions you came up with those original observations.
No, what are you actually observing? Do we have to go to the definition of
You're observing things that would lend itself to the effects that your conclusions said.
Okay, but what are you observing though? I don't know why you're not answering the question.
You're observing things that would have these effects, such as gravitational lensing.
How is that not affirming the consequence then? You said there's gravitational lensing. Okay, because of gravitational lensing, I observe something. Therefore, gravitational lens. See, so it was affirming the consequence.
Hold on. Why are you starting with? You don't start with gravitational lensing. You start with your original observations that builds out the understanding of gravity.
Okay, so what's the observation? I just asked you, and you just said what? You start with
your observations would be
like gravitational lensing. That's what you just said, right?
No. That isn't.
That's what you just said. It is recorded.
That is an observation.
I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha. I'm just telling you what I told you, and you tried to.
I'm so confused. You're misunderstanding. And if I told you that, erase that, because what I'm meaning then is the conclusion.
The question is still the same. What are you observing?
You're observing to see if your conclusion is correct.
No. What are you observing? Like, I'm observing a woman in a red dress. What are you observing?
You're observing things that would have the effect, the effect
Like
that
what?
you
Like what?
concluded would have.
Like what?
Like gravitational lensing. You'd observe to see
Exactly. That's
if
what I'm
mass
talking
bodies
about.
have that.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Like that's where the conversation is supposed to end. Because again, not to make this all muddy and not to get everybody else upset because you're going around in a circle.
You got around in a circle. You keep
Number
asking
one,
what are you observing?
you most definitely did affirm the consequent. Now, he said he didn't because he's going to start. I said, so we observe gravitational lensing. That's premise one. He said, no, we're making observations. But T-Dub, just to bring you back in so that there's no hard feelings between us, what did he just say he was observing? Gravitational lensing. So there you go. He just told me that his premise wasn't we observe gravitational lensing, but then he says the observation is things like what? That have the effect of gravitational lensing. So it's like, what is the point of arguing when that is exactly what you're doing, affirming the consequent? There's no logic in that. Well, my point is proven. Whoever else wants to go ahead and continue a conversation with him, you can.
Eli, you there?
That's the sound of silence.
Eli, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, look at my chat, bro.
Tag me. I don't know where that's at.
All right. We got Gobstan. I think he was chiming in too, so we might want to speak to him if you guys want to do that. Got some content, man. Polarity had his non-understanding of logic, but it seems very apparent. We can talk to a few other people that are in here.
I did things I didn't even do. That's not fair. The original observation wasn't what he said it was. I never even claimed that was.
Dude, yeah, we got some other people in here. We're gonna see if we can shift the conversation a little bit, maybe towards others. Because I think at the point where we were at, we were about to kind of leave the table, but you wanted to engage in, asking us questions, so it turned into this. So, if we have somebody else, perhaps Gobstan wants to apply himself, maybe engage. I'm going to tag Eli real quick, but if anybody wants to talk to Gobstan, what is your position on the topic of the room?
Sorry, is this a genuine chat? I came in here because I thought this would be like a joke or something. And it'd be like
It's
funny.
a big joke for the past almost 2 years now that we're the top room because it's a joke.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming it's the top room because people look at it and then go, "Oh my god, I can't believe anyone's even arguing this," and then they go in.
Yeah. But then they come in and they realize that no one can actually present an argument for the globe.
I'm sure they do,
they're
yeah.
fascinated. Well, let's see. You must have the best argument for the globe.
Don't do it. I just got gaslit. I don't know what's happening.
Polarity, just wait. Let other people. We let you have your mic open so that you won't interrupt.
Can I
other people.
concede my time to Polarity?
No. Actually, every person that's in here, every person that's in here, we want to give them the opportunity to present their position, because it seems like you guys think it's unfair that we shifted to other people, and then when you listen to them speak, you jump in the middle of what they're saying. And so we wanted to just negate that. So we're preventing that from happening by giving you the floor and letting you explain from your own position what you think the Earth is. And
I wasn't trying to explain a condition. I wasn't trying to explain my position. I was just correcting something he was saying.
Right. So do you have a position on the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, I just go with the default position.
Which is the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum
which is
of
the
space,
scientific. Yeah.
Okay, pretty scientific. Do you have any science that backs up the claim that the Earth is a globe?
No, I just default to the
okay,
scientific consensus.
So you say it's scientific consensus. What you should have told me right now that it's not anything to do with science. That's
Well, no, I'm just saying I'm referring to the institution of science. I'm not doing science when I.
I understand that you're referring to the institution of science, but the question is malformed that I gave you to think about. You should have at least told me that it has nothing to do with science, but the fact is you think it has something to do with science. So that you're in a category error.
Well, no, it does. It does have something to do with science. It has to do with the institution of science. I'm not saying it necessarily has anything to do with
science. So you're saying something.
Yeah.
I don't really understand if you even know what that means. Okay, I don't think you do. I think the fact is you're saying these words. What does the institution of science mean, Gobstan?
The institution of science is an academic group of academics who go back and forth debating and studying and applying the scientific method, writing papers back and forth and stuff. And I just default to whatever they say because I don't have the time to.
Okay, good. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, they make series of observations and they test them, and then they go back and forth on the observations and they retest them and they see if they can test them over universal states, and then I just default to whatever they come up with.
So does that you think that they have science that it goes to the Earth being a globe? Yeah.
I mean, that's what they say. They're like, yes.
Okay, give me one, because I told you it was a category error, but you don't believe me. So I want you to state one scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe. Just one.
Well, as I just said, I'm not referring to a piece of evidence. I'm referring to like the institution saying something, right?
Right. So you don't have anything to give me as far as your understanding of what science is, or that they're doing any science in accordance to.
Well, I
the shape of the
explained to you
Earth.
what science was, and explained to you what they're doing. I just don't have any.
You didn't explain what science was. You didn't explain anything about science. You told me that the institution of science is the reason why you just go with whatever they say.
Yeah, I just go whatever they say. Yeah.
So you didn't tell me what science was.
Well, because they have expertise in this field, so I just default to the people with the expertise, right?
And
because I
expertise
don't have
in this
expertise
field.
in the field.
Right.
So.
There you go.
Again,
could I just quickly say, so I mean, you asked the question, or you're kind of feigning disbelief as to why this is the biggest channel. This is the biggest channel because we're exposing.
I wasn't feigning disbelief. I explained exactly why.
Why are you interrupting me, Gobstan? Why are you?
You said something that was wrong.
So you see, it's because you don't actually know why you believe in the globe, other than some vague trust in a third party. Right.
That is why I believe in the globe, though. I do know why I believe in the globe. It's because I have trust in a third party.
People are fascinated to hear that everyone's so confident that they live on this giant spinning ball, but when they come in here, they can't give us one single proof of it. Just like you can't. Just like why you're here trying to tell us what science is generally, instead of giving us some evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Well, yeah, but I'm not in here to debate it. I was just kind of hopping in. I just wanted to see if people really were debating.
Well, of course you're not here to debate it, because you don't have any evidence to present to debate it.
Well, yeah, but I also don't have any evidence for like quantum mechanics or something. So if someone came up to me and
if you can't prove quantum mechanics, then I guess you wouldn't go and try and debate for quantum mechanics, or be like, "Oh, you guys are talking about quantum mechanics. I thought this was all a joke."
But if there were a group of people, saying quantum mechanics is fake,
how can you act like, "Oh, I thought this was all a joke," when you in 2 minutes realize you don't even have an argument for the?
Wait, hold on. Realize? No, I told you immediately as soon as you asked. Like
that's great.
I told you immediately.
Here's the thing. You're
framing this as if like I'm realizing things, or as if I'm being shocked or something. I've explained to you exactly.
Yeah, you're quickly realizing that you've come into a channel not prepared to present an argument for the globe, when your original thing was, what are people doing here? Is this a joke? Are you guys crazy? No, you guys don't have any evidence for a globe religion, and we're in here pointing it out, and everyone loves it. That's why it's the biggest channel.
Yeah.
There you go.
I do. And you're quickly realizing that even though you chimed in and you were a bit hot under the collar, there's nothing to present in the way of the scientific institutions which you can even state. That's interesting.
That's kind of the point of deferring to an institution, right?
I know that, but there's nothing that you could even give that they said. It's my point to you, which is interesting
that
because
is
even
the point of the institution, because I don't have to look at what they're saying.
You should
I just
at least
trust that they are
listen. You should at least know from a belief. Listen, from a belief standpoint, you should at least have something worked out to say, okay, my belief is this based on their saying this, but here's what I'm going to tell you what they said. but you can't even tell us what they said. So it's even worse than the belief. You don't even know what to believe in. You don't even know what you're saying.
Even know what you don't even know what you're trusting.
Oh yeah,
it's not how that works.
Then give me one. Give me one thing.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of trusting something blindly. Is that I don't know it. I don't know the information.
Bob Stan, that's not a good thing. Your blind trust admittance is ridiculous. I mean, like, do you not understand that? Do you think that's a good basis for your entire worldview? That's
But it's
insane.
not my entire worldview. I don't know what you mean.
The globe is your worldview.
No, it's
that
a very
is your view of the world, isn't it? Your view of the world is that it's a globe, is it not?
Not really. I would say that the world is much more. No, I would say that the world is much more reliably formed along political and social and economic lines. I'd say those are more the places where your worldview resides. Well, no, because hold on, you just keep on recounting these things.
Yeah.
Well, no, you're not pointing out anything. You're just like saying the same thing over and over again. I'm saying it's not a part of a worldview.
Well, you've already admitted it. You've already admitted.
No, I haven't admitted anything. I don't know why you're saying.
I don't know why you're persevering to ramble through me. You already admitted it. Your belief in the globe is based on blind faith in an institution, and you don't even actually know what that institution is claiming. So you've got blind faith in an idea that you don't even understand. So, I mean, what else is there to say?
Well, yeah. Yes, I literally said that immediately. I don't know why you're saying this as if it's some kind of like revolutionary big thing.
No, that's fine.
That's for you. Okay. It's for you.
So if you admit that, do you think that is a good basis for your belief in a globe?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think that's a good basis?
Because I just defer to the institution. Because the institution's giving me like, well, no, but I can see that.
For starters, you don't know if you should trust this institution. You have no reason to know if you should or shouldn't. And secondly, you don't even know what it is that you think you're trusting, because you've just said, I don't even need to look at what they're saying. Yeah. I'll just believe it. So it's like retarded.
Well, I can look at the products. I can look at the products of what they do, right? So, like, I have a GPS. GPS runs off of
what they do.
Okay, so you're going to keep talking over me? Are you going to let me say anything?
All right. Go on,
yeah, no, I'm saying, like, the institution spawns things that I use in my day-to-day life, and they work accurately and well, right? So I have a GPS. I have a GPS that works off of calculations based on the curvature of the Earth, right? So I can just assume, if the GPS works accurately, I'm pretty sure about that.
I'm pretty sure
if the GPS works accurately.
Sure about that? Who told you that?
Who told me that?
Dude.
Because
you don't know.
Who told you that?
Well, because the people who do the measurements. Well, yeah, because people do the measurements for the GPS.
Okay,
what measurements? Why do you keep insisting on like the methods of doing it? I explicitly told you I don't know the methods.
It's okay. Calm down. You're getting there, right? So
but I've explicitly told you I don't know
this is based on. So what measurement was this based on?
I've got no idea.
Okay, so why are you saying it's based on a measurement?
Because it must necessarily, if it's calculating where I am on the Earth, it can't just be observing it necessarily.
No, it is. It's not based on measurement. So now what?
I'm like, I don't think anything with the technology can't be based off of measurements.
Right. Okay. Well, if I'm saying to you, no, it's not based on measurement, and your argument is it's a globe because they've measured it, it's based on this. You need to be able to demonstrate.
That's not what the argument was. That's not what the argument was.
Yeah,
I was saying that
GPS,
no, that's not what the argument was. I'm saying that there are certain things that in this like certain pieces of technology that I use that are spawned from this institution.
Yeah, and none of them are based on a globe measurement.
And I can go. Oh, okay, that's cool. Thank you for that institution. Thank you for this piece of technology institution.
And then
you must be doing good work. Okay, can you stop interrupting me? Can you stop interrupting? Can someone mute this guy?
Yeah,
the GPS is not from the same institute.
You said, guy. So you said, it's these institutions. They've given us things. Well, what did they give you? They gave you GPS. How does that tell you it's a globe? Because it's based on a measurement, right? That's the point we got to, Gobstan. So now you're going to need to evidence this measurement, because if it's not based on measurement, then your entire argument is bullshit. So is it based on measurement?
Are you like a schizophrenic or something? Because I'm saying things and you're just like repeating them, but repeating them falsely.
What? Because I'm asking you to evidence your claim. Is that a schizophrenic behavior? When someone makes a claim, you say, "What's your evidence for that?" That's schizophrenic.
Because you're saying I said things I didn't say.
So you didn't say it's based on a measurement.
No, that's not the thing I didn't say. You said that I said that
so you did say it's based on
the
a
institution spawns institutions. They're based on things.
I'm not talking about
therefore, those things are true.
I'm
not affirming the basis of the measurement. I'm affirming the basis of the
measurement?
institution. If the measurement is irrelevant. If the institution has
No, the measurement is not irrelevant. That is your entire argument at this point. A measurement. It's all based on some measurement, Gobstan. So either you give us the measurement, or you concede you don't actually have a measurement, so we can dismiss the argument.
Cyclone, you know what he sounds
This has all had nothing to do with the argument at all. I don't.
He sounds like the body of science. What's his name? Rumpus.
He's a liar. He literally said that GPS is based on a measurement of curvature.
All right, well, let me respond. Like,
No, I didn't say the GPS is based on a measurement of curvature. I said that there are certain products of an institution.
My son, you said that word by word.
Okay.
Don't be a liar.
You could listen. If you could listen to me reiterate what I said. What I said is that you asked me the reason why I trust this institution, right? So if I have an institution and it gives pieces of technology outwards, and I can look at those technology and I can say that they work, and I can say that they are accurate, and I can say that they're like active in my life.
Right.
I can say that those institution is definitely produces things that are in my life.
You would have to connect that product somehow to the Earth being a ball, which is what you were trying to do.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't have to do that. I would have to connect the. I would have to connect the product
to the institution. Well, if you're not going to connect it to the Earth being a ball, then it's not an argument for the Earth being a ball.
I never said it was an argument for the Earth being a ball. I said it was not. It's an argument. It's an argument for my trust. It's not the entire argument. The entire argument is.
No, that was your entire argument. Your entire argument was you think the Earth is a ball because you have trust in an institution. That's what the whole thing is about, Gobstan. For you to then turn around and ramble about the institution, and then at the end of it say that has nothing to do with it being a ball, then again you've just completely contradicted yourself.
Jesus Christ. No. What I'm saying is that I have trust in the institution, not trust in the Earth being a ball, right? So when you turn around and say, well, you're trying to establish that the Earth is a ball via these measurements, and I turn around and say, no, I'm not saying that. I'm trying to tell you I have trust in an institution based on these things. Therefore, I trust the other things the institution says.
Avi's question to you was about your belief in the globe, and you said it's based on trust in these institutions.
So
and then we got to the institution and what they're doing, and you're saying
this guy Nekos is actually asking like a relevant question, so then I don't know why you keep talking.
Then you said they give me this technology, and then we said, how do you link that technology to it being a ball? And now you basically just said,
no. I'm not linking the technology to it being a ball. I'm linking the technology to the trust in the institution, and then I'm saying, okay, I trust the institution because they've given me technology. Therefore,
right. So if someone makes an iPhone, so because we have an iPhone, then the Earth must be a globe.
No, because we have an iPhone, I have trust in the people who did the measurements and made the circuit boards for the iPhone. And
so how do we get to what does that tell us about? How does that tell us that we should trust them if they tell us the Earth is a giant spinning triangle, for example?
Because they produce other like material things that work in my day-to-day life. So therefore, I just like default trust them on other things.
Yeah. Okay, well, you understand that's not logic. That's not logical. That's fallacious.
Yeah, it's faith-based. Yeah.
Oh, he agrees. Okay, but
what we're doing here is we're looking for actual evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and not.
No. If you were looking for like actual evidence, what you would be doing is you would be publishing papers on it. No. You would be publishing papers on it.
What paper would we publish to look for evidence that the Earth is a ball? What would that paper be titled?
Well, you would go through debunking evidence the Earth is a ball, and then you go through every single argument or like a series of arguments, and you debunk everything. Well, no, you publish it as a paper and put it out there, and then you get it. Well, you would need to publish it as a paper.
If a lake measures flat, but you don't publish a paper about it, does that make the lake curved now?
No, but it means that I defer judgment. No, but I defer judgment on whether that lake actually is flat.
Okay, so we get
until the other experts in the institution that I trust have presented their opinions on it, right?
Okay,
so if you were to say that
appeal to an authority, whatever it is, you're just an authority kind of lover.
Yeah, I'm just appealing to the authority.
Yeah, but that's what a salt flat is, though. What are you talking about?
Fair enough. Well, as long as you realize that, Gobstan, there you go. That's a big realization for you today.
It's not a realization. I said this.
The globe religion is based on a faith-based appeal to third parties and authorities. That's what the globe religion is based on, and that's what you've just perfectly demonstrated with your honest concession. I appreciate that. Most globers like to pretend that they have actual evidence for this spinning ball in a vacuum, but you're straight talking, you agree, you just believe what you're told from the authority. Good for you.
Yeah, because I don't want to spend all my time I don't want to spend all my time going through evidence. And
that's true. That's true. Hey. Knowing something is difficult. Believing something very easy. So good for you. Just believe.
Thank you for showing the YouTube audience.
This is not a revelation. This is
it's true.
Yeah, this is not a revelation. This is pretty clear.
So
you frame this as though it was some kind of like revelation that people that were coming to this.
It's just awesome that more people need to be like you and just come out with and say it, Gobstan. They need to come forth and say that it's a faith based.
Yeah, you asked me. This is my defense. I'm not in here to debate it. If you
listen, if you've always understood that your globe belief is just a religious belief, good for you. But we've got thousands, millions of people who think that it's not just a religious belief. They actually think it's physical reality. So that's what we're addressing here. If that's not the case for you, good for you. You've always known it's a religion. You're happy with it just being a religious belief. That's up to you. Well, we go with physical observable reality, which is a flat, motionless Earth. So that's where we
disagree. Before you unmute him, I was just going to say, Gobstan, check it out, man. Before you come in here and interfere with any of the conversations, that's what we're asking people. So know that that's your position. That's fine. You have a faith-based belief in the Earth being a globe based on the institutions that you think that are producing information, right? So what we're doing in here is challenging people to tell us how there's any evidence behind that. It's already been said 2 or 3 times. So now that you understand, you don't need to jump in.
How would you explain the new people that go into studying the same measurements, the same science, the same math? And then they go out and produce things based off of that same measurements, math.
Like who? Polarity? Like who?
What do you mean? Like every kid that goes into engineering schools or aviation schools?
Okay, so engineering. What specific thing has ever been done that uses the Earth the Earth curving in mind? Name
building
one thing.
Skyscrapers, making building out bridges.
Okay. Okay. Stop. Hold on, Polarity. Let's go on that one. Building skyscrapers. Go ahead and tell me how that uses the Earth as curving in mind. Like when engineers are considering it.
I mean, I don't know how exactly an engineer is considering it, but I'm assuming they consider its placement on Earth.
They don't take a class on Earth curve, I can tell you that.
I don't know anyone that takes a class specifically on the curvature of the Earth. I know people take classes that need to have understandings.
Okay, but this was your
sign in engineering that you need to have the curve of the Earth. Sorry.
Yeah, when you go into studying astronomy, when you go into studying aviation, these are things you learn.
Polarity, hold on.
Aviation requires a flat and stationary Earth. Sorry again.
Yeah, you were saying that it requires engineering, and you specifically mentioned building, tall skyscrapers. Now,
we never do that.
Yeah, now we got somebody.
I used a grouping of examples.
I know,
the examples
but we have to
don't
stop.
really matter.
They do. Actually, they're pertinent.
What matters more is me saying that the science and math utilized is the same science and math utilized to create the Earth's curve.
No, because that's what I was asking. I was saying, how does this tie into the Earth being a globe based on the little tidbits of information you were saying, specifically on the engineering part of it, right? So if you're saying
the principles they learn are the same principles that were learned for people that dictated that. What do you mean it's false?
How do you know that's true? How do you know that's true, Polarity?
Because when you go to school for engineering or for anything that uses high degrees of math or anything that uses high degree of science, you have to go through trigonometry, you have to go through calculus, you have to go through linear algebra, you have to go through algebra. And those mathematical equations are utilized for other aspects.
Yeah, that's great. They use math. That's great. That's good. That's a good understanding. But at what point are they considering the Earth as a globe? Because we're talking about specifically how they're tying in the Earth as a globe, and you're naming off a few things that you think are possible reasons why to believe that engineers. But so I even pointed out to you, how do engineers utilize the Earth as a globe when they're building skyscrapers? Make the connection. I'm asking you to do things. Can you do it? Yes or no? It's simple. Make the connection. Can you make the connection?
It depends on the engineering course or the engineer. But
so do you know this, Polarity, or were you just saying things? You're just honestly just saying things. You're not giving us any.
I'm saying that those maths are the same maths and those sciences are the same sciences. They're using the same. I'm not saying that they're using them for the same thing.
I'm asking. Listen, Polarity. I'm asking for your knowledge claim. How do you know that?
How do I know that? The data that's used to decree the curvature of the Earth
data?
is
which data? Show us what data you're talking about.
Trigonometric measurements, calculus for orbital bodies and moving bodies.
Okay,
angular momentum.
Trigonometric calculations. So what are we talking about specifically that leads us to the understanding that the Earth is a globe? What math?
What do you mean? What specific math lets you know that?
Yeah, that deals with the curvature involved.
Sine, cosine, what's it called? Coordinations of planes, angular momentum, moving. For coordinates, for coordination. So you have two-dimensional coordination you'll learn, then you'll learn three-dimensional coordination, and you apply measurements to those coordinations. Those metrics are still used for other engineering things. It's the same metrics.
But when is this practically used on the surface of the Earth? Now it's time to draw the connection.
Used for FFA, people that build out those systems, and aviation engineers. I'm assuming they're the ones that use it.
You're assuming. Hold on. I got to point things out to you. So when you say things, I'm gonna let you listen to yourself. You said assume. You assume. But this what we're doing, you and I, we're not trying to speculate. We're actually zeroing in on what is being done to solidify that the Earth is a globe. We're not assuming. You just did.
Okay. So are you saying you don't know any of them?
No, I'm saying you don't know anything that ties in the Earth as a globe. You don't know. So I'm showing you. It's like a mirror. It's reflecting back to you. I'm showing you what you say and how you're saying it. You're proposing these ideas, but there's no instance where you're going to tell me that the Earth is utilized as a globe.
Here. You're saying I'm doing an assumptive. I'm making an assumption.
You are. You said
I'm saying you're making an assumption because I don't think you know.
You assume.
Well, I did. I validly made an assumption because I don't exactly know what they're using. I'm assuming based off of probability that they're using this.
Correct.
But do you know? Because you're saying we don't use assumptions.
It's not my claim,
so
sir.
do you know that?
It's not my claim. I'm not in here.
Yeah, but you're making an oppositional claim to mine.
Yeah,
you're saying that they may not be doing that.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what the thing that I'm doing is? I'm showing you a reflection of how you don't know that you're verifying anything. I'm showing you that right now. We're walking through step by step how you say that there is things that are done, and I'm showing you polarity there really isn't. I'm showing you. You're only assuming, you're believing, but there's nothing put down where you can say this is exactly the method that ties in the Earth as a globe that they're using for this specific practical use case. You haven't done that, and I'm showing you.
Okay, but have you done that? Because then you're making an oppositional viewpoint.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm telling you is that I didn't make any claims currently. I'm only right now, as far as what you and I are doing, we're going back and forth, and I'm showing you with everything you're saying. I'm actually asking you to tie it into the Earth as a globe. You're not doing that. You're just saying I assume, I believe.
I made the assumption assume. I validly was open with my assumption, my assumptive view. I'm going to ask you then, do you know that they aren't?
Yes.
So you know that for a fact that they're not using the same mathematics and calculations?
Yes, it's a fact.
Okay, what are you using to confirm that fact?
Here's the thing. It's a fact because if that was being utilized, then it would be applicable, as in a practical use for anything. So in other words, if you're saying that it's being used, I'm asking for the example. Because it's not being used, I'm going to say, well, okay, you're not giving us an example. I know that in practical reality, they never actually apply the Earth as a globe to build anything. They're actually utilizing the Earth as a flat
and horizontal
plane.
Is that not? How is that? I've got a question. How is that relevant? When a structure is going to be larger than like 1 or 2 kilometers, like wide?
No. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but I'm actually going with polarity on this right now because at the current time that he's going through his spiel or trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe based on what he's understood, I'm telling him whatever you learned, I want you to tie that into the Earth actually being utilized as a globe. So if he can't do that, I'm going to tell him that there isn't anything in the practical reality that we're going to utilize the Earth as a globe, because what you're saying, Arlo, is basically our argument. You're saying what we're saying.
They use trigonometry and Euclidean geometry. They use these two things in other fields, but specifically they're used in things that do measure curvature for the Earth, and that is applied GPS, satellite positioning, navigation,
hold on.
surveying.
Don't only use one. We'll go through one by one.
Okay,
Name
surveying, or navigations, or let's do satellite positioning.
Pick one. Pick one. We'll talk about that one. Which one are you going to pick?
Okay, satellite positioning. How they know where the satellite's supposed to be positioned.
So, is the satellite going to give us a understanding of the Earth's geometric shape, or are you saying you believe the Earth is already a globe, and how can it work on a flat Earth? Which one of those two are you saying?
I'm saying they'll be using the same type of mathematics, so geometry or trigonometry or Euclidean geometry, whatever way you want to go about it, to figure out we want the satellite here to see whatever. And they'll apply these metrics and calculations, and then they'll see what they were hoping to see.
Right, but are you saying that are they utilizing the Earth already as a globe based on an assumption, or are you saying they verified that the Earth is a globe and then they're using the math like this?
I'm saying the people that go to the engineering schools to learn about satellite positioning are learning the same engineering maths and calculations that people that go to school to learn about building out other aspect engineering things. What do you mean? No, they're not learning the same thing.
No, they don't learn anything about a ball Earth. You're wrong.
What do they learn then if they don't?
Orbital mechanics requires the center of the ball.
Say that louder.
Orbital mechanics for your quote satellites orbiting a ball require some kind of center to orbit around.
What do they learn then for orbital mechanics?
Sounds made up to me.
Well, you're the one who said orbital mechanics. I said satellite positioning.
Mechanics for? What do you need orbital mechanics for?
I mean,
satellites.
I don't know specifically what orbital mechanics is. I was saying satellite positioning, but yeah.
For satellites. Only for satellites? And
I'm just saying that's an example.
Sounds like we don't need orbital mechanics anymore. You don't use that for flying a plane.
You use it to predict the exact day, hour, and minute of the next eclipse.
Well, no, you have to know geometry and trigonometry when you're doing satellite positioning.
So trig requires a flat baseline, so you need a flat Earth for your satellites then for trig.
Yeah, definitely.
Why does trig require a flat baseline?
Trig is triangles, no?
Yeah, dude.
You know what a triangle is?
Yeah, but you have angular variables. So you have second degree and third degree. That's the x, y, and x,
angle
variable.
Yeah.
He was talking about engineers and builders utilizing a globe Earth. Now he jumped to the sky.
Well, I didn't jump to the sky. I responded to what he said. I didn't jump anywhere.
Basically,
I had the plan of Burj Khalifa ready to go just to show you the 90-degree walls that doesn't use any geometry of a globe to just think or include the fact that those walls have to converge toward a center of your ball. But they don't. The engineer is just assuming it's a flat plane and drawing his plan based on that flat plane. 90-degree walls above a level floor.
Yeah, the engineers of the Burj Khalifa, essentially polarity is what he's talking about.
Yeah, but you have spherical trigonometry. I don't know why you think there's not a spherical trigonometry.
Okay. We have. It exists. You can study spherical, non-Euclidean trigonometry. That doesn't mean that the globe is real. Because is it because the engineers study level and 90-degree angles and parallel lines and cubes and flat surfaces that mean that so it means that you have to believe that the Earth is flat because they study Euclidean.
They probably study. They have to learn the basics, and then they probably study more complex things like geodesies and stuff like that, astrophysics and aspects of those natures. But they use the foundations that they originally learned, that other engineers learned, to know the more complicated fields.
Now, hold on, wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
How do you know that polarity? Is it going to be?
How do I know
assume
that?
again? Or do you assume this?
Well, yes, I would assume you would need to know that to.
You know what? Let me just point something out. Polarity. Let me point something out to the audience anyway. He's actually forthcoming with being honest. So I mean, at least for an engaging with somebody, he's not like obtuse. To the point where we're fighting tooth and nail. He's still kind of, I don't know if you're listening or not.
Yeah, totally understandable.
Do you know the inverse?
Just pointed it out.
Do you know the inverse is true? Do you know if they don't use it is true?
How about the Black Swan? How about starting?
So what do they learn then? If you know that that's true, you should also then know what it is that they do learn and need.
I wanted to point that out. I wanted to point that out earlier to you. It doesn't matter what math they are taking in courses. At the end of the day, whenever something's being built, it's all about being plumb, level, and square, which has nothing to do with sphericity, nothing to do with curving. Everything about it is plumb, level, and square. You understand how when what I say by that means if you have a square, where's your curve in a square? Go ahead.
You don't have a curve in a square.
Thank you. I rest my case. I'll mute up.
Well, hold on. Well, I don't agree with your first statement, though. I don't.
So you don't believe that we build things plumb, level, square?
I don't know what that exactly means, but from what I'm assuming it means, no, I don't.
I think it's because a flat earther said that construction uses level. He doesn't believe it, but if a Glober told him we use levels for construction sites, he would believe that.
Bridges are constructions and they have curves in them. Why would they need to take an account?
You don't understand why they're
because it's a bridge and the weight pushes down on the bridge and pushes out into the sides, into the pillars there, the pylons that's holding it up, the ends. So that it's not just pushing straight down. It's an arc, so it's got some weight distribution. Do you understand that?
It's also a curved object.
You think it's curved over the water because the water's curved also?
No, I'm saying you said they don't need that when they're doing construction. I said they do need curvature when they're doing construction.
Do you think a bridge is arced because it's arced over curved water?
I never made that statement. No, I do not.
Don't say anything about bridges and earth curve.
I was referring to your statement.
You're never going to let me get in if you just can't stop responding to him. So I had to mute him. So the bottom line is, dude straight up said, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by plumb, level, and square. However, if it's what I think you think it means, then the answer is no. What is that? What does that mean? What does that mean? Why didn't y'all stop there? Because that's the point of contention. Like, the axioms are there. Plumb, level, square, we build it. And basically, he's saying, well, if that has anything to do with you saying the earth is flat and not curved, then no, it can't be that. Well, that's in the fallacy of incredulity. It's like, why are y'all... Yo.
No, I agree with you, Elijah.
I'm saying engineers.
All right, and I muted up. I said, okay, I've heard enough, and I muted up.
Well, my original statement was the fact that engineers that do certain aspects of engineering and construction being one of those things, some of those engineers need to take into account the same calculations in math utilized to figure out curvature degrees. That same thing is used for the people that need curvature degrees for bigger problems.
No, Polarity, you're false. You're 100% false. When you're talking about curvature, when I said plumb, level, square, I was speaking in regards to things on the ground. Now, over water, when you're building a bridge, or even over land, when you're building a bridge, there is a thing that's called cant, and cant is making up for how they can engineer the bridge to have what we would call structural integrity, so that way it doesn't fall upon itself. So they will send out the schematics for there to be some camber in the bridge, and when you apply that logically, it's because they understand that an arch is going to be able to support the weight that's going to be on it better than just going horizontally straight across, because there is a chance that if one day all the traffic stopped, then the bridge could fall in on itself. So they'll put some camber in it.
I agree, but they still have to measure out the curvature of the bridge.
No. Hold on. But that's not the curvature of the Earth. See, the one thing you said about talking about going across water with bridges, the bridge is curved, but not the water.
Yeah.
The water is horizontal flat from a side view. If you were to build a bridge and then take a picture from the complete side of it, seeing the side view of it, you'll see that the bridge is going up on one side and down the other, and there's an arc, but the water is completely horizontal. Now, the schematics, the blueprints is going to have that bridge built with camber, or can't, either way, if you're dealing with pylons or not. But the point is that you're never going to have curved bridge because of curved earth. I didn't
say that. I didn't make that statement. I'm saying the fundamental math used to build out the curved bridge is the same math that's used out for the curved earth when they're doing orbital positioning. They're using the same fundamental concepts learned for curvature.
Idiot, you might be the
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying they're just using curvature mathematics. Radio wave physicists do the same thing when they need to figure out amplitudes and oscillations.
You're such an idiot. Yeah, QE couldn't even deal talking to you last night.
Well, you're saying that they do not? They're not using the same calculations? If they're not, can you tell me what calculations an orbital positioner is using? Or a satellite positioner is using?
You don't use orbital.
This is like the AI that said that, how they would infiltrate us, and you just have these calm talking dudes that never really make a point, whether they're right, whether they're wrong.
That's the point. I made a point. My point is that they're using the same fundamental math, the same one that a satellite positioner is using to position a satellite.
They're not.
The curvature of the Earth taken into account is using the same mathematics that a bridge builder is using.
No, that's false, because the math is not going to. Okay, here's the difference. Here, let me explain something to you. Okay, on a bridge,
with the plane.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Plane of reference, just like with satellites, they're using a plane of reference. No, they're not doing what he's saying they're doing. No, they're not. Has nothing to do with the globe.
Specifically, the math that's going to be included in the engineering of a bridge is going to be more focused on the structural integrity and the amount of torsal strength it's going to have for weight being applied on it. Do satellites have to apply that? Yes or no?
Well, no, but the bridge has to calculate the arc, the degree of the arc that they're trying to build out.
No.
Degree.
No, because you're trying to fallaciously equate that the arc that a satellite's going to take in your imaginary sphere, that a bridge has to take that same math in account. That math has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. It has to do with the distribution of weight. Do you understand this?
Okay, but you're just saying the only math used is the math that takes into account.
Nope. You're gonna have to identify what he just said to you and respond back whether you know that that's correct or incorrect. I need your response on that so we know that you actually listen.
Sounds saying no. He's only taking in one calculation. When you're doing stuff like that, building out a bridge, you're doing multiple calculations, including the calculation needed for the degree of the arc and how to sustain that degree arc. So
dude, that's false, dude, because the curvature of the Earth that you think we're living on doesn't exist. So you're not going to build a bridge that's curving on something that's not curving. You're not understanding that the water... listen, buddy, you're not understanding that the water beneath the bridge, if it's going over water, is not trying to have the same degree to your supposed curvature of the Earth. The only reason why they're going to have this arc in it is for camber, so that way you're dealing with the intellectual struggle. I'm fucking drunk.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. I'm not making the statement that they're taking into account the arc degree for the Earth. They're taking into account for the structural integrity. They still have to do the calculations for the arc, though. And those calculations,
that arc is not based upon the Earth's. Okay, if you have this supposed position that the Earth is curving at this rate, That's not the way the bridge is being built. When we build bridges, it has to listen. No, but you did say that. And here, let me just finish. Okay, the calculations that you're talking about have to deal with weight distribution. So if you have a short bridge and it's arced, they're gonna make sure that it's dealing with weight distribution, not the curvature of the earth. Like if you have a really long bridge, it's not going to be dealing with the curvature of the earth. It's going to be dealing with the weight distribution that you can apply to the pillars.
I completely agree with you on that. I am not disagreeing with that. I'm saying they still need to know some degree of spherical geometry to build out the bridge, no matter what. They need to
God damn it. I'll shut up.
They can't not know spherical geometry if they want to make a proper arc.
Yeah, but that's the claim that you're making. Do you know this claim to be verified as true? What you just said. Where?
Because how are they accurately?
No, don't ask. It's not a question. You can't ask me a question. I'm asking for the verification of that information you just said is true. How did you verify that to be true? Don't ask me a question. Verify it.
How do I verify that they have to use some degree of spherical geometry to build an arc-shaped bridge?
Yes.
Okay, if you don't have the knowledge about how to make the arc,
wait, don't go there. Don't go there. Stop. Don't go there. Just admit that you don't have it and say I don't know.
No. I have it.
Okay,
through
then go ahead and tell us.
Of experience and knowledge based off of you can't make a thing you don't know how to make.
It's not.
You can't make it if you didn't know how to make it.
Okay, just be concise and tell us how it's done.
How do they calculate the arcs, the degree that they need for the arc?
Well, that's a claim you made. Yeah.
Well, yes. If they're going to build a bridge that has a arc support, how are they going to build it without the calculations to make the degree that they want?
That's the question you're asking me. I'm telling you to verify. How was it done?
They would use some degree of spherical geometry to build it.
Okay, what kind? Walk us through the method if you know, because it sounds like you're coming from a place of knowledge. What are they doing? Walk us through the method.
Hold on. Do you want me to walk you through the method of building out an arc?
Yeah, break it down. Tell the guy who's been working in construction how they do this. APOC is who I'm referring to. And tell the engineer. Hold on. Tell the engineer in the room, Radwin, how they break. You tell me, because it sounds like you're coming from a place that this is the way they do it. So, tell us how they're doing it.
He's literally talking to an audience with an engineer and a construction builder, and he's trying to tell us how we do the job. Let me throw a curveball at you real quick. Let me throw a curveball at you real quick. Polarity. How about the bridges we build that don't have to account for curvature because we just go horizontally across and there's no arc needed? What about those?
Yeah,
they probably still need to take a degree. They still probably need to take in a degree of wobble. So that would still also need to take in a degree of arc.
Stop talking. Like the bridge in China that's 100 miles long, it's perfectly flat.
No curvature involved. Because they put in, I'll tell you why. Because they put enough columns from point to A, point B to point D to point C and D and all the way down. They put them close enough to where they didn't have to account for a camber because they understood that the way they built them was strong enough to just go flat across. Now, some bridges do need, and long span bridges, you do have to put camber because the middle will fall in on itself. Because imagine two toothpicks and you put a comb on top. Yeah, if it's far enough away, it'll be weak in the middle. But if you construct it to where you have enough pillars, pylons going in between them, you won't have to fucking camber it. So where's the curvature in that, buddy?
Well, for a flat bridge like that, you probably still need to take into account depending on the degree.
No, not probably. You don't.
Wobble.
Yeah, here's the thing.
You're telling me bridges that are even flat don't wobble when things.
I have to mute him, guys. Let him just answer the question, the first one that I was asking, because he's going to have to answer how they're doing it without considering the Earth as a curve. But he's trying to put an example. I want him to realize at some point he's going to run out of gas. Okay, his tank of gas only has so much, right? At some point, he's going to come to the realization, I'm giving you the spoiler alert, and he's going to say, I don't know. But we're getting there. He's just about to get there. Go ahead, Polarity. Go ahead and tell us how they use the globe Earth with...
They're gonna use and do calculations for angles, the stress distribution, and probably use parabolic arc mathematics. So
I'm going to point out one thing. You said probably. Every time you use suggestive language, I have to stop you. Why did you say probably? Do you know or not?
Degrees of probability.
Yeah, so degrees of probability is not an actual certain fact. It's not a known fact. So for
probability up to 90%, they're using parabolic arc.
Not 90%. So that means 100% you don't know. 90% maybe, but that's just a guess, right? Is that all you're doing right now is guessing?
Well, everything that we do.
No, it's not everything. Specifically building bridges is what
we don't build on probability, bro.
The topic right now is building a bridge, and you're saying you use globe math, and you're saying I probably think 90% that they're doing this.
Right? I don't know if there's a globe math. There is geometric math and trigonometry.
But are they using the Earth as a globe practically to build across the surface as if it were a globe?
No, they're using.
Thank you. That's the whole juicy bits we wanted to get to. So then we don't need to consider the Earth as a globe. Yeah. So that's pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much the end. That you ran out of gas. That was it.
Using geometry.
Yeah, I know, dude. Look at the red mic by your name. We understand now that you've said they don't need to consider the Earth as a globe. Then you've just gave up the point. That was the whole thing that we're getting onto. How you?
That's just wig off.
Yeah, that's it. Point done. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
And that's factual, what you said. That was factual. Finally, you said a fact. Finally. After all your bullshit rhetoric.
I said this, though.
I know. So now that we're at the end, there really isn't anything you have in the way of inquiring that the globe is being used in any practical means.
But I said this like 20 sentences back when he said, what do they need to take into account with the water underneath the bridge?
We've landed the plane on a flat Earth, and that's amazing, right? That you actually got there being someone who advocates for the globe.
I mean, but we didn't. Okay.
Yeah,
my original statement wasn't even that.
You actually were using a lot of polarity. You're using a lot of suggestive language, which means that in the back end, you don't really know what you're talking about. Suggestive language does mean that. I think probably, maybe, perhaps, all that. And it all leads to you not really knowing what you're saying is true or not. You don't have any way that
can I ask one question then? Can I ask one question? Can you tell me why it is that they can do satellite positioning? What it is that they utilize to make those accurate positions?
Elevation angle.
Elevation angles.
How does that work? Can you tell me how that works then?
It's an axiom. What do you mean?
What do you mean it's an axiom? You said they use elevation angles.
Do you know what an axiom is?
Do I know what an axiom is?
Yeah. Something that's self-evidently true. So, do you know what an elevation angle is?
No. I'm asking you that question. You're the one who said that that's what they use.
Okay, so you don't know what an elevation angle is? Because I said it and you were confused. So do you need to elaborate?
I'm going to assume it's an angle of a certain elevation.
Okay.
How do they use that, though?
It has something to do with the speed of light and the elevation of the celestial object being a satellite.
Okay. But the Earth rotates.
That's with reference to a flat plane.
But the Earth rotates, so the satellite has to also rotate with it.
I didn't beg the question. I use an axiom. You're begging the question.
I'm not begging the question. I'm saying if they're doing satellite positioning. Wait, do I know what begging the question is?
Correct. Do you know what it is?
I'm saying that.
No. Do you know what begging the question is? Don't waste time. Do you know what begging the question is?
I'm putting the conclusion in my statement, in my question.
Okay, so yeah, you just said, well, they're using the spin of the Earth. That's begging the question. When I said that that it has to do with elevation angles, that's not begging the question. That's an axiom.
Okay, so you're saying they're using elevation angles, whatever the calculations that they use to do those elevation angles, and they aren't doing a rotation of the Earth calculations. Those aren't included at all.
I posted a photo in side chat for you so you understand what we're saying. So if you can notice, there's things in the sky, and you're gonna take an angle to it. That angle is gonna be based upon your position at a 90-degree, and then its position at a 90-degree to you. You're able to take an angle to it, and that's gonna give you an altitude of it, and that's gonna give you the height of it. Height, altitude, and elevation are all synonyms. They're all the same thing, but they mean the same thing, and they're derived from the same thing. They're called angle elevations.
And I agree with you on that. I'm saying what the common knowledge is, or the known knowledge is rotation is also happening. So you'd have to keep in line with the moving object, not a stationary object. I'm asking, how is that calculated?
No, that's not true.
It's not.
What you're saying is not true.
So the Earth doesn't rotate on an axis. It doesn't rotate at all.
What you just said is not true.
What specific about what I said isn't true?
The rotation being accounted for. That's not true.
So but if they're not accounting for it, is it because the Earth isn't rotating?
No, it's not yet, but if they're not accounting for it, the answer is they're not accounting for it. You just claimed that they were, though, and I'm saying no, they're not. I explained to you it had to do with elevation angles and something to do with the speed of light or some shit like that. But there's no rotation in there. If you think that's the case, then go ahead and post up a citation.
Okay, I guess my question would be, why are they not?
You already had a question and I already answered it. Now you keep saying, like, every time we answer a question, you say, I guess my question would be. You've been asking questions.
Well, because you're not clarifying if you're saying the Earth isn't rotating.
The Earth is not rotating.
I did clarify that.
Stationary.
The Earth has nothing to do with anything. I did clarify that.
You said rotation doesn't have anything to do with it.
My girlfriend just heard me clarify that. What are you talking about?
You said rotation has nothing to do with it. I wanted to know, why does rotation have nothing to do with it? Is it because it's not
that it does? And I said, if you think it does, then you give a citation. Why are you trying to flip the burden of proof?
Well, because
I already know it's not. I just told you what it had to do with.
Rotating.
You didn't know what I was talking about in the beginning. Why are you talking when I'm talking?
Even if you're a flat earther, you should know that. I wasn't the one talking when you were saying something. That was someone else.
Yeah, you were. Here's how you won't be. Okay, so I already told you that it had to do with elevation angles because you asked. So I told you. Oh, my fucking phone just died. What a bummer.
Is this what really happens over here?
Right. Well, I'll just say to Polarity, since he's asking the question, yeah, the Earth is not rotating.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
There you go. Earth is not moving, just like you experience, unless you go and there's an earthquake somewhere. Then you might feel the ground moving. But no, other than that, the Earth is not.
That's moving. Not rotating.
Unless you can demonstrate otherwise.
I think you'd say the Earth's electromagnetic sphere that protects us from solar rays, and
I wouldn't say anything like that. Why would I talk about that? I'm talking about a claimed motion.
That would be one of the things to say that it is rotating, but then we also have the placement of things that move continuously.
That's just like meaningless vagary, to be honest.
Not meaningless. It's just what is used.
Well, what is used? There is nothing used. There is looking at the sun, moon, and stars moving, and then saying, "I must be moving." Why? Because I said so.
Well, am I moving or are they moving? Why would I be stationary if they're moving?
Well, observably, they are moving, and as far as you can tell, you are not moving.
So we don't move, but they. So we don't move, but they move.
That's what you observe, is it not?
It's what we measure.
I suppose.
I mean, that's common sense reality, something that they try very hard to blind you to as a child.
I guess my question would be, why is everything else moving outside of the Earth, but not the Earth itself?
Well, that would be that would be a bit of a silly question. Why is everything moving? What does that mean? You're getting into philosophy now.
Why is the moon moving, and why do we see Mars moving?
Go and ask it. What do you mean? Why is it moving? Like, what do you mean? Like a mechanism?
Well, no, we see rotation on them. Why do they rotate and we don't rotate and we don't have movement?
That's what they do.
Okay.
I mean, because you have that question, does that mean they're not actually rotating? The ground is rotating? Obviously not. I mean, because you don't know why the luminaries are moving or doing what they're doing, that in no way even implies that the ground is moving. You understand that?
Well, my assumption would be one part of the Earth, if it wasn't moving, would always be facing the sun, and one part would be
moving. Dude,
like it would be sunrises and sunsets.
Claim that it's moving to begin with. You can't say if it isn't moving. You've got no evidence that it is moving to begin with.
Well, if it were stationary, my question would be: if it were stationary, wouldn't one side just be facing the sun always?
No, because the sun is moving, like you observe. You've noticed
the sun
that the sun is
rotating around us every day?
You've seen the sun moving in the sky, yeah?
Well, that's because we rotate around.
No, that's just the religion you've been taught. That's the whole point.
So then what is
we're moving? No, you observe the sun moving. How does that tell you the ground is moving?
Well, it tells me the Earth's moving.
No, it doesn't. It tells you the sun is moving. That's what you observe. You would have to do something else to prove that the ground is the thing moving. You can't just look at the sun moving and then say, I must be moving. It's not even logical.
So the sun moves completely around a stationary Earth every single day.
Well, that's what you experience, isn't it? Can you disprove what you observe and experience?
That's a...
That's it. I mean, this is the place of the globe believer. You have to try and disprove observable reality convincingly enough so that you can reject it. But we just accept it. That is what it is. That's all that can be demonstrated, observed, measured, detected, relied upon, proven, known. That's all that there is. A motionless topographical plane beneath our feet, moving luminaries above us. That's it. Unless you can prove something else, which no one can, unless you turn on the TV. And that's not proof.
Okay, so you believe that the sun is moving around the Earth every single day?
I don't believe it. I observe it. I know it.
You observe the sun is moving around the Earth every single day.
That's what you know. That's all that you know. What else could you know? That's all you observe, experience. You've never seen anything else. Yeah?
Well, we take measurements of the equator, as the equator's diameter is a bit wider.
You take measurements of the equator's diameter?
Yeah, you have rotation. The orbital rotation is making a centrifugal force that widens out.
Those measurements? What was measured exactly?
The distance of the equator.
What's the equator? Sorry, the equator is the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. That's an angle measurement to a star. That's what the equator is.
Yeah, he's thinking about the line on a ball.
Yeah, he's lost. 0 degrees.
Sorry,
0 degrees. All right, 0 degrees at the equator. That's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. Like 45 degrees latitude is the elevation angle of Polaris at 45 degrees above the horizon. That's what these lines of latitude are.
It's how the lines were written. Those lines were drawn by taking those measurements. That's how they were drawn.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what Polaris is.
Polaris, the North Star.
Okay, so
this line of latitude that you're talking about, the equator, is measured by the minimum elevation angle to Polaris at 0 degrees. Like 45 degrees latitude, northern latitude, is an angle measurement of Polaris at 45 degrees above the horizon. That's what the lines of latitude are when you say equator.
That's what's making it wider at the equator? Is that those lines match up to be wider?
Yes, because there are circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. The ones closer are smaller, the ones that are further away are bigger. Yep.
Why does Polaris specifically matter? What is it? Why would they use it as a reference point for anything?
Because it's called a celestial pole. It's a point in the sky that does not move. The other circumpolar stars move around, which we measure also.
And why would it? I guess why would it matter if it's in the center then?
Because it's a point of reference. The other circumpolar stars rotate around. Its point in the sky does not move, so we reference it to get things like latitude. Someone's got some terrible background noise.
Yeah, Amish, bro, you're feeding back.
Okay, yeah. So would you say why does it specifically need to be at the center of the Earth for that, or the center of the outside of the Earth?
Again, maybe you didn't hear because of the background noise.
Yeah, I couldn't.
It's a rotational point that other stars rotate around. Polaris is the closest star to that center of rotation, which we reference. We reference this non-moving point to get things like latitude when you invoked equator earlier. Equator being the minimum angle measurement you can get to that point at distance south.
Okay, that's a... Sure, I don't know that specifically. I'll agree with you on it then. But could it also be due to centrifugal force as well? Could that also explain it?
What's centrifugal force?
It's the force of something spinning. What happens to a spinning body?
I know what it is. Where? What? I know what it is.
If the Earth was spinning, the pull at the center, which would make a widening effect, which could also explain what we see.
What do we see?
Or that we measure. Sure, it's too wide. Do we measure it?
Measure what?
The center.
Again, you're going to need to be very, very specific with what you're saying, mate.
Can you clarify exactly what you're misunderstanding, I guess?
What you mean by a centrifugal force? Now, I understand what that is. I'm asking you, where is that on the Earth?
Well, it would be in the center. So what we'd expect is, what we'd calculate is the center of the Earth. We'd expect there to be a widening effect. So we'd expect the Earth not to be perfectly cylindrical in some degree. It'd be, it wouldn't be spherical. It would be oblique or whatever.
I get you. Nowhere in this measurement that I've just given you, which is an elevation angle, is there a curved Earth. To make this angle measurement, you require a horizontal Earth. Because as was explained to you about 10 minutes ago, this is an elevation angle. An angle is the intersection of two straight lines. An elevation is one taken above an adjacent. The adjacent line is mean sea level. To have this measurement, you require a flat Earth. There's no globe or curved Earth here.
Okay, so you're saying what we call the equator is just that effect with Polaris.
Yeah, the minimum elevation. Yeah, it's a circle of equal altitude called the latitude. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard that. I have to have more understanding on that.
Okay, I can post you some information in the side chat. Give me a moment. Sorry, Cyclone, to interrupt.
No, that was a good point to bring up because when you think you're talking about an equator and you're maybe imagining this line going around a ball, I mean, it is the equator. That is an imagined line on an imagined ball, and the reference is actually coming from the sky. So that was a good point for Jedi to bring up. Bit more advanced than the intro stuff, but Polaris, you sound like you can handle it, so good for you.
Yeah, I know a bit of stuff, or at least I'll look up stuff fast enough.
Well, I've also sent a link to your DMs with our home server, which has terabytes of resources and information that you can review, because if you go searching for this stuff on Google and YouTube, it's just going to send you a bunch of bullshit. Because the algorithms, even though this is apparently the craziest conspiracy of all time, they don't want you to read about it. They just want you to get the Nat Geo, NASA bullshit. So check that out.
It would be the greatest conspiracy. Just on a social engineering aspect, it would be quite impressive.
But I mean, they want you to think that it's like a dumb idea, right? And a silly topic, not to be taken seriously, not to even be researched. But for some reason, they have to shadow ban it, hide it in the algorithms, not let you see any genuine content. So I'm just saying, we save a lot of that on our home server. So there's terabytes of articles, videos, academic papers, documentaries that you can research So I've sent that link to your DMs just so if you do in future want to research on in your own time, you can do that.
Yeah, definitely will. You were the first people in the introduction to Flat Earth I've ever had.
Oh, well, lucky you. You came to the right place.
So, for example, I guess you haven't heard of the Black Swan then?
I've never heard of the Black. I guess I've heard of a reference of it, but never heard what it is.
Okay, so basically it uses a modus tollens, which is a good form of logical consistency. Uses two premises. So if the Earth were a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance would be no further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But the horizon is further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, therefore the Earth is not a sphere. And that's pretty much all there is to it. So when you Google the maximum distance to the horizon, just like with your bridge thing, because you believe that that's the case, right? Well, there has to be some sort of curvature added into that. Well, the whole thing is not really, because if you're taking into account what Google is saying about the sphericity of the Earth, then it also says that the horizon would be no further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So all you got to do is check that in reality. And in reality, that's never the case.
Well, I'm a point counterpoint type of person. So if that's the point, it should be this. I would just look up why is it not that and see if that calculation that's used to say it's not that for this reason is accurate.
What do you mean? If it's not that in math, it's just not that. There's no reason that someone's not 5'4" if they're 6'7", correct?
Well, yeah, but there could be other effects that are at play that need to be taken into account for that actual calculation.
Well, you could. I mean, like I said, Google it.
Yeah, that's probably not.
So Google would, because Google has all the resources. All the resources would lead you back to a globe. So Google, what is the maximum distance that I should be able to see the horizon?
Eli, at a certain height. What's the height at 2 feet?
Any foot. Any foot.
Sorry to interrupt, Eli. I'll put a Black Swan in the side chat if you want to walk him through it. Because it's a very
okay, 8 foot. It wouldn't matter to me, but 8 foot is fine. So, do you see what's in the chat there?
I was looking up that maximum distance. I need to confirm the distance claim you made.
Well, it's a formula claim.
Yeah, is it distance horizon formula?
Yep.
So D equals square root of 2RH. I don't know what H specifically is referring to. Is that observer's distance or observer height?
Height. Eye height of the observer.
And then I think the oppositional view claim is that you have effects from atmospheric refraction that take an effect.
All right, so go ahead and Google the maximum distance, including extreme atmospheric refraction, and see what the result is.
That would be a good down. That's probably exactly what I've done.
Well, go ahead and do that and tell us what the number is.
Well, give me a height. Let's do 7 foot.
What is it? 8 foot.
8 foot?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's go with extreme amounts of atmospheric refraction. Let's do that.
Okay. Well, it would be a little hard to fit in this calculation,
but not enough to overcome this observation, right?
Well,
I'm sorry. I thought I heard you mumble. It'd be a little bit more.
Well, I was saying 8 foot, but I was meaning specifically building out doing the calculations. From okay. Well, does that give me 8 foot? But something around like 2.9 miles.
Yeah, it's 3.46 miles here is what I have based on an 8 foot observer. So, but why don't you just Google it? Google this. What is the maximum distance for an observer? No, what is the maximum distance to the horizon for an observer 8 foot above sea level, including extreme atmospheric refraction?
Looks like something about 3.9 miles, 4 miles essentially.
There you go. Globe debunked. Using Modus Tollens. Logical consistency.
And the distance you said we can see too is what again?
Well, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. So there's no geometric horizon, atmospheric refraction or otherwise.
Well, this would be what they see, right? So they can see, that would be the maximum you can see out to. What was your distance you said that are still
beyond
visible?
10. The maximum is beyond 10. Nowhere near what the claim is on a globe, including with atmospheric refraction.
Hey, Elijah, the other day I was watching a video of this guy showing the ocean and how within like the last, like, let's say on a photo, of a video taken, like the last, like, let's say like quarter inch of the water can represent like 20 miles because of how squished it is. And that actually made me think about Black Swan. We always say like, dude, it's at least 10 miles, but it might actually be like 20 to 30 miles away. But we just always say that, just kind of like just because, it's obviously greater than
we only say it because it represents the distance of the distance.
Farther than the second. Yeah, exactly.
The reason that we're not concerned with how far it actually is because there is no actual distance, but you already know that.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, I know we always say, well, it's at least 10 because obviously the second platform's at like 9.61. But this dude this guy that posted this video not too long ago, he was showing how
I heard you squished due to perspective. But
it could be way farther.
The bottom line is there actually is no distance. It doesn't matter.
Right. It's still farther than
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
How do you fucking idiots explain the blood moon eclipse last night?
We don't.
So, to the other guy that we were talking
to. Denial. That works, right?
No, it's not denial. It's not offering you an explanation because I physically don't have the capability of giving you. I know. I'm shutting up now.
It's a fair question.
There's your airtight argument there against the globe, including all fake ass variables that Google will aid in helping you get. You want to do the long form math, all of the fake ray bending, yada yada yada. It helps you
How do you explain the blood moon eclipse last night?
I'm sorry, Bub. Could you ask that one more time?
Serocycle predicted it.
Damn, man, you fucked it up. Anyway, well, you're muted now. Anyway, back to the guy we were talking to. Because that was the conversation we was having, if anyone else remembered.
Yep.
This aiding and abetting is trash. I'm just saying.
Just smack them down and carry on.
Yeah, even if you give them like an extreme refraction, it'll never be greater than what we see. So
the aiding and abetting continues. Oh my God, you guys in the back mod chats do something. I don't know.
So are we still on the black?
Oh, I was reading this. I was reading this wrong. It was showing with normal refraction, it was up to 4 miles. With extreme refraction, which is 8%, with the extreme refraction, it can be up to 20, 30. In some cases, have reported 50%. Well,
Absolutely.
With 50% refraction, they can see up to 10, even further sometimes. I was reading it wrong.
I know 10% of 1.2 times the square root is most definitely not going to be 10 miles. I know that for a fact. 10% more, 20%. What's 50% more on top of 3.46? Matter of fact, let's scratch that. Shut up, bro. Shut up, bro.
Trying to keep the math.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were somebody else. I ain't gonna lie.
It's
my bad.
Maximum about 1.2 miles added onto that. If you're going to give 50% to an observation of 3.5 miles, so you might be lucky to just get over 4 miles
at the max.
Let's give them 100%. How about that? What does 100% say?
About 6.5, 7 miles.
Still not 10.
Oh, okay.
They're claiming it's a mirage or it's looming effects from light. So they're saying that what you're seeing is either a mirage lifted of the image, but it's not the actual thing you're seeing. That's
not what they said.
It's light mirage. Well, for the extreme ones. So I'm saying for ones that are beyond,
would put illumined. The extreme ones would put whatever effect it is. The distance is physically or refractionally. At what distance?
I think someone even posted a picture of it in the chat. It was like the two oil.
At what distance maximally?
Fanta Morgana. This would be for claims beyond that people make beyond 10 miles or whatever, and they.
No, at what maximal distance according to Google? What is the specific number? Because if we don't have a number, then there's no claim. What's the number? Maximum.
I don't think they have a maximal number. At least I'm not saying that.
Well, I know you know there's a maximum number on Google, right? You just said it up to 50%.
They're saying with cases, there have been cases even up to 50% refraction. Very rare.
So when they're talking about refraction, they're talking about ray bending and things like that. So I know you see the long form math there as to how they go into how they increase it to 50%.
They weren't saying the refracting was 50. My bad. They weren't saying the refracting was up to 50%. It was the visibility is extended because of the refracting by nearly 50%.
Right. So what's 50% of 3.46?
Or 4 would be like 8 or something. 10.
No,
he's nah. He now I know.
I'm saying 8.
Now
I'm saying 8 for the. I'm saying 8 for the set mile. I'm saying 10 for even a little bit more refracting.
Now I don't trust you at all. Now I don't trust him at all. Because he's not really answering directly. It's like he's dancing. It's like I think you know what maximum distance means. There's nothing beyond that. There's a logical consistency on the table. It's Modus tollens. I went beyond that to give you atmospheric refraction and everything in the powers of Google. So what is the maximum? You're saying there's no number. There actually is a number. If there is no number, then there actually is no claim. If there's no claim, then the horizon has nothing to do with the sphere in the first place. If you're going to talk about things beyond that, it would just be begging the question, bro, which is not a valid form of argumentation. There's no way around it, no way to explain it.
I was just saying that there have been refractions where people have seen, these are very rare, up to 50% and beyond. So I gave you the 50%, and then I said the beyond could be up to 10. I wouldn't really...
Beyond 50% is what, 100%?
Well, you say 70, 80.
Okay, so 100% of 3.46 is what distance?
It's going to be 3.467, no, 6.8 something?
So okay,
Not 9.
it's beyond 10. It's beyond 10 miles.
Well, I mean, I don't know the 10-mile mark. I don't know if those claims
Well,
are
we know
valid.
that the oil rigs
If
are
they
there at 10
are,
miles
then
and the
sure, that would
horizon is
not
behind
explain it.
Look, we know that the horizon is behind the oil rigs and the oil rigs are at 10 miles. 10.10 to be exact. That's
Well, yeah, I gave the light, the refracting thing that they gave me is one of a few things that they say happens as well. That's why I said the mirage
when you
and the
Google
lumen.
maximum distance, it's
All right,
not
that's a
one
lot
of
of
the
word, man. I
things.
just gave you the distance that the
Why are you
fracting thing
talking
has.
when I'm responding to you, bro?
I'm just saying they have the answers out there. You
You're
could do
gonna
the
keep
you
talking
should
when I
know the
just responding to
calculations.
you. You're not gonna be like, "Oh, my bad. What were you saying?"
No, I'm saying you're asking me to go look them up. You're the one going against the narrative. You should know
No, I'm
the
not.
answers already.
No, I'm not. I just told you to Google, and Google told you with all of everything and the resources, references, power will tell you that the maximum distance is up to what you said 50%. But that does nothing for that. Okay, so you still have
Well,
a
I'm saying,
horizon that's beyond 10 miles.
yeah, I'm saying there are also other effects that they attribute to any of these rare sightings. They attribute
Okay, that would
supermirages,
that would push the distance beyond 50%.
would
So,
make the
well, again,
objects
put a
either
number on it.
look like they're lifted a little bit. They'd have a mirage.
So beyond the distance, I muted you. So beyond the distance of 50%, because I'm trying to get you to answer in a specific way, because it's about distance. You're talking. I'm not hearing anything about distance. Put your balls on the claim of distance. I don't. So Fata Morgana, this, that, and the third. What's the maximum distance? Do you
There's not
have
a
one?
direct thing for me to look at for that. There's not like a, if you know it, which you sound like you do because you've gone through the process of knowing if this is true, you should have that to provide to me. You should know those
Yeah,
max distances.
the
You should
maximum
know the
distance.
effects of the
The
mirages.
maximum distance is 3.46 miles.
Well,
Now,
yeah, but take into account the other secondary effects that they believe the atmosphere may be causing. You
okay,
should
that
know
would
those
be
calculations too.
okay. So the maximum distance with 50% would be like somewhere around 6 something miles, 6 point something miles. Okay, there's nothing else to consider after that. The maximum distance. There's nothing that's going to push the maximum distance beyond its maximum.
Though is I don't know that because I haven't really done the deep digging into.
All right. Well, when you do, call us back. Okay. Yeah, it is common sense, babe. But these people are well. First of all, he's an actor. I'm pretty sure at this point.
His
So
chick's over there fucking clowning you, bro.
it's insane. Like, there's no end. There's no end. He's trying to find a way back onto the globe. It's not. No, it's not there, bro. It's not there.
Is that what we call incredulity?
I don't know what you call it, but it's like when I tell you to Google it, he's like, "Well, I think I forgot about atmospheric refraction. Oh, you can push it up to 50%, which means it's beyond 10 miles." I know for a fact Google didn't tell you that. I know it didn't. So what do you? Because I know what I'm reading. I know what you're reading.
He just can't that just can't be his reality because it rocks his core belief. He can't have it that way, so he has to scrounge for something to make sense. He's making sense in his own paradigm.
He's telling me I have to tell him what the maximum distance is. I already told him what the maximum distance is. He's like, "Well, from you're not putting in all the variables." I was like, "That's why I asked you to Google it, because Google will put in all the variables for you."
Good morning.
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 Afternoon.
Are we done with that contestant? Shall I unmute the other guy?
Yeah, he's not doing anything.
All right,
Yep.
He hasn't
Leon
done
Nero.
anything for like 3 hours, 2 hours.
Leon Nero is going to tell us how the red moon eclipse tells us that the Earth is curving.
Ooh.
Well, at first I find it interesting that none of you have an answer for it like right away, since you believe that the Earth isn't curved. So the reason, okay, first of all, I think it's interesting completely that anyone could say, okay, tonight at this time, the moon will turn red, right? And when did they know that? They knew that about several thousand years ago. They figured that out. That tonight the moon would turn red, right? They knew this a long time ago because of the math, right?
Because
they knew the eclipses, they know the solar cycles and all that.
Yeah.
Now, the moon first, it was full, and then it eclipsed black. And after it eclipsed black, then it turned red. Okay. So the reason it turned red is because of the position of the moon, the earth, and the sun, and the fact that while it was eclipsed, it was totally eclipsed, and then it was, as it moved away, only the slowest frequency of light band came through. It wasn't purple, it wasn't blue, it wasn't yellow, it wasn't green, it was red. So the smallest amount of light came through, coloring it red when we looked at it. And that couldn't happen on a flat Earth.
What? So you're begging the question already that that's the Earth between the sun and the moon, causing the absence of light upon the moon because there's a syzygy where the Earth is between the sun and the moon. You're literally begging the question.
Well, that's why it was eclipsed, just because the moon is on one side of the Earth and the sun is on the other.
I get your story, dude, but you're begging the question within your story. It's a nice explanation, but you're going to need a spherical Earth to do this, which just got removed no less than 10 minutes ago with Elijah's conversation with regarding the Black Swan, or every other conversation where we measure the Earth to be a horizontal plane.
Well, you see, this is the thing, is that all those conversations fail because the fact that the moon was eclipsed.
No, your conversation fails because the Earth isn't a ball because there's no measured curvature. That's why you are begging the question that the Earth is a ball within your scenario.
Okay, so in your scenario, why was it eclipsed?
I'm not making a claim about the moon. I'm making a claim about the surface of the Earth.
So you can't explain what happened last night, but you're telling me my explanation is wrong.
Yes,
that's right.
Because there's no curved Earth. Well done. You're getting there.
If the Earth was curved, if it was a sphere, that would explain it. However, the Earth is not.
No,
that's what you're saying, correct?
No, because your moon. Your moon would have gone from full moon to red to black to red to full, but you went from full moon to black. Somehow it got into the fucking shadow of the Earth without going through the penumbra, and then come out in the penumbra and started turning red. So your observation doesn't even fit your own fucking model.
Yeah, what you just said is just complete bullshit. So,
sorry, what's penumbra and penumbra?
Real quick, I just want to say, I'm not trying to interrupt you guys. Just real quick, lights in the sky do not change the measurements of the ground, though. You can make an observation and see something that has nothing to do with the fact that the ground is still measurably flat.
Okay, well, the reason that there is a full moon at all, or a new moon, or a black moon, right? The reason there are phases of the moon is for the same reason.
Now you're telling us history again. I digress. Never mind.
No, there's no curvature of the Earth with moon phases. Check your own bloody model.
He doesn't get that.
So why is it that the moon goes through phases? It's just for cartoon effects?
No, it's because
let's just make it do that?
No, because within your model, it's not the curvature of the Earth that causes phases, it's the position of the moon in your observation. So, for example, in your model, a new moon is where the moon is between the Earth and the sun, casting light on the far side of the moon, rendering this point in darkness. As the moon continues to revolve around for 28 days, the lighted portion becomes more visible to us, where there's a syzygy, the sun, the Earth, and then the moon on the far side, where it's full on that side. It's got nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Please see your own model. The only time the curvature of the Earth gets invoked is eclipses, not phases.
Yeah, bro, do you think that the moon is being eclipsed every day of the fucking week?
Okay, you explain, okay, how it worked, but then you said something that was irrelevant that didn't unexplain it, okay? The fact that the moon does go through the phase is the same thing.
What,
okay.
You think you think a lunar phase is the same as an eclipse?
Okay, hold on. The moon orbits the Earth, okay? So when the moon orbits the Earth, the position of the moon relative to the Earth and the sun causes the phase. Okay,
good,
let's
you
get
get
that
it. Well done.
correct.
Well done.
Okay. Now on the eclipse, that it doesn't happen every time. It's because the Earth is between the moon and the sun, and it depends on what point of the ecliptic that the moon is at, right? Because if it's at the northern or southern point, then you see the whole moon, right? Or space between. But if it gets to that center point, then it's blocked in between. I mean, you could replicate this by putting like 3 oranges on a table and shining a light, or not even shining a light, just seeing how they line up.
Yeah, we understand your model, but within your model, there's a ball Earth in it, which isn't measured. The Earth's measured flat. And so this is why you have to beg the question and repeat the story, which we all know very, very well.
Well, see, this is the thing, is that when you say it that way, when you say that explanation, it's like my explanation is correct if the Earth is spherical. And then you say, well, it just isn't spherical, so it's wrong. That's not a valid argument.
Sorry, it's measured not to be spherical. The Earth is measured flat. This is why you have to beg the question and recount your story to us.
Okay.
Your story's also got a contradiction in it, like I pointed out earlier when I asked you what a penumbra and umbra were. Stop fucking talking through me. What's a number and penumbra?
You made your point.
What's a number and penumbra?
That's why I was talking. With the area around a shadow? Is that what you're talking about?
What's an umbra and penumbra, please?
I just told you what it is.
A shadow.
So, what you need to do is you say, okay, well, what I'm saying works if the Earth was a sphere. But you're saying, okay, the Earth is not a sphere. So, let me finish.
Pointed out earlier, it doesn't work.
So it would work if the Earth is a sphere, but the Earth is not a sphere, so therefore that's not what's happening. So okay, if it's not a sphere and it's happening anyway, then why does it happen? And you're just saying, well, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yep.
Well, go find out why.
Why? How am I going to go and do that? How am I going to go to the moon? How am I going to get a third reference point observing this stellar appearance? I'm not, am I? I can't get outside the Earth to observe the sun, the moon, and the Earth at the same time. What? Do you think I'm God? Do you have this vantage point?
I appreciate the fact that we have been lied to a lot about images coming from outside the Earth because, first of all, everything's in motion. They can't just go stand outside and take a picture, right? And if something does go outside allegedly to take a picture, then where is it coming from and the positions and all? It's like just pictures of galaxies and stuff online that you can go online and find a picture of the Milky Way galaxy. Nobody's been outside the fucking galaxy to take a picture of, right? So I understand that level of deception and that bullshit, right? But at the same time, you have to incorporate the fact that, okay, we're on the Earth. So all of our perspectives come from being on the Earth, right? And all of our measurements. And then you incorporate different types of measurements into making your conclusion, right? Like you can take the fact that the eclipse happened, right? And then take the fact that the sun and the moon rise and set from the horizon from your perspective, right? They meet the horizon, right? And add those together, and then you're starting to see why the Earth is a sphere.
So are you saying it turned red because it was behind the Earth and the sun was blocked by the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
He said it was full, and then it went black, and then it turned red.
Yeah.
Okay, so with your so with your logic, hold on, just real quick. With your logic, don't you think that then we should see that every new moon? Because technically, that's the position that it would be in.
No, because it was a full moon. Okay, so what happened was, and I explained this a moment ago, and I'll explain it for you. Okay, is that since the moon orbits the Earth, right? It orbits the Earth not in the same exact circle. It goes a bit north and goes a bit south when it orbits, right?
What makes it move?
What makes anything move?
Well, I'm asking you.
So I want to know why it went from white to black. Should have gone from white to red to black. If it's going to go through the penumbra and then to the umbra, it should go red then black. But it went from white to black then red, which is a falsification of your fucking model in the first instance.
No, it's because it went to red after it was fully covered. Like it was.
Sorry, let me ask you this question. This is why I ask you what the umbra and penumbra were. When the moon was fully lit, a full moon, how did it get into the area of shadow, the umbra, without crossing the penumbra?
Good point.
Should have gone red first, then black, then red, then white. It went from white to black, completely forgetting about the penumbra, which in a minute you're going to say caused it to turn red.
No, it's because of the position. It's because of the position. Good point. Listen, it's because of the position you're in when you're viewing it, right? Because not everywhere was this viewable.
I don't think you're understanding what he's saying, to be honest.
No, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. This wasn't a global event.
No, we know. You can only see lunar eclipses from certain points. But for that observer watching the moon go into the penumbra and then the umbra, the moon should have turned red before it turned black.
No.
Yes, because it has to cross the penumbra before it gets into the umbra.
The umbra is where it would be. Listen, bro. The umbra would have been where. Listen, the umbra would have been where it's now in the darkness. But what Jedi is trying to point out to you that it was in the penumbra, which should have been the reddish tint because it's still getting light, and then it's in the numbra, and then it's totally dark. So Jedi is 100% right. It happened the opposite.
Okay, what you're not understanding is you go to the position on the Earth where you're going to see it, right? And what you're going to see is the full moon rise from the horizon.
I watched it live. I'm in California.
And you're not letting me finish, and you're just going to tell me I'm wrong.
I'm just saying, I watched it live, and I agree with
good for you, and I'm going to explain it, because you said I was wrong, so I'm going to explain it. So, you don't see it turn red first, right? From the full moon, because all you're seeing is...
That's what he's saying.
You're shut up, dude.
It's like you're listening to him saying that, and then you're describing something that's going against what he just explained.
You can't stop talking and let me finish.
You know what? Go ahead and finish your fallacy.
I can't if you're talking.
Go ahead.
So you see the moon rise and it's full, and then you see it start to eclipse because of the position you're at, and that's all that's going to happen, right? And then once it's eclipsed, since it's also moving across the sky at the same time while it's eclipsing, right, and reaching the other side of the other horizon, when it starts to uneclipse, that's when you see it turn red.
Why does it turn red?
It's turning. Shut up. Because when it's uneclipsing, it's turning red because the sun is also about to rise on the other side. That's why. It's all about the angle and position of it, and that's why you didn't see it turn red first.
So the moon just magically went from being lit, didn't go through the penumbra, just ended up in the umbra, started being fully eclipsed by the umbra without turning red in the preumbra, and then came out of being fully eclipsed in the umbra and started turning red in the preumbra that it forgot about passing through the first instance. All right.
I honestly don't think he gets it, Jedi.
Leo, when it's rising and you see it start to eclipse, what is it going in? What part of the shadow is it going into? The penumbra or the umbra?
I think he's looking it up because he like maybe something.
No, I'm not looking it up. I'm trying to rack my brains into why you're not seeing how the Earth's a sphere. I'm trying to think about why you're thinking it's flat. Okay, so maybe I'm not looking at it the right way.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Okay, let's get the shadow of the penumbra and the umbra. Let's think about it logically with the visual. Okay, you're gonna have one part where it's the penumbra, where it should have been red because you're barely getting light still, and it's gonna make it look red, and then it's gonna be in the umbra where it should be black, because now it's in the shadow of the Earth. And then when it comes to the other side, now it has light again, but still behind. It's still in a shadow, but it's a less shadow, which where the red tint should have came back. And then it becomes white again because now it's outside of those shadows. So let's think of it logically. Now, what happened is the opposite of that. It went dark, and then it became red when it was in the darkness, and then it became black when it was the brighter part, and then white again. Like, you're not grasping that.
You're not grasping it, okay? When it first went into the penumbra, right, it was turning black because of the position it was in relative to where you're at on the Earth. And then when it went into the umbra and it was completely shadowed, it was black. And then when it went into the penumbra again, when it was partially shadowed, that's when you saw the red because it's moving across the sky at the same time. There wasn't an angle for it to produce the red light in the first penumbra. It's that simple.
You don't get it, dude. You're lost.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it. It's when you shine that light from the two objects and it's partially blocked, it's only going to turn that color red from certain angles, and the angle was not there because you're not getting it. It's not perfect spheres from the position, and they're all moving at the same time. You're not getting it.
So you're saying it turns red when it's in the umbra, when it's in the
No, I didn't. No. Black when it's in the umbra.
No, but that's what Jedi's telling you. It turned black in the penumbra stage of it. And then it turned red. And then it turned red. Oh my God, bro,
you're not getting it. You're confusing.
Let me ask. Does the moon have to pass through the penumbra before it gets to the umbra?
Yes.
Right, so why did it turn fucking red then?
Oh my God.
Because I explained it to
comedy.
You. The first penumbra, right, is just going to shadow it because that's all that's going on.
Why?
Because, okay, it was this eclipse, too, by the way. Not every eclipse it works this way. It depends on the position of it in the ecliptic and where you're at on Earth viewing it, okay? In this instance, right, that was visible to North America, it turned black because it was when it went into the penumbra, it was going to the umbra, it was becoming completely shadowed. It was in the umbra, it was completely shadowed, and when it came out of it into the next penumbra, right, it had moved across. So from the position you're in, the light that was coming off of it was into the hues instead of the white light. It's that simple.
Okay, so is this supposed to be completely shadowed in the umbra, or is it supposed to be red in the umbra?
We already went over this.
I just
explained it. You didn't understand.
Listen.
There's no double checking. You didn't understand. You didn't listen. It's not my problem.
Hey, listen. Is it supposed to be completely in the dark in the umbra or in the penumbra?
I already answered that. I went through the explanation, and when I say it, you're going to say, right, I'm wrong. You're setting up an ignorant trap, so I have to explain it again. I'm not going to waste my time. Just answer. I did. And I'm going to do it now. And watch me be right. It's totally black in the umbra.
But it was red in the umbra, you dumb shit.
See? It was not.
Oh my God!
It wasn't.
When it comes out of the umbra, that's when it turns red.
Yeah.
You couldn't see it. If it was in the umbra, you couldn't see it at all.
He doesn't get it.
No,
you don't get it.
What? Yeah, you guys are talking about imagination. You have no clue what's happening in the sky.
When it was in the umbra, it was completely eclipsed. There was no moon visible. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
I get what you're saying.
He needs to say it.
Yeah, the moon was visible. I watched it, by the way. It was
not visible when it was in the umbra. It was completely gone.
Yes, it was. No, you can see it. I saw it. It was red. It was beautiful. I saw it. There was a tint to it. I recorded it, by the way. I saw it. I'm in California. I saw it.
One of you was saying when it was red, it was
right, and I'm on the other coast. One of you was saying you got to realize this. There's different perspectives.
Yeah, bro. One of you was saying that when it was in the penumbra, and when it was in the umbra, it was red, and one of you is saying when it was in the umbra, it wasn't red. Okay, and that it's a matter of angle relationship. Oh, that's an interesting word, isn't it? Angles. But no, I didn't want to go.
See, he's in California. I'm not. I'm on the East Coast, right? So we were thousands of miles apart looking at this, and that little difference in time in there is causing the difference here, and he's not able to get that through his fucking head.
Okay, but you said earlier, right? You said earlier that you're at a bit of a loss because you think you might be missing something, right? And then the thing that you're missing is that if your explanation is correct, that requires the Earth to be spherical, and therefore the surface of the Earth to have curvature, both observable and measurable. But it doesn't have that. So it can't be your explanation.
You can't make that claim because you can't come up with another answer for why it happened. The best answer is that the Earth's spherical. I'll put it that way to explain that. And is there an answer to why that happened? If the Earth is flat, no, there is none whatsoever.
So what you're saying, if I don't beg the question like you did, and then affirm the consequent based on that begging the question fallacy, then you're correct.
Yep.
Yeah, T-Dub's right about this because in your claim you're saying it has to be a sphere because of what you saw, but the reality is, but what the reality is that we don't measure sphericity here on the ground. So if we don't have a sphere, then that negates your claim because you need it to be a sphere, but it's not a sphere. Therefore, you're telling us how did it work then? Well, we're telling you, well, we don't know because we know it's not a sphere. So we don't know how your claim
works. It's not a sphere.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. It's suggestive that it's a sphere because of this.
No, that's where you're fucking.
You see, you can't handle it. You can't handle it.
The reason why it doesn't matter, Leo.
No evidence that it's flat.
The reason why it doesn't matter is because the Earth still measures to be flat. So the optical phenomenon you're observing, no matter what explanation you have or you do not have, the Earth still measures to be flat, Leo. You're going to have to handle that. You're going to have to deal with that.
What you have to handle is that the best
I don't have to worry about optical phenomenon because the ground still measures at 0 degrees horizontal. The horizon remains flat.
If we're going to agree that no one has been
what it is. Sea level, Leo.
Shut up.
It's not an agree or disagree thing.
If we can agree that no one has been off the Earth's surface,
I don't have to agree with you on anything.
Keep interrupting me.
Sounds like an agree thing.
If we can agree,
I decline the invitation to participate in your delusion.
There you go.
Have sex with me? Is that why you're interrupting?
There it is.
Is that your problem? Okay. If we can agree, no one has left the Earth.
I decline the invitation to participate in your delusion, Leo. I'm not going to play your game. I'm not going to participate in this because it has nothing to do with measurements of the ground.
in actual fact, every single time you're going to try and describe the horizon.
If we can agree that no one has been off the surface of the Earth to view whether it is flat or spherical from that perspective, okay, let me finish the fucking sentence, okay? We can both agree there.
No.
So neither of us have that perspective, that third fucking party perspective to view it from that way. So we're both going from the surface of the Earth, what shape is it, to find the information, right?
No,
then
not
it's
right.
suggestive it's a sphere based on the information that I have about the eclipse.
Incorrect.
Damn, Leo, that sounds right. That sounds correct.
Oh, you see how hard it was for me to get one sentence out to then fucking say for your opinion? Yeah, it's so awful.
Okay, so now that you said that, let's correct you, okay? No, it's not right. And no, we're not going to agree to that because we don't have to go up to fucking realize that the Earth isn't curving because we can take these measurements on the ground that prove not only measurements but observations, and it proves it's not curving. So if you want to go and jump with these claims that it has to, if you want to jump to this conclusion, but you are ignoring the fact that the Earth does not show sphericity. So, in that very factual statement, that negates your claim, and you cannot accept that.
The claim I was making there was that, do we both agree that no one has left the Earth to view it from that position?
Yeah, we could agree to that.
That's right. So, since we're both going from the fact that we're standing on the Earth, figuring out what is the shape of the Earth, which is what it's always been. Whoever was saying, okay, how do we figure out what the Earth is? Is it flat? Is it whatever the fuck it is? It's always been from the position of standing on the Earth, whether it's on a mountain or on the ground or in an airplane or what the fuck ever.
Yes. Now we've proved with observation and measurements that everything about the Earth is not a sphere. Therefore, we can then jump over to your claim and say, well, that doesn't work because we don't have the foundation for your premise of saying it's a globe that's blocking out light to the sun or to the moon from the sun. Do you understand that?
I disagree.
Okay.
I say that it's not a perfect sphere. It's not an oblate sphere. I'm saying that it's a funky shaped rock, okay, that's spinning, that's covered mostly with water.
Okay, you made claims, but you cannot validate them. So we can dismiss that claim.
No, you
because
can't.
there's
You
no
can't.
evidence
because
behind
I
it.
said that. That's my claim. And then you have to ask me, oh, how do I know that? You can't dismiss it.
There's no point in asking you how you know
there is,
you're
because maybe I
delusional.
know something you don't.
There's no
It's that
point.
simple. There is a point.
Okay, listen. There's no point.
You see, this is the problem. It's your.
Hold on,
I
don't know why you keep cutting me off.
We both don't know, and you're saying no, that's not true. I know.
You're gonna talk past each other at this point. So okay, you got evidence or proof that the Earth is a spinning ball? Present it.
There you go.
Okay, aside from the eclipse, right? Let's have
Which
some
isn't
fun with
evidence
this.
of Earth being a ball.
Okay, let's have some fun examples instead of arguing over minutia. Let's have a little bit of air in the room, so we're not on each other's throats, right? So, if the Earth was flat, right? What things would be going on in terms of people doing things based on the fact that it was flat? For example.
Okay. Let me
for
take
example.
that. No. You're asking us. What would happen if the Earth was flat? Okay, if the Earth was flat, we would have a flat horizon. Check. If the Earth was flat, the ground wouldn't seem to be moving. Check. If the Earth was flat, the luminaries would seem to be moving, but the ground would not. Check. If the Earth was flat, then everything that we experience in reality would be what we actually experience, a flat, motionless Earth. Check. Okay. So what next?
Don't forget, water will always seek its
You can't base
level.
on the luminaries moving because that's relative motion.
No, that's right. That's right. No, I'm not basing the flatness of the Earth on the luminaries moving.
Okay.
You're right. But
Okay.
in terms of
Very
what
good.
we experience the ground to be motionless and those things to be moving above us. But yeah, that's a good point, Roots. If the Earth were flat, the water would be level. Check. Correct. That's another good one. If the Earth was flat, we would assume it was flat in navigation and flight. Check. So it's a lot of checks so far for the Earth being flat.
If the Earth wasn't flat and it was round and it was moving, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Then the water would stick to the surface.
Right. So if the Earth, so let's do the same thing for the ball Earth. If the Earth was a ball, there would be detectable surface curvature. Okay. Well, we don't have that. If the Earth were spinning, there would be detectable motion, but we don't have that. If the Earth were in a vacuum, then we should be able to demonstrate that gas pressure can exist next to a vacuum without physical separation or containment. We don't have that either. So the things check out on the flat side, not so much on the globe side.
Also, if the Earth was a globe, we wouldn't have horizons because there's no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere.
No, that's not true.
Oh, yeah. We
That's
would also have
absolutely
a geometric. We'd have a geometric horizon at least. You could agree with that. If we were on a globe, then you would have your horizon would be that geometric curvature that boats are supposed to be going over. So that's a geometric position on a ball, and that would be detectable. We would be able to say, look, the horizon is at 3 miles away because we're at a 6-foot observer height over this ball. Well, we don't have that either. The horizon is not geometric and conforming to the curvature of a ball the size that they claim. So that's another L for the globe.
Okay, so the reason why it would appear that the luminaries rise from one side and set to the other and repeat is because there's a hoax going on, correct?
No, I don't know where you just got that from.
Well, I'm asking because if the Earth was flat, right, and you look to the east, right, and the luminaries rise and they go above, and then to the west they set. Where do they go when they're under?
They don't. They just continue circling around. It's only because of perspective they appear to come up from the horizon and down towards the horizon. They're not physically going up and down. That's just the way that you, the observer, use the word.
The Earth's flat and they're going under the Earth.
No, they're going around above the Earth. We can observe.
If they were going around above, they wouldn't meet the horizon.
No, they would. That's called perspective.
Yeah, the reason why they appear to come up is due to how you, the observer, views the world. Things above your eye line will go above your eye line, but set upon horizons with distance. Have you ever noticed when you walk down a corridor, the ceiling appears with distance to get closer to the floor? Does that mean the ceiling with distance is going underneath the floor?
He's never taken an art class before.
No.
I can tell.
Well, that's all right. I mean, even if you wanted to make the argument that there's no possible way that perspective is occurring as we actually experience it too, with things appearing to descend towards the horizon as distance increases, even if you want to say that, all you can be left with, without begging the question or being fallacious, is that, yeah, you're thinking the luminaries actually dip below a flat surface, but you're still only left with a flat surface. And to be honest, I don't really care where you think the luminaries go. I mean, if you agree it's a flat surface, then the whole story that we've been told is a lie anyway. So just because you see them go down, you don't get to then go, that means we're on a ball. Technically, all it would mean you could do is say it must be going under the flat surface if you want to.
But that doesn't work because we have the internet now, and we can talk to somebody on the other side of the Earth, and they can put up a cam. And we can see that the sun is up there. It's not under the Earth.
There you go then. Then you've just answered your own question. It can't have possibly gone below an Earth because it's above this guy elsewhere. So it's always above you, therefore. So it must be perspective. Or the fact that the air is stopping the light from traveling infinitely.
Wrong again. No.
So it's not to do with a geometric location of this object being below something. It's just out of your line of sight.
He doesn't understand perspective. If you're on a long street, a long highway with light poles that are 3 stories high, from where you stand, it's going to be above you, above your head. Everything to the east of you is going to go downwards to the horizon, and everything to the west of you is going to go downwards to the horizon. That doesn't mean that the street is curving away from you. It's just perspective. You've never taken a fucking art class in your life. It's sad, by the way.
Well, that's fine.
You
Well,
don't
that's
understand
fine.
it.
Well, that's fine. You can just listen. You can just think about being in a corridor and you see the ceiling appear to descend as it
Exactly.
goes along a distance. So it's very simple. If you don't accept a perspective, then that's on you. But that's a very apparent, real fact of life. So we don't have to worry about that. Plus, we're still just left with that flat surface that the luminaries are moving over. So you're kind of avoiding the whole point by just focusing on your ideas of what the luminaries are doing. You need to demonstrate that the surface is curved. Or they're just doing what they're doing on a flat surface, and if you don't know how it works, that's fine. It's still a flat surface.
I think if he took an art class, he would understand how things drop to the horizon, but he doesn't know. He doesn't get at that. That's why he thinks that.
I was just going to say, Apocryphon, when I've spoke to people who don't understand perspective properly when it comes to the horizon, I've found asking them to define the horizon and actually getting a definition of what the horizon is usually helps. I don't know if you want to go that route with him.
That might be something, but I think we're kind of dealing with a numpty here, so it might be hard. But yeah, let's try that.
Well,
what's a horizon?
Just hard-headed, I think. Just stubborn and hard-headed.
Yeah. What's a horizon, Leo? Maybe he's chat GPTing the questions. I don't know. It's a little preoccupied.
He's sitting there in exasperation and shaking his head. He can't believe that we don't understand. Like,
I don't see how he could be like that though, because he's not really presenting an argument for the globe at the moment.
Right. This goes back to what Jedi said like minutes ago. Well, he said, well, you can't. We're talking about the Earth, and we know that the Earth isn't a sphere, and that goes back into his whole paradigm. So it can't be what he's claiming because it's not a sphere. But easy as that.
Still there, Leo? You still with us, Leo?
He's fallen off the edge. Save him.
That's funny. All right. Well, if there's anyone else in the chat, new people with questions, comments, feel free to jump in while Leo's having a think.
Anybody want to support Leo in his false claims?
Of course they don't.
I mean, to get back to the original question he had, right? Why is red moon equal flat Earth? I mean, I think he almost got it, or realized the fact that nobody in this room has an explanation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm perfectly fine saying I don't know, right? Why the moon turn red? I don't know, but it happens cyclically, and that it's a post-diction, right? But yeah, I would agree with T-Dub. Definitely hard-headed.
I'll ask you guys, am I wrong when talking about a lunar eclipse that it should have to pass through the penumbra before it gets to the umbra? It should turn red before it turns black?
I agree with you on that. It makes sense.
Absolutely.
Because if there's a lighter tint, if you're taking away the tint because you're in the shadow but not the depths of it, then yeah, you would change a color less than the bright white that you are. And then when you're in the dark part of it, yeah, then you would turn black. But it makes I'm right there with you, Jedi. Like that makes perfect sense.
Right, but he was saying that at the time that first enters the penumbra, like it'll be being viewed from a different angle, like that makes a difference somehow. I don't understand what his reasoning is behind that, but I understand what he's saying, like that. Yeah, ordinarily it would, but you're not seeing it from the right angle to see it red. That would mean though that somebody else that can see it from a different angle should be seeing it as red.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's all about angles, then someone somewhere's got that right angle. Not a right angle, but the right angle. But hey, I've been thinking about it for years. First time I've ever really thought about it in that depth. But
when you said it, I went, "This is new." Whoa, hang on. Yeah.
Well, it made me think about a new moon. Like if we think about the new moon is the fact that it's in the shadow of the earth, and that's why we can't see it.
No, a new moon is when the moon is between the earth and the sun.
Oh, I get what you're saying. That's why. Okay. So that, but hold on though. Is there a time where the moon is on the other side of the earth in their paradigm?
That's called a full moon.
Okay. So then in this particular instance where it's now eclipsing, are they saying that because it's the angle of the moon to the earth which is causing it to go dark? But then I asked, well then what makes it go up and down if it's supposed to be a perfect orbit around the earth to begin with?
It's not supposed to be a perfect orbit around the earth. It does go up and down.
Yeah, it's like about...
It orbits within the ecliptic.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. So it's an ecliptic plane that's different to the equatorial plane.
Yes, so the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, though.
that's where we're guiding you to. So you don't even realize it.
This is the thing. When you're talking about how you look down a hallway and the ceiling seems to meet the floor, that's due to the limits of human eyesight. Okay, if you put on binoculars, it wouldn't meet at the same.
Thing would happen just over a longer distance.
Right. So we have binoculars, we have telescopes, we have great big telescopes. And if you point a great big telescope at the horizon, guess what? You don't see the edge of the earth.
No, you see the telescope is going to reach interference at about 300 miles, where the atmosphere becomes so opaque it's like a brick fucking wall.
But hey, Leo, if you really want to welcome yourself to Flat Earth, do start pointing a telescope at the horizon, see how far you can see. Then you'll realize you see further than the globe model would allow you to see.
There you go.
And there you go.
Yeah, Leo, you wouldn't see forever in an atmosphere, just like you wouldn't see forever underwater. Eventually, that becomes too thick. So that's a misconception of depth perception.
Yeah, they always forget about that. It's like, okay, so then why can't we see the bottom of the ocean floor? If water is clear, why can we only see so far beneath into it? And they don't like to talk about that. They kind of like to turn a blind eye to that because that actually literally destroys their argument of seeing in a far distance. They don't get that sometimes. It's really funny.
Yep.
And if you point a telescope at your so-called geometric horizon, you're just going to see a magnified view of the geometric horizon. You're not going to see further. You're not going to see more of the surface.
All right.
Another thing, Leo, is if you take a look at the chat, I posted someone zooming in to the sun. And in this case, it's kind of the same example as a hallway, right? The lights aren't really touching the ground. They just appear to be because of our optical limitations, right? In this case, if you can imagine, if you will, the sun is at a fixed height. And of course, going down this hallway, that it's going to have a similar optical effect, right? And in this case, when you zoom in, the sun goes back up from the supposed curve of the Earth.
That proves curvature.
No, it doesn't, because I can zoom back in and see that it's not obstructed.
Okay, listen. If you
That'd be like saying, okay, this hallway is
curved. If you zoomed in and you held the position at the end right there, and kept the time kept going, the sun would sink to the horizon.
Because that's
because I'm zoomed in from the optic.
Take a art class, bro. You have no idea that the first thing you learn in an art class is something called the vanishing point, of which you're going to be able to put a point on that, and you're going to derive all your lines to it, because that's called perspective. So you're saying, well, if you just kept recording, then you're going to see the sun disappear into that line. Yeah, because it's called the vanishing point. The furthest you can see something before it gets squished into as far as you can see. Doesn't mean that it went behind it. It just means that it's still its elevation above it, but it got squished to it. What do you not understand, bro?
Because if you kept zooming in and it lowered and then you zoomed in more, it's not going to turn to the right because it's circling above. It's going to sink to the horizon. No matter how far you zoom in, eventually, it will eventually meet the horizon and sink.
That's called the vanishing point.
Can I ask you a question? If you did it at, like, in the middle of the night, do you think it would turn to day on your camera?
The fuck?
What?
Since you think it's like the vanishing point and it's because of how far it is, and if you zoom in, right, at midnight, will the camera just suddenly show daytime?
Do you see the sun at midnight?
Holy fuck.
It's like everything we just said just went straight over that.
See, that was one of the points I wanted to get to earlier, and when I was cut off, is that if it was flat, then at some point people would have realized that it's flat, and you could do certain things because it's flat, such as
Bro, everyone's already known
you're
it's
cutting me
flat.
off, such as like climbing to a high point, building a high tower with a powerful telescope, and being able to see from let's just say South America to China or Russia.
No.
Because
You're an idiot, dude.
That's impossible, right?
Is
you're dumb,
opaque
bro.
Have you
and
seen
not completely transparent. I wonder with distance, the atmosphere becomes so opaque. Doesn't matter the optical
It
device
doesn't matter
that
if
you're
it's opaque if the sun's over there and it's lighting it up.
Dickhead. What do I mean by opaque?
You think that the density of the atmosphere is going to make it become opaque, and it's going to also make it look like the sun is moving down and not to the right.
You're talking about observing China from fucking somewhere, which is over thousands and thousands of miles away,
with a powerful telescope.
I'm trying to speak about
but the sun's local, so like that's not a problem.
God, these people.
Well, he thinks that a telescope can see light years.
You see, you're just bringing up all this shit because it's ridiculous.
No, what's ridiculous is you thinking that you can see forever. You cannot
I didn't
see
say forever. I didn't say forever. I said if you got high enough, you could use a powerful telescope enough, follow the sun, and then you would be able to see the other side of the Earth from that one point. You could see everywhere on the Earth.
Okay. So have you seen the Red Bull jump before?
You see, now you're getting into cartoons and shit.
No. Listen. Have you seen the red? Have you seen the Red Bull jump before? Yes or no?
Hold on. He said you're getting into cartoons.
Yeah, a Red Bull. Have I seen the Red Bull?
Have you seen the Red Bull jump? How high? How high was it? How high was the guy?
Dude still thinks he's talking about a cartoon.
I know he's an idiot. How high was the Red Bull jump?
Because I don't know what the Red Bull jump means, right?
Okay. So listen. There is an altitude that this dude went up to, and it was sponsored by Red Bull. That's why it's called the Red Bull jump. Red Bull the drink. Okay. And he was, what was it? 100 and something thousand feet up in the sky. I forgot it. 180.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's my point though. When he looked down, all he can see on the ground was New Mexico, I believe, is where he was above. Okay. So you can say, why couldn't he see New York City? He was so fucking high up in the sky, but all he can see was fucking New Mexico. That should go to tell you that even though you go up 180 fucking thousand feet or wherever the fuck he was, that doesn't mean you're gonna see fucking forever into the distance. You get that?
Because it's round.
130,000.
Nah. Listen.
Oh, is this planet New Mexico?
Atmosphere, right? Not because it's round.
This would happen. If it was round, then this would happen. We'll just say if it was a globe, then there would be surface curvature. Yeah? And there isn't. So it's not.
You're
Very
moving from the
simple.
point. You're moving from the point.
No. That is the point.
If
So
he
you're
went
just
up
making these
180,
points like, oh, if it was flat, you could build a tower 10, 1,500 miles high and see the whole Earth. Like, that's retarded. If it was a globe, though, like they're telling you in school, then it would have curvature, it would have motion, it would be in a vacuum. So you need to present any evidence for any of these instead of just mindlessly saying dumb shit like, oh, if it was flat, people would be doing this. Listen, everything people already do with regards to the Earth, they treat it as flat and motionless. So anything that people are actually doing, flying, navigating, building, they're all treating it as flat. So stop with this bullshit. If the Earth was flat, it's already observed, measured, and practically used flat. So that is how it's used. That's how it is. And if you want to claim otherwise, then we'll be framing it as if the Earth is actually a ball, contrary to all observation and reality, well, then you need to show some evidence for it. So we're bored of these mindless, brainless questions about what would the flat Earth be if it was something different to what I'm imagining, blah, blah, blah. That's nonsense. So either give us something actual and real that we can look at, not an imaginary, let's build a bloody Tower of Babel, or don't bother.
Well, my question of bringing that up was, if it was flat, why wouldn't someone do something like that?
It's already
and gain that power.
You know, well, the
Stop
crazy
asking
thing
that
is you've never
that's just
seen
nonsense.
you've never seen a news report, man. Even the news
Elbow,
report
you're coming in really quiet, by the way. I don't know if there's someone on your mic.
I think it's you because it's loud on me.
It's not for me.
Even can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, you're
All right,
loud. You realize how many people are obsessed with power, right?
I was trying to speak, dude. I guess you haven't seen news report, man. The news report even tells you the visibility of the day. So even if you have a huge telescope, you can't see through what's in the sky.
That's why it's retarded. That's why your arguments are being called retarded, because it's just your misunderstanding of depth perception. That's all that's happening here.
Not to mention angular size change with distance.
So you see, people that want to see what's going on the other side of the Earth, they don't build towers and look with telescopes. They put satellites in orbit. Right?
Oh my
that's a story, right?
Leo, what's wrong with you? Leo, stop. Do you not understand the argument that you're being repeated? We're repeating this point. You cannot see through the thickness of the atmosphere. So
even with a satellite.
Having an argument of a big tower being able to see across oceans to other countries is retarded, because you do not understand the thickness of the atmosphere creates an opaqueness that you can't see through. How many times do we have to repeat
even this? With the light of the sun. Even with the light of the sun can't.
Even with the light of the sun.
Why do they use infrared? What's the benefit of using infrared technology?
To see the spectrums of light that aren't visible with the eyes. That has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, it does have something to do with anything. It has to do with the fact
not with the shape of the Earth. It doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Is less affected by the opaqueness of the air.
No, it's not the opaqueness of the air. It's because our eyes can't pick up those frequencies of light.
Oh my god!
This is where you're absolutely out of your depth.
Boring. Okay, Leo,
you need to understand how light and frequency works and vibration, and the fact that you can measure this right in the speed of light. Okay,
let me ask you
and the fact that those infrared frequencies, our eyes cannot pick up that light.
Okay,
and
Leo, you sound like you're
it
very
has nothing because an infrared look, you can use infrared in a dark room. You know, it has nothing to do with curvature or density of atmosphere.
Great,
okay,
great. I agree, Leo. Sorry, I've just put you on mute.
Keeps missing the point.
Well, this is it. You said it's got nothing to do with curvature. Perfect. Right, Leo. So we would like to get to curvature. So could you tell us who in all human history has ever detected curvature of the surface of the Earth conforming to this globe fantasy that they tell us about?
Every time I make a point, I get muted. So go fuck yourself.
It's okay, Leo.
Flat ass.
Just answer the question.
That's it. Every time I make a point,
Okay, Leo, it's okay. But Leo, you were the one complaining that that wasn't on topic of curvature. So I've just done you a favor. I've taken us directly to curvature. So please, who's measured curvature for you to have this ball that you keep arguing about?
You muted me again. So stick it up your flat
you're
ass.
rambling through me. So can you answer the question?
If he's not going to take part.
Well, no, I'm giving him the option.
I'm not going to play a game where you mute me every time I make a point.
But Leo, you said this wasn't on curvature, and I've said, okay, let's do curvature. Who's measured curvature?
Why did you ask about the point I made?
Because
My
you
point's
keep
just
asserting
irrelevant,
your
right?
arguments. You keep saying the Earth is round. If the Earth was flat, blah blah blah. I'm challenging your assumption.
I'm talking about the infrared now. I'm talking about the infrared.
No, we're not. Because remember, you just
That's
said
when I was muted last. When I said the infrared has nothing to do with length or distance. Then I was muted.
No, you.
Yeah, it does have to do with distance. The Fall-off rate of infrared is further than visual light.
Well, that's fine. No, that's fine. I'll agree with them. It's got nothing to do with the curvature to be speculating on the different.
Yeah, so let's just get away from the infrared thing and everything you thought.
Let's do the curvature, Leo. Because Leo, what will actually convince us of your claim that the Earth is a ball is curvature of the surface. So please, evidence that. Who's measured it?
The best I've seen with my own eyes in terms of, okay, that shows me that indeed the Earth is curved, is like seeing a boat at the edge of the sea sink down.
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Now, is that a measurement?
You're in trouble, mate.
Or is that an observation which you're assuming is because of a curvature that you haven't measured or observed?
Well, if it was flat,
technically,
it would, and the atmosphere was dense, it would eventually fade out. It wouldn't.
Well, the observation would already be flat because it's on the horizon. You said, which is a horizontal, not
but
curve.
It wouldn't go down.
Okay, well, Leo. Would it not? Okay, but that's your assertion. But do you know that?
Respect playing around.
Alan, you don't have it down.
Okay, Leo, what's the distance of that boat that's going to go back behind your curvature of the Earth? What's the distance?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. Was it 3 miles or something? I don't know.
Okay, so what happens if you can see a boat that's 9 miles out? What happened to your horizon that's geometric?
These are all flat Earth distances, by the way.
Well, that goes into my personal opinion is that it's not a sphere, it's not a perfect sphere, it's not an oblong sphere, it's a funky shaped rock.
All right, but that's
and that at one spot.
Hey, John, you're hot micing, John.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah,
John.
So at one spot, when you're looking over like a Great Lake, maybe you're looking at a limit of 3 miles. But if you're looking over a point of the ocean, maybe it's 9 miles, because it's not that it's flat or perfectly sphere. It's because that at those different parts of the Earth, that's how far away the horizon is, and it makes a difference.
Sorry to interject. I'm really sorry. Hi, by the way. The distance you give it is a flat distance. Your miles distance, that's flat Earth only.
Right, but so what do you think the horizon is, Leo?
Just before we move on, can we just stop Leo, who's a globe believer, using our distances? Please don't do that.
Yeah, but Leo, I mean, your argument as it relates to the horizon, what do you think the horizon is?
You want the Oxford definition of the word horizon that we all agree upon?
Well, we could do that. Is that what you think it is?
I don't have a definition. I agree with what the Oxford English Dictionary says. It's the definition of the word horizon, and that's what we all are using. It's not an opinion what the fucking horizon is.
Okay, so what does that say?
So I need to recite the dictionary. You recite.
Well, you're saying that's what you think it is, and I'm asking what you think it is. So if that's what you think it is, then yeah.
Again, it's not opinion.
Okay, so what is it saying it is that you believe?
Sea level against the sky, creating a horizontal. It's flat. Not Earth.
Leo, we're arguing about the horizon. You need to be able to define what the horizon is so we can address your misconception. Because right now you think the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere where things are blocked physically behind it. Where we have observations that disprove what you're saying, and the Oxford Dictionary will give you a definition of the horizon that is correct. You're giving us a definition that is incorrect. So you're misrepresenting the horizon.
He's not even given us the definition. He's just said whatever Oxford says without really even knowing what Oxford is saying. I think he's assuming that Oxford is going to agree with his idea that he's been told.
You just
and he
grab
hasn't actually
Anon.
checked it.
Hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. Anon, can you pop yourself on mute, please? Anon? Miking.
Yeah, there you go.
He's very hopeful that it'll agree with him, but he'll find out very rudely, very quickly that it doesn't.
And by the way, Leo, there's no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere. You can look up that too. And then
let's get the definition first.
Hold on, APOC, just one sec. So, Psycho is taking him somewhere. Leo wants to define the horizon as what Oxford says, but he hasn't yet, and Leo's just pointed that out. Not Leo. Cyclone has just pointed that out. Are we going to get the definition or what?
Okay, so horizon, without getting into Horus or any of that fucking shit, right? Horizon is where the sky meets the sea. It's the limit of your ability to view.
Okay, it's not a curve of the Earth. It's not a curve of the Earth.
It's not what Oxford say. It's not what they say.
Yeah, that was a strange definition as well, but
no, that is what they're saying.
What's going on? What you said it was what Oxford say, and then you were quite obstructive, your opponent. Now he's put you in a corner where let's go and get what Oxford say. Then that isn't what Oxford say.
Was that not Oxford, Leo?
That was Oxford.
That was Oxford. Could you post it in the chat?
Oxford again. From Oxford.
Well, you're saying it's not, so you show me that I'm wrong.
Well, why don't you link it in the chat, Leo, the one that you read?
Why don't you?
Because it's your argument. You said you believed Oxford. Just copy the link. Post it in the chat.
That's how citation works, Bubba.
He's not the easiest gent to talk to, is he?
He's not. Jeez, I'll leave this to you.
Neither are you. I'm not trying to make it easy for you.
Here, I'll post the screenshot of it on the side chat. He could read it out loud and then put his foot in his mouth. Go ahead.
Horizontal is not horizon.
We didn't ask that.
Sorry.
We asked what Oxford said. Third time.
I did the wrong one.
Dude, I put it up in the chat, guys. It's over there.
Why are you getting his citation? Let him get it.
Because I'm just bored listening to you guys fight about a citation.
Okay, no worries. We'll put an end to it then. If you're bored, no problem. The distances you used were flat. Talked about things going down, what with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. So you used quite a few flat Earth prerequisites in your assertions about being on a ball.
See, that's exactly what I said. I said the intersection of the sky and the sea, right, and the limit of
wanker. I'm in the middle of talking, wanker. I'm pointing out how you used flat Earth prerequisites in your argument for a ball. And I'm pointing out, and you're interrupting me for a second time, wanker. I'm going to ask the server moderator to shut you up if you don't shut up. Putting a close to it because someone said they were bored with you, not me. People enjoy listening to me. They don't get bored quickly, I assure you. I draw a conclusion to these shitty arguments with you swearing non-stop, telling us about Oxford and what they say and not citing it. Meanwhile, dickhead, you used distances, didn't you? And up. Those will be with respect to a plane of Earth surface.
See, again, I make that correct point and I get muted.
What a wanker! What a wanker! See? Total wanker interrupting me for the third time. Well, I draw a conclusion to your use of flat Earth prerequisites, sir. Now, I told you off in the middle of this little debacle, told you not to use them. I was completely ignored. I'm going to shout you down like the dumbass dog that you are. Don't use our measurements of a flat Earth. Miles in this instance, sir. You prove a flat Earth when you use those distances. John also pointed out you saying down. What, with respect to a plane of reference? I'll draw close this shitty argument. There is no globe. We measure Earth flat. Dumbass, they talk through me, you belligerent little twat. I'll shout you down. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one telling you off for being a dumbass and using flat Earth measurements. How dare you talk through me while I shut down this shit argument for a globe? It's garbage. Uses flat Earth measurements. Do you understand me, you stupid dumbass globe believer?
bounce.
My name's Nathan Oakley. I prove Earth's flat. You stupid moron, you'll use my flat Earth measurements to suggest your belief in a globe is correct. It isn't. All you can do is moan when people shut you up when you go off topic. Meanwhile, if you want to assert that the horizon's a geometric sphere, it was debunked in 2020. Black Swan.
He left a while ago.
Of course he did. Didn't like having me point out how he measured Earth flat. He could only run when it came to me pointing that out, like a coward bitch.
Black Swan has been debunked, Brother Nathan.
Oh, here we go, bloody hell. Robert, how did you get back
Just
in
a recitation, first of all, of the logic of modus tollens declared in the Black Swan. Give us a rendition of it.
Yeah, yes. Didn't you see the grey band at the bottom of the rig?
This is not a rendition of the Black Swan. You're a moron. Dickhead. Yeah. Try again for a second time. Dickhead. Moron. If you're going to say you've debunked modus tollens, I want to hear you recite it first. You stupid retard. Second time.
I debunked it. I analysed the videos. And
retard! You didn't debunk nothing. You couldn't even recite it, you lump apart. Idiot. Yeah, man, you couldn't even recite it, man.
There's no need to.
There's no need to debunk something that you can't even recite.
There's no
man,
need
you
to
bumper-clad shit for brains. You need to recite it first, you bumper-clad shit for brains.
All of those Black Swan observations.
Shut your fucking retard mouth. If the Earth was with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer sine feet as declared in Earth curve maths. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan beyond geometric limitations laid down in Earth curve maths. Therefore, the horizon is not the geometric limitation to a sphere. Earth is not a sphere. Debunked. Black Swan 2020. You couldn't even recite it. Raster idiot.
Didn't you see the grey band at the bottom of the rig?
Couldn't even recite it, you stupid retard.
I am reciting it.
Not reciting Jack, you're telling me how you think you debunked it. You couldn't even recite the logic.
Brother, I have a degree in physics.
You couldn't even recite it, you stupid shit for brains retard.
Physics is fake.
Retard. Retard, I'm done talking to you, you stupid. You couldn't even recite it. Yeah, I'm done with you. You're a retard. You're not worthy of my time.
It's fake, Nathan.
Robert, it's a really good point.
With a radius of 3959 miles as laid down in your stupid Earth curve maths, then the distance to horizon would be measured at that limitation at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, exactly as laid down in your dumbass maths. It isn't.
But you weren't there.
End of story. And all you can do is chat shit through the top of me, debunking your stupid Earth curve. That's what I'm doing. You can't even repeat it. What you can do is talk through me. Going through the impeccable logic of modus tollens, labelled Black Swan in this instance. The namesake being a picture showing the geometry of your sphere Earth edge being beyond its limitations. Those are the facts in this matter. You couldn't even repeat those facts because you're a dumbass. I'm going to listen to your stupid idiot idea that you can debunk that when you can't even repeat it back to me. Piss off, idiot.
You fell for the okie doke.
You're stuttering.
It's fake.
Soon. You can't even get a sentence out without stuttering. Sit your dumbass stuttery idiot ass down. I'm done with you, dumbass. Stutter at me, do you, Rasta? No, you'll be put in your place. My name's Nathan Oakley. I put dumbass Rastas in their place when they tell me they debunked a logic they can't even repeat. Pathetic idiot.
Yeah, leader.
Someone else saying my name? Say my name. Feel free.
Bitch. Heisenberg.
That doesn't work. I haven't done anything to be called a bitch, so that's just an insult. Me calling him a dumbass bitch when he doesn't recite the modus tollens he thinks he can debunk, that's a justification for calling him a dumbass bitch because he is. You calling it me is just an insult. Pathetic idiot. I called you a pathetic idiot because you used an insult. You understand that, you dumbass?
Your name?
You're a dumbass because you're not addressing me.
This guy's gonna cry.
You chuckles, you're a dumbass. I've demonstrated it based on what you've done here. Now you're talking through me while I demonstrably point out how dumb you are. You're a dumbass because you insulted me without justification. Then I took apart your stupid insult and then called you stupid for it. Enjoy the taste of my balls, you stupid retard.
Say my name.
Meanwhile, any other retards that want to tell me about Earth? I'll use Miles. Their argument for a ball? Yeah, well, back to the point now. It's taken a little time, lot of argument, bit of Rastafarian nonsense through the top of me pointing out how this dickhead that ran like a coward bitch used a distance in miles. You'll need a flat earth for that. Those are the facts in this matter. Don't use our flat earth linear distance. How dare you? If you want to think you're on a ball, don't use our measurements. That's flat earth measurements. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one telling you off for using our measurements. You're the ones telling me you can debunk an argument that's 5 years old. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm proving Earth's measured flat with your own argument of how ball-shaped you think it is with miles as part of the argument. Don't use our flat Earth measurements. We'll be using miles to prove Earth's flat with distance measurements. It's a measurement that proves Earth flat. Hope you understand why I'm furious at idiots who can only run when I tell them off for using our flat Earth measurements. And a lot of obfuscation and distraction and nonsense. That's what we've had. The only person who's done anything of any significance here is me. When I proved Earth's flat with that dickhead that ran and his argument that used miles. Anybody not entertained? Had to be here.
Oh, welcome back. How's it going, Nathan? Good morning.
Good morning to you. Pleasure to be here as always.
It's always fun.
Nice start.
Yeah, and I started.
All night and morning, there's been some really good conversations, which you've missed, but I'm sure there'll be more.
No, normally what will happen is I'll tear a couple of fundy idiots a new asshole in the pre-show, and then everyone will be too terrified to pipe up in the live show. But that's fine too.
I mean, could you imagine from their perspective trying to prove that you live on a sphere when everything you have to use as measurement is of a plane?
Yeah, but you need to give them the time to get that out, to be fair. It's more compelling to the audience to hear them stutter and stumble. You know, like give them some room to dig their own grave, as it were.
He did.
I would say.
Yeah, it's very enlightening to see that happen again and again.
Yeah, it's like fishing with grenades or something, right?
Of it.
Sorry,
I'd rather we recited the argument. And then, you think you can debunk the modus solens in Black Swan? Go ahead. What is the modus solens first? Let's hear you recite the logic so you can take apart either the form or format of that logic. Oh, right, you can't even recite it. Why would I trust that you can take apart the logic when you start spewing some nonsense that's non sequitur? Not connected in any way to the logic, the form, any of it. Nothing that he's going to offer is going to have any consistency with regard to the argument. Nothing he'll say had any bearing on the Black Swan modus solens, and it never would have done. I'll just shut it down. Why? Because I know he doesn't know the bleeding argument. That's why I asked. Can you recite it? Yeah? If you know the argument inside out and back to front to the point where you can debunk it, then you'd know it. No, he doesn't. He just thinks he's got a vague idea of what the argument represents as a conclusion, and he thinks he can debunk that. No, it's got form. Logical consistency-based argument. It's called modus tollens. It's the form of the argument, in the form of logical consistency, when presented to somebody who's asserting that the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3959. Their assertion comes with dictated maths. Distance to their horizon, that's Earth curve in their assertion, is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, by chance, if we'd have known that and been able to recite it, I'd think, right, so he understands that we're talking about the height off sea level, parallel with surface level, the differential calculated at 1.2 times the square root thereof. Therefore, he'll understand how, when I point it out, we're deriving this Earth curve extrapolation from flat Earth prerequisites also. Now, if he'd have understood the argument, the intellectuals amongst you might have found it quite amusing for me to take him to the point where he needs a flat Earth in his Earth curve maths we debunk with the Black Swan. He's a fuckwit. A retard. Someone who's not worthy of talking to us.
He heard in passing that the Black Swan has been debunked. That's all. He had no clue how to even break it down.
That's the thing, though. What are they going to come back with? Because if you wanted to try to attack the logic of it, you would say, well, you're using linear distance. That requires a flat Earth, so your logical form is inconsistent.
Oh, that's really beautiful. Oh, lovely. So while we take the stance that, okay, we'll beg the question on your behalf in Modus Solens, an exceptional, but slightly convoluted from a globe, but nonetheless, rebuttal would be to say, no, the linear distance utilisation makes your use of our argument unfair. Therefore, strawman, they could say. Obviously, they'd have to concede the linear distance and flat Earth they'd need to suggest the straw man. But that's beautiful, John. I love it. See, that, my friends in Discord, is an intellectual response to the Black Swan argument.
Yeah, no, Robert's a special case. His whole take on pretty much every observation shown to him is just that it's straight up fake and that flat earthers are somehow, I don't know, digitally making these observations. Like he won't even address the actual argument in the Black Swan. He's totally bricked.
Wow,
yeah, he's not worth any time on.
They think it's just a photo. A matter of fact, earlier some idiot was like, "Whoa, what was his height on the boat?" He literally thought that photo was taken from a boat, and it's like, like, dude, you're a fucking moron, bro.
I'm swearing.
Oh yeah,
I've got away with it because there was already swearing from the guy that ran like a coward when we started pointing out the linear distances would require a flat plane. He ran while I was in the middle of telling him that. Obviously, he interrupted several times before running like a coward, but nevertheless, he started swearing, so I've just taken up those reins in the pre-show. However, I don't normally do this because I don't normally have the need, but in about 10 minutes' time, I will go to a live audience. Please don't swear. I know it seems like, well, hang on a minute, haven't you just been calling people F-tards? Yeah, it's already on my recording. When I go live, please don't swear.
For sure, for sure. I'll bite my tongue.
Yeah, he's saying his uncut and after show is already demonetized, but he might have a chance with his live show.
That's funny.
That's true. If
Oh,
you
man.
can swear, it's like, well, it's already that's happened now. You know, the dam's already broken. I might as well go for a paddle.
Yeah, these guys, the Globers, they get really bent out of shape when they realize, because they're like, oh, that's just a photo, and then someone will post the actual video of the guy like showing he's only 1 foot above water, and then they just go silent. Then they're just like, oh, okay. Like then they jump to gravity. They got to change it real quick.
Yeah, but what would it just being a photo matter? I don't get it.
Well, because they try to say that the reason why you're seeing 10 miles is because you're high in elevation, but they don't realize that's our point. It's not high in elevation. It's 1 foot above the water. And that's where that math comes in. But that's why they always try to use that. And then you show them the video, and then they're left there with their foot in their mouth, and they can't rebut it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you.
I'm enjoying the show. Blood fire.
Yeah. They're gluttons for punishment, for sure.
I think it's Stockholm syndrome. They love to be berated by their pimp. Nathan's their pimp.
Bro, what is going on right now? Are there any Globers in here?
By the way, chat, I do see some names that are globe earthers. Hayoka has joined us again. That's fantastic. Brilliant. Hot Chocolate is in the house. What's up, Chocolate? If anyone's got any questions they'd like to ask the panel from FED, please unmute your mic and have a conversation.
By the way, Nathan, Leo, the guy that you ran off, he originally came in and he said that the moon turning red last night proved the Earth is a globe. That was his original premise, by the way.
Did he say how that proves the Earth is a globe?
Yeah,
What was his explanation for that? Like, how do you explain it?
But Jedi pointed out something really brilliant. I thought how it went red, it went black to red to black to white again, and that was brilliant in regards to the penumbra and the numbra, or the umbra.
We've also got Hasty and Hot Chocolate. Don't recognize them. What's up, guys? You got questions? Comments?
No, I'm just trying to listen.
All right, sweet.
Well, we need some questions asked to be listened to. So if you've got any questions,
you need to give us
don't be
something,
shy.
Hasty. Just ask us, why the hell do you believe the Earth's flat, or something
You
like
gotta
that.
have something.
Okay, why the hell do you believe the Earth is flat?
I got a question.
Boom, there you go.
I have a question for
What
Hot
setup?
Chocolate.
Who wants to take that? He wants to know why we believe the Earth is flat, even though it's not a belief.
It's not a belief. Yeah, I was going to say.
So it's an observation, measurement, and practical usage of the Earth's surface as flat and motionless. But they tell us in school that even though that is the case, that it's just because it's a big spinning ball. So yeah, it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat, so that's what it is. And the only reason we ever think differently is because the school bombards it into our brains as children before our brains are even fully formed, and then repeats it on TV into adulthood. And here you are, years later, asking strangers on the internet how the Earth can be what it has always observed and measured to be. How about that? What do you think?
Well said.
And just real quick, Cyclone, for the morons out there, when you say practically, you don't mean like almost, you mean used in practice or practical. So I just want to correct it, because there's a lot of morons that will take that.
Okay. That's not, if that's not clear.
Like, practically as in, it's almost as good as. It's practically.
Exactly.
Yeah, practical for that. Okay, yeah, no, we mean like navigation, flying, building, anything that would actually involve physically considering the Earth. They treat it as flat and motionless.
Yeah, in
that's what it
practice.
is.
Yeah, in practice.
What else, Hasty? Does that answer your question? Do you understand why we understand the Earth is flat now?
In other
I should
words,
mention,
practicality, which means.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. We're not saying it's like a flat shape in space, like a disk in space. Hopefully you understand that that's not the case. Space and the solar system and the galaxies and all these cartoons you've been shown, that's all fake. It doesn't exist. So get that out of your head. Any more questions? You've got Nathan in the show. You can answer a lot of questions.
In 5 minutes, he goes live.
Oh, yeah, you want to get them in now?
We go live. Please don't swear. That's all I've got to ask.
Welcome back, by the way, Nathan. I heard you're a little sick. I heard you were sick or something.
I don't know what?
I said, welcome back, by the way. I heard you were a little sick or something like that.
Exactly. We've been living in a very humid apartment for many years, and it got to the point where we were clearing out stuff and going, oh my God, it's all covered in mold, because this is obviously the coldest part of the apartment. We went and bought a dehumidifier, dried the apartment out, and then suddenly I came out in spots and rashes, and so did the kids. And I'm like, what's going on? It's just because suddenly your skin's totally in a different environment. It's like going on holiday.
Yikes.
I just looked like I had AIDS or something, covered in blood.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So I didn't really want to be doing the show.
Excuse me, Nathan, if I may, just to elaborate more on practicality. It means the aspects of a situation that involve the actual doing or experience of something rather than theories or ideas or conceptions. That's what practical or practicality means. Doesn't mean barely or fairly. It means measurements. It is
Exactly. But before, when you say it's practically used in the sense of practical, but Globers are that stupid. They take it as, oh, so it's almost like a flat. No, dude. Like, that's why I made that clarification for him.
So you guys trying to say that every industry in the world treats the Earth as flat and motionless?
Exactly.
Yep, because it is.
Well, I never.
Show you that it's flat anymore.
Well, I live and breathe.
Especially
Well, look
being
at that.
a veteran in the military, in the Navy. There is actually official documents that say stationary plane. Now you define stationary and plane. That settles it. And this is military aviators, pilots, fighter pilots. Okay.
So
All right,
sea
any more
level is
questions?
actually sea level is actually sea level and not sea curve.
Well, I never.
This is brand new information.
Don't say. Morning, everybody.
Morning, Sean.
Jason would tell me the horizon is horizontal.
Morning, chocolate. Well, who the hell is hot chocolate? Somebody took your name and put the hotness on it.
New hotness chocolate. New hotness.
New chocolate.
New hotness is a Mercedes-Benz in Men in Black, right? Versus the Ford piece of crap, the old guard, if you will. What I can't remember.
Old and busted.
Old and busted. That's it.
Watch your mouth. I drive an Explorer.
Nothing wrong with Fords. It's just this particular Ford is a fairly mundane 80s-looking square box of a Ford.
You know, I just seen that the other day, and I realized where he just got that from. I was like, oh, shoot, that's where chocolate gets that from.
Yeah, bro.
Did you not recognise it immediately? Old and busted, new hotness.
No.
Old and busted,
Was it?
new hotness. And he's looking at the two different things, right? He's looking at him, at Tommy Lee Jones, when he says it. As in, you, Tommy Lee Jones, you're old and busted. Me, I like the new hotness. That's the implication, right? That's why it's funny.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was from that. I thought chocolate made that up.
No, and that's why I used to say it when they used to talk about their gravity, right? Because their new hotness gravity is the two concepts of space and time somehow ending and warping instead of the old and busted, which was gravity is a force. Yeah. You guys, your own story tells you have to go by the new hotness. So how do you come at us with the old and busted? Are y'all crazy?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Original D-Rose, Refracted Curvature, Neil Constantino, Eli Chocolate Sane, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So welcome one and all.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. I didn't get to do my little spiel in the pre-show for you in politics. The reason we come to politics on an almost weekly basis, it has been weekly for almost a year other than a couple of weeks for illness and things, is to, number one, spread the point that Earth's measured flat. I think people who are in server while we were doing the pre-show will have got that. But the other reason, in 2025 at least, is to point out how we've been deceived. Now, there's a appeal to motivation fallacy that could be employed that we're not going to. We just like to educate people in terms of how people have been deceived rather than pointing the finger at you personally. The scientific method and its abuse has led you to believe you are on a ball by hearing those words, science specifically, alongside many other science words like hypothesis, theory, and many others. By being here, hopefully we can elucidate what science actually is so that you can appreciate what it isn't when you hear some science words bullshitting you in future. That's our purpose here in 2025 in the politics server. And we've built quite a good rapport with the server, and nice that we're extremely welcomed in spite of being guests here. So I run my show on a Friday from the server, and I thank you for not swearing, and hopefully you'll ask some questions if I haven't already terrified you by yelling at some fundies who didn't want to acknowledge their use of flat Earth measurements in the pre-show. We shall see how we get on. I don't mind if there's a few protracted silences on a Friday. But that's my introduction to you in the politics server, having done my live introduction that you also got to hear from my live audience in YouTube. Smash the share button if you're listening on YouTube. That's it, I'm done.
All right, I got a question. Do you have a religion?
No.
So if someone asks what your religion is, you don't subscribe to any religion?
No.
You said no if you didn't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. You said no. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Did that not come through? My bad.
You were breaking up a little bit there.
I've got a new microphone and I'm getting used to the new compression that I have to apply to it, gates and things, and sometimes it cuts me off before I've said the word I want to say. Thank you for not acknowledging it. It makes me know that I'm not coming through my own mic. Bloody wonderful. But no is the answer.
So would you say you're an atheist, or do you believe in the higher power, or?
Atheist? No, I wouldn't say I was atheist either.
Do you believe in God?
That's for a different server, perhaps. You're getting some short, sharp answers because it's not really the purpose of being in this particular server. We're about flat Earth, obviously.
Oh, channel, you mean?
Well, the reason I'm asking is because I've never come across someone who says the Earth is flat and is an atheist.
That's called a stereotyping fallacy. Anything else?
Yeah, why don't you believe in God?
Okay, there is one more thing I have, because I watched a clip of you and yesterday. This plane thing you were talking about, can you explain what that is? Because I don't know what that is.
What thing?
Antipodal plane.
Antipodal plane?
Yeah.
It's a contradiction in terms. I don't really understand what you're asking.
On your clip, you were explaining the antipodal plane model of the flat Earth. Like the two planes, the measurement, I guess.
I'm pretty sure those words didn't cross my lips. I don't have any model that I'm claiming. Perhaps I was going through with somebody who believes they're on a ball, how their ball came to fruition by measuring angles to Polaris, and two systems, both measured on flat planes with stars, get sandwiched antipodal to be projected into a ball. That would be me describing how the ball Earth that potentially you believe in come to fruition. Certainly not me describing anything to do with the model I adhere to. That'd be me detailing how the sphere came to fruition by measuring a flat Earth and angles to stars. Then sandwich north and south antipodal to project it into a ball. It's not my belief. You obviously didn't understand what I was talking about, otherwise you'd have recognised that's me detailing your belief.
I called it.
Measured flat to come to that belief that you hold.
Actually, I'm not a globe earther, but
yeah, that.
Well, Lukushi, maybe you could post the clip that you're talking about in the chat, so we know.
Yeah, let me find that.
Out with it. It doesn't need to.
Yeah, just in case it was a different thing he talked about, because I didn't understand what the hell he was saying.
By the way, I called it. Nathan, yesterday, Heyoka, or last night or this morning, he kept saying that you were claiming that, and I called it. I said he was probably,
like using your model, but you're taking it out of context, and that's exactly you just perfectly explained, and it proved me right. So thank you for that. And yeah, I just want to say again,
Well, in the meantime, like with the Hyuka guy, regardless of whether or not it's been misinterpreted, that is what it is. Now, for the dude that was asking, that it's been explained, maybe you didn't understand what I just went through. That's fine. I'm not trying to catch you out, or you know what I mean. That's not my intention. But with the guy that you've got the clip from that I was talking to, I was explaining to him how the model that he believes in, that's a globe, is based on flat Earth angle measurements to the stars. I'm going to ask you the same question. Do you understand that the flat plane being described in that tete was measured flat with angles to stars? Regardless of where the maths go to create a ball afterwards, measurements, the Earth measurements in that example were flat. Do you understand that? That was what I was asking him, by the way.
No, I didn't know that.
All right. Well, let me enlighten you. We're talking about angle measurements off a plane of surface that's got a baseline to form an angle. Therefore, if the surface wasn't flat, we wouldn't be measuring these as angles, called elevation angles, specifically Polaris, that gives us latitude. So those are flat Earth angle measurements that are used to create a ball. You know what an elevation angle measurement is?
No, can you explain what that is?
Do you want better? I'll define it. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. In quote, sustainable by design, definition of altitude angle.
Okay.
Do you understand now?
Yeah, better than before.
Excellent. So in order to measure these angles to stars, we need a horizontal plane to be standing on. It forms part of the angle. A flat Earth prerequisite, as I would call it. Earth must be flat for us to start the process of measuring angles to stars to mathematise balls into existence for people to believe they're standing on. Earth has to be measured flat for that process to begin. That's where I was taking the guy yesterday, for you to say, oh, well, what are you talking about with antipodal sandwiching of flat plane models that get measured with angles to stars? Yeah, I was trying to get him to acknowledge the flat plane that gets measured with angles to stars to form an antipodal system north and south to create a ball Earth with it, based on the angles of a flat Earth that I'm taking you through now, by definition, the elevation angles. They're on screen for my live audience.
I got a question on that.
I posted that video on chat, by the way. Sorry.
Horizontal plane?
1 second, Chocolate. Yeah, that's cool. Whatever video it is you've posted. Meanwhile, I'm defining what Earth gets measured as to create a globe Earth, like in the discussion yesterday I was being asked about. Hopefully that's all been cleared up now, that we measure Earth flat to achieve the ball that the guy had suggested he'd got proof of, but it turns out he actually needed Earth to be flat to be measuring this elevation angle to the star, north and south, regardless of how he then sandwiches them antipodal and creates a ball with them. The measurements are flat, so we're all absolutely clear here. Earth is flat. That's how it's measured for everybody always, even if you've got a ball belief. It's amazing.
Back to my question.
Hi. Can I ask Jedi a question?
What the hell?
Could I ask Jedi a question?
I mean, if you want.
Okay. Do you think you could explain your understanding of the antipodal flat Earth sandwich model?
Nathan's just explained it.
Literally 10 seconds ago that isn't our model. I didn't claim that. This is a straw man. What the hell is he doing? And he's now doing it to Jedi.
I spoke to some guys earlier. They said I was lying and that it had never been said.
Yeah, it hadn't. I just said you're lying. I didn't say that. I didn't say that when I spoke to you, presumably while I now clarify it for the second time, having just clarified it 25 seconds earlier, presumably with you here not listening to me clarify specifically how your globe Earth model comes North and South Pole centric based on your question to me about North and South poles. I then detailed with regards to your question and your model, how they come to fruition with angles off a flat plane being measured, to be sandwiched antipodal and then projected globally. It's your model. If you're suggesting, as you just did, flat Earth model, those words crossed nobody's lips. You're a lying shit. Nobody said that. Yeah, you're a liar. Nobody said flat Earth model. You use an antipodal system measured flat with angles to stars to create your globe model. Hope that's abundantly clear that Earth is measured flat for your stupid idiot model that you think you're standing on. I didn't suggest it was a model I'd adhered to. On the contrary, I didn't create it. It's not mine. I didn't measure it. But Earth got measured flat for it, and therefore, after the fact, you to believe in a ball when extrapolating out those flat Earth measurements. It's not a flat Earth model. No, those words didn't cross anybody's lips. You're a lying shit. Get lost, lying shit. You were right when they called you a lying shit. You are. It was my conversation I had with you that you've misrepresented and suggested I've got a flat Earth model that's antipodal. No, I haven't. Absolutely not. You're a lying shit stain.
You said you had
are
one
a
plane.
liar, and I don't want to talk to you anymore because you lied about things I've
How was
talked
the
about
other
with
plane
you.
defined?
I don't want to engage with you in any more conversation, because when I do engage with you, you go off into the realm of nowhere and start lying about the conversation we have had. Didn't have that conversation with you. So you've talked to other people about a conversation you didn't have with me, about a flat Earth model that's antipodal. That would be bollocks that you've made up, and I don't want to have any more conversations with you so you can go away and make up more bollocks I haven't said. It's not fair. But that's the moderators. Can you just remove this lying shit stain that's been demonstrably proven to be a lying shit stain?
Yeah,
I don't want to talk to him anymore. He just keeps lying about things I haven't said.
Yeah, he's muted. Hey, okay, you don't get to come in and tell people what they're saying when they're in your face saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. You don't get to say, yes, that is what you're saying. You speak only for yourself, and you've obviously misconstrued whatever's been said, so we'll move on to someone else.
What I did do, though, was with that guy that's come in and been a complete shit stain and lied, was point out that Earth, like on the diagram on screen now, gets measured with elevation angles, in this case, or in that case yesterday, to Polaris. The elevation with respect to a flat plane was something that in 15 attempts he couldn't concede. What he did instead of conceding that in 15 attempts was go away and lie about something I hadn't said. That's what you globers can do. I labelled globers who do something similar as wankers, and said that the people watching who believed in a globe were being represented by that wanker. And they were basically like him, because that's all they'd have, and that's all they could do. Come in and lie about things I haven't said, and essentially hand wave or try and obfuscate the fact of the matter when it comes to the angles. Again, on screen for my audience. Inside this ball Earth, with a celestial sphere wrapped around it, would reside a plane where this angle is originating. That plane is a North Pole-centric system. The angle can only be measured from. Underneath it, antipodal would be the South Pole-centric system that creates the globe as a paradigm. That was being explained to him because he was utilising flat Earth elevation angle measurements. I was pointing out how in his model he needs flat Earth angles. But what's that turned into? Nathan's got a flat Earth model that's antipodal. Wanker! You got to lie to Glurf, right? Oh, didn't acknowledge how Earth was measured flat with angles, went away and told people I got an antipodal model. Lying bastards. All you can do.
I told that guy earlier this morning, and he has the audacity to come back and say the same exact thing. It's amazing.
Right after I'd gone through it and how it wasn't the case. Literally, immediately afterwards. These people are only here to piss us off royally. That we look bad in getting furious mad with how disgusting their behaviour is. Well, they just sit and chuckle, because they're a frickin' nobody, and this is inconsequential to him. Who is he? Do we get his name? Do we get your address? Do we get these things from these people so that they can be held accountable for their shit-stained behaviour? Of course not. Meanwhile, I'll get doxed. I'll get people reporting me for child abuse to the police, because they hear a frickin' sound. That's what I get. What's this guy got? Is he being held accountable? No. Just a wanker here to piss us off royally. That's his only purpose. It makes him amused. Self-indulgent wanker. Go away and do that on your own. Don't involve us in your tossery.
Yeah, that part is true. That's fucking the double standard when doxing people.
I'll swear.
Didn't swear. Yeah, we were all deceived. We all heard lots of science words as we were growing up. We were told how science proves this and science proves that. And before you know it, we aren't questioning anything because we've been led down the garden path of this doesn't need any questioning. It's been dealt with by scientists. Therefore, it's proven. That's how we are ending up utilising reified flat Earth measurements into a ball that we can stand on. It's stupid and idiotic. I'm tired of it. Knowing how stupid and idiotic the control methods that have been used against us are means that I get to be ridiculed as a flat earther, and I'm sick of it. No, I'm just going to shout you down, treat you like dogs, call you wankers. My own audience. I'm talking to my own audience. Yeah? What? The guy behind the iPad's going, what? You're not talking to me. I'm a globe believer. I'm a loyal. I haven't been horrible. No, I'm talking to you. Yeah, you're a wanker. Because you believe this shit and prop up a system that will poke and prod at the people that realise the truth of the Earth and its measurements. I'll support the ridicule of us. I've got no issue. I'm a fairly strong character. I can turn that on his head immediately. What are you going to do? Oh, Nathan can mute me. No, I can come into the politics server where I've got no control over anything and still shout you down and call you a complete wanker with justification and disdain, with evidence of an Earth that's measured flat coming from your own mouth. Your own examples. What can you do in the face of that? Go away and lie about what I've said? This has got an antipodal model. No, I haven't. Lying shit. The best you can do. I'll still be here next week telling you all it's measured flat, because it is. I'll still be here next week using your examples that you think prove a ball, prove it's flat, while you run and cower. That's what the guy in the pre-show did. Atadon telling people how hard Dunbar he was because he was getting muted by the server operators as he chatted shit and ignored every point put to him. And I come in and say, oh, right, apparently someone else in the server's getting bored of this. I'll draw a close to it, then no worries. You use distance. Linear. Flat. No, don't use those distances. You'll get told off by me, a flat earther. How dare you ridicule us? And then use our measurements. That won't happen while I'm around. I'll tell you off. How dare you use our flat earth measurements? Miles, you say? No, those are ours. Accept a flat earth. Don't use them. It's just that simple. Why would we accept you using our flat earth linear distances? How dare you, ball-believing clown shoes?
That was a perfect invitation, too. I'm getting a little bored. Well, you jumped right in on it. It was like perfect.
Don't think it was him that said it, though. It wasn't the guy I was tearing a strip off that said I was getting bored.
No, it was another guy. That was perfect.
I
still...
Go ahead.
I still don't understand what that is, though. The antipodal thing.
Okay.
Is there a way you could explain it in simple terms so I could understand it?
Measure angles to stars, create a North Pole centric system. And the south, it becomes more convoluted because you haven't got a point that you can measure to. They stretch the longitude lines to a point of convergence. Then call that point of convergence Sigma Octantis, south celestial point that the stars appear to rotate in that area of the world. For all of the stars that are navigational and in the almanac in the south and north, you can then plot all of the positions and their angles by way of time into a book. Log where they're above at given times. Now, all of those measurements, without exception, are on a flat Earth. You can take the 2 points that you suggest, points of rotation, or the stars above you on a plane, and suggest that one of them, the south, as we call it, is actually underneath the north. So now we've got 2 flat planes. One we're going to call the north and one we're going to call the south. They're underneath each other. Why? Well, because I've arbitrarily put them there in this description to you. I didn't do this, by the way. It's not mine. Au contraire, it's the origins of the globe, do you see, that people believe in. Those points can then get projected out with all the stars matching the angles you took off each flat plane with PZX triangles. Those would be the globe that people think they're standing on. Projected through them to the celestial sphere now wrapped around 2 planes, north and south. That's the origin of the globe's creation mathematically, with the origin being flat Earth angles to the stars. point I was trying to take dickhead and his lies about me having a flat earth antipodal model that I don't have. That's where I was taking him when he asked me about the points in the star called north and south. Yeah, we've got them measured flat. What about them?
Firstly, if you believe in the paradigm or paradox where people from Australia are swimming upside down, whether you're from Australia or not, then that is your problem. You need to go see a psychologist or psychiatrist.
Yeah, it's reification. You've taken what I've just described, the antipodal positioning flat projected out with PZX triangles onto a globe you can't stand in, you can only measure from within as described on this diagram, on screen now for my live audience. Origin angles in the sun, inside the sphere, as depicted here, are how they all work. Suggesting that you've got a plane tangent to the surface that they match with is irrelevant of how the actual angles plot out through PZX triangles to the celestial sphere in this model to have any semblance of usefulness. That's how it works. In a globe, not on a globe. When you understand that, you then go, right, okay, so to project it as a sphere, you have to sandwich antipodally a different map underneath the south one. Okay? Then you can create your globe with it. Okay? That's idiotic. You can't reify that if you know how mathematically you just sandwiched a point that's over there towards the horizon, south. You didn't go over an edge to get there, did you? No. Oh, does that sound familiar? Does that sound like something we get asked as flat earthers? Yeah, it's because that's how your globe gets created. Like all ridicule of globe, it's because you have a failure in your reification of a globe that we get asked about things like edges, boats going over horizons. It's all part of your globe paradigm. And why isn't the boat falling off the edge of the flat earth? You've got a boat falling over the edge of the bleeding horizon. That's why you ask us. Preemptive attack based on the crappy argument that you'd have to go through, and that you deal with it by putting it on your opponent, asking us about boats falling over the edge of the flat earth. What, the one that you plotted antipodal underneath with a separate flat earth map based on the south that's over there, definitely not underneath us, to create your stupid globe? Yeah, that's your model, not mine. Of course, you could lie and just say Nathan's just said he's got a flat earth model antipodal. You could do that. My exemplary knowledge of how your idiot globe came to fruition isn't me suggesting we've got an antipodal model, though. That would just be what some wanker does, after not conceding how we measure angles to stars to achieve all this 15 times. You can just lie about things I haven't said afterwards. That's what that guy did. That's why we're having this conversation, by the way.
So is the south under the north plane?
No. South is over there. Point south. You point horizontally, and I say point south. Do you point downwards? Point to your feet, or do you point towards the horizon if I say south?
Yeah, horizon.
Right, so is it underneath? No, that's not south, is it? So we travel south and measure angles to the stars. And what in God's name would suggest that you're going to put that underneath? Well, it's going to be the basis of a globe religion that most people in the world think that they're standing on, even though it doesn't function that way, like on screen now. It functions from within the globe, so you can take angles off a flat plane, because that's what the surface of Earth is. For it to function in this way, it must have a plane, a surface, to measure angles from and plot within a globe. You pretend the PZX triangles you project from within the globe are somewhere to stand on. They're not. My understanding of this is that I cannot any longer reify a globe into something I can stand on. To mathematise it, I must be within the globe to work the angles that I measure on the surface of Earth in that paradigm. It can only work from within the globe when I describe it that way. I'm not in hell measuring angles on a plane. I'm just on a plane measuring angles. It's the surface. It's not hell. Globe idiocy is nonsense, and I know how it works now. I can never go back. All the people like Patricia Steer and Robbie Davidson and Jaron, they're just retards that didn't ever understand how the globe was created. If they did, they'd appreciate how Earth must be measured flat to achieve that. It's on screen for my audience, the people that aren't retards.
Okay, so but when we say the south, are we talking about Antarctica or?
Never been, I don't know. I know south is that way on a plane. Just saying south is a flat Earth prerequisite. So you're saying, okay, travel south. Which way is that? Horizontally, that direction. Okay, we get to Antarctica. Okay, I'll accept that. And all we did was travel across a flat plane. Well, what? Well, in my model, I couldn't give a crap what your model says. I know how your model came to be if you're going to suggest it's ball-shaped. There's another diagram of measuring the polar axis. Oh, where's the dude standing? Is he on the surface of a ball, ladies and gentlemen, my audience? Is his horizon off at a tangent? No, he's on a flat plane inside a globe, isn't he? Looking at the North Celestial Pole through what is basically a glorified protractor that people think the globe is. They think the protractor you measure stars with is a surface to stand on called Earth. Globe Earth. It isn't, it's just a protractor that you'd measure angles off a flat plane to stars with to start this process off of creating a globe Earth to think you're standing on. If you knew the maths, you wouldn't ever think you're standing on it because you can't.
That's about as explanatory as you can get.
Is this the diagram that QE wanted yesterday? It is, isn't it?
That's the one I provided. That's the one I provided. He said that's not quite the one. I think he said the little stick man had a bigger head.
He had a bigger head. Okay. What would be nice is an occasional concession from our opponents. They start using linear distances on a flat plane, or angles to stars on a flat plane, and we go, excuse me, can you acknowledge the flat plane that you need to measure these angles off a flat plane for your stupid globe proof to commence? Can you acknowledge that, please? And what do? They run away like the guy in the pre-show did. He just run like cowards. Or the guy yesterday, the guy that came in earlier, the little shit stain that lied about what I'd said, that guy took 15 attempts to stutter and stammer away around an acknowledgement of the flat Earth prerequisite angles he must use in his question about points in the sky north and south. 15 times. And are we going to get someone who comes in and goes, yeah, I understand. I mean, maybe once in a while we do get that. I'm not going to lie. We have had people like Matthew Learns understand and acknowledge and accept the flat Earth prerequisites he must use for his stupid globe belief. Not often, but occasionally.
Next.
What was that?
There's a lot of
before, and I said it reminds me of like a LL Cool J version of "I Need a Globe." When I wake up in the morning and I look in the sky, and then I watch and observe the sun go by, and then I think as that's going over the horizon, is it geometric? Or it's just my psychotic imagination? I need a globe.
Very good.
There's a lot of Globers. My chat's skanking right now.
It's all right. I don't mind sitting in silence while they type on their keyboards.
Well, I was gonna ask, how can somebody, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about like Jaren, for example. How can someone practice flat Earth and then go to the south and then come back say it's not a flat Earth? Like just because there's a 24-hour sun?
You have to ask him. If that's what he's suggesting. I don't keep up with Jaren, so you tell me. What's he suggested? Is that what he's saying?
He's a Glober now.
Okay. I don't think he's a Glober.
If you understand how the globe.
Okay, maybe he's not a Glober, but he's not a flat earther anymore. Let's just say that.
Well, then he doesn't understand. Well, he doesn't understand how Earth gets measured, then, does he? That's just ignorance. Okay, no worries. Jaren's entitled to his ignorance. Me, I can't walk away from what I know about how Earth gets measured. It's flat. Once you know that, there's nothing to walk away from. To suggest that the globe model works better, after measuring an Earth flat to create it, that's not going to make me walk away from anything, is it? Jaren can. That means he's ignorant.
Hold on, Nathan. How can you claim ignorance? You broke it down personally to him many of times. How are you going to claim ignorance to that?
My compadre on my panel is suggesting that because I've approached Jaren personally and explained this stuff to him personally at length, that means that he should know.
What I find weird is
the main difference between us and Jaren. Jaren subjugated himself to a model / map, whatever he wants to call it at whatever time. We don't do that. Never done it. That's the difference. Whatever it is that he decided to believe in when it was supposedly disproved to him was a done deal. You don't do that.
Well, most flat earthers used to believe in the AEMAP.
All you want.
I don't know if that's a stereotype fallacy, but I'll certainly say at some stage I saw the map, was told it was the world, and immediately started investigating it. Now, if at some point you found a clip like people have done about guns, or in that case a comment, that said, oh, well, this alludes to the idea that you accept that as the world. Oh, okay, fine. In reality, once presented with it, I started investigating its validity most immediately. Now, I never bought a poster and stuck it up on my wall. I wanted to know how valid it was. So I did what I could to establish that with facts. I tracked the sun, and matched it with time and date and the azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric Gleason's projection. That's what I did, and found it didn't work. If you want to say, well, everyone believed it, okay. If you want to say that was the case for me because I had it up on screen while we looked at whether or not it functioned correctly or not, and fine, I'd still go back to my original assertion. It's just a stereotyping fallacy.
What I find weird, and I'm actually really disappointed about, is that Jaren, before all this nonsense of him being a Glober now, he said himself, so even if I go down there and see that, what, I'm going to ignore all the evidence of it? And then he did. He literally did that. He literally ignored all the flat, arguments, and he jumped to a ball. And whoever said he's not a Glober now, no, he is. He literally had Woofy on the other day on his show that was actually promoting why it's a globe. And that's Jaren's whole shtick now. He's all about globe now. So it's just really weird that he just...
How lovely. I'm sure it'll be more profitable for him.
Actually, he had like a few viewers.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. He's given up on the truth, and he's now looking to make a full-time career out of being a YouTuber, and he's realised there's more money on that side. Fair enough.
Maybe. I mean, he might find him just doing a ranty, and as Ranty found out, you go onto the other side and then have your own material used to debunk assertions that you make. And that's kind of embarrassing, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's probably why he disappeared.
What's Jaren going to do when someone says, really, Jaren, and then they offer him up his own evidence in rebuttal to his assertion that he's just made? What's he going to do, argue with himself? Oh yeah, I used to believe that, but now this new belief that is countered by my old assertions, what are you going to do other than have a little mental breakdown on the spot?
He literally went against everything that he said.
He'll be back on the construction site within 12 months.
Well, there's a 24-hour sun in the south, right? Now that's established.
I don't know if that's really established either. There's so many contradictory reports. So people who assert they've been in Antarctica for a significant period of time and haven't seen or are unaware of there being such a thing as a 24-hour sun. Why would I assume there is? I haven't seen it. Would be the attitude that several people. So originally, maybe 2 months ago, I was saying, or I was told personally by Robert Shortman, no, there are multiple first-hand accounts of people suggesting while in Antarctica for a significant period, they did not observe 24-hour sun. At the period that now is suggested, there would be one. In the case of Robert Shortman, he was there for an extended period, about 12 months, and then another stint for another 6 months. In that period, he did not observe it, and that was his testimony. Now, either people have been inserted intentionally to lie about their first-hand experience of a 24-hour sun that they're now lying about not experiencing, or something has changed. That is to say, when they were down there experiencing firsthand that there wasn't a 24-hour sun, now there is one. Okay, I can accept that. For retroactive continuity, as it was put to me by AI last time this came up in discussion, is to say, assuming that it has to always be the same, lest somebody who has experienced it in the past be called a liar. No, it may be the case that they did not experience it, but now it is an experienceable phenomena. Fine. Obviously doesn't comport with their suggestions of heliocentrism. Regardless, I have not experienced it firsthand. 24-hour sun in the north, I'm far enough north to infer it, like a guy who is Australian and joins the show occasionally. It's the same for his south observations of the sun. That is to say, by extrapolation, he can easily suggest that that's what the sun would do as you got further south. Like I can do here in the north, and I've experienced firsthand with sun tracking. had a participant that showed us the 24-hour sun in the north. The 24-hour sun in the south, that's more ambiguous because there's contradictory testimony. There's more investigation to do because of the contradictory testimony now.
Well, to be fair, I don't even think the Globers claim there's a 24-hour sun 365 days. It's only a few months, right?
Oh, no. Well, it's not even a few months, but even then, with the limited period both north and south that you would experience midnight sun, I know it's a limited period in both. Like I say, regardless, first-hand testimony from people who've been there for a period that would have experienced it did not. Now we have contradictory seeming evidence that's been filmed. Now, that already existed. I'm going to just point this out as well. I think it's Chocolate that says this. So we've gone down to do the final experiment, which it definitely wasn't. Hold on, I should clear my throat. In so doing, we're going to observe something that was already supposed to be established as having occurred anyway. Okay. Wasn't this already established as having occurred anyway? Are we supposed to have footage that's suggested to be showing it already? Oh, okay, big deal. It never was an issue for us because we didn't take the azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric Gleason's projection as our map and model. Now, the people who are jumping ship are on a vibe where they suggest that their relinquishment of flat Earth is because of the failure of the Gleasons. A bit like Tiger Dan did 10 years ago.
Well, that goes back to the point that I was saying. Like, Jaren went against everything he said. Oh, just because I see a sun go around me, am I going to avoid all these other things like the black swan and everything else? That doesn't. It disproves sphericity. So how does a sun going around his head in Antarctica just all of a sudden he jumps on that ship? So like it's like, dude, you literally said you wouldn't do that, and then you did that. Like that's really disheartening.
Chocolate said it. He went from a geometric argument to a model afflicted argument.
Right.
And somewhere down the line, he's decided to go into this model argument, which is the straw man. At what point? I don't know, because I was watching Jaren for the last year and heard him talk about models constantly for the last year. But the previous 2 years, he would say what you said, which is, there's no model, and we're talking about geometry here. So something changed, I think, maybe 12 months ago for him.
Yeah. I think
that he debunked himself.
I'm sorry, what was that, Neil?
What was that, Neil?
AE map that he debunked himself. Wasn't he part of that, Nathan? Tracking the sun?
Certainly. I don't know if he actually took part in the event itself, but he was absolutely acutely aware of it, and everybody around him was doing it at the time. May have even taken part. I'd have to go back and check. I can't remember. He may have done.
What's that other thing called? Retroactive continuity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it is.
All flat earthers.
Somebody actually went on his show and challenged him about it, and he was like, no, there's no such debunking. And then he reiterated the discrepancy for an hour that the sun was out by on the sun tracking. Preemptive. So it's not preemptive, proactively pointed out the failure exhibited when we track the sun to the person putting to Jaren that he would already be acutely aware that it was debunked. It was like, what, when it was out by an hour? And then he gave the example. And you're like, okay, so definitely aware. Yes.
Waxy waxy that was.
Waxy waxy, yes, indeed.
Prior to the final excretion, I'm sorry. Whatever.
Well, to be fair, it wasn't just Jaren, right? Whitsett was there too, right?
Yeah.
So what I was saying, I got a question. Weren't there a lot of flat earthers that were protagonists for the AE and even the Gleason map, saying that this is the evidence that proves this is our model, yada yada yada? Wasn't that like the rhetoric that was generally pumped? Most people who were anti-globers or pseudo-flat earthers or whatever you want to call them, true
potentially, I kind of think you're tying the two things together. You've got a change in rhetoric from what would be consistent flat Earth rhetoric to feast of nonsense, what seems like controlled opposition flat Earth rhetoric. Suddenly it's like, no, let's get everyone in the audience to toe the line with models and how the Gleasons must be proven for us to be on a flat Earth. Like, hold on. I've gone from being a pretty good researcher to dishing out the feast of nonsense. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a change in context, and I think it's really important to note that they've changed the context, and you're allowed to talk about flat Earth within the context of which model works. What they don't want us to do is talk about flat Earth in the context of verifiable evidence, and that's what I think this is about. This is about turning flat Earth into a different contextual conversation, a model focused argument.
Well, to be fair, and to give kudos to Witsit, him and Jaren were both saying, even if they did see the sun go around their head, they're not going to, just ignore all the other facts and observations and measurement. Well, Witsit stood to that, and he didn't. He that didn't persuade him to believe in a globe like it did Jaren. So I'm just saying for fairness.
Ah, you can't let all the pigeons out at once. Jaren's done a 180-degree turnaround. Do you think Witsit, who's a proven demonstrable liar, isn't capable of turning around on a 180-degree heel and saying, actually, you know what, globe model's perfect? You think that's possible?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Witsit said, just because there's a 24-hour sun, it doesn't mean it's not flat. It's just a different model that we have to come up with. But he hasn't said anything about it, right?
No, he actually, in one of his live streams, he straight out said, and literally he was like almost repeating what you say, Nathan, like verbatim. And he was like, it's measured flat, it's observed as flat, it's practically used flat. And he was like, that doesn't change my opinion. That's when I was like, kudos to him. At least he's still staying to the facts.
Yeah, but he doesn't mean he can't turn on a dime tomorrow, like Jaren has.
True.
Yeah, but this doesn't sound like Nathan is sold on the 24-hour sun. That's the thing, right?
Oh no, it's not that I'm not sold on it, right? It's inconsequential to me. If, for the sake of argument, you presented an argument where I had to accept that there was a 24-hour sun in the argument, I've got no issue doing that. Because in this bigger scheme of what I know the world is and how it's measured, it makes no difference to anything I say. Okay, let's accept it for you. There is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Okay, now what?
Earth is still flat.
We could look at some of the measurements they made in Antarctica, if you like, when the suggested 24-hour sun that I absolutely concede is definitely the case. Let's see what they measured of it. They're all elevation angles of the sun, flat Earth proofs then. Didn't really change much of my view. If you turn around just to put the other side of that and say, there is absolutely no way on Earth that's a real 24-hour sun. I lent into that immediately, by the way, just for the fun of it, because I thought it was amusing. I said the sun wasn't real. Like, there is no sun. It was the first post I made to try and get people and just to antagonise. I posted a few posts on the community forum while they were doing it, going, the sun isn't real. I can't remember how I phrased it. I phrased it in such a way that was trying to, get people discussing it. I'll have to look it up, but I was like, the sun ain't real. But it's inconsequential. If you were to say they faked the whole thing, it was all done in a telly of tents. Yeah? Tent of tellies. Then I'll go, okay, it's all fake. And now what? Same thing applies. Doesn't make any difference to me.
Well, there was somebody...
We've got flat earthers who claim that the 24-hour sun fits a flat Earth model, but they invoke a little bit of metaphysics and a dome and a parabolic curve reflection. And, there are flat Earth ideas where the 24-hour sun has to happen on a flat Earth and can be explained and potentially could explain the angles to the sun better than the observation that they saw, because I believe there's inconsistencies in some of the globe model and the observation. So, just throwing it out there are plenty of flat earthers who believe
look
that.
Around your ankle. Look at your ankle. What do you notice? See anything? Do you see a giant bleeding snare around your ankle currently, sir? Not noticed it. So rather than pointing out how Earth is factually measured flat in all instances, it's back to, well, how does the flat Earth model explain this Antarctic observation versus how does the globe model explain it? Back into a false dichotomy where there isn't one. There is no false dichotomy. There is no who explains this better. There is no will this work on a flat Earth. It's a measured flat plane in all examples. So why are we in the false dichotomy? Because it needs to be an argument, like there's an argument to be had. We, here at Flat Earth Debate, and for the most part on Politics Discord server, this section of it, we appreciate there is no debate. This isn't a subject that we can discuss whether or not it will work on a flat Earth. No offence, I find that quite objectionable, because it's not an if question. It's a statement of fact when we talk about how Earth is measured. But because it's a statement of fact that Earth is measured flat, and there's a world religion of being on a ball, it needs to be changed into the perception of there being a debate to be had. To suggest that the explanation for a 24-hour sun needs to come from a flat Earth, and therefore it might be the possibility that the globe Earth does a better job of explaining it, well, then we're back into there being a debate, when there isn't really a debate at all.
Is it possible to measure something flat?
Really? What about an elevation angle?
You measure horizontals and verticals, not flats.
What about an elevation angle?
No,
horizontal is flat.
No, elevation angle has nothing to do with flat. Nothing.
Horizontal is flat.
We know that. We know horizontal is flat.
What? Wait, whoa.
Hold on.
You just double spoke, bro.
Yeah, but you can't measure flat. You can't measure flat.
And we measure it. We measure flat with an elevation angle.
Yeah, a horizontal line can have an incline based on a reference point.
No, not if we're measuring an elevation angle.
Elevation angle from where?
It's like I'm getting talked through every time I try and address this guy.
To what? Well, big man, how many times are you going to lose this debate, Nathan? How many times are you going to lose?
Attempt to get through the same sentence, dealing with a wanker.
You cannot measure flat.
Dealing with a wanker, yep, definitely dealing with a wanker. Dealing with a wanker, it seems, second attempt to get through the sentence. It seems that I've pointed out 3 times that we do measure Earth flat with elevation angles. It's been hand-waved. A wanker. You're going to define what an elevation angle measurement is. You shut your flapping gums while I do that, or are you going to yatter through me?
He's muted.
Anchor had to be muted because he couldn't stop flapping his gums after ignoring and hand-waving a flat Earth elevation angle measurement that he said we couldn't measure. Right, I said we could and then defined it. I didn't get to that. He kept flapping his gums through it, but I've got it sat in front of me, still waiting to be read out. Well, some guy who's telling me that ain't the case and trying to move past it won't let me read out the definition because he has to be, muted by the server because he can't shut his bleeding mouth. Oh, yeah, of course, it's like back at the beginning of the show. Be a glurf, you've got to be a wanker. You've got to talk through your opponent when they say, yeah, we can measure Earth flat. Elevation angles.
What's a glurf?
You, globe Earth believer, somebody who's glurfing through the top of me trying to define what an elevation angle is, the way we measure Earth flat. I'll define it. I defined it earlier from sustainable by design. And the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. Altitude angle measurement.
You have to go to the sky.
Wanker. Prove
you
me
got to go to the sky.
I'm finished. Wanker, I haven't finished. What I'm doing is I'm proving you wrong. You say we can't measure Earth flat. I say, yeah, we can with an elevation angle. Now I'm defining it. All I did was read out the definition, and the wanker glurfed through me, didn't he? Had to glurf through the top of me, proving him wrong. There'll be a horizontal plane the observer is standing on. It's part of the measurement. What measurement? The elevation angle measurement? Oh, right, what's that? A measurement of Earth and an angle between the observer and the sun. Oh, right, how is it measured? Well, it's an angle between the horizontal plane the observer's standing on and a line to the sun. So we'll be measuring horizontal plane as part of the sky. Why am I having to raise my voice for a Rasta wanker? Why is this Rasta wanker getting to talk through me? We heard that you don't agree. We heard you glurfing that ain't the case. Now you're going to glurf through the top of me, proving you wrong.
Is it just
Yeah,
I've got to take 4 attempts to prove this Glurf scumbag wrong, with him just deciding that no, being wrong isn't acceptable. Having me define what I've pointed out and is ignored and hand waved 3 times isn't enough. I'll Glurf through you. Is that what you got, scumbag, dickhead? Oh, wanker, we do measure Earth flat. I've given you one, there's many, examples. You ignored it, annoyed me, and then glurfed through the top of me while you hand waved it. No, we don't measure Earth flat with elevation angles. What's that? Yeah, we do. I've just defined it. What are you going to do now, dickhead? Ignore me and move on to a different question? Undoubtedly, if you get taken off mute, you won't acknowledge a single word. Oh, I've taken my time out of my day to educate this wanker glurf. It's for my audience, not really. It's for your benefit. It's all just a bit of an act. So you know. This wanker glurf. I've taken my time to educate him. Is he acknowledging it? No! Being a wanker. That's what I get for educating.
You went to the sun in the sky to measure the Earth?
Get glurfed through by a wanker. He's not going to acknowledge how freaking wrong he is and how Earth did get measured with this elevation angle. He's just going to glurf through me multiple times. Wanker. Oh, wank by yourself. Don't involve me in this. Go and do this by yourself, stupid wanker.
What's the sky have to do with the ground? Why are you going to the sun?
Notice he's not acknowledging a word I've said. We don't measure Earth flat, he said. Yeah, we do elevation angle. I've defined how it gets measured.
Yeah, but
now he's asking a new question exactly as I predicted, and now I'm defining what he will do in exactly line with what I predicted. He won't acknowledge me, he'll ask a question. That's exactly what he did.
You went to the sky to measure the ground? You went to the sky?
Wankerman, I still haven't finished talking. He's still glurfing through me. That's his only tactic. His only tactic is before I finished even talking. If I take a breath, he'll immediately glurf through that breath. Wanker, I've measured Earth flat with an elevation. There he is, immediately glurfing through me because I've took breath. Yeah, wanker, you measured Earth flat with an elevation angle. I've defined it. Every time I've defined it, you've glurfed through me. And then
Get him, Roger. Get him.
And ask me questions by chanting through me. You're just a wanker. Why am I having to raise my voice, Politics Discord server? I've made 5 attempts to go through it with him. He's not acknowledged it in response, has he?
Nathan, Roger, either acknowledge it, pressure, or you're gonna be muted through the whole thing.
Yeah, Nathan, you have to go to the sky.
You're not acknowledging. Come on. He's asking you a question to acknowledge it, and you have not done
what
it.
I'm going to do. I don't need telling. You say we don't measure Earth flat. I say we do and define an elevation angle measurement specifically. Now he's telling me what I do. No, wanker, go fuck yourself.
You have to use the sky to measure your ground flat.
Hold on, quick one, P. If you repeat
what an
yourself
elevation
one more
angle
time,
measurement is, that's what I did, dickhead.
if you just keep repeating that constantly, one more time, you'll stay on mute continuously. This is your last chance. If you want to engage and show that you're not afraid of this conversation, then be cordial and try and develop the conversation, because right now you're just flexing your ego and it's boring for everybody.
No, there's no ego here. He had to go to the sky to measure the ground, brother.
Yeah, we heard you the first 15 times.
He's messed up already.
Just remove him. You've told him not to do that.
He's messed up already, my friend.
All right, you can stay on mute now, P. I'm sorry.
Okay, brother.
He's Nathan, he's going to glurf through me, pointing it out. He's immediately defied you. You've specifically, as a moderator, told him, don't just repeat it, acknowledge and get into the debate. So what has he done in defiance? He's done exactly what you've told him not to, hasn't he? What a wanker.
Sure did. And so he'll stay on mute.
Go fuck yourself, wanker. That's what you are. And audience, if you're a Globe believer, he's you. That's probably the best you could do. I'm talking to you holding your phone, thinking, I'm a Globe believer, I'm a nice guy. No, you're the same as him. That's what you would have to offer. Just chanting shit through the top of me, pointing out how Earth gets measured by definition of a measured angle to the sun. Specifically used. Our entire time system's based on it. But he's going to tell me, oh, I've got to go to the sky. No. I'll turn my arm and look at my wristwatch. Yeah, because that system's based on that, you stupid dumbass. I can infer a flat Earth measurement by looking at the time. You can tell me, I've got to go to the sky. No, I defined an elevation angle and our flat plane of reference is used in the measurement of Earth. What did dickhead do? Glurf through the top of me multiple times.
Audience, I'm still talking to you. That's what you'd be doing. My man Dan would be doing the same. He wouldn't be better represented by him. Same with dickheads like Dave, who thinks he's a professor, or Craig, the wife-beating, woman-beating, poking, convicted abuser. That's what he'd be doing. Flapping around, talking about how, oh no, you've got to go to the sky, through the top of me defining an elevation angle. Wanker behaviour from wankers who believe in a wank globe that came from flat Earth measurements. Best you can do. It's absolutely pathetic.
Doesn't he realize that's how celestial navigation is done? Celestial?
Celestial navigation is just you going to the stars. Just you going to the sky. No. It's the basis of all navigation, you stupid dick glurf. I've got about 5 minutes maybe left for the live show, so any other questions from any glurfs? It's nobody told us we got bored during the hour. Neil.
Do we have any reasonable glurfs who are not going to just flex their ego and genuinely want to hash this out, because now's a good opportunity to speak up?
I have a question. So for Nathan. For celestial navigation, I'm a glurf. So my question is, if you're standing on a slope of a hill or standing on top of a dome, are you still able to get elevation angles?
If I'm standing on a dome?
Yeah. Standing on top of a dome or on a slope of a hill, are you still able to get elevation angles?
But if I was on a hill, I would hope I would know where I was.
I understand that, but let's say you wanted to get an elevation angle.
Why?
Because I'm just saying if it's I'm asking if it's possible or not like the reason.
So, have I got to simultaneously think I'm so stupid I don't know where I am when I'm stood on a hill, but also smart enough to know how to use a sextant?
Yeah, what if you want to know your latitude on that slope of the hill?
I don't know where I am. Fortunately, even though I sound like I'm retarded, I know how to use a sextant. This seems stupid. I don't. It's hard to contradict myself and not know where I'm standing on a hill. It's not generally.
Well, let's say you don't.
I'm trying to answer you.
Okay.
It's not generally where people can attempt. It's not generally where people do navigation, though, is it? You think of a different place that they might actually find this process useful?
Yes, but my question isn't why they would. Like, maybe they are lost.
Maybe
I'm just asking if it's possible.
Maybe I can ask you something. Why in unholy hell, if you were on a hill, would you need to know where you were? Why wouldn't you know where you are when you're on a hill? You get lost easily.
Yeah. Maybe I'm lost. Right. Maybe I'm in the woods and I want to know my latitude.
Well, just so we're clear, I wouldn't be giving you my sextant. I'd be making sure you kept as far away from my sextant as possible. Because you got lost on this hill. Okay?
I get it, but that's
a lack of geographic location. I'm still talking.
You're not answering my question.
I'm still talking. It's just you're being made to look stupid. It doesn't mean you have to keep yattering through me, making you look stupid. Your question was stupid.
It was stupid. Why?
This isn't an invitation for you to keep talking through the top of me, you stupid wanker. Shut up. Your question was stupid. Now I'm making you sound and look stupid. It's the fourth attempt with you.
It was a good question.
Yattering. Can you mute this wanker? Oi, fuckwit. You and your stupid fuckwit questions being made to look stupid by me. My name's Nathan Oakley. Don't tolerate fuckwit fools lightly. And you yattering through the top of me, calling you a fuckwit, it's just going to get tolerated by the moderators. You yattering won't be. Because your stupid fuckwit question served no purpose. It made you look stupid because you'd get lost on a hill. You're a retard. I wouldn't give you my sextant, retard. You wouldn't know where the fuck you are on a hill. In spite of plenty of things around you to figure out where the fuck you were, you'd still get lost. Me,
okay, but
I might have one on the ski. I might get rumpus by a shithead dickhead who thinks he's got a smart question. When I ask you where the hell we might be using this process, you just talk through me. Wanker! Are you still talking through me there, wanker? I'm answering you, stupid shithead question. You asked me, wanker? Wanker, I'm still answering you. I haven't taken breath yet, wanker. It seems like I've had 6 interruptions from